Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 374, Acceptance. After much effort, all the strange garments were finally repaired. Taking the opportunity, the warm-hearted and affectionate older sister suggested spending some romantic time together as a way to thank Masatsuki Aozaki for his help. And so, the two of them shared a few sweet, intimate hours. Kiryu Hikifune lay quietly on the soft bed, completely lost in slumber. There's plenty of passion, but still not enough skill. Masatsuki Aozaki's face carried a fond smile as he gently picked up a sheet and carefully draped it over Kiryu Hikifune. It was already past dinner time, but he didn't bother waking her. There was no need. In fact, as Kiryu Hikifune drifted into deep sleep, Masatsuki Aozaki could clearly sense her ryatsu gradually growing. For the sleeping beauty before him, his gaze was filled with tenderness. He leaned down and placed a gentle, lingering kiss on her forehead before silently leaving, not wanting to disturb her dreams. With quiet steps, Masatsuki Aozaki made his way out of the room and into the guest quarters, stopping in front of Senjimaro Shitara's door. She really ran off. He glanced around doubtfully. Wasting no time, he spread out his spiritual perception, then swiftly walked toward the closet. Sliding the door open, his eyes landed on the small, enclosed space, where no one should have been. Sure enough, there was someone inside. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked in mild surprise, but his expression soon softened into a gentle smile. Crouched in the corner of the closet was a woman, curled up tightly. The moonlight streaming through the window bathed her skin in an ethereal glow, making her seem almost unreal, as if she were wrapped in an illusion. Masatsuki Aozaki called out softly. Senjimaro-senpai. Before him sat his esteemed senior, a member of the Exalted Zero Division, a royal secret agent who safeguarded the Soul King, and one of the strongest female Shinigami in all of Soul Society. Yet here she was, hiding in a tiny closet, a stark contrast to her usual commanding presence. Senjimaro Shitara was not the type to easily reveal vulnerability, let alone cower like a helpless child. This was something she would only do when her defenses were truly broken. And yet, she seemed strangely calm, as if she hadn't quite reached that point. Though Masatsuki Aozaki often appeared carefree and frivolous, he was far from oblivious. Most of the time, his laid-back demeanor wasn't due to ignorance, it was simply because he couldn't be bothered to restrain himself. His ryatsu withdrew swiftly, receding like a tide. Slowly, he reached out and gently placed a hand atop Senjimaro Shitara's head, a silent attempt to soothe her emotions. Seeing no resistance, he decided to stroke her long hair, a quiet effort to comfort the child before him. Don't. The word came out as an abrupt command. Senjimaro Shitara froze for a moment before suddenly lifting her head. Her reddened eyes locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki with an intense gaze. Don't treat me like a child. Masatsuki Aozaki was momentarily stunned. His eyes traced over Senjimaro Shitara once more. She was still dressed in her Zero Division uniform, the black and white fabric adorned with embroidered black winter daphne, a clear symbol of her rank and status. Her long hair, usually tied up with a golden headpiece, now cascaded freely down her back like a waterfall. Every strand gleamed with a dark luster, smooth as silk, brushing softly against her pale skin. With her hair down, she carried a different kind of allure, her usual refined elegance now laced with a distinctly feminine charm. After speaking, Senjimaro Shitara fell into silence, and the atmosphere between them grew heavy. Masatsuki Aozaki, sensing her intent, slowly bent his knees and knelt before her, lowering himself to meet her gaze at eye level. He wanted to say something, to break the silence, but the words wouldn't come. Senjimaro Shitara's eyes slowly lowered, her half-lidded gaze reflecting his image. Then, her hands moved. Softly, they settled onto Masatsuki Aozaki's shoulders. He tensed slightly at her touch. And then, with sudden force, Senjimaro Shitara pushed him down. Completely caught off guard, Masatsuki Aozaki hit the ground. Before he could react, she was on top of him, pressing him down with her full weight. His eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected her to do something like this. But he didn't resist. There was no reason to. If anything, being pinned like this wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it was rather comfortable. So he simply accepted it, lying still and allowing her to hold him down. Under the shifting moonlight, her movements seemed surreal, like a fleeting illusion, a dream on the edge of waking. Her hands moved again, this time reaching for his face, cradling his cheeks gently between her palms. Masatsuki Aozaki was momentarily dazed. Instinctively, his lips parted, as if to speak. But before he could utter a word, Senjimaro Shitara suddenly leaned down and kissed him. It was quick. Soft. A fleeting brush of lips, yet it caught him off guard. Still, he didn't resist. It wasn't their first kiss, but Masatsuki Aozaki had never expected Senjomaru Shitara to be particularly skilled in such things. This wasn't about technique, it was a simple, direct touch. A cool sensation spread from her lips to his skin. And then, just as naturally, they parted. The moment passed. Masatsuki Aozaki licked his lips slightly, still savoring the lingering sensation. "You didn't have to do that," he murmured. "No one can replace you. I never have, and I never will, let anyone take your place." Senjomaru Shitara's face turned red. "I know that," she shot back, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm not stupid. Don't underestimate me." Her flustered reaction contrasted sharply with her usual composed self, as if she were struggling to hold back an emotion too strong to contain. As if trying to vent her frustration, she grabbed Masatsuki Aozaki by the collar and yanked him closer, so close that the space between them nearly vanished. Under the moonlight, the two simply stared at each other. 10 minutes passed in silence. Then, Senjomaru Shitara finally spoke. "You said you liked me, didn't you?" Her voice held a hint of challenge, yet beneath it was something more, something that sounded almost like desperation. Masatsuki Aozaki could feel her breath against his skin. He inhaled deeply and met her gaze head-on. "Senpai, of course I like you," he said. "But now that the misunderstanding's cleared up, you should really think about this. Acting on impulse, you might regret it later." That tone again, so maddeningly composed. Damn it. Senjomaru Shitara's grip on his collar tightened. "Then keep liking me," she declared. "Your confession, I accept it." 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, Betrothed. Just like that, Masatsuki Aozaki, who had somehow ended up with another wife, was in an excellent mood. Humming to himself, he strolled into the guest bathroom. He took a long, relaxing bath, had a few cups of sake to help him sleep, and then dove into the warm bed, tightly hugging the soft, fragrant pillow. "Gotta wake up early to make breakfast tomorrow. Night. Night my ass." The pillow in his arms, Senjomaru Shitara screamed in embarrassment, her whole body stiffening up. Even someone as composed and mature as her couldn't possibly stay calm in this situation. It was, after all, her first time lying in bed with a man. She frantically pushed at Masatsuki Aozaki's chest, trying to create some distance between them. "Why did you come into my room, Masatsuki? And just crawled right into my bed like it was nothing. Your room is literally next door. But didn't you say you accepted my confession? That makes us lovers now, right? Silly senpai." Masatsuki Aozaki blinked innocently, looking at her with a puzzled face, as if he couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. Senjomaru Shitara, on the other hand, turned beet red, clutching at her clothes and letting out a helpless, flustered, MMF sound. She clearly wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to say it. "Why yes, that's true. But what does that have to do with you sleeping here? I'm not that kind of woman. Get out of here already." While protesting, she kept shoving at him, trying to push him out of the room. But Masatsuki Aozaki didn't budge. He just waved her off casually. "Senjomaru-senpai, you've never been in a relationship before, have you?" he suddenly asked. That's true. Are you mocking me?" Senjomaru Shitara's blush deepened, and she glared at him in frustration. "That's why it makes sense you don't know," Masatsuki replied with a grin. "For couples, sharing a bed is as normal as eating 3 meals a day." "Ah really? That's normal?" Senjomaru Shitara blinked in disbelief. "Totally. If you don't believe me, just ask Kiryu," Masatsuki said with full confidence. Like I could ask her something like that. She nearly jumped in embarrassment. Just the thought of bringing it up with Kiryu Hikifune was too mortifying to even consider. "Senjomaru already accepted my confession, right? Are you saying a reliable senior like you would go back on her word?" Masatsuki Aozaki remained unfazed, clinging tightly to her, sticking to his belief that lovers should naturally share a bed. Not that he actually believed it himself, it was just a shameless excuse. From the start, he had fully intended to snuggle up to Senjomaru Shitara tonight. After all, they were now inexplicably a couple. Now that he finally had a legitimate reason to be alone with this bashful older woman, how could he possibly let the chance slip by? Letting a golden opportunity like this go? He wouldn't be human. Meanwhile, the kind and innocent Senjomaru Shitara had no idea. From the very beginning, her fate had been sealed, destined to be swept up in Masatsuki Aozaki's nonsense. And in the end, she would probably blame herself for it all. Tears welled up in her eyes as she trembled in a mix of shyness and frustration. "Be good, okay? I'm not going to do anything bad to you, senpai. We're just sleeping together, that's all." Masatsuki Aozaki's voice was surprisingly gentle as he softly stroked Senjomaru Shitara's long hair, like he was calming a frightened animal. His eyes, filled with tenderness, were a stark contrast to his usual playful and shameless demeanor. Senjomaru Shitara kept her head down, unable to meet his gaze. Her eyes were misty, a mix of shyness and unease. Seeing her like that, Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a soft, uncharacteristically warm smile. He spoke in a calm voice. "You're my wife, and I'm your husband. Sleeping in the same bed is totally normal, right? There's nothing wrong with it, it's natural, perfectly reasonable, and completely legal." Senjomaru Shitara's face flushed deep red as she stammered. "When did we become that close?" Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow and responded with righteous flair. "Any relationship not aimed at marriage is just fooling around. What, is senpai trying to mess with a junior?" Senjomaru Shitara was left speechless. Her shoulders hunched, and she murmured, flustered. "No, that's not what I meant." Masatsuki Aozaki gently patted her head. Then it settled. "We're definitely getting married, so we're basically engaged now. Don't forget what you said, take some responsibility and own up to it." "Ugh, okay." Senjomaru Shitara clutched at her chest, eyes brimming with tears. She felt utterly drained, unable to push Masatsuki Aozaki away anymore. It was then that the beloved big sister finally realized she could never win against him in a battle of words. So, she gave up. She went stiff in his arms, choosing to remain silent, like a rock. "It's just sleeping. Just sleeping, that's all. Besides, this was the Gotei, Kiryo's place, she was nearby, nothing would happen." Senjomaru Shitara quietly cheered herself on, bracing for a sleepless night. But then, Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at her, and the hands holding her began to move, less than innocent. Even with only a thin layer of sleepwear between them, her graceful figure exuded a soft allure that was hard to resist. Without a word, he leaned in, slipping past her unguarded defenses, and found her lips. NN. Masatsuki Aozaki kissed her without hesitation. In her wide, stunned eyes, the distance between them had vanished. He pressed in, pried open her lips, and dove deeper without pause. Wild yet precise, firm yet unhurried. The sound of it, close, unavoidable, rang out with every breath. Those gentle yet passionate sounds echoed in Senjomaru Shitara's ears, sending waves through her every nerve. It was a kiss shared only between true lovers. Dazed and unwilling to resist, Senjomaru Shitara could only moan softly, her breath coming in broken fragments. She gave in, eyes fluttering shut, letting herself sink into the moment. Only when Masatsuki Aozaki finally pulled away did their lips part. Ha. Senjomaru Shitara sat there, mouth slightly agape, breathing heavily in confusion. Her lips trembled, opening and closing without a word, and it was a long while before she finally stilled. Chapter 376, In the Shadows. Like he was claiming ownership, Masatsuki Aozaki pulled Senjomaru Shitara into an even tighter embrace, savoring the curves of her body. He buried his face in her long hair, breathing in her faint, comforting scent. A small smile curled at the corner of his lips. "This is just a normal goodnight kiss," he said softly. "Something perfectly natural between lovers. So, good night, Senjomaru-senpai." His voice carried a satisfied warmth, and then he really did close his eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Senjomaru Shitara, however, couldn't sleep at all. Her heart pounded in her chest, her body flushed, her thoughts a tangled mess. That deep kiss from earlier had left her both excited and incredibly flustered. She didn't know how to deal with the emotions surging inside her. And she couldn't stop thinking about the image burned into her mind, Masatsuki Aozaki hugging Kiryo Hikifune outside her room. No matter how she tried, she just couldn't shake it. "Ugh, you little devil, Masatsuki," she whispered, voice trembling with frustration. Tears welled in her eyes, and in her agitation, she clenched her legs together. There was no way she was getting any sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki, feeling incredibly pleased after teasing her before bed, was having the time of his life. With such an easy-to-fluster, thousand-year single noblewoman-type older sister at his side, how could he not mess with her a little? It would practically be disrespectful not to. So when morning came, his very first thought was to do it again, with a good morning kiss this time. Build the habit slowly, let her get used to it, and before long, he could coax her into revealing her true nature. It wouldn't take much, just keep it up, and eventually, even if he went a bit overboard, she wouldn't mind anymore. One day, that thousand-year purity of hers would bloom into something new, half-coaxed, half-willing. With someone like her, adorably awkward, shy to a fault, this was the way to go. Imagining that day, Masatsuki Aozaki grinned slyly and slowly opened his eyes. But wait, where is she? He blinked, looking around. The big sister he'd fallen asleep cuddling was nowhere to be seen. The pillow in his arms had vanished. Still groggy, Masatsuki Aozaki tried to sit up. If she'd left the room, he definitely would have noticed, right? Just as he was puzzling it over, a sudden pressure surged up from his waist to his chest. What the hell? Startled, he looked down. The blanket was puffed up unnaturally high. He quickly flung it off. Only to find Senjomaru Shitara sprawled on top of him, drooling. Oi. What do you think you're? The normally dignified senior was clinging to him like a different person altogether. Face buried in his chest, arms wrapped around his back, legs locked around his sides. It was a position that couldn't possibly be described as proper. Even worse, she kept licking at the drool on her lips, and every time she nudged against him, she left damp spots all over. His entire upper body was covered in her saliva. Embarrassed and annoyed, Masatsuki Aozaki sat her up. Hey, hey. The sun's already up. Wake up, woman. Ah. Senjomaru Shitara was roused by the shaking. She stretched lazily, then let out an exaggerated yawn, completely lacking her usual grace. Unfortunately for her, playing cute had no effect on Masatsuki Aozaki. Without hesitation, he slipped his arms under hers, lifted her up, and plopped her down beside him. Just look at the mess you made. Unable to keep clinging, she licked her lips regretfully with that bright red tongue. Her black eyes stared straight at him, half-lidded and sleepy. Normally, Senjomaru Shitara would never wear such a sultry expression, but right now, she looked dangerously tempting. You treating me like breakfast or something? Suddenly jolted awake, Senjomaru Shitara looked down at the bed, then froze. A moment later, she sprang to her feet, her face turning crimson all the way to her neck. Aye. Words caught in her throat. In the end, she squatted on the floor, covered her face with both hands, and whimpered. It's fine, senpai, Masatsuki said gently, patting her on the head like a doting older brother. If you're hungry, just say so. I am a top-class chef, after all. That's not it. I'm going to take a bath. She shoved his hand away, sprang to her feet, and bolted for the door. In a flash, she was gone. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, shook his head, and picked up his clothes. No way he could make breakfast covered in that much drool. It was another peaceful morning. Masatsuki Aozaki, Kiryu Hikifune, and Senjomaru Shitara sat together, calmly enjoying a hearty breakfast. Well, two of them were calm, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kiryu Hikifune. Senjomaru Shitara, on the other hand, looked like a guilty child, completely lacking her usual composure. Quiet and sheepish, she sat with both hands cupped around a curry bun, nibbling it bit by bit, just like a kindergartner. The look didn't suit her usual dignified aura at all, but strangely, it was kind of cute. That nervous energy she gave off stirred up a sense of guilt-driven desire in a man, like you just had to tease her. Kiryu Hikifune nudged Masatsuki Aozaki with her elbow. Hey, what's up with senpai today? Did I do something wrong? Masatsuki Aozaki leaned in and whispered. It's nothing you did, it's all on her. Senjomaru Shitara's awkward behavior made perfect sense to him. He already suspected something was off before he even left the room that morning. That woman had definitely done something so embarrassing she'd probably want to die if it got out. Still, she was his wife now. No way Masatsuki Aozaki was going to stop spoiling her over something like that. Sure, the kid he used to care for had suddenly turned into a wife, but he'd already made up his mind. He owed it to her to be honest with Kiryu Hikifune. Kiryu, actually, I've got to tell you something. Senjomaru and I have Aurea. Brat, shut it. Kiryu, keep eating, we need to talk. Senjomaru Shitara abruptly stood up, shoved her half-eaten curry bun into Masatsuki's mouth, and dragged him outside. Hey, what was that for, senpai? What were you about to say just now? With her face flushed bright red, Senjomaru Shitara slammed Masatsuki Aozaki against the wall and leaned in close. Our relationship, of course, he replied without missing a beat. You can't. Having second thoughts, senpai. Of course not. I just need a little time. She averted her eyes, unable to look him in the face. Oh, so Senjomaru senpai wants to keep this a secret from Kiryu and have a forbidden romance with me. Ugh. No problem. But if you want to hide our relationship, you do know what that means, right? He nodded while moving in even closer. Looking at her helpless expression, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly had the urge to dye his hair blonde. Because really, she was his lover, so why did he feel like the villain here? 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, The Creator. After enjoying a freshly grilled Japanese-style sausage, the two returned to the dining area. Masatsuki Aozaki, having grown accustomed to living with Kiryu Hikifune and Senjomaru Shitara, had all but started treating the place like his own home. As soon as they walked in, Senjomaru Shitara plopped into her seat. Her slightly disheveled clothes exposed the elegant curve of her collarbones, still faintly flushed from earlier. Against her fair skin, the subtle redness only made her look more alluring. "I'll handle the dishes today," she offered, keeping her expression as neutral as possible, like nothing had happened at all. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at her but said nothing. Right now, she looked like a delicate flower after the rain, her beauty carrying a trace of something unspoken. No matter how well she controlled her expression, some things simply couldn't be hidden. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled to himself. Let her pretend all she wants. All right, I'll leave it to you, he said with a smile. Senjimaru Shitara took the utensils he handed her and walked toward the kitchen. Her steps were light, graceful, every movement radiating an unmistakable feminine charm. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to Kiryu Hikifune, the corner of his lips curling mischievously. You two really aren't very good at acting, you know. Looking to make it up to me? Yeah, Kiryu Hikifune admitted, nodding as she reached out for his hand. Just like always, their fingers intertwined naturally, his fingertips slipping between hers with ease. Kiryu Hikifune shivered slightly at the contrast, the warmth of his skin against the faint roughness of his nails. Every place he touched sent a pleasant tingle through her. Masatsuki Aozaki pulled her in and kissed her. A small, breathy sound escaped her lips, entirely instinctual. That familiar sensation. A warmth spread through her, a restlessness stirring in her chest. She had the urge to do something. But a glance at the kitchen reminded her that now was definitely not the time. Acting on impulse here would lead to something far too difficult to contain. Yet, the moment Masatsuki Aozaki's fingers brushed the small of her back, a tingling shiver ran up her spine. Kiryu Hikifune clutched onto his hand and shirt, holding on tightly. She met his gaze, his teasing yet knowing eyes staring right back at her. And then, before she even thought about it, the words left her lips. Did you two do it? I mean, as lovers, have you gone all the way? There was no hiding it now. That clumsy attempt at pretending nothing had happened hadn't fooled Kiryu Hikifune for a second. She leaned into him, pressing herself closer, fully invading his space in a way that made it very clear who was in control here. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked, then suddenly laughed. Shaking his head, he answered casually. Nope. We're nowhere near that point. Is that so? Kiryu Hikifune didn't push the subject further, though her eyes flickered with curiosity before she let it go. Then let's continue. Yes, of course, Masatsuki Aozaki replied with exaggerated obedience, bowing slightly, completely abandoning any dignity as the so-called ultimate life form. Then, as if remembering something, Kiryu Hikifune paused. Oh, by the way, you're coming back tonight, right? With each of Masatsuki Aozaki's movements, that tingling warmth only grew stronger. It felt so good. Her body had changed, becoming more accustomed to his touch, more sensitive in ways that made her feel better than ever before. Make sure you're nice and clean when you wait for me tonight, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a smirk. Masatsuki Aozaki's time living with the 2-0 division women wasn't long, and before he knew it, the days had passed in the space between them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of his scheduled audience had arrived. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the world in gold, Masatsuki Aozaki went about his usual routine, preparing breakfast. Between bites, he reluctantly said his goodbyes to the two beautiful older sisters. Then, he left Gotei and made his way toward the oldest of the 5-0 division riddens. If one wished to approach the Soul King, there was no avoiding that monk. The grand citadel belonging to Ichibe Hayasub was like a living ink painting. Lush green mountains, flowing rivers, and rustic wooden and bamboo houses blended seamlessly together. Simply walking through the landscape was enough to bring a sense of tranquility, a serene detachment from the world. After passing through a dense bamboo grove, a traditional manor came into view. Just then, a deep, hearty laugh echoed through the quiet forest, crisp and clear against the falling leaves. A towering, bald man stood at the entrance. Arms crossed over his chest, his face bore an easygoing grin. His stance was completely unguarded, full of openings. But, he was dangerous. Masatsuki Aozaki recognized the threat instantly, even though he knew the men held no hostility toward him. So, what do you think? Not a bad ridden, huh? Ichibe Hayasub, as if reading Masatsuki Aozaki's thoughts, lifted his head slightly. His sharp eyes gleamed as he spoke, his tone carrying the warmth of an old friend. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, simply shook his head. It's nice, but it doesn't quite compare to my home at Gotei. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've been getting along well with them. Ichibe Hayasub chuckled, winking at him, but he didn't seem the least bit offended. He just scratched his head and laughed. Come in and take a break. You're early, it's not even time for the meeting yet. Saying this, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded and followed after him. Golden sunlight filtered through the snow-white clouds. A soft breeze drifted through the ancient manor, lifting the hanging ink paintings along the wooden walls, causing them to sway gently, forming a scene of tranquil beauty. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. Sit wherever you like, make yourself at home. Ichibe Hyasube rubbed his bald head as he settled into a seat, his relaxed posture completely at odds with the status of a Zero Division leader. Grinning wide, he revealed a row of pristine white teeth as he looked at Masatsuki Aozaki. I heard you wanted to talk about something related to your Zanpakutō. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. What do you mean heard? You were right there. Ichibe Hyasube pondered for a moment but didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he clapped his hands and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha. You caught me. I'll be upfront with you, there's nothing I can do about that Asachi you forged. That thing has no other name because it exists as an Asachi. Even I can only see Asachi as its name. No, actually, I can't even see the name Asachi. I only know that it exists as one. If you want to learn its name, you'll have to give it one yourself. That's something only you, as its creator, can do. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, The Majesty of a King. Ichibe Hyasube grinned, revealing a set of pristine, neatly aligned teeth. Masatsuki Aozaki, I have lived far longer than you can possibly imagine, he said, his voice carrying the weight of endless years. For humans in the world of the living, a Shinigami's lifespan, lasting thousands of years, is already long enough to be considered unbearable. But I have lived for over 1,000,000 years. Do you understand what that truly means? For all those eons, I have witnessed countless souls pass through the cycle of life and death. Most of them were mundane, repetitive, but some were truly extraordinary. Like your master, Shigekuni Yamamoto, and my fellow comrades in the Zero Division. But even these remarkable individuals are nothing more than fleeting ripples in the vast river of history. However, Ichibe Hyasube's eyes sharpened, locking onto Masatsuki Aozaki with an intense, unshakable focus. You are different. You are not some insignificant ripple, you are a towering wave. No, you are the river itself. His words carried a tone of awe and respect. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned slightly, falling into deep thought. A river. The only being in this world that could truly be called a river was the Soul King. Was he being compared to the Soul King? This monk. Was he already considering him as a candidate for the wedge that stabilizes the world? Masatsuki Aozaki took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the flicker of hostility that had stirred within him at Hyasube's words. With a composed smile, he replied. I see. Go on. Ah, oh. Hyasube blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he had suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was enough to make him momentarily lose focus. Snapping back to reality, he raised his hand and gave a slight wave. In short, my point is simple. Masatsuki Aozaki, the power you wield is beyond my comprehension. Even I cannot fully grasp it. Your existence alone presents an undeniable threat to His Majesty, the Soul King. Yamamoto has likely already told you, my duty, above all else, is to protect the Soul King. That is my sole mission. And so, as the leader of the Zero Division, I must ask you directly. Masatsuki Aozaki, do you harbor disloyalty toward the Soul King? Do you bear any rebellious intent? Have you taken any actions to harm His Majesty? The moment those words left Hyasube's lips, his pupils suddenly turned stark white, and a suffocating aura surged from his body. It was as if an ancient demon had crawled out of the depths of hell. His cold, terrifying gaze locked onto the men before him, scrutinizing every fiber of his being. If it had been anyone with weaker resolve, they would have crumbled under this overwhelming pressure, their fear forcing them to spill every secret hidden in their hearts. But Masatsuki Aozaki remained standing, unshaken. He met Hyasube's eyes, unwavering and silent. He felt no need to hide anything. Would Hyasube really care if someone sought to become the Soul King? Unlikely. If anything, the more candidates, the better for him. After all, Hyasube's sole concern was the Soul King's protection, nothing more, nothing less. To him, it didn't matter who the Soul King was. Besides, even if Masatsuki Aozaki tried to conceal his ambitions, it would be pointless. When someone's power is great enough to pose a threat, their thoughts become irrelevant. Their very existence is the threat. And from the way Hyasube was looking at him now, it was clear. Masatsuki Aozaki had been acknowledged as such. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to Hyasube Ichibe, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It's only natural. I intend to overthrow that exalted king, to stand atop the heavens, seated upon the throne overlooking all beings. He openly displayed his grand ambition, as if aiming to encompass everything in existence. Though he remained still, his muscles tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment. Despite his understanding of the monk before him, he refused to rely on the unpredictable whims of others. Only his own fists provided the firmest assurance. Hayasobe Ichibe, however, appeared oblivious to the looming danger. He sat serenely, a chilling smile curling his lips. Do you not wish to destroy this world? Or perhaps you harbor some mad desire to return it to chaos? Masatsuki snorted derisively, a mocking laugh escaping him. Are you insane? Why would I want to destroy the world? Isn't it better to spend time with those lonely women? Why waste time destroying the world? Ichibe's smile deepened. He parted his lips as if to speak, but merely shook his head in resignation. I see. Nonetheless, your attempt to overthrow His Majesty the Soul King cannot be ignored by me, a royal agent. As he spoke, Ichibe's smile faded, and he slowly rose to his feet. To replace that supreme being requires more than mere words. Allow me to see if you possess the qualities of a king. His expression darkened, and a powerful aura erupted from him, filling the space with an oppressive force. He extended his hand toward Masatsuki's shoulder. Yet, with a swift movement, Masatsuki sidestepped, retreating several paces to evade the grasp effortlessly. Ichibe glanced at his empty hand, surprise flickering across his face. In the next instant, his eyes sharpened, widening with intimidating intensity. He lunged forward like a predatory tiger, closing the distance between them with astonishing speed, both hands reaching out. Masatsuki chose not to retreat further. Instead, he surged forward, closing the gap in a blink. A massive palm aimed for him, but he raised his hand, intercepting the attack with precision. With a muffled impact, veins bulged on Ichibe's right hand as he staggered back several steps, involuntarily. He looked down at his trembling, cracked arm, eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. As one who had transformed his body into the Oken, fortified by the Soul King's power, he should have been invulnerable. Yet, a seemingly simple palm strike from Masatsuki had nearly rendered his right arm useless. Undeterred, Masatsuki withdrew his slender hand slightly before launching a powerful punch. This strike, imbued with immense force, hurtled mercilessly toward Ichibe, connecting with resounding impact. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, The Boss is Dead. There was a sharp crack, and Ichibe Hayasobe's sternum caved in instantly. His whole body was sent flying backward. But on closer inspection. There was a sharp crack, and Ichibe Hayasobe's sternum caved in instantly. His whole body was sent flying backward. But on closer inspection, it became clear, at the moment the punch landed, a large hand had already moved in front of him, absorbing most of the impact. No wonder he was the leader of the Zero Division. That reaction speed was no joke. With a heavy thud, Ichibe Hayasobe slammed into the wall, knocking down the calligraphy and ink paintings hanging there. Dust billowed up in an instant, clouding the view. Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes. Ryatsu surged through his body, radiating a soft glow as he stepped forward, preparing to finish the job. Just then, a burly figure burst out from the smoke, and a foot came flying straight at him. Ichibe Hayasobe reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block the kick. There was a loud bang, even heavier than before. The force crushed his arms against his chest, as if trying to embed them there. His whole body was launched again like an arrow, soaring thousands of meters before crashing deep into the ground. What incredible strength! Ichibe Hayasobe rose from the crater, crouching low. He flexed his hands slightly, the joints cracking with each movement. His left hand trembled uncontrollably. A deep, bloody hole had opened in the center of his palm, blood gushing out in a steady stream. It dripped from his fingertips like spilled paint, tracing a vivid crimson path. The bones in both arms were nearly pulverized, shattered into what seemed like countless tiny fragments. All of it caused by just one punch and one kick. They locked eyes. No one asked the obvious, foolish question. Were they going to continue? As another drop of blood splattered onto the cold floor, blooming into a red flower, Ichibe Hayasobe suddenly moved. His figure flickered like a ghost, black Ryatsu surging beneath his feet like a tide, spreading outward. Without hesitation, he thrust his wounded arm into the ground, as if searching for a hidden source of power. At the same time, Masatsuki Aozaki shifted slightly, instantly crossing thousands of meters and charging toward Ichibe Hayasobe at blinding speed. His palm transformed into a sharp blade, slicing downward with deadly force. Ichibe Hayasobe responded just as fast. He brought his fingers together and slammed his palm forward. Senritsu Tensho. Heavenly passing palm of the thousand ri. In a flash, a massive palm formed from Ryatsu appeared out of thin air, slamming down hard on Masatsuki Aozaki's hand blade. But Masatsuki Aozaki's attack didn't stop. His hand blade sliced through at incredible speed, cleaving the giant palm cleanly in two. Just then, Ichibe Hayasobe vanished once more into the inky blackness of his Ryatsu. The next moment, Masatsuki Aozaki's hand blade struck the handle of a giant brush. This was no ordinary weapon. It was Ichibe Hayasobe's Zanpakutō. And at that moment, Ichibe Hyasub's body began to change. His injuries healed instantly, as if he had never been hurt. He tilted the brush handle, lifting the blade in one smooth motion. The tip of the brush grazed past Masatsuki Aozaki. Suddenly, Masatsuki Aozaki frowned, staring at his arm in confusion. What was going on? There was no pain. No sensation at all. Could it be the Zanpakutō's ability hadn't activated? Seeing the shift in his expression, Ichibe Hyasub clearly misunderstood and grinned. Ha ha ha, figured it out, huh? I don't cut flesh, I cut names. That's the power of Ikemonji. Anything struck by this brush will have its power halved, and its name split in two. In other words, the name, Masatsuki Aozaki, was just cut in half. Now, you're just Masatsuki. With a twisted smile, Ichibe Hyasub swung his giant brush down at Masatsuki Aozaki once more. But Masatsuki didn't back away. Instead, he suddenly sprang into action. He raised his arm swiftly and forcefully blocked the descending brush. Yet again, even as it struck his arm, he felt no pain, no strange sensation, and his strength hadn't diminished at all. Though it was odd, Masatsuki didn't stop. In battle, there was no room for hesitation. He clenched his right fist without pause and launched a fierce punch forward. Ichibe Hyasub's eyebrows shot up, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his face. Was this some reckless attempt at trading blows? But after being hit twice by Ikemonji, Masatsuki's power should have been down to just a quarter. How could he possibly harm the Oken-enhanced body? Then, all of a sudden, he realized something was wrong, very wrong. As Masatsuki's fist closed in, Hyasub felt a terrifying force within it. The overwhelming pressure made his entire body tremble. This power was even greater than before. He immediately tried to retreat, putting everything into pulling back from Masatsuki. But Masatsuki was faster. His fist pierced into Hyasub's body like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Masatsuki unleashed a long-unused technique from his original style. Ikatsu. Boom. The full force of the punch exploded against Ichibe Hyasub's body. The sheer impact swallowed him whole in an instant. Urgh. The searing pain ripped a scream from Ichibe Hyasub's throat, a scream he hadn't let out in hundreds of thousands of years. At that moment, the other 4 members of the Zero Division, having sensed the disturbance, finally arrived. Kiryu Hikifune and Senjimaru Shitara had rushed over to stop Ichibe Hyasub after learning he was about to fight Masatsuki. But what they hadn't expected was to witness this, Masatsuki Aozaki slamming a brutal punch straight into Hyasub's stomach. In an instant, the upper half of Ichibe Hyasub's body detonated like a bomb, shredded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. His lower body remained standing for a few seconds, swaying, then collapsed weakly to the ground. Chunks of flesh scattered across the floor, blood splattering like blooming crimson flowers. Oi, 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 what the hell did you do to yourself? You've gotta be kidding. Otsunomiya stood dumbfounded, jaw slack, face full of disbelief. Tenjiro Kirinji, holding his oar-like Zanpakutō, was equally stunned into silence. Ichibe Hyasub, dead. Since the founding of the Zero Division, this was the first time anyone had left him in such a wretched state. Even during internal spars, no matter how serious, no one had ever managed to injure him, not even once. Even Otsunomiya, second only to the monk in seniority, had never posed a real threat to him. But Masatsuki Aozaki. This guy had done what none of them ever could. Have the Gotei 13 captains become this terrifying now? Looking down at the carnage, Masatsuki spoke casually. Baldy's done for. So, who's taking me to the Soul King Palace? Kid, you just killed our leader. Shouldn't you at least pretend to be a little shaken? Kirinji scoffed, frowning. We're royal guards, you know. Sure, you killed the big monk, clearly stronger than us, but you could at least show some respect. Masatsuki replied, he's not dead for good. Just hurry up and decide, we're running out of time. The Zero Division members exchanged glances. It didn't seem like Masatsuki was planning to invade the Soul King Palace. No wonder that guy told me to always be ready. I'll take you. Otsunomiya let out a sigh and awkwardly raised his hand. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 380, Chapter 380, sounds impressive when said out loud. Seireitei's shadows, the Wandenreich. The sky was dark as night, cloaked in a heavy gloom. Along the wide road stretching from the wilderness. Seireitei's shadows, the Wandenreich. The sky was dark as night, cloaked in a heavy gloom. Along the wide road stretching from the wilderness to Silburn, rows of Shinigami stood in formation, an unusual sight for this land. Among them were numerous members of the Kido Corps. Their presence raised questions. Was this an invasion? Or did they have another purpose? But the truth was far more complex. This was a mission of vengeance. A 1,000-year-old blood debt was about to be settled. At the front of the formation stood an elderly man with a long beard, his face calm and composed, yet grave. Flanking him on both sides were a man and a woman, standing like guardians beside the seemingly frail elder. Captain Commander. Jin Ichimaru quietly approached and bowed respectfully. A small squad is approaching ahead, about 20 of them. They look like Quincy from the Wandenreich. Most likely a patrol unit. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing through them. He didn't answer right away and simply waited in silence. Then, another voice cut in from behind, brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. Finally. An enemy to fight. It was Zaraki Kenpachi, and the eager hunger in his voice was unmistakable. Only 20. That's too few, he said with a hint of disappointment. But I've been itching for a good fight. Let me handle it. Very well, they're yours, the old man finally spoke, his voice steady and commanding. Go. With that, Zaraki Kenpachi led several subordinates forward, quickly breaking off from the main force. Their figures receded into the distance as they closed in on the Quincy patrol. These guys are sloppy. Their Ryatsu isn't strong either. Doesn't look like they've noticed us yet. Frowning, Iasegawa Yumichika gripped the hilt of his blade and muttered. Exactly 20. That should be them. Zaraki Kenpachi slowed to a halt, drew his Zanpakutō, and paused for a moment to listen to the faint jingling of the bells in his hair. Then he sneered. We're deep in enemy territory now, right? No need to leave anyone alive, we can kill them all, yeah. Before Yumichika could respond, Zaraki had already rushed ahead. Madarame Ikaku was the first to react, shouting to Yumichika. No way I'm missing out on this. I'm going too. Hurry up, Yumichika. You guys. Yumichika barely got a word out before the two were already gone. Who's there? The sudden appearance of Zaraki and Ikaku left the Quincy stunned. They reacted quickly, but against these two ferocious Shinigami, their resistance was futile. As Zaraki approached, the leading Quincy shouted sharply, raising his reishi bow in warning. Who are you? That outfit. Shinigami. You dare step into our territory. You're looking to die. The other Quincy around him followed suit, raising their reishi weapons. Zaraki's eyes lit up with joy, and he sped up. Opponents who fight back, that's what makes it fun. For some reason, Minos attacks had become rare in Soul Society lately, and Shinigami weren't allowed to kill freely. But these Quincy. Fair game. And if he got a pat on the back from the Captain Commander for it? Even better. A reward fight, just the way he liked it. Zaraki swung his Zanpakutō, each strike brimming with deadly power. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. All he wanted was to cut down every single enemy before him. Meanwhile, Madarame Ikaku weaved through the crowd with agile footwork and precise strikes, his Hosokamara glinting with cold steel. Watching the fierce battle unfold, Yumichika let out a long sigh. He knew there was no stopping those two. All he could do was follow. Under the onslaught of Zaraki and Ikaku, the Quincy were cut down one after another. Though they outnumbered them, it didn't matter, before these two Shinigami, numbers meant nothing. As time passed, more and more Quincy fell in pools of blood. The battlefield had become a slaughterhouse. Shinigami forces. Shunsui Kairaku felt the surge of Ryatsu from afar and exclaimed with exaggerated awe. No matter how many times I feel it, this Ryatsu is still terrifying. To Yamamoto's left, Retsu Unohana lightly rested her hand on her Zanpakutō, then glanced back. This time, 4 divisions had mobilized to declare war on the Wandenreich, the 1st, 4th, 8th, and 11th divisions. The first 3 brought most of their squad members, while the 11th had deployed its entire force, except for its captain. That was why their overall numbers were limited. The operation was personally led by Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami of the past 1,000 years. Even without the 11th Division's captain, Masatsuki Aozaki, they still had 4 captain-class combatants. And with veterans like Retsu Unohana and Shunsui Kairaku, both experienced and formidable, Yamamoto couldn't imagine losing to foes he had once defeated. So he entrusted Jushiro Yukitake and Isshin Shiba with temporary command of the Gotei 13, leaving them to guard Seireitei alongside several weaker captains. In the distance, a barren city began to come into view. Though filled with buildings, it looked desolate, hardly a soul in sight. Yamamoto exhaled deeply, almost to himself. All grudges will end today. Retsu Unohana furrowed her brow and asked in a low voice. Captain Commander, do you truly not need the Shinyaku? I have no need to borrow the power of hollows. You don't actually believe those defeated scraps could force me to use my Bankai, do you? Yamamoto stared into the distance, let out a cold chuckle, and shook his head. I didn't think you'd go soft too. Relying on something like this. Did that damn disciple of mine rub off on you? I don't remember you as the kind of woman to be so spineless. Though his tone was full of mockery, there wasn't the slightest trace of malice. If anything, there was a hint of satisfaction. Yes, she was a killer, but aside from her bloodlust, she was flawless in every respect. Among all the captains of the Gotei 13 since its founding, including the original, plenty had admired her. And now, she had been taken by his own disciple. When he finally went to hell, he'd have something to boast about to the old crowd. That woman you couldn't catch or beat. She picked my disciple. What a flex. That troublesome brat was occasionally useful after all. Now he just hoped everything up there was going smoothly. Yamamoto sighed, a flicker of regret crossing his mind. Maybe he should have waited a bit longer before making his move. If something happened up above, there was nothing he could do now. Meanwhile, Retsu Unohana quietly thought to herself. I don't actually need it. But she didn't say it aloud. Exposing her hollowification now might cause trouble for that kid. So, she kept her silence. As for the Shinyaku, it had been publicly released by Mayuri Kuratsuchi after the attack on Rojuro Odoribashi. He'd put on a show of studying it for a few days before presenting it as an official measure. To take down Rojuro Odoribashi, the Quincy had even used metallizing. Probably because Masatsuki had infiltrated once before, and thinking their intel was compromised, they decided there was no point hiding anymore. If they leveraged that kind of tech and intel gaps to deal with the Shinigami, it would definitely be a major headache. With that in mind, Retsu Unohana stepped a bit closer to Yamamoto. Not out of concern for the old man's safety, she had several bottles of Shinyaku on her. If he lost his bankai due to carelessness or some mishap, she could chuck the stuff at him like it cost nothing. That old man's bankai was a double-edged sword. One misstep, and it could trigger a world-ending crisis. She wasn't planning to die just yet. She still wanted to clash blades with Masatsuki Aozaki for a few more years. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 381, Chapter 381, Save the World with Me. Soul King Palace, within the Soul King's inner sanctum. Having encountered no further resistance along the way, Masatsuki Aozaki passed through several layers of barriers, making his way toward the throne of heaven. Finally, after overcoming countless obstacles, he crossed the front approach to the Soul King's palace and stepped into the inner sanctum. Otsunomiya stood at the gate, gave a small wave, and turned to leave. Masatsuki Aozaki pushed open the doors and entered. A grand palace stretched before him, its interior suffused with an air of mystery. He walked forward slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the empty hall. You've finally come. The voice came from afar, gentle and kind like a spring breeze, yet imbued with a majesty that allowed no irreverence. Masatsuki Aozaki looked toward the sound and saw a figure appear in his view. A man sat casually on the steps, dressed in a flowing white robe styled after ancient Greek, pure, clean, with not a trace of other color. His short black hair was neatly trimmed, his face ordinary yet well-defined. But his deep eyes, each with 4 pupils glowing faintly, were unmistakable. A symbol of divine authority. Masatsuki Aozaki recognized him instantly. He was the sole god of this world. Yet there were no attendants at his side, no divine radiance surrounding him. He simply sat there, quietly, beside a massive crystal. Within the crystal was a limbless man, identical in appearance to the one beside him. A clone. An illusion. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't tell, at least not yet. Sit wherever you like. The man spoke again. His voice carried a strange magic, soothing and disarming. Though this should have been their first meeting, for some reason, Masatsuki Aozaki felt an odd familiarity, as if he'd seen him before. He locked eyes with the man, trying to pull the answer from memory. In a flash, it hit him. That plain, unremarkable middle-aged man from his dream. Exactly the same. Confusion filled Masatsuki Aozaki's mind. Those 4 glowing pupils were so distinctive, how had he not recognized him before? He looked up at the man, who sat with an almost casual ease. Yet from him radiated a sacred, comforting aura, like a kind god descending to the mortal world. Then, a soft voice reached him again. Ah, forgive me. It's been quite a while. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm what you all call the Soul King. My name is Yahweh. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly lowered his head, just as Yahweh offered a faint, apologetic smile, seemingly on behalf of the impoliteness just shown. As Masatsuki looked down, Yahweh's 4 sacred pupils softened with a light smile, his tone warm and sincere. Your caution is well placed. But even so, I hope you can trust that I mean you no harm. Masatsuki Aozaki plopped down beside him, as if reuniting with an old friend after years apart. He pouted a bit and asked with a casual, even cheeky tone. So why didn't you go with the whole dream trick routine this time? I appreciate your confidence in my abilities. But I'm sorry, long ago, I lost the power to interfere with you that way. Yahweh turned his gaze away from Masatsuki Aozaki, resting a hand gently on the massive crystal behind him. His eyes, those four glowing pupils, seemed to be watching the entire world. So why did you want to meet me this time? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. Yahweh didn't answer immediately. Instead, he posed a seemingly unrelated question. Do you know how I was born? Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. He honestly had no idea, and there hadn't been any clues in the original story. Yahweh smiled and replied calmly. There was once an enormous hollow in this world, far larger than any you've ever seen. It endlessly devoured souls, greedily consuming everything in existence. Eventually, it became so massive that its very presence threatened the world itself. And so, I was born. No father, no mother, no past, no future. I was born of the world itself. My power is the world's power. I stand before all for the sake of this world. The meaning of my existence is this world. He looked at Masatsuki with sincere eyes. So, Masatsuki, I ask you, join me in saving this world. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked in disbelief, pointing at himself. Me. Had he misheard? The Soul King, asking him for help to save the world. If Yahweh had to ask for help, that meant the situation was beyond even his reach. What was the difference between this and some demon king telling his henchmen to go deal with a monk and his disciples on their journey to fetch scriptures from the West? What kind of trouble could be serious enough for you to come ask me? Don't tell me it's Yawatch again. Masatsuki scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. It wasn't that he looked down on Yawatch, but with his scrawny frame, Yawatch didn't seem like someone who could go toe-to-toe with the Soul King. Yahweh replied slowly, Yawatch. He's just a wayward child. Then his tone turned grave. This time, the trouble comes from outside the world. Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto's cane had already transformed into a long sword sheathed in brown. He rested both hands on the hilt, his gaze cold and resolute. Exterminate the traitors. His low voice carried boundless killing intent. Without giving the Quincy a chance to resist, blades clashed in a flash, slicing through their bodies in an instant, splattering still warm droplets of blood. Steel unsheathed, enemies destroyed. Up ahead, his students and subordinates had already engaged the enemy in fierce combat. The Quincy had clearly not expected any Shinigami to make it this deep into their territory and were caught completely off guard. After all, not every Quincy was part of the Sternritter. The outer ranks were poorly prepared and quickly suffered devastating losses. But the Shinigami showed no mercy. They weren't leaving survivors. Even the wounded Quincy who had lost their ability to fight were swiftly finished off, cold and efficient. Those who could still fight were shocked and enraged. They grabbed their reishi bows and fired arrows into the sky. The arrows exploded midair, scattering into countless glowing particles of spirit energy. Don't panic. Reinforcements are on the way. Just hold the line. Don't let those Shinigami reach Silburn. One Quincy shouted, trying to rally his comrades. Kenpachi Zaraki burst out laughing, the blade in his hand gleaming with a deadly light. He pointed into the distance, as if his sword could pierce the heavens. His voice was loud, wild, and full of taunting energy as it echoed through the air. Silburn, huh? That castle sounds pretty important. I wonder if there's someone stronger waiting for me there. Not far away, a Quincy roared furiously. Damn it. Just a bunch of Shinigami, and they dare look down on us. Before he could finish, Kenpachi Zaraki spun around. With a backhanded swing, a wave of razor-sharp sword pressure cut through the air and struck the Quincy dead on. You talk too much. In a fight, you come at me. You don't stand there whining like a coward. Zaraki's mouth twisted into a savage grin. His jagged Zanpakutō flashed with icy light, and each swing brought a violent gust that cut down enemy after enemy without pause. Chapter 382, Praise the Brave. Come on. Bring more. Kenpachi Zaraki roared, eyes blazing with a wild, bloodthirsty gleam. I'm getting fired up. Don't disappoint me. Don't you dare back down. What a damn lunatic. His words hit the Quincy like a blade, piercing straight into their pride, their arrogance, their contempt for the Shinigami. Now they clenched their teeth, eyes burning with fury. Since joining the Gotei 13, Kenpachi Zaraki had mostly cut down weak hollows, at best, a jillion. Occasionally, he'd wander into Rukongai and hunt down some reckless drifters. It was a bloody life, but for Kenpachi, it was exactly what he craved. He lived for the thrill of fighting strong opponents, that rush of teetering on the edge of life and death. But in recent years, there had been fewer and fewer Minos breaking into Soul Society. And sparring with fellow Shinigami? You could never really let loose. He was itching for a real fight. Amid the hail of arrows, Mashiro Kuna charged like a wild stallion through the storm. Clad in the Shihoin clan's metal armor, the barrage of reishi arrows bounced off her like raindrops, barely enough to scratch an itch. Nearby, 3 Quincy scrambled to raise their long swords, bracing for her assault. But Mishiro's fists crashed down like a raging storm. In a blur of motion, the three were pulverized, flesh torn apart, bodies left a mangled mess. The surrounding Quincy stared in horror, then roared in fury. Everyone, attack together. Kill them. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel tore through the air. A dozen Quincy were run clean through by a blade stretching dozens of meters. With a light flick, the blade swept across, bisecting their bodies and spraying blood in every direction. Through it all, Jin Ichimaru stood with his usual calm expression. Then, from beneath him, a wave of cold surged upward. Several Quincy nearby let out piercing screams before being flash-frozen into a grotesque, conjoined ice sculpture. Not far away, a young white-haired boy stood in silence. The Shinigami are sending kids to the battlefield now. What are you all waiting for? Keep firing. One Quincy shouted the order without hesitation. Arrows rained down again, but the white-haired boy gripped the chain at the end of his blade tightly in both hands. With a powerful swing, the sword spun rapidly, condensing a massive, circular wall of ice before him. It formed just in time, blocking the full barrage. So the stuff Masatsuki taught actually comes in handy. Toshiro Hitsugaya muttered with a smirk. Then, with biting sarcasm, he added. But I thought Proud Quincy didn't do sneak attacks. Bastard. The Quincy's were enraged by his mocking tone. They raised their reishi sabers and surged forward, charging straight at Hitsugaya. At that moment, Ryusuke and Izumo led the seated officers and foot soldiers in a swift counter-encirclement. Lieutenant Hitsugaya, look out. Ryusuke shouted, cleaving downward with his blade, slicing a Quincy's head nearly in half. Izumo was just as fierce, throwing himself into the fray and cutting down enemies with precision. One Quincy raised a metal round shield glowing with blue reishi to block. But Izumo's swordsmanship was ruthless. With a twist of the wrist, he swept his blade across the shield, knocking it aside. In the same motion, he carved a deep gash into the Quincy's arm, then spun and slit his throat. Without pause, he continued slashing through the enemies around him. The 11th Division knew their mission: eliminate every Quincy. They had no time to wonder whether these Quincy were good or evil in daily life, innocent or covered in blood. On the battlefield, thinking too much would get you killed. The only thing that mattered was this. They were the enemy. Damn it, why haven't the Stern Ridders arrived yet? The Quincy stared in terror at the blood-soaked battlefield, panic rising in their eyes. The braver ones tried to resist, while those too terrified dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. But whether they resisted or pleaded, the executioners of the 11th Division had no intention of sparing them. This was war. Among the Gotei 13, no division understood war better than the combat-hardened 11th. Show no mercy, hesitation only gets your comrades killed. Our comrades can only be defeated by our own hands. That's the creed Captain Masatsuki laid down for the 11th Division. So die, Quincy. Aside from Yamamoto and Retsu Unohana, who were temporarily observing the battle, even the 1,000-year veteran Shunsui Kairaku had stepped onto the field. Captain-level Shinigami led their squads like ravenous wolves, launching an unrelenting assault. Their forms darted like lightning, blades gleaming with deadly light. Each swing unleashed a spray of blood, cutting down enemies without mercy. They advanced steadily toward Silburn, a black tide that could not be stopped. However, despite the Shinigami's fierce momentum, their numbers were still limited. Against the enemy's human wave tactics, the pressure was mounting. More Quincy reinforcements poured in from all directions, their numbers swelling. Arrows rained down like a storm, saturating the air. Each arrow was infused with powerful Riryoku, posing a serious threat to the Shinigami. Strangely, though, despite their overwhelming numbers, not a single Quincy with captain-level Ryatsu had appeared. Shunsui Kairaku knew the Wandenreich had captain-class Quincy's. Rojuro Odoribashi had lost to one. Even without his Bankai, he wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state unless he'd faced a powerhouse. Now, he was still recovering in the 4th Division. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A storm of reishi arrows came pouring down. Shunsui Kairaku and Toshiro Hitsugaya swung their Zanpakutō, summoning wind and ice to block the barrage. But there were just too many. Even with their full strength, some arrows slipped through, wounding the Shinigami. In truth, the Quincy had far more mid-level seated officers than the Shinigami. That made these arrows a serious threat. The only reason the Shinigami could push forward so quickly was because captain-level fighters were leading the charge from the front. The most eye-catching among them was Kenpachi Zaraki. He tore into the enemy lines like a wild beast, charging headfirst into the arrow storm, swinging his massive blade with savage force. SHHK. 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 The sounds of flesh being torn apart, blades clashing, roars and screams all mingled into chaotic symphony. Kenpachi Zaraki, cloaked in black and drenched in blood, stood surrounded by the mangled corpses of over a dozen enemies. The crazed beast panted heavily, the hand gripping his sword trembling slightly, not from exhaustion but from excitement. It had been far too long since he'd felt the thrill of such unrestrained carnage. His enemies weren't strong, but they were better than nothing. When he saw a Quincy still clutching his sword, trembling but standing firm, Zaraki nodded with satisfaction. No retreat. Weak, but not without courage. And for that, his bravery deserved praise. In that moment, the wild beast regained his clarity, but not his speed. His sword continued its deadly arc without pause. Splat. To die by the sword, that was the highest praise one could offer the brave. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, Zanka no Tachi. Again. Kenpachi Zaraki let out a roar, pouring all his strength into a swing of his long sword. It was as if he had become that ferocious beast once more. Before the Quincy's could react, a sharp slicing sound echoed through the air, the unmistakable sound of flesh and bone being cut. They were long used to that sound, but this time, it was startlingly clear. Agonizing pain spread through their bodies. Some were slashed in the back, some stabbed in the waist, others had their throats sliced open. Though the injuries varied, none of them escaped the same fate, they all collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, the outer defenses have nearly collapsed. The intruders are about to reach Silburn. Open the sanctuary. Tell Gerard to prepare. I will go meet my old friend myself. Yes, sir. Before the throne of the Quincy King, Hashwalth knelt on one knee, slowly raising his head. They were now less than 250 meters from the gates of Silburn. Amidst the ruins, the advancing Shinigami abruptly halted. At the front of the line stood Yamamoto, gripping his katana. His gaze was icy and razor-sharp. Standing before him was a middle-aged man with black hair and a black beard. Just as the man opened his mouth to speak, Yamamoto's voice cut cold and clear across the battlefield. It's been 1,000 years, Yawatch. The man was none other than Yamamoto's old acquaintance from a millennium ago, the Quincy King, Yawatch. Yes, it's been a long time, Yamamoto Shigakuni. Yawatch replied with a calm, indifferent expression as his eyes swept over Yamamoto and the Shinigami behind him. It's been over 900 years, and to think you've grown so weak you now rely on others' power. What, the guy who used to hide among the corpses isn't here this time? Ridiculous. There's no longer any need to dirty Chojiro's hands. I alone am more than enough. With those mocking words, Yamamoto drew Ryujin Jaka. Boom. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, coiling around Yamamoto's body, sparks flying in every direction. Shirkai. Yamamoto stood engulfed in fire, but Yawatch remained unfazed. He spread his arms, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, scornful smile. 1,000 years ago, you weren't this arrogant. Yamamoto grinned, baring his white teeth in a feral smile that sent chills down the spine. I should be the one saying that to you. To show up before me alone, you're just asking for death. His voice dripped with murderous intent, sharp enough to pierce the soul. Today, I will end your life with my own hands. His eyes glinted with a ruthless light. He gripped Ryujin Jaka tightly, as if ready to strike down Yawatch at any moment. But just as he was about to swing, he suddenly hesitated for a brief instant. Noticing this, Yawatch sneered, the mockery in his voice thick with contempt. What's wrong, Yamamoto Shigakuni? Are you afraid to strike? You troublesome brat, look what you've done, letting your master be underestimated like this. Yamamoto glanced up at the sky out of the corner of his eye. Even though he knew this wasn't Seireitei and there was nothing above, he still couldn't help but look. With a deep sigh, he turned to Retsu Unohana and said, Captain Unohana, hand it over. Retsu Unohana understood instantly. Without hesitation, she took out a shinyaku and tossed it to him. Yamamoto caught it with one hand and swallowed it on the spot, not even bothering to look. What's there to worry about, medicine from his disciple's wife? Of course it's trustworthy. Sure enough, the moment it went down, he felt a faint, hollow-like force stirring in his abdomen. But with no signs of hollowification appearing, he was able to relax. Captain Commander, that medicine doesn't need to be taken orally. Just keeping it on your person is enough. Why didn't you say that earlier? You two must be cursed, how is one more unreliable than the other? Yamamoto couldn't help but glance over at her, his expression seeming to ask. Am I really going to die at your hands instead of Yawatch's? But Unohana looked completely unconcerned. She waved a hand and signaled him to relax. It's fine, Captain Commander. Taking it orally works too. You might just get some diarrhea in a couple of days. Hearing that, Yamamoto finally let out a breath of relief. Embarrassing. Maybe. But it was still better than dying. In the next instant, Yamamoto flashed forward and appeared right in front of Yawatch. Without hesitation, he brought his blazing blade down. Yawatch's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile as he said quietly. Shirkai. You think that alone is a threat to me? He swiftly reached out, grabbed the Quincy cross, and transformed it into a sharp reishi longsword, effortlessly blocking the powerful strike. Yawatch sneered coldly. Is this all you've got? You've grown old, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Yamamoto responded in a low growl. Is that so? Then watch closely as I destroy you, flesh and soul, until nothing remains but dust. Before he finished speaking, the flames on Yamamoto's sword abruptly vanished, as if swallowed by an unseen force. Yawatch's expression shifted in surprise, a trace of unease stirring within him. But Yamamoto's eyes remained cold. He gripped the scorched, ancient blade tightly in his hand. Wisps of fire and smoke rose slowly from the sword's surface, emanating a suffocating intensity. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. Yamamoto's voice rang out, cold and resolute, like a divine bell tolling judgment. Zanka no Tachi, flames sealed within the blade. One swing ends everything. The sword of great flames, reducing all it touches to ashes. I've missed this. Yawatch spread his arms and laughed aloud, recalling their battle centuries ago, the memory of that overwhelming flame sword still vivid in his mind. Zanka no Tachi, Higashi, Kyokujitsujin. Longsword of the remnant flame, east, rising sun edge. Yamamoto didn't waste a single word. He swung his blade fiercely. A scorching slash tore through the air, surging toward Yawatch with devastating force. Yawatch twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the ground beneath him was instantly gouged open, a deep trench marking the path of the strike. You clearly grazed the edge of my cloak, yet there was no explosion. Is this different from the power I saw 900 years ago? No matter. It might be strong, but as long as I don't touch the blade directly, I just need to cut you down. Yawatch's lips curled into a smug smile. The moment his words ended, his figure vanished, as if he had dissolved into the air. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Yamamoto, his reishi blade gleaming with killing intent. The difference in Ryatsu makes your supposedly terrifying attacks laughable. A slash that doesn't land is meaningless, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Yawatch mocked, contempt flashing in his eyes. He didn't hesitate, his blade sliced straight toward Yamamoto's back. But just as it was about to hit, his expression twisted in shock. His Quincy blade melted on contact, completely disintegrated the moment it struck. Before him, Yamamoto was ablaze. Both his body and blade radiated like a searing, blinding sun. Zanka no Tachi, Nishi, Zanjitsu Goki. Longsword of the Remnant Flame, West, Remnant Sun Prison Garb. Chapter 384, Chapter 384, The Sacred Domain. Humph. Under Yamamoto's mocking gaze, Yawatch's face darkened. He quickly stepped back, putting distance between them. You haven't changed at all since 900 years ago, still no progress. Yamamoto shouted and swung his blade down once more. With a deafening crash, the ground split apart beneath Yawatch's feet. A deep chasm yawned open, threatening to swallow him whole. Yawatch's eyes flashed with anger. Facing Yamamoto, who held the black tachi, he raised a hand and revealed a metallic disc. Metalize. But to his shock, the weapon remained firmly in Yamamoto's grip, the same pitch-black, ancient-looking tachi, unchanged. Yamamoto's gaze sharpened. He glanced briefly at the sword in his hand, then let out a quiet breath of relief. Internally, he marveled at the effectiveness of the Shinyaku. Didn't work. Yawatch's eyes widened in disbelief. He had expected his metalize ability to effortlessly steal Yamamoto's weapon, but clearly, things weren't going as planned. Furious, he hurled the broken blade in his hand. The moment it neared Yamamoto, it was instantly incinerated by the surrounding flames. His rage and shock were palpable. Even his body began to tremble. Seizing the moment, Yamamoto closed the distance, swinging his sword at Yawatch in a relentless assault. Wielding Zanka no Tachi and clad in Zanjitsu Goki, Yamamoto's offense and defense were more formidable than ever. Yawatch could do nothing but dodge. Yamamoto pressed the attack, blade after blade, forcing him back. Don't think you Quincy's are the only ones with tricks. Looks like you're out of cards. Today, I'll end you for good. No. Yawatch took a deep breath, trying to calm the fury churning within. Then Yamamoto drove Zanka no Tachi into the ground. In an instant, countless blackened skeletons erupted from the earth, surging toward Yawatch like a tide. Zanka no Tachi, Minami, Kaka Jumano Kushi Deizojin. Longsword of the Remnant Flame, South, Great Burial Ranks of the 10 Trillion Fire Dead. As he looked upon the familiar skeletal faces, Yawatch froze in place. His voice trembled as names slipped from his lips. Seidlitz. Algora. Hubert. These were comrades who had once fought by his side. You call yourself the head of the Shinigami, and yet you dare to command the dead. Yamamoto Shigekuni, you bastard. Yawatch roared in fury. But before he could finish, the black skeletons had already latched onto him, clawing and clinging to his body. At the same moment, Yamamoto's blade came down once again. Zanka no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. Longsword of the remnant flame, north, heaven and earth end in ashes. From several meters away, Yawatch was cleaved clean in two. His body arced through the air and crashed hard into the ground. Yamamoto stood silently, ice cold, gazing at the figure he had just sliced in half. But a second later, his pupils contracted sharply. He saw Yawatch's body begin to change. My strength wasn't enough. I'm terribly sorry, Your Majesty. You bastard. Who the hell are you? Yamamoto's eyes widened in shock as Yawatch's form suddenly morphed into an unfamiliar young man, with 3 eyes. In that instant, Yamamoto realized. He had been deceived. Yamamoto lifted his head, his fierce gaze locked onto the young man on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Fine. Whatever scheme you're playing, I'll cut it down myself. The sanctuary has opened too late. The 3-eyed man lying on the ground spoke with great difficulty. The moment his words fell, Yamamoto suddenly looked up. Around the distant castle, a golden barrier of reishi surged upward. So that's what this was. You were stalling for time. You really think so little of me? With a furious roar, Yamamoto raised his blade and slashed. Once again, the world seemed to ignite in flames and ash. A tall, blonde man leapt into the air to intercept the strike, but was instantly cleaved in half by the sheer force of Yamamoto's blow. Yet, to everyone's surprise, in the next instant, the blonde man reformed, and grew even larger than before. Roid, you useless failure. Completely worthless. But this is where it ends, Yamamoto Shigekuni. Gerard sneered, his face twisted with mockery and scorn. His eyes gleamed like a hungry wolf's, full of savage intent, ready to rip his enemy apart. Then he charged in at lightning speed. Seeing this, Yamamoto frowned, doubt flickering in his mind. That slash should have cut through the blonde man and continued straight into the golden barrier, but it hadn't. It was as if something had blocked it. Thoughts raced through his head as he tried to make sense of it, but his blade didn't stop. He unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. Gerard couldn't keep up. He was torn to pieces midair, his charred wounds too cauterized to even bleed. But as time passed, his body quickly regenerated and reassembled itself, and with each revival, he grew larger. In mere moments, he towered like a small mountain. Captain Commander, I'll handle this Quincy. You should head to Silburn. At that moment, Retsu Unohana's calm voice came from behind. Yamamoto nodded at once. Just as he was about to move, a figure shot out from the crowd. Everyone looked over, it was Kenpachi Zaraki. He soared into the air, a massive Zanpakutō slung over his shoulder, radiating overwhelming pressure. His eyes blazed with battle lust, a wild grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. In his hands was his fully released Zanpakutō, Nozarashi. He swung Nozarashi with full force, slamming it into the golden barrier. Each strike was packed with raw power and ferocity, shaking the very air around him. Back when he was in Rakangai, Kenpachi Zaraki had always suppressed his strength. That suppression dulled his connection to his Zanpakutō, he couldn't hear its voice, much less release it. His blade remained half-liberated. But to catch up with Masatsuki Aozaki, he'd long since stopped holding back. After decades of training under Yamamoto, he finally achieved Shirkai. This direct attack type Zanpakutō, Nozarashi, drastically amplified his offensive power upon release. Even so, it couldn't dent the golden barrier, not even a scratch. Zaraki was genuinely surprised. Yamamoto arrived moments later and followed up with a slash of Kyokujitsujin. When Zanka no Tachi makes direct contact, this move is even stronger than Tenchi Kaijin. But the expected shattering of the barrier never happened. Zanka no Tachi dulled, reverting to a regular katana upon impact. It couldn't move an inch further. What's going on? Yamamoto scowled and struck down a charging Quincy with a single punch. Lift your head and see for yourself, Yamamoto Shigekuni. At the sound of that familiar voice, Yamamoto's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked up. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 385, Chapter 385, The Theft of Divine Authority. A massive Quincy cross formation loomed above the entire city, with the very same pitch-black Tachi that had just been in Yamamoto's hand now suspended at its center. The blade radiated a terrifying, unending surge of power, releasing searing heat without restraint. Everything around it ignited in an instant, consumed by roaring flames. Screams of both Shinigami and Quincy echoed from every direction. Even the world itself seemed unable to endure the heat, it began to crack, break, and fall apart. To make matters worse, the corpses of fallen Quincies began to disintegrate, turning into streams of reishi. These streams surged toward both the golden barrier ahead and the ritual formation above. Are they using the power of Zanka no Tachi to destroy us, and the entire world, with it? Yamamoto didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the air, furiously striking with punch after punch. But the formation, built from the amassed reishi of countless quincies, only emitted a low humming sound. It didn't budge, it was as immovable as a mountain. Pointless struggle, Yamamoto Shigekuni. You'll vanish along with this world. From across the field, Yawatch stood with arms spread wide, smiling arrogantly at the old man hurling punches his way. Damn you, bastard. Yamamoto seethed with rage. The skin on his body blistered and peeled from the intense heat. Blood vessels burst one after another, blood boiling out, only to evaporate the moment it emerged. Watching him in such a state, Yawatch let out a loud, mocking laugh. That's enough, Gerard. You've done plenty. Yes, sir. Gerard roared with laughter, striding toward Silburn with heavy, thunderous steps. His mountain-sized body made the earth quake beneath him. Stop. Retsu Unohana, hair flowing wildly, shouted in fury. She raised her blade and struck at Gerard. Ha 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 ha. Though his flesh was ripped and bloodied, his white bones even exposed, Gerard still wasn't cut down. On the contrary, he grew even stronger, larger. Stomping across Quincy corpses, he laughed with open disdain. You're all going to be buried here, slain by Yamamoto's own Bankai. Give it up. That old man's already finished. You Shinigami and your feeble attacks only tickle me. They make me stronger. Who's going to stop me now? I will. The voice came from directly above. Who? Gerard froze mid-step, struggling to look up. Just then, a sudden scraping sound came from his waist. With a sharp clang, his body was split clean in two, top half and bottom half severed instantly. A loud thud followed, an enormous blade slammed into the ground in front of him, embedding itself deep into the earth. Ah! Gerard's mind blanked for a moment. As he tried to turn around again, a sharp, searing pain shot through his chest. Aha! A bone-chilling scream tore through the sky. The massive sword had pierced straight through him with overwhelming force, pinning him to the earth like an insect, utterly helpless beneath a crushing mountain of steel. The giant collapsed, as if struck down by divine judgment. His eyes widened in disbelief, and terror surged within him. Who could possess such monstrous strength? Did this person know how much damage Gerard had already absorbed, from the old men, from the Shinigami? Even the terrifying woman's assault now seemed weak in comparison. And yet now, he was impaled without resistance, completely immobilized. Who are you? Who the hell are you? He howled in rage. Pinned by the sword through his chest, he couldn't turn. All he could do was twist his head as far as he could, but he still couldn't catch a glimpse of the enemy in the sky. Refusing to accept it, he struggled to see their face. But no matter how hard he tried, he saw nothing. SHK. Without warning, the massive blade was wrenched from his chest. Blood gushed out in a torrent, splattering across the ground. Ah! Gerard let out a pained scream, bracing himself on the ground as he struggled to lift his head. At last, his surroundings came into focus. Not far away, Hashwalth was speaking in a low voice to His Majesty. The Emperor gave a silent nod in response. His gaze, cold and merciless, sent a chill down Gerard's spine. It passed through the golden barrier, landing directly on him. As the light around the barrier intensified, it became clear, the spatial transfer was about to begin. The sanctuary wasn't built for defense. It was a last resort method to transport Silburn, and preserve the Quincy forces. And now, Gerard found himself outside the city. Above, the ancient black Tachi continued to blaze in the sky. Was His Majesty abandoning him? Doubt and fear surged within Gerard. High above him, a small figure stood, looking down at him from the sky. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, but Gerard couldn't quite make it out. The figure smiled slightly and said, "What? It's only been a short while, don't tell me you've already forgotten me." It was him, the intruder who had taken Pernita. Gerard's eyes widened. Even through the searing pain, his mind raced. Why was Masatsuki Aozaki here? Wasn't he supposed to have gone to the Soul King Palace? And why was his recovery so slow? What was interfering with his miracle? Was it this man? No. He dismissed the thought. He was the Soul King's heart, the embodiment of the one true God in this world. How could some Shinigami brat suppress a miracle? Still, there was no time to dwell on it. Clutching his wound, Gerard let out a desperate howl, shouting a warning. Your Majesty, his eyes. Within the glowing Silburn, Yawatch narrowed his gaze, locking eyes with Masatsuki Aozaki. He noticed those bright pupils, exactly like his own from 1,000 years ago. Double pupils. Well, now, this is interesting. Yawatch said coolly, then turned silently within Silburn, as the city vanished with him inside. Looks like your masters abandoned you. Masatsuki Aozaki stood above, smiling as he held a blood-dripping Tachi in one hand. But don't worry. I won't abandon you, well, at least not your body. He descended slowly, step by step, toward Gerard. Gerard's expression turned grim. From Masatsuki Aozaki, he could feel a strange, unfamiliar force radiating outward. I see now, you bastard. You dared to steal divine authority. Gerard snarled through gritted teeth. Congratulations. You figured it out, but sadly, no prize. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice was dripping with mockery. He gave his blade a light flick in front of Gerard's eyes. The massive sword reappeared, and blood trickled down the edge, splattering onto the ground. Tenkin. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced off into the distance at the old man still punching with charred, blackened hands. He scoffed with irritation. An old geezer like that, instead of staying home and enjoying retirement, he ran out onto the battlefield, and got himself into a mess like this. This kind of job should have gone to Kairaku-senpai first. If things went south, he could have just pulled everyone back, waited for my return, and I'd take care of the rest. Why the hell did you insist on being the hero, old man? Shunsui Kairaku, so my life doesn't count anymore, huh? Masatsuki Aozaki's body dissolved into countless particles of light and scattered into the air. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Amanamanaka. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's body suddenly trembled. He felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned his head, and saw a familiar figure. That brat. What's he doing here? Masatsuki. Yamamoto's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his grinning apprentice. He never expected to see him here. Masatsuki should have been enjoying a peaceful life in the Soul King Palace. Did he sense the danger and escape early? Even so, this wasn't the place to come. The timing was all wrong. In his flustered state, Yamamoto even forgot the pain coursing through his body. He hurriedly said, I'll try to buy some time, get the others out of here, now. That was Zanka no Tachi, a Zanpakutō capable of destroying the world. He had used his Bankai earlier, confident in his victory. He'd let himself show off, unleashing every technique Zanka no Tachi had. Now the space around them was collapsing. In less than 30 seconds, everything would be annihilated. He and Shunsui Kairaku, who was running over from not far away, didn't matter. They could die. They were just a dying old man and a washed-up soldier. If they died, so be it. But Masatsuki Aozaki was stronger than he was. He might be able to defeat Yawatch. He was the future of the Soul Society, he absolutely couldn't die here. But Masatsuki Aozaki reached out, hoisted Yamamoto onto his shoulder, and smiled. Old man, you're way too old to be spouting cool lines like that. Leave this kind of thing to the younger ones. His tone was light, as if the crisis meant nothing to him. Yamamoto opened his mouth to warn him not to act tough. But before he could speak, he saw Masatsuki casually wave his hand, shattering the barrier that Yamamoto himself couldn't move. As the formation vanished, Zanka no Tachi slowly faded, and the searing heat in the air disappeared. Yamamoto was dumbfounded. The words stuck in his throat. Well. Didn't make you lose face, did I? Masatsuki grinned, full of pride. Seeing him do something he couldn't, Yamamoto did want to praise him. But the moment he saw that smug face, the urge vanished. He even instinctively felt like punching him. Yamamoto's old mouth opened slightly. After a moment, he grumbled. Not bad. Rumble. Suddenly, cracks split across the sky, space itself was about to shatter. Masatsuki. A woman's joyful shout. He turned his head. Shunsui Kairaku was leading a group toward them. The one who had called out was Mashiro Kuna. Masatsuki. Aozaki. Boss. Captain. Captain Masatsuki. Everyone rushed over and surrounded Masatsuki Aozaki and Yamamoto, voices filled with excitement. They had just seen Masatsuki defeat the unkillable giant, and it looked like he had even extinguished the stolen Bankai of the captain commander. It was nothing short of a miracle. This isn't the time to celebrate. The crisis wasn't over. Shunsui Kairaku, Retsu Unohana, and Jin Ichimaru remained the calmest. We need to find a way out. This shadow space won't hold for long. Even the Technology Development Bureau's tools don't work anymore. One after another, they laid out the current situation. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced around, waved his hand, and drew the Zanpakutō at his waist. Amanamanaka. Heavenly Ancestral Heart. After Masatsuki Aozaki left, Yahweh sat alone in the grand hall, surrounded by silence. The atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. Then, the doors slowly opened, and a bald man stepped inside. It was a Chibe Hyasub, who had supposedly died earlier. His steps were light and unhurried. Upon entering, he showed none of the deference expected of a vassal greeting his sovereign. Instead, like an old friend, he casually sat down beside Yahweh. Soul King, that kid didn't even say goodbye before leaving. Ichibe Hyasub asked with a grin. Yahweh gave a slight nod, answering plainly in just 4 words. Yes, he left. Well, it's probably for the best. Otherwise, I would have had to teach that brat a lesson. Went way too hard on me, sparring shouldn't almost cost me my life. Ichibe said with a chuckle. Then, with a sigh of relief, he added. Good thing he held back a bit and didn't destroy my 0 division ridden. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back to see your majesty. He let out a hearty laugh, as if completely unfazed by the fact that he'd just died once. Yahweh looked at him helplessly, shook his head, and said. Who told you to go provoke him? Ha ha ha. Well, it was such a big deal, I couldn't feel at ease without testing him myself. Ichibe scratched his head as he laughed. How did it feel, fighting him? Yahweh smiled warmly as he asked. He has the makings of a soul king. Is that so? Yahweh nodded, unsurprised by the answer. Ichibe grumbled. You already knew what I was going to say, so why bother asking? Yahweh replied calmly. Because if I didn't ask, you wouldn't have said it, right? Ugh. You've got me there. Ichibe fell silent for a moment. But still, to leave me completely helpless like that. Even putting aside the Hogyoku and your organs, that kid himself is terrifying. Ichibe paused, sighed deeply, then continued. But Soul King, are you really going to choose him? I remember you once said there were other ways, weren't there? Yahweh gave a soft chuckle and answered honestly. Yes. In fact, my original plan was to become human. Become human. Ichibe stroked his chin, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The great Soul King, wanting to become such a frail life form, no one would believe that. But he could tell from Yahweh's tone, he wasn't joking. Yahweh gently rested his hand on his throne, the massive crystal that bound his body, and spoke slowly. That's right, become human. Humans are born of Kishi and bring Reishi into the world. They are the foundation of existence, the most unique beings across the 3 realms, holding the greatest potential. To confront hell, my current power simply isn't enough. Or rather, it's precisely because I am who I am, that I can't. I was born of the world and possess its power, but that means I must also abide by its rules. From the moment the world came into being, hell has preyed upon it, a force more ravenous than hollows. If things go on like this, eventually, the world will be consumed. I can destroy hollows, but I can't destroy hell, because hell devours the world. That is a rule embedded in the very birth of this world, its truth. As the one who represents the world, I cannot interfere. I'm not allowed to. Becoming human is the only way to break that chain. Then if that path exists, why abandon it? Ichibe asked urgently. Because humans are still part of the world. No matter how great their potential, there's no guarantee they could overcome hell. Yahweh looked at him calmly, his gaze carrying a quiet, comforting strength. Are you really so sure he can succeed? Ichibe gradually calmed down. Yahweh shook his head. No, I'm not sure at all. But among all the possibilities I've considered, he offers the greatest hope. What kind of person is he, to earn your faith like that? I don't know. Just a guess, maybe he's the creator. The creator? You've got to be kidding, that kid isn't even a fraction of my age. Yahweh said nothing, quietly watching the sunset in the sky, just like any ordinary middle-aged men in the world. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, Acting on Convenience. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since the all-out assault on the Wandenreich, a battle that had shocked all of Seireitei and nearly wiped out the combat divisions. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the Shinigami across each squad, the post-war cleanup was finally nearing completion. Masatsuki Aozaki, who had displayed overwhelming power during the battle, naturally had no interest in handling such trivial aftermath. He went straight back to the Aozaki estate, clinging affectionately to his wives like glue. After all, they'd been apart for a month. He had dues to make up, or those women would never let him off the hook. So, for the past 10 days, Masatsuki had been working overtime, with no breaks, not even time to rest. However, that peaceful life didn't last long. One afternoon, as usual, Masatsuki had just stepped out of the Aozaki residence, pondering which wall would be best to climb over into the Shiba clan's backyard, when a member of the inner court troop suddenly flash-stepped in front of him. Captain Aozaki, the captain commander has issued an order, please report to the 1st Division immediately. Masatsuki blinked in surprise, then asked. When did this happen? Being stopped right at his doorstep. No way the old man sent someone to fetch him the moment he got home, right? Seriously, that geezer holed up in the basement all day, how would he even notice something like this? A quarter of an hour ago, the trooper replied swiftly. I couldn't find you in the 11th Division and was about to head to the Noble District when I saw you come out. Good timing. Otherwise, I'd be getting another earful. Masatsuki nodded. A quarter of an hour wasn't too bad, he hadn't kept them waiting long. Act on your own discretion. Yamamoto's thunderous voice exploded through the First Division barracks, shaking the air as if it could rattle all of Seireitei. Shinigami passing by were startled at first, but quickly brushed it off and went about their business as usual. Since Masatsuki Aozaki had become Yamamoto's disciple, outbursts like this had become routine. Even the later joined Kenpachi Zaraki had experienced similar lessons. Everyone had long gotten used to it, nobody found it surprising anymore. Inside the Captain Commander's office, Yamamoto glared at Masatsuki, eyes wide with fury, beard trembling as he roared. Say that again, what authority did the Soul King give you? It wasn't that he hadn't heard, it was just too unbelievable. Acting on your own discretion. He wasn't some ignorant fool, he knew exactly what those words meant. After all these years of self-discipline and cultivation, he could understand just fine. And that's why he knew, this authority was far too excessive. With the Soul King residing in the heavens, far from Seireitei, who would be able to rein this brat in from now on? Masatsuki grinned and replied cheerfully. Act on my own discretion. Ever heard of act first, report later, or royal prerogative? They're basically the same thing, a special privilege, you know, a privilege. He shook his head smugly, eyes gleaming with excitement. Put simply, in Seireitei, I can do whatever I want. So you'd better be nice to me, old man. Masatsuki wore an arrogant grin, clearly no longer placing any respect for Yamamoto, the Captain Commander. Not to mention acting without reporting first, even helping every beautiful girl in the Soul Society become an adult at once still falls under my discretionary authority. Yamamoto's face flushed bright red the moment he heard Masatsuki Aozaki's words. With a loud slam, he brought his hand down on the table, making the teacup jump and spill its contents onto the floor. I've never heard of such authority. This is absolute nonsense. Has the Soul King gone mad? Or has he lived so long that he's gone senile? Careful, old man. He might be listening. Masatsuki teased with a smirk. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Yamamoto quickly tried to cover his slip. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, this old man was really shameless. Still, remembering that Yamamoto had recently suffered serious injuries, and that Retsu had advised him to rest and recover, Masatsuki decided not to push his buttons any further. Yamamoto lifted a cup of hot tea, took a slow sip, and after calming himself, began to speak. His Majesty the Soul King granted you the right to act at your discretion as a sign of his deep trust. But you must never abuse that power. Do you understand the true weight of what it means? Relax, old man. I get what you're saying. We've been master and disciple for years, out of respect for that bond, I promise I won't act recklessly, at least not before you kick the bucket. Masatsuki waved his hand dismissively, as if offering reassurance. Yamamoto's eye twitched. This disciple of his was getting more and more out of line. That was clearly a curse. The brat was begging for a beating. But thinking it over, if he did try to hit him, he'd probably end up hurting himself instead. Maybe letting it slide this once wasn't the worst idea. After a moment of silence, Yamamoto shook his head lightly. I've already heard about what happened at the Soul King Palace. It's good that nothing went wrong, but that's not the only reason I called you here today. Masatsuki frowned impatiently. Then what is it? You're getting more long-winded with age, old man. Can't you just get to the point? Yamamoto didn't react to the disrespect. He poured a cup of tea and gently pushed it toward Masatsuki, then asked in a low voice. What do you know about the Quincy? Masatsuki answered confidently. Everything, inside and out. Yamamoto shot him a glare. Speak human language. Masatsuki shrugged helplessly. I know everything I'm supposed to know, and everything I'm not. Well, that figures. Anohana must have told you everything. Though their way of thinking rarely aligned, Yamamoto nodded in reluctant approval. Then he asked. So, what do you know about the Quincy in the world of the living? Masatsuki thought for a moment before replying. They've been at war with the Soul Society for hundreds of years. From the moment they meet, it's always a fight to the death. The bloodshed only stopped a little over a century ago. Do you believe the Quincy in the world of the living could be connected to this incident? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, his tone thick with suspicion. You mean, you suspect they're involved with the Wandenreich? Masatsuki's expression sharpened. Yamamoto continued. Before this war, I sent a unit to the world of the living to try negotiating with the Quincy there. But I didn't expect them to be so brazen. Not only did they refuse to cooperate, they even dared to attack us unprovoked. His voice sank, simmering with restrained fury. Many of our squad members were injured. Even now, several of them are still lying in 4th Division's infirmary. Though Yamamoto spoke calmly, his anger was unmistakable. Therefore, I've decided to leave this matter in the hands of your 11th Division. He slowly opened his eyes, the pressure radiating from him like a volcano on the verge of eruption, suffocating the air around them. Whether they're linked to the Wandenreich or not, they must pay the price. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, Assault. The world of the living, Karakura town, in the mountains behind a certain Western-style mansion. This secluded property had been purchased by a wealthy individual with extraordinary powers, designated as a private domain. Several hundred Quincy had gathered here, spanning various ages and genders. All wore Western-style attire and bore the Quincy cross, the symbol of their identity. They assembled in a forest clearing, all eyes fixed on the center of the crowd. Guards were posted in the surrounding woods, Quincy with spirit bows in hand, maintaining the barrier and staying on high alert for any disturbances. At the center stood a middle-aged man in white, delivering a solemn speech. His tone was earnest. Everyone, please hear me out. 100 years ago, we already suffered a crushing defeat. With our current strength, we still can't match Soul Society. And this time, we were the ones who broke the truce. The blame lies with us. If we continue down this mistaken path, it can only lead to our destruction. Soka Nishida's words made some of the Quincy falter, doubt flickering in their expressions as they began to reassess the situation. They knew the war that spanned centuries had claimed countless ancestors and loved ones. Their hatred for the Shinigami had only grown over time, but they also understood how terrifying the Shinigami truly were. That fear, the feeling of being utterly outmatched, was etched deep into their hearts. However, a different faction stood firm, burning with resolve. They had long cast aside reason, consumed by the need to vent the rage that had been bottled up for so long. Just then, an angry voice rang out. Soka Nishida. You coward. All you care about is preserving the pure bloodline of the Ishida family. That's right. You don't give a damn about us mixed-blood Quincy or our future. You're not fit to lead us. Another voice quickly chimed in. The only reason the Shinigami ever beat us was because they outnumbered us. Or have you all forgotten how easily we crushed them before? They were just, Soken tried to respond, but his voice was drowned out by the rising noise of the crowd. Shut it, you spineless coward. Get down here already. The crowd grew louder, more agitated by the second. Everyone, please calm down. Maybe the Shinigami aren't as bad as you think. If we just... A girl with orange hair stepped forward, trying to speak. Shut your mouth, Kurosaki bloodline trash. So what if you're pure blood? You're nothing but the remnant of a dying house. Know your place. You're just a mutt raised by the Ishida family. You've got no right to speak here. You people. At those words, the girl's eyes filled with tears. Soka Nishida could only sigh and shake his head, knowing nothing he said would reach them now. He quietly stepped down from the platform, gently placing his hand on the girl's head in comfort. But inside, his heart sank further, weighed down by helplessness and worry. These people had been blinded by hatred and fury, losing all sense of reason and judgment. And he no longer had the power to change that. All he could do was silently hope they wouldn't take things too far. We're proud Quincy. Why should we bow down to the Shinigami? Someone shouted angrily. It's time to strike back. Make those Shinigami pay in blood, another added. The sentiment quickly spread, Quincy around the clearing nodding, voicing their agreement. They believed that their previous defeat was only due to inferior numbers, forcing them to hide away in the world of the living. But now, after more than a century of rebuilding and recovery, the Quincy had grown stronger than ever. There was no longer any reason to obey the Shinigami's authority. Voices of support filled the air, drowning out the lone opposition, Soka Nishida. Soka Nishida. I heard from my elders that the original ceasefire agreement was led by the Ishida family, right? Someone suddenly posed the question. What? The Ishida family led it. Wasn't it agreed upon by all the Ect Quincy? Others asked in surprise. Ha! If you ask me, the Ishida family became the Soul Society's lapdogs 100 years ago, someone scoffed. Yeah, lapdogs. More voices joined in, their stares towards Soken growing increasingly hostile. If he hadn't been a pureblood Quincy with formidable power, someone would have already charged up there to take his head as a symbolic offering. Hearing the murmurs around him, Soken felt a deep pain in his heart. The war with the Shinigami a century ago had nearly wiped out the Quincy of the world of the living, leaving only a few hundred survivors. A Quincy with captain-level strength had to be pureblood, but being pureblood didn't guarantee that level of strength. So, while there had been pureblood Quincy families in the past, truly powerful Quincy were extremely rare. Since the Thousand-Year War, the gap in power between Quincy and Shinigami had only grown wider. Continuing the fight would only lead to extinction. That was why the Ishida family, along with a few other pureblood Quincy clans, had surrendered to the Shinigami on behalf of all Quincy, to ensure the survival of their race. After all, the Quincy's act of erasing souls went against the world's natural cycle. From the world's perspective, it had been their own ancestors who overstepped their bounds. The Shinigami, as victors, had made only one demand, that the Quincy stop indiscriminately killing hollows. They asked for nothing more. At the time, it had been a condition everyone agreed to. But now, a mere century later, these very people had turned their resentment toward his family. From atop a distant hill, Kenpachi Zaraki stood watching the Quincy gathering, a deep frown forming on his face. He muttered to himself. These guys are so weak. Shaking his head, he sighed inwardly. They were all Quincy, but compared to those of the Wandenreich, these World of the Living Quincy weren't even in the same league. The difference in overall strength was staggering. With his power, he could wipe them out single-handedly. Kenpachi Zaraki had no doubt about that. Still, even with that clear assessment, he held back. Until the captain standing beside him gave the order, he had no choice but to wait in silence. But time ticked by, and Masatsuki Aozaki showed no signs of taking action. He stood quietly off to the side, his gaze calm and indifferent, like he couldn't care less about the Quincy gathered before them. He didn't look like someone preparing for battle at all. Masatsuki Aozaki simply observed the group in silence, and in truth, they didn't warrant his full attention. Seriously, among the entire crowd, only 3 barely reached the 3rd-tier Ryatsu level. And even then, they were weaker than Mayuri Kuratsuchi. There was only one person he was watching, the orange-haired girl. He'd crossed paths with her once before. Judging by their Ryatsu, she, the white-haired young man beside her, and the middle-aged man at the center of the group were clearly the strongest among the Quincy. And it was obvious, they were on the same side. Yet the surrounding idiots still had the nerve to provoke them. Didn't they realize those 3 alone could annihilate the lot of them? Masatsuki Aozaki rose to his feet. Have the squad assemble. Prepare to move out. Yes, sir. The seated officers nearby responded instantly and relayed the command without delay. In no time, the 11th Division Shinigami began to mobilize. At the sound of the order, they surged forward in a frontal assault. Naturally, the Quincy didn't miss the sudden commotion. They quickly turned toward the direction of the 11th Division, faces tense with alertness. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, Marble Game. The Shinigami are here. Before long, someone cried out in alarm. The Shinigami are attacking. The entire forested mountainside tensed in an instant. Cries of confusion and panic spread through the crowd of Quincy as one after another began summoning their spiritual bows. Damn it. How did they even find us? It must have been the Ishida family, they sold us out. Someone shouted accusingly, Soken Ishida, was this your doing? At those words, sorrow clouded Soken Ishida's face. It was over. This time, the Quincy might truly face extinction. His gaze fell on the approaching Shinigami clad in white Haori. Only one thought filled his mind now. Once the battle begins, not a single Quincy may make it out alive. The Ishida family's history was long and steeped in secrets few others knew. And even with third-class spiritual power, Soken had no confidence in standing against a captain of the Gotei 13. After all, the standards for becoming a captain were notoriously strict. Reaching third-class spiritual power was just the baseline, that level was considered captain class for a reason. And once a Shinigami released their Zanpakutō, their power would increase dramatically. Even if 2 individuals shared the same spiritual power rank, one who had mastered Bankai was in a completely different league from one who hadn't. He knew he had no chance against a Gotei 13 captain. While Soken was still weighing his options, the Quincy's had already begun to act. Hundreds of them raised their spirit bows at once, drawing spirit arrows in unison. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, like a wave of blue meteors streaking across the sky. The veteran soldiers of the 11th Division, battle-hardened and experienced, guided the rookies in dodging attacks, faces lit with excitement. After all, they had been the vanguard in countless battles against the Quincy. In fact, every major conflict involving the Gotei 13 had included them, otherwise, they wouldn't be called the Combat Division. The centuries-long war between Soul Society and the Quincy was just one chapter in their bloody history. Soken Ishida swallowed hard, jaw clenched, and pulled back his spirit bow. His heart was torn with conflict, but war had already broken out. There was no backing out now, not with a few words. Even if his fellow Quincy's resented him, there was no turning back. He had to fight. Just as he pulled the spirit arrow, ready to fire, a tall, slender figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. ZZZZZRKK. With a soft exhale, a bone-chilling cold swept through the Quincy ranks. In the next moment, under their stunned gazes, the icy air surged outward, freezing everything around it in an instant. The figure grabbed a Quincy with one hand and asked in a cold, emotionless voice. Surrender, or die. It's a Shinigami. A Shinigami. Where the hell did he come from? Shoot him, hurry. Shoot. Panic exploded among the Quincy ranks. Soka Nishida's pupils shrank sharply, his heart gripped by shock and dread. This Shinigami was terrifyingly strong. He couldn't sense the man's Ryatsu, but the sheer danger radiating from him was unmistakable. Every instinct screamed that this was no ordinary foe. Cold sweat poured down his back. There was no question, this was not your typical captain-level Shinigami. This one was far, far beyond that. Eyes wide, Soken stared at the figure. The man wore the unmistakable white Haori of a Gotei 13 captain. On his back, the number was clearly visible. 11. Could it be? Was this the legendary strongest Shinigami? No. They couldn't go on like this. If even the strongest Shinigami had been dispatched, then this war was already lost. Realizing this, Soken knew the situation had spiraled out of control. They had to end this now, or the consequences would be catastrophic. Soken Ishida hurriedly shouted. Wait. On behalf of the Quincy, I'm willing to surrender. But Masatsuki Aozaki cut him off coldly. Feel the pain first. Starting a conflict without permission, you think there's no price for that. And some things, you just won't understand until they hurt. With that, Masatsuki raised his hand and flicked his fingers. In an instant, a wave of invisible force surged forward like a cannonball, tearing through everything in its path in a straight line. A dozen unsuspecting Quincy were instantly caught in the blast, slammed violently to the ground, their bodies buried deep in the earth. Before anyone could react, Masatsuki, mimicking the mannerisms of younger Toguro, began flicking his fingers again and again. Amid the panicked screams of the Quincy, each flick sent several flying, their cries ringing through the air like marbles knocked across a game board. In desperation, a group of Quincy raised their spirit bows and fired wildly at him. But before the arrows could get close, a strange, eerie wind whipped up around Masatsuki, as if a mysterious force was shielding him. The wind caught the arrows, swirling them up and flinging them away. Right into their own ranks. The surrounding Quincy were struck down by their own allies' arrows. Bodies were pierced. Blood soaked the earth. After several rounds of failed attacks, hopelessness set in. They finally realized, Soken Ishida had been right. Shinigami really were monsters. No matter what attacks they launched, no matter how powerful, they couldn't lay a scratch on him. And all Masatsuki had to do was flick his fingers to crush them. In the distance, the orange-haired girl stared in disbelief, eyes wide, mouth agape as she watched the chaos unfold. She recognized that Shinigami, his appearance was far too distinctive to mistake. But she didn't have time to dwell on it. A body, sent flying by the force of battle, hurtled toward her. Too fast. Her vision went dark. In the next moment, she collapsed, unconscious. In just minutes, Masatsuki Aozaki had brought down nearly 100 Quincy, showcasing overwhelming strength and combat prowess. The Quincy spirit bows, their silver-crafted weapons, none of it could so much as touch him. More than 20 Quincy rushed in wielding reishi long swords, hoping to overwhelm him in close-quarters combat. Masatsuki only shook his head. He stepped forward. That was all it took. Cries of fear erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the attackers were frozen solid, encased in ice. Panic and chaos spread like wildfire among the Quincy. Some pressed on with desperate attacks. Others turned and ran in terror. Meanwhile, the 11th Division moved in, sealing off all escape routes. Their formation was tight, they had no intention of letting a single Quincy go. As one clan member after another fell, even his own father's fate uncertain, Ryuken Ishida, the white-haired youth, could no longer hold back his fury. Stop! He shouted, drawing his bow and firing a shot at Masatsuki. Ryuken's arrow flew faster than anything the other Quincy had unleashed. In a flash, it was already at Masatsuki's doorstep. He had imbued it with a special technique. Though it looked powerful, the arrow wasn't meant to kill. He wasn't trying to end a life, just make a statement. Because he understood clearly. Killing one Shinigami wouldn't end this war. If anything, it would only escalate things. The Gotei 13 had far more than just one captain. But just as the spirit arrow was about to land. Chapter 390, Who approves? Who opposes? To his shock, Ryuken Ishida saw Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly raise his hand and catch the spirit arrow effortlessly, moving at a speed that defied belief. The white-haired youth's eyes went wide in disbelief. He had never imagined anyone could catch his arrow barehanded. No matter what words were exchanged or what friction existed among them, the Quincy all acknowledged this prodigious young man. His talent far surpassed his father's, and his strength had already overtaken Soken Ishida. Yet the Shinigami, who didn't even look that old, had caught his arrow like it was nothing. Who the hell was this guy? Masatsuki glanced at the arrow in his hand and gave a small chuckle. A bunch of self-proclaimed noble Quincy, not even as good as some rookie kid. With a flick, he casually crushed the spirit arrow into glittering shards. Then he raised his head, surveying the fallen Quincy scattered around him. These arrogant Quincy looked utterly pathetic before him. Their pride and confidence had been shattered in an instant. Finally, his gaze locked onto Ryukin Ishida. A grin spread across his face. You're the last one standing. You seem like the strongest among them. Want to surrender on their behalf? The orange-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was that unmistakable face. Hey, you're awake? Masatsuki Aozaki asked softly. She nodded instinctively, her eyes dazed, clearly not fully alert. Her expression was adorably blank. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, and she screamed in panic, pointing at Masatsuki. You villain. Why didn't you kill me? Why am I still alive? Huh. Masatsuki blinked, caught off guard. Right, Uncle Soken. Where's Uncle Soken? Is he dead? The girl's voice trembled with panic and fear as her body began to shake uncontrollably. You mean Soken Ishida? Masatsuki raised a hand and casually pointed behind him. He's standing right back there. She quickly turned her head, and let out a breath of relief. Sure enough, Soken Ishida was standing quietly behind Masatsuki. Though he looked a little disheveled, his breathing was steady and he showed no signs of serious injury. What caught her off guard was the group of trembling Quincy behind him. She looked at Soken, Ryukin, and the few survivors and suddenly said, Big brother. You really are a good person. Masatsuki scratched the back of his head, confused. How had he just earned a good guy card? Huh. Never mind that. Come on. You're essential to the negotiations. Negotiations, the girl tilted her head, puzzled. Masatsuki led her over to where Soken and the others were waiting, then raised his voice. By order of the Captain Commander. From this day forward, all Quincy are forbidden from using their powers against Hollows without Soul Society's approval. In emergencies where human life is at risk, the restriction may be temporarily lifted for self-defense, but the local station Shinigami must be notified. Unauthorized killing remains forbidden. Additionally, the world of the living's Quincy will now fall under the jurisdiction of the 11th Division. In plain terms, submit to Seireitei. The announcement sparked an uproar among the Quincy. Whispers and grumbling spread like wildfire. Masatsuki swept the crowd with a razor-sharp glare and barked. Who agrees? Who objects? The murmuring instantly died. Silence fell like a curtain. Then, a voice called out. You want to keep us like livestock? Dream on. We're proud. The voice didn't finish. A bolt of lightning tore through the speaker's body, reducing him to ash in an instant. Everyone froze, stunned by Masatsuki's ruthless response. Especially the ones who had been so fired up before the battle, they now looked pale and miserable. Soken Ishida watched in silence, a heavy sigh in his heart. He didn't speak right away. He simply reflected. Given the overwhelming disparity between the two sides, the terms from the Captain Commander were surprisingly lenient. If this decision had been left to the merciless young men before them, it might have ended in the annihilation of their entire race. The girl saw only the Quincy who still stood, but failed to grasp how many had already been erased from existence by the Shinigami. Soken couldn't help but recall the past. He had once been branded a traitor, a lapdog of the enemy, scorned and attacked by his own kind. But now, after witnessing Masatsuki's overwhelming might, only now did they understand the true difference between them. Only now did they remember what it meant to be crushed under the heel of the Shinigami. As more and more Quincy processed the brutal deaths of their comrades, all eyes slowly turned to Soken Ishida. And Soken could only feel bitter resignation. How could these people be his kin? Not long ago, they had treated him and his family like enemies. Now, they pinned their hopes on him. With a quiet sigh, Soken Ishida quickly spoke up. Aozaki-sama, this matter is of great importance. Please grant us a bit of time to discuss it. 10 minutes, Masatsuki Aozaki replied flatly. If you haven't decided by then, consider that your answer. Soken nodded solemnly and bowed in acknowledgement, then turned and walked into the gathered crowd of Quincy to begin discussions. Their expressions were grim, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Masatsuki stood in place, quietly observing the people around him, as though waiting for something. The orange-haired girl watched Soken's retreating back. Her lips parted like she wanted to speak, but she swallowed the words. A trace of helplessness and quiet resignation surfaced on her face. Even if Masatsuki hadn't shown up, her own situation wasn't great to begin with. She was, after all, just a guest in someone else's home. Uncle Soken was kind, but to most of the Ishida family, she was little more than a tool to preserve the pureblood Quincy lineage. Besides gentle Uncle Soken and her older brother Ryukin, who else really cared about what she thought? Certainly not the rest of the Ishida family. And definitely not those other, unfamiliar Quincy. Masatsuki, sharp as ever, noticed the shift in her emotions. Without thinking, he instinctively placed his hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. It wasn't calculated. It was pure instinct. The simple gesture made her feel a sudden warmth, and she looked up at him with a grateful gaze. 10 minutes later, Soken Ishida returned with the Quincy to their original position. Their expressions were heavy, it was clear the conversation had been intense. Aozaki-sama, Soken said respectfully, a trace of weariness and bitterness in his tone, we accept the Captain Commander's terms. Oh. That quick to come around. Masatsuki smiled faintly, amusement dancing at the corner of his mouth. That's great to hear. But tell me, Ishida-san, are you speaking solely on behalf of the Ishida family, or are you representing all the Quincy here? A flicker of awkwardness passed across the faces of Soken and the others behind him. They exchanged glances, and after a moment, Soken responded. Aozaki-sama, I am now the leader of the Quincy. I speak for everyone present. Excellent. Knowing when to yield is the mark of a wise man, you've made the right call. Masatsuki gave a satisfied nod. With that, I consider this matter resolved. However. His voice sharpened as he shifted tone. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. My old man, he's getting on in years. He went easy on you this time. But from this day forward, all of you fall under the jurisdiction of the 11th Division. And I hate trouble. So next time, there won't be any negotiation. Soken lowered his head and, after a pause, replied quietly. Understood, Aozaki-sama. I will take full responsibility for the Quincy in the world of the living and ensure nothing like this ever happens again. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 391, Chapter 391, The Ultimate Life Form. Tomorrow, bring all Quincy to our base for registration. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Soken Ishida and spoke casually. From now on, every Quincy, from birth, marriage, and childbirth to death, must be recorded in our registry. He paused, then continued. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll assign 2 people to assist you in managing the Quincy in the world of the living. At that, Soken Ishida frowned slightly. He understood it was a necessary step, but unease still lingered in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Aozaki-sama, I have no objection to having support in managing the Quincy, but having Shinigami and Quincy side by side, what if something happens? Do you really think you're in any position to let something happen? Masatsuki suddenly chuckled, his tone laced with mocking amusement. Soken Ishida quickly shook his head. Of course not. He was fully aware of the gap in strength between the two sides. Provoking conflict was the last thing on his mind. Still, his concern remained. But accidents, they can happen to anyone, can't they? His worry was real. There were still young men in the clan, full of pride and impulsive energy. What if, someday, they started feeling bold again? Made a rash move. Accidents weren't about probability, they were about inevitability. Relax. They're Quincy too. Masatsuki replied with a light laugh. And I've given them full authority to act first and report later, so you'd best make sure no accidents happen. That made Soken's brows tighten. His lips moved as if to speak, but in the end, he said nothing. He stared hard at Masatsuki, unsure whether to be more surprised that the Shinigami had Quincy working under them, or that Masatsuki had such unshakable confidence in just 2 of them. The Ishida family itself had 3 Quincy at the 3rd-class spiritual power level, none of them weak by any standard. Could 2 Quincy alone really handle every possible threat that might come up? It sounded absurd. Just then, Masatsuki spoke again, breaking the silence. Well, that covers what the old man wants. Now it's my turn. He spread his hands, then placed one gently on the orange-haired girl's head. Instantly, every eye turned to her, unsure of what Masatsuki was about to do. I want a pureblood Quincy as collateral. This girl will do. The room erupted. The Ishida Quincy were visibly shaken. There was no official engagement, but everyone acknowledged this pureblood girl as the young master's childhood friend, someone expected to marry into the Ishida family and carry on the bloodline. Soken instinctively moved to question him, to object. But just as he opened his mouth, a youthful voice cut in. It was a voice full of resolve, as if the speaker had already accepted death. Why her? If you need a echt Quincy, then take me. It doesn't have to be Masaki. I'm the future head of the Ishida family, I'll take her place. Ryukin Ishida shouted desperately. But before Soken could respond, the Ishida family members rushed forward to stop him. He was the sole heir of the Ishida family, the only pureblood Quincy of his generation. Losing him would be devastating for the clan. To them, a wife could always be replaced. But if the Ishida bloodline was severed, it would be lost forever. TCH, arrogant little brat, you're not even worth considering. Masatsuki shook his head lightly, his tone laced with contempt and ridicule. This girl's pretty cute, and we really seem to have a connection. Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze settled on Masaki. Hearing that, Ryuki Nishida frowned. A connection. Had they met before? What's more, judging by Masaki's expression, she didn't seem the least bit afraid of the powerful and intimidating Shinigami standing before her. On the contrary, she seemed to trust and rely on Masatsuki Aozaki completely, without a hint of fear that he might harm her. I didn't think you'd remember me. Masaki spoke with a hint of surprise. Of course I do. When it comes to beautiful girls, my memory becomes exceptionally sharp. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled and waved casually. But Masaki. Did that kid just call her Masaki? Why does that sound so familiar? What's your name? Masatsuki asked, a bit puzzled. Masaki Kurosaki. Masaki Kurosaki. Masaki Kurosaki. Masatsuki repeated the name under his breath, a tingling itch forming in his head. Then he suddenly clapped his hands. Masaki Kurosaki. Isn't that Ichigo Kurosaki's mom? Ichigo Kurosaki, this world's chosen one, the key to defeating Yawatch in the future. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed with frustration. Kurosaki Masaki, what a shame, maybe I should just forget it. His dramatic reaction startled Masaki, who was standing right in front of him. But when she saw the helpless expression on his face, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Am I really that unlikable? Meanwhile, the Quincy of the Ishida family were all visibly overjoyed. After all, finding a pure-blooded female Quincy was no easy feat. If they could keep Masaki Kurosaki, they wouldn't have to pour time and effort into finding another pure-blooded candidate. Masatsuki looked around at the ecstatic crowd and then back at the slightly downcast Masaki. His brow furrowed. Sure, in the original plot, Ichigo Kurosaki was the savior who would defeat Yawatch. But as an outsider, Masatsuki had already changed this world in so many ways. There was no need for everything to stick to the script. Besides, what made Ichigo so special was just that he was a hybrid, right? Isshin Shiba was a Shinigami, so what? Masatsuki wasn't. He was chosen by the Soul King to save the world. If they had a child together. Forget hybrids. They might just give birth to the ultimate life form. Born awakened, with dreams of reaching the stars and ruling the dark universe. And then, for some mysterious reason, their body would self-destruct, scattering their genetic material across the cosmos, becoming the shadowy hand pulling the strings of galactic chaos. Ahem, anyway, getting off track. Point is, Masatsuki didn't believe for a second that his child would be inferior to Isshin Shiba's. If they really did produce the ultimate life form, then he wouldn't even have to worry about Yawatch anymore. With dreams of a brilliant future for his child, Masatsuki Aozaki dropped to one knee without hesitation. He knelt before Masaki Kurosaki, wearing the solemn expression of a man proposing marriage, and earnestly declared. Masaki, please, have a child with me. It wasn't the first time Masatsuki had said those words to someone, nor the first time he'd said them to multiple people. But what he was really after, everyone knew, and so did his wives. Yet this time, he was truly sincere. The girl's shocked scream rang through the mountains, loud enough to shatter the sky. Chapter 392, hung on the wall. Masatsuki Aozaki's request to have a child ultimately ended in failure, dismissed with the reason that Masaki is too young. Still, Masaki Kurosaki, though kind-hearted, clearly knew right from wrong, and this only strengthened her belief that the Shinigami who had held back was a good person. That, at least, was good news for Masatsuki Aozaki. Afterward, Masatsuki wasted no time summoning Bambietta and Candace to the world of the living, instructing them to cooperate with Soken Ishida in managing the Quincy. Naturally, some of the Quincy didn't take it well. These were proud individuals, not the type to follow orders easily. They had no idea who, or what, they were up against. But Bambietta and Candace weren't the kind to be trifled with. They had never exactly been good people to begin with. The only reason they'd reined themselves in was because they'd been sticking close to Masatsuki, either by choice or out of necessity. Now that they had a chance to cut loose, they certainly weren't going to hold back. And so, a real show of force unfolded. Some were blasted into nothingness. Others quickly fell in line. Not that it mattered anymore. Dealing with the Quincy was indeed Soul Society's top priority at the moment. But the Quincy's in the world of the living lacked both the Skrift and the Wandenreika's new Volstandig. And with only a handful of Ect Quincy remaining, they posed almost no threat to the Gotei 13. The true urgent task now was to eliminate Yawatch and destroy the Wandenreich. As long as Yawatch lived, the Wandenreich remained, and fear would continue to cast its shadow over all three realms. To that end, Yamamoto called another captain's meeting. With a blinding flash, the massive Senkaman activated. Whoosh! A torrential downpour poured from the sky, connecting heaven and earth in an instant. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, but the moment they crossed that threshold, thick storm clouds plunged the world into darkness. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward, letting the rain soak him in silence. He took a deep breath and sighed. Ah. Soul society really is more comfortable. The reishi density in the world of the living is way too low. Kenpachi Zaraki stood nearby, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. You said it, boss. Watching his lieutenant echo his sentiments so cheerfully, Masatsuki couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Just a few decades ago, he was nothing more than a wandering ronin who only knew how to fight. Now, he was starting to resemble a normal person more and more. But just as he was lost in that thought, Zaraki suddenly yelled out. This weather's perfect for a fight, boss. Let's go one-on-one. All right, forget what I just said. Masatsuki shook his head with a sigh. Whatever sentiment he had just felt vanished instantly. This guy really hadn't changed a bit, still obsessed with fighting, without the slightest trace of sensitivity. Weather like this. Shouldn't you be at home, sitting on the porch, brewing a pot of hot tea, nibbling on some snacks, quietly enjoying the rain, and maybe teasing your pet cat? That's what it means to savor life. Spending all day thinking about battle. Absolutely dull. And with Kenpachi Zaraki's clumsy technique, how was he supposed to enjoy fighting him anyway? Masatsuki stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky as the rain streamed down his face. Through the clouds, he looked toward the heavens above, a deep loneliness welling up in his chest, one that came from knowing he could sweep across the world, unstoppable and unmatched. Zaraki, however, didn't seem bothered by Masatsuki's dismissive attitude. He just scratched his head, unfazed. He was well aware that he stood no chance against him right now. Still, being near someone as powerful as Masatsuki made it nearly impossible to suppress the urge to draw his blade. If only he had mastered Bankai by now, maybe then he'd be able to stand his ground, and maybe, just maybe, he would take the fight seriously. Damn it, that old man's gone way too far. I just crushed and conquered the Quincy, and almost managed to tame a beautiful young girl. With an achievement like that, I should be getting a proper reward, maybe even a long vacation. But instead, I get dragged into another meeting. Talk about inhumane. Masatsuki Aozaki shook out his hair, grumbling in frustration. Kenpachi Zaraki blinked in surprise, only to feel Masatsuki's hand suddenly rest on his shoulder. Wait, could it be that the boss was planning to start a rebellion and bring him along? Now that didn't sound too bad. Sure, the old man's sword was a serious problem, they might both end up dead, but dying in battle against the strongest Shinigami. That'd be one hell of a way to go. With that thought, Kenpachi couldn't help but grin fiercely. Just as he was getting ready to follow Masatsuki into what was sure to be a glorious mess, he noticed that Masatsuki's gaze was locked straight ahead. The next moment, Kenpachi turned his head. To his surprise, a figure had appeared before them, no one had noticed when. The bells tied into his hair hadn't made a sound. That meant this newcomer was either weaker than a standard squad member, or their Ryatsu concealment was master level. Given how silently they'd approached, it clearly wasn't the former. Anyone that good at hiding their Ryatsu was definitely up to something shady. Beneath the darkened sky, a handsome man stood still and composed. He wore a black Shihakushō, layered with a white haori. His skin was slightly tanned, and he had a neatly cropped head of white hair, sharp, efficient, confident. The young man flashed them a faint smile, more specifically, he smiled at Masatsuki Aozaki. Despite his relaxed posture and warm appearance, no one felt at ease. Instead, everyone tensed up involuntarily. A wave of killing intent, indescribable, suffocating, swept through the air, filling every inch of space. It was far more terrifying than even the blood-drenched maniacs of the 11th Division. Masatsuki straightened up slowly. Though he didn't move a step, he was already standing protectively in front of the others. His gaze locked on the men in front of them, and a strange look flickered across his face. Who the hell was this cosplayer? Wearing a captain's uniform without permission, that was a serious crime. Still, the guy's dark skin did resemble Yoruichi's a little. Same complexion and everything. Wait a second. Dark skin, naturally tanned, ridiculously good-looking, eye-catching hair. I've definitely seen him before. Ah, right. Back when I was hanging out at the Shihoin estate. I think he was the one mounted on the wall or something. But I've got a terrible memory. Mind introducing yourself? I'll go first. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki, husband to Yoruichi Shihoin, former head of the Shihoin clan, and captain of the 4th Division. And you are? As Masatsuki spoke, the white-haired man narrowed his eyes. So it really is you, you damn punk. He let out a deep breath, his face twisting into the kind of ferocious scowl only a father-in-law could make when staring down his would-be son-in-law. Though Masatsuki could swear on his life that he had absolutely nothing going on with this man's daughter. I'm Chika Shihoin, founding captain of the 2nd Division, and head of the Shihoin clan 1,000 years ago. And you, Masatsuki Aozaki. I heard someone's been bullying men and women and raising hell in our Shihoin household. That someone was you, wasn't it? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, Watching the Show. As expected, anyone who could hang around with that old geezer was never going to be a decent person. Masatsuki Aozaki finally placed the face, wasn't this Yoruichi's charming ancestor? That said, for the record, he really hadn't done anything like bullying men and dominating women. The worst thing he'd ever done to the Shihoin clan was probably picking on their head, Yashiro, every time they met, bullying him until he cried. Of course, that was just friendly teasing between old classmates. Masatsuki had no interest in men. Even if Yashiro looked slightly better than average, like a cuter, less heroic version of Yoruichi, he wouldn't stir his heart in the slightest. Then again, when you think about it, he did bully Yashiro, and he did take Yoruichi. So technically, he had both bully a man and dominate a woman checked off the list. Kind of does sound like he lived up to the accusation, huh? But hey, he was the Captain Commander's apprentice, the one and only top-tier troublemaker in all of Seireitei. Wasn't bullying men and women just par for the course? Thinking that, Masatsuki nodded to himself with zero guilt and even put on a smug little grin. Oh, I get it now. You're here to stand up for them, aren't you? Humph. Let me tell you, my master is the Captain Commander of the Gotei 13. All of this. He's the one who told me to do it. So if you've got a problem, take it up with him. You little punk. Shameless to the core. You and your master really are cut from the same mold. Chika Shihoin ground his teeth in fury, face contorting as if dredging up some very unpleasant memories. Ugh, that old bastard really is a dirty old man. I've been meaning to say it for ages. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow and joined in without the slightest bit of remorse, casually badmouthing his master. Honestly, it wasn't even just behind his back, he'd say the same stuff to his face too. But the reason he hadn't started a fight right away and was instead chatting with Chika Shihoin was because he was thinking. Chika Shihoin, the original captain of the 2nd Division from 1,000 years ago. He'd been one of the founding captains who fell in the war against the Quincy. His Kanso ceremony had taken place over 900 years ago. By all logic, the men should be in hell as a Togabito, or reduced to nothing but dust by now. Togabito, the damned souls of hell. Those who are sent there after death are chained and punished for eternity. Those who can't endure the torment, whose spirits collapse under the strain, eventually crumble into sand. Without a doubt, endless torment was not Masatsuki's idea of a good time. He'd rather enjoy life, not suffer in hell. And yet, here he was, staring at a very undead, very undusted Chika Shihoin who was definitely supposed to be in hell. Masatsuki instinctively glanced up at the sky, as if he could peer past the clouds and see that massive palace looming above. Don't tell me. Hell found out I've been conspiring with the Soul King. That useless old man can't even keep his own turf in check. Masatsuki muttered inwardly. Like hell this is my fault. But if you're trying to survive in this messed up world, what choice do you have but to cooperate? Besides, hell was way too dry for him, not his vibe at all. His thoughts raced. Now hell had come knocking, and even sent out an original Gotei 13 captain to confront him. Were they friend or foe? Hard to say. But no need to panic. It's not like he didn't have backing. This was his turf too, his and the Soul King's. And what was Chika Shihoin anyway? Just another dead Shinigami. For now, at least, he posed no real threat. Masatsuki kept reassuring himself, sighed deeply as he looked at Chika Shihoin ahead. Then casually opened his hand, and a Zanpakutō materialized out of thin air. A Manamanaka. That was the name Masatsuki Aozaki had given this blade. He'd already wielded it once before in the great battle between the Gotei 13 and the Wandenreich. Masatsuki gently swung the ancient tachi in his hand. In an instant, the ground split open as if torn apart, and one after another, dark voids resembling garganta opened across the battlefield. Chika Shihoin frowned as he watched members of the 11th Division fall into the swirling black holes. Yet, in his perception, their Ryatsu hadn't vanished, it had simply reappeared somewhere far away. With a hint of surprise, Chika asked, "Spatial ability?" But just as he spoke, he suddenly let out a muffled grunt. His face twisted in agony. Under the watchful eyes of Masatsuki Aozaki and Kenpachi Zaraki, black chains erupted from Chika Shihoin's body, tightly binding him in place. Both men looked up at once. Behind Chika, a massive gate emerged. On either side clung colossal skeletal forms, and from within the door, an endless darkness poured out like a flood. Before long, the gate slowly opened, revealing the towering figure of a giant. Easily 50 meters tall, with a dark purple body and a skull-like face, it was unmistakable. Masatsuki recognized it instantly, the Warden of Hell, the embodiment of Hell's laws. The will of Hell. Suddenly, the will of hell reached out and seized the chains wrapped around Shihakushō. With a powerful tug, it pulled him forward, grabbed him in its massive hand, and then began to fade. Its enormous form broke apart, disintegrating into countless specks of reishi that gathered and dispersed into the air. But the strange thing was, Shihakushō didn't vanish with it. He dropped to the ground instead, slowly lifting his head. His brown eyes now shimmered with an unsettling golden glow. At some point, half of a skeletal mask had appeared on his face, its shape reminiscent of a hollow's mask. Half his body was now clad in bone-like armor. But through Masatsuki's spiritual senses, there was no trace of hollow Ryatsu from the mask or the armor. Still, the aura it emitted was deeply familiar. As a Shinigami who had purified countless condemned souls, Masatsuki knew exactly what this was. The same power as the gates of hell. Feeling more grounded, Masatsuki relaxed his clenched fist and spoke lightly. That's it. You're gonna need more than that. Shihakushō rested his long blade on his shoulder, body bent in a loose stance. Then he stomped the ground, vanishing in a flash, reappearing right in front of Masatsuki, and throwing a punch without hesitation. Masatsuki's Zanpakutō vanished the moment before impact. He raised one hand to block. Boom. With a thunderous burst, Masatsuki caught the blow effortlessly, his expression flat. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he hoisted Chika into the air and slammed him into the ground with a loud crash. He turned toward Kenpachi Zaraki and chuckled. Didn't you want to fight? This guy's not bad. He's all yours. Kenpachi's eyes lit up immediately. Laughing wildly, he charged forward, thrilled beyond measure. He was secretly delighted, this was why following the boss was the best. When good things came, he was always the first one considered. Masatsuki Aozaki was just about to find a place to enjoy the show when he suddenly sensed something, turning around on instinct. Through the curtain of heavy rain, several figures came into view, racing toward them with the roar of thunder. Masatsuki sighed. Seriously? Can't I just sit back and enjoy the show for once? Chapter 394, Too Fast to Feel Pain. She was a petite girl with twin purple ponytails, a black eye patch covering her left eye, adorable, but clearly dangerous. Beside her was another female Shinigami with long braided pigtails, wearing glasses and wielding a long-handled naginata. Though small in stature, her curvaceous figure was enough to make even Suifeng jealous. Both of them were clad in radiant half-skeletal armor, glowing with a golden hue as they charged straight toward him. As Masatsuki Aozaki watched them approach, hazy memories resurfaced in his mind. Combined with the earlier encounter with Shihakushō, he instantly identified them. They were the first-generation captain of the 6th Division, Furofushi Saito, and the first-generation captain of the 8th Division, Batsuansai Katori. Expressionless, the two women closed in on Masatsuki like emotionless husks, living corpses driven by instinct rather than thought. Masatsuki maintained a faint, casual smile as he slowly raised his hand, albeit somewhat reluctantly. From his fingertips, black and white light began to shimmer. It sparkled with breathtaking brilliance, like stardust scattered across the night sky, drawing the eye and holding it captive. The luminous black and white sphere at his fingertips was mesmerizing, like an elegant ink painting come to life. Without realizing it, the two female captains were drawn into the moment, completely entranced by the spectacle. But as they gazed upon the scene, an oppressive surge of Ryatsu silently erupted, snapping them back to reality in an instant. The pressure was overwhelming, far beyond anything they had anticipated. Even as captain-class combatants, they felt it bearing down on them. They now understood, behind that beautiful display was a terrifying, deadly force. The glowing sphere radiated like a brilliant jewel, freezing all thought. Then, the condensed Ryatsu exploded upward into a pillar of light. Frasier. The air cracked with a deafening blast. A beam of pure force shot across the battlefield at a speed faster than the eye could track, cutting through hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The beam tore through their armor, ripped into flesh, and scattered bloody chunks across the stone columns surrounding the Senkamen. But the battle wasn't over yet. That thought flashed through Masatsuki's mind. He sensed the Ryatsu vanish for a moment, then reappear, still drawing closer, though far weaker than before. And that wasn't all. Behind him, he noticed an old, bald man with a sleazy expression quietly closing in. The first-generation captain of the 13th Division, Seizo Sakahone. The moment he got within range, he didn't hesitate, he swung his Zanpakutō without pause. Light form movement. Masatsuki's body instantly dissolved into motes of light, reappearing high above in the sky. Suspended above, he looked down calmly at the old man. At that moment, Seizo Sakahone raised his Zanpakutō once more. SHHHK. A reishi forged tachi formed in an instant, slicing downward with immense force, cleaving both Seizo and his blade in two. Scalding blood sprayed into the air, aiming straight for Masatsuki. With a flick of his hand, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the blood before a single drop could touch him. His expression remained indifferent as he caught the severed tip of Sakahone's sword. Then, with a swift spin, Masatsuki turned and hurled the broken blade like a spear. Whoosh! It shot through the air like a meteor, piercing straight through the skeletal armor of the twin-tailed girl, merciless and precise. She let out a sharp scream as the blade impaled her, flinging her through the air like a skewered candied fruit. She crashed into one of the Senkaman's stone pillars and was pinned there, unmoving, as shattered debris exploded in all directions. However, no one cared about the fate of the dead woman now. Batsuansai Katori, clad in broken golden armor, launched a sudden side attack. Her naginata slashed down with tremendous ryatsu, carrying the might to split mountains and cleave rivers. Moments ago, they had been over 100 meters apart, but for warriors of their level, that was nothing more than a blink. In that single instant, the gap was closed. Fast. Masatsuki Aozaki watched as Batsuansai Katori halted and raised her long-handled naginata to strike. Without hesitation, Masatsuki stepped forward and raised his right hand high into the air. In the next instant, his body vanished completely. Light form movement. In less time than it took to blink, Masatsuki reappeared half a meter away, right behind Batsuansai Katori. With a light flick of his palm, blood instantly splattered across his arm. Masatsuki glanced back. Saizo Sakahone was raising his blade, but most of his skeletal armor had already vanished. Masatsuki instantly understood. Earlier, when he struck Saizo, he had deliberately avoided the sections covered by the bone armor. Yet even so, the armor had still ended up damaged. This wasn't hell. Their ability to revive here had to be connected to that armor. And clearly, the more severe the damage, the more Riryoku it cost to recover. Before Saizo's blade could fall, a fist had already driven into his chest, erupting with violent force. Ikatsu. Masatsuki didn't need to think, he simply followed instinct, slamming a clean Hakuda punch into Saizo. The technique was brutally effective in his hands. Bang. The force exploded like a crashing mountain, tearing through every fiber of Saizo's body. The so-called hell armor shattered like paper, utterly defenseless against the blow. As the blood mist spread, Masatsuki silently turned away. He casually flicked the blood from his hand, locking eyes with the purple-haired girl rushing in. No words were exchanged, but the look they shared carried a silent resolve. Boom. An arm and a blade lifted at once. A sharp sound cracked through the air. Ikatsu. Blood bloomed like a flower across the body. Even with the sword as a barrier, the concentrated power was like a miniaturized nuclear blast, punching straight through her defense and into her soft, slender frame. Her delicate body shattered, flesh and blood flying. Masatsuki stood motionless, tilting his head slightly. At the same time, Batsuansai Katori brought her naginata down in a diagonal slash, aiming for the neck, a clean beheading. But it collided with a pale green, translucent shield. Miniskirts. Steel scraped against spirit shield, sparks flying, before a crisp shatter echoed out. It'll be quick, so fast you won't even feel pain. The young man's voice was gentle. He raised his fist again, and the air exploded with a deafening blast of pressure. A faster, heavier punch struck just as Batsuansai Katori swung down. The air screamed as it was torn apart, blinding light and pressure slammed her eyes shut. Her consciousness fled before the pain ever arrived. Pop pop pop. Like blood-red fireworks, her body exploded just after the head burst apart. The sight was both cruel and dazzling. Those who had just arrived were frozen in shock. Before they could react, a figure dashed in like a mad dog. Masatsuki. The blonde beauty of a Shinigami galloped in and threw herself onto Masatsuki Aozaki. Even the 1st Division soldiers trailing behind couldn't help but swallow hard. Too fast. Too powerful. Too clean. A warrior of that level shouldn't have died so easily. Even from afar, they could feel the overwhelming ryatsu. If not for Lieutenant Sasakabe and 3rd Seat Matsumoto shielding them, they would have been knocked unconscious long ago. And yet, a being that terrifying was just taken down, in mere moments, by the captain of the 11th Division. 40 chapters ahead. p@trian.com/pinksnake. Chapter 395, Chapter 395, I can take on 100. Just as the group was caught in a brief moment of calm, 3 surges of ryatsu far beyond the level of ordinary captains suddenly erupted. Fortunately, Lieutenant Chojiro Sasakabe reacted swiftly, immediately unleashing his own ryatsu to shield against the crushing pressure. Though his efforts managed to hold back the brunt of it, the sheer weight of those 3 terrifying forces still left the surrounding soldiers struggling to breathe, as if 3 massive mountains were pressing down on their chests. But just as suddenly as those 3 overwhelming ryatsu had appeared, they vanished. Recognizing the familiar spiritual signatures, Masatsuki Aozaki let out a helpless sigh and peeled Ranjika Matsumoto off him, setting her back on her feet. He had sensed those ryatsu long before they arrived, he just hadn't cared. Now, he casually glanced toward the source. The old man appeared in a flash of Shuinpa, moving at astonishing speed. In his hand, he carried a severed head, white-haired, black-skinned, slowly dissolving into reishi. One couldn't help but admire the old man's composure. Holding the head of a former comrade and still remaining calm, though his expression was noticeably grim. A second later, Kenpachi Zaraki came barreling in behind him, striding heavily. Shuinpa wasn't exactly Zaraki's strength, but with his overwhelming Ryatsu backing him, even rough technique translated into a speed that surpassed most of the Gotei 13 captains. Kenpachi was grinning from ear to ear, he'd clearly enjoyed himself. Yamamoto's eyes scanned the scene with a complex expression before settling on Masatsuki Aozaki. "Where are they?" Masatsuki answered calmly. "I've already sent them back to hell." Yamamoto went silent for a few seconds, expanding his spiritual perception. Then he let out a quiet breath of relief. He adjusted his expression, regaining that steady, unshakable air of authority, and asked in a low tone. "Captain Aozaki, the ones you fought earlier, they were Furofushi Saito, Batsuansai Katori, and Saizo Sakahone, the captains of the original Gotei 13. Masatsuki nodded. "Yeah. Pretty sure it was them. They looked just like the portraits in your room." Yamamoto's face grew heavy. He muttered under his breath. "I see. No wonder their Ryatsu felt so familiar. This is going to be a problem." Masatsuki gave a slight shrug. The old man's concern wasn't hard to understand. During the nearly 100 years Masatsuki had trained under Yamamoto, he'd occasionally heard stories about the past. The first generation of Gotei 13 captains, though slightly weaker than Masatsuki's own generation, were by far the most vicious in history. They were all ruthless monsters. In some ways, even more terrifying than man-eating hollows. That's not to say they weren't powerful. They were. But there was no helping it, Masatsuki Aozaki alone had raised the upper limit of what a Gotei 13 captain could be. Outside of his generation, those first-generation captains were still undeniably the strongest. Their Ryatsu started at second-class spiritual power and above. Third class wasn't even worth mentioning, completely unqualified to share the same battlefield. Yet even with that level of power, 7 of them still died in the war 1,000 years ago. Of the 6 who survived, only Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni and Retsu Unohana lived beyond the war. The others all passed away within a century. That alone spoke volumes about how powerful the Quincy were. Yamamoto's eyes turned distant, complicated emotions surfacing. He murmured to himself. "I personally conducted the Kanso rituals for them. They should have been resting in hell. Has something happened down there?" He paused, then turned to Chojiro Sasakaibe. "Chojiro, go summon the elders of the Yomi clan immediately. Have them send someone to the first division." Chojiro responded respectfully. "Yes." Then he turned and departed to carry out the order. 1st Division, meeting room. Yamamoto sat at the head seat, the captains lined up orderly on either side. Masatsuki Aozaki stood in the center, facing Yamamoto. Under the watchful eyes of the other captains, he calmly recounted the full details of what had happened. By the time he finished, some of the newer captains stared wide-eyed, their worldviews visibly shaken. The original captains have returned. Souls with third-class spiritual power or higher, due to the immense Ryatsu within their reishi, cannot naturally return to the world after death, they must be sent to hell. Those who had once participated in the Kanso ceremonies knew this well. They had long accepted that one day, they too would face the same fate. But no one had ever imagined that those sent to hell could come back to the 3 worlds. That revelation was too shocking for many, including Shinji Hirako, to immediately accept. Millions of years had passed since ancient times, and the number of powerful souls with third-class spiritual power or above sent into hell was beyond counting. And now, not only could they return, but whether they came willingly or were forced, they might carry hostility toward a world already teetering on the edge. Faced with that, how were they supposed to defend themselves? All eyes turned to Yamamoto, hoping the 1,000-year pillar of the Gotei 13 would give them an answer. But Yamamoto said nothing. He didn't respond with empty, meaningless platitudes. Instead, he turned toward the one who looked completely unfazed, his own disciple. "Captain Aozaki. Without destroying the world, how many of those high-level enemies could you handle?" Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. "Don't think I still need to rely on Ryujin Jaka. Heh. Bare-handed. I could take 100. Why would captains fight you bare-handed instead of using their Zanpakutō?" Shinji Hirako muttered under his breath. The other captains clearly weren't surprised, they were already used to this kind of talk. Masatsuki didn't get offended. Instead, he placed his hands on his hips and declared smugly. "When I said bare-handed, I meant me." Seeing his confident expression, more than a few in the room twitched at the corners of their eyes. Shinji opened his mouth, then closed it again after quietly saying, "No wonder you carry the title of the strongest Kenpachi. Kenpachi, the title reserved for the strongest in Soul Society. There had been no shortage of formidable fighters among the generations of Kenpachi. But was the title always deserved? In the past, every captain would have said, no. Because Yamamoto had always stood above them all. He was the pinnacle of the Shinigami, undisputed across all eras. Until Masatsuki Aozaki appeared. He had surpassed Captain Commander Yamamoto, turning Kenpachi into a title that truly meant the strongest Shinigami, not just in name, but in fact. Seeing that no one objected, Yamamoto couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth in a smile. As expected of his disciple, his strength had been fully recognized by all. Still, while Yamamoto had complete faith in Masatsuki's power, the claim of handling 100 captain-class opponents barehanded seemed questionable. With a Zanpakutō, Yamamoto himself had no doubt he could take on 100. Against Zanka no Tachi, numbers meant nothing. But barehanded, he had to admit, even he couldn't manage that. Masatsuki's Hakuda skill did surpass his own, yes. But taking on 100 captains? That might be stretching it. 10. Now that, Yamamoto could reluctantly believe. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, a key player. With a rough sense of the power balance between both sides, Yamamoto felt a bit more at ease as his gaze swept across the room. The most urgent matter now is to determine how the original captains escaped from Hell. If something really has gone wrong in Hell, if the Togabito have managed to break free, then the consequences for the entire world would be catastrophic. His expression darkened. Bracing both hands on the table, Yamamoto slowly stood up, his voice deep and heavy. Originally, this meeting had been convened to discuss the search operation for the Wandenreich. But trouble never comes alone. Before the Wandenreich situation could be resolved, an even greater crisis had surfaced. A problem far more dangerous than the Wandenreich. If there was anything in this world that could leave even the strongest Shinigami of the past 1,000 years at a loss, it was, without question, Hell. Over the course of 1,000,000 years, virtually every soul possessing third-class spiritual power or higher, that is, captain-class Shinigami and Hollows, had been consigned to Hell. Based on what he'd learned from the Yomi clan, Yamamoto knew that the beings in Hell were immortal. Even if killed, they would be resurrected within Hell, over and over, until their very will eroded into dust. If the Yomi clan's claims were accurate, then even if most of those souls had already turned to sand, the number of remaining captain-level beings could still be considerable. After all, the captains from 1,000 years ago were still walking around, and Yamamoto himself had sent countless others into Hell over the centuries. Going back even further, the total number would be staggering beyond comprehension. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling his recent fight with Shihakushō. When had that cunning old comrade ever looked so blank and lifeless? Rather than harboring hatred toward Yamamoto or the Soul Society, he'd seemed more like a puppet, his body manipulated by some unseen force. And another thing. If someone had escaped from Hell, and the Yomi clan, who constantly monitored Hell, had known about it, shouldn't they have come to report it immediately? Why hadn't there been any word from them? Why did he have to send someone to summon them? Just then, a member of the inner court troop rushed into the room. Reporting. Captain Commander, a representative of the Yomi clan is here. He's waiting outside. Finally. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow. If the Yomi clan hadn't come voluntarily, he was prepared to pay them a visit himself, even if it meant offending one of the 5 great noble houses. Before long, an elderly man entered the room, leaning on a cane. It was Hoshi Yomi, the same elder Masatsuki Aozaki had met once before. He was the one Masatsuki had discussed the matter of Kenpachi Kiganjo's soul with. With a solemn expression, the old man gave a respectful bow to everyone present. After receiving their return greetings, he turned to Masatsuki Aozaki and, with grave seriousness, began asking for a full account of the situation. After listening, Hoshi's expression turned to shock. So that's it. The will of Hell has entered the 3 worlds. No wonder we couldn't detect anything. What do you mean by that? Kensei Maguruma asked instinctively. Under everyone's gaze, Yomi Hoshi cleared his throat and began to explain slowly. The will of Hell is the warden of Hell, the embodiment of its rules. As you all know, Hell is a place that imprisons the damned. The will of Hell exists to punish souls who committed heinous crimes in life. Its power is bound by a special set of laws. No matter how strong the Togabito are, they can't resist it. It will ravage and kill them over and over, waiting for them to resurrect, only to kill them again. This endless cycle inflicts eternal suffering. It has no will of its own. It exists solely as a part of Hell. And since it appeared in the Soul Society but didn't bring the first-generation captains back, that means they're not escapees. The will of Hell allowed them to come here. That's also why we didn't detect anything unusual. To be honest, we've never had any authority over Hell. All we've ever been able to do is observe it. And now, it simply doesn't want to be observed anymore. So we see nothing, and there's nothing we can do about it. Kensei scratched his head, visibly confused. It was a lot to take in. He didn't fully understand, but seeing the others nodding, he just nodded along. Hoshi didn't mind and instead turned toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Captain Aozaki, if I'm not mistaken, you witnessed the Will of Hell merging with the first-generation captains, correct? Masatsuki nodded. That's right. The reishi of the Will of Hell gathered on Chika Shihoin. The others were all clad in golden armor, and their eyes had turned gold. Yomi Hoshi gave a solemn nod. Then it's likely the first-generation captains didn't attack you of their own will. They were being controlled by Hell. However, Hell's ability to act within the three worlds must be limited. Otherwise, instead of manipulating the captains through the Will of Hell, it would have just flooded this world with endless fragments of itself. Isshin Shiba stroked his chin thoughtfully, then asked. If the Will of Hell suppresses Togabito through rules, then maybe it's not actually that strong. Could it be that Hell doesn't consider us a threat, so it hasn't bothered sending more? Hoshi Yomi shook his head. According to what we've learned, attacks from lieutenant-level Shinigami barely affect the Will of Hell. They may not be as powerful as captains, but there's no question, they're a formidable force. The captains all looked visibly unsettled. It was well known that Shinigami were glass cannons, high offense, low defense. And the Will of Hell had defense beyond that of most captain-level Shinigami. Seeing the growing tension, Hoshi Yomi's expression turned stern. If the first-generation captains really were sent by the Will of Hell, then I urge all of you to be extremely cautious. The Will of Hell carries a special rule-based power, any soul it kills will fall into Hell and become a Togabito. I suspect that the captains who have merged with it likely gained that same ability. The gate of Hell is suppressed by Ryatsu. If too much captain-class Ryatsu falls into Hell, it could severely disrupt the balance between Hell and the three worlds. And if that happens, when the gate of Hell opens, it'll be a catastrophe far worse than anything we've seen. At those words, the captains' faces darkened. We're talking about the original Gotei 13. Just look at how Retsu Unohana has gradually revealed her terrifying true strength over the years. Those early captains might be the kind who could slaughter modern captains like dogs. Just because Masatsuki Aozaki didn't see them as a threat didn't mean anyone else could afford to be so relaxed. Even imagining an encounter with those monsters was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Especially the Captain Commander, Captain Unohana, and Captain Aozaki. I've heard your Ryatsu has already surpassed the Captain Commanders. Your Ryatsu is far too powerful, even stronger than the combined total of all the other captains. You must not fall. If any of you are taken, it could spell doom for the entire three worlds. Hoshi spoke solemnly, his voice steady but firm. Shunsui Kairaku rubbed his chin in thought. Indeed, just as Hoshi Yomi said, Masatsuki's Ryatsu had already surpassed their masters. How much stronger was unclear, but the gap was probably as vast as a dimension. If Masatsuki were to fall into Hell, the world might truly be finished. Somehow, that mischievous little junior apprentice had become someone whose mere existence now held the fate of the world in balance. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, The Jailer. After staring at Masatsuki Aozaki for a few seconds, Yamamoto parted his lips, but before he could say anything, Masatsuki suddenly frowned and looked toward the door of the meeting room. At some point, the office door had cracked open, and a figure with no detectable Ryatsu appeared there. Wow, all the captains of the Gotei 13 are here. Looks like Seireitei is already aware of what's going on. A man slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, smiling at the group. His appearance instantly made the atmosphere in the meeting room turn heavy. His body was covered in chain tattoos, half of him shrouded in darkness. One of the chain eye tattoos encircled his left eye, which was pitch black. His left arm ended in a black skull, and a large circular ring hovered behind his back. The entire look gave off the aura of some ancient Buddha from a heavenly Buddhist realm. Good evening, everyone. Aizen-sama. And you, Masatsuki Aozaki. Long time no see. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a subtle but undeniable pressure. Masatsuki looked slightly surprised at the sight of him, though inwardly, he was muttering the name of his beloved Kyoka Suigetsu. Everyone else in the room remained composed. Only Aizen and Retsu Unohana gave the man a brief glance before looking away. Masatsuki smiled faintly and said in a soft voice, "Long time no see, Seireitei. Judging by your appearance, it seems you've been doing quite well." Though there was a faint murderous aura about him, his tone was that of a casual greeting between old acquaintances. "Isn't it all thanks to you, Masatsuki Aozaki?" The mysterious aura Seireitei had been projecting instantly crumbled under Masatsuki's words. He lost his temper and shouted in frustration. Glaring at Masatsuki, he pointed at the large ring behind him and growled, "Thanks to you, my hollow hole got twisted outside my body. It's completely ruined the aesthetics." He sneered, voice filled with venom. "But after all this time, you don't seem to have made any progress either." Then, in a threatening tone, he added, when you fall into hell, I'll make sure we have plenty of fun down there. Masatsuki's expression darkened at those words. This bastard used Roka for his experiments, and he hadn't even gotten around to settling that score yet. Now Seireitei had the audacity to show up and talk big right in front of him. Since his return from hell, not only had Seireitei undergone a complete visual makeover, even the way he carried himself reeked of arrogance. On the other side, Yamamoto remained still. He gripped his cane tightly in both hands, his eyes fixed intently on Seireitei, as if the exchange between him and Masatsuki hadn't registered at all. After a moment, he finally spoke. Who are you? Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the jailer of hell, Seireitei Grands. Noticing the unusual reactions of those present, Seireitei didn't continue his verbal jousting with Masatsuki. Instead, like a gentleman, he bowed gracefully to Yamamoto. Head Captain, I come on behalf of hell. We request that you hand Masatsuki Aozaki over to us. If not, the blade of hell will fall and annihilate the three worlds. Heh. Yamamoto let out a scornful chuckle, a sharp glint in his eyes that felt like it could cut straight through one's soul. He clenched his cane tightly and replied coldly, hand him over to you. Do you take me for a fool? He knew full well, even if Masatsuki Aozaki were willing to sacrifice himself, giving him to hell would spell disaster. If Masatsuki entered hell, the gates wouldn't be able to contain him. At that point, no one could stop what was coming. The entire world would be dragged into despair. Whether as a master or as a guardian of this world, he could not, and would not, compromise. Hell, return to where you came from. The three realms are no place for you to run wild. Yamamoto's voice thundered with overwhelming authority, reverberating through the air. With a sudden exertion of force, the wooden cane in his hand turned to ash, revealing the Zanpakutō hidden within. But before he could even draw it, Masatsuki Aozaki had already moved. He became light. His speed pushed past its limit, like teleportation. In a flash, he was right in front of Seireitei. Seireitei was stunned by the sudden appearance. He knew Masatsuki Aozaki was strong, after all, back in Hueco Mundo, he had died by this man's hand. But after falling into hell, he had become one of its jailers, empowered by its strength. His current power was far beyond what he had as a vasto lord. He had believed the gap between them had narrowed, maybe still slightly inferior, but not by much. Yet, the moment he stood before this man again, that same crushing sense of helplessness came rushing back. Seireitei instinctively took half a step back, ready to counterattack. From beneath his feet, a black shadow surged across the ground. In the blink of an eye, it stretched into jet-black chains that shot toward Masatsuki Aozaki like venomous snakes. But before the chains could even touch him, Masatsuki had already landed a punch squarely in his chest. The impact shattered the black chains around Seireitei's body, slamming violently into his chest. A blinding pain exploded in his chest, ripping a scream from him as he was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, he smashed into the courtyard like a cannonball, sending up a cloud of dust. He hit the ground hard, blood pouring from his mouth, his face deathly pale. That single punch had devastated him, severely wounded, he could barely move. Seireitei lay on the ground, clutching the bleeding wound at his chest, his face twisted in pain and disbelief. He struggled to turn his head, eyes blazing with fury and confusion as he stared at Masatsuki Aozaki standing before him. You bastard. I was acknowledged by hell, granted its power, how could I still be this much weaker than you? His voice trembled. His life force flickered like a dying flame, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Masatsuki's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Because, you're just too weak. Even with hell's power on your side, you're still nothing. He continued. I thought the absence of Ryatsu meant you'd become stronger, but turns out, it's just a different kind of power. You. Seireitei's eyes widened in rage, practically breathing fire, but the fury choked his words. Half a second later, he suddenly let out a blood-stained grin, sharp teeth gleaming red. No matter. Masatsuki Aozaki, go ahead and kill me if you want. He hissed. This isn't the end, it's only the beginning. You'll never escape this endless despair. Endless despair? You mean getting resurrected in hell again, just to come back and look for me? Masatsuki's smile deepened, a playful glint in his eyes as he crouched to meet Seireitei face to face. Seireitei snorted, his eyes burning with fury. Yes. His heart was consumed by vengeance. Not even death could extinguish it. He had been so close, just one step away from becoming the perfect, immortal life form. If only he'd managed to use Roka's Tellerania, the experiment would have succeeded. But it had all been ruined by this man. If the chance ever came, he would crawl back from hell again, just to take revenge on Masatsuki Aozaki. Chapter 398, The Battle Begins. Masatsuki Aozaki seemed to see straight through Seireitei's thoughts, and the smile on his face became all the more chilling. If that was your last resort, then you might as well accept your fate. His voice was low and cold, like it came from the depths of the underworld. Question mark. Seireitei's eyes widened in confusion as he stared at Masatsuki Aozaki, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. But at that moment, Masatsuki slowly raised his right hand and reached toward Seireitei's chest. A cold dread surged through Seireitei. The hairs all over his body stood on end. Whatever Masatsuki was about to do, it couldn't be anything good. Retsu Unohana and Sosuke Aizen stood quietly to the side, watching everything unfold. Their expressions varied, but neither made a move to interfere. Suddenly, a crimson rift ignited with blue flames opened out of thin air. Feeling the familiar presence behind him, Seireitei's horror shifted instantly into delight. His eyes widened as he shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. It's hell. Hell still needs me. Black chains shot out from his body and connected to the gaping void. As if seeing a sliver of hope, a smug grin spread across his face. No matter what tricks you're planning, they're meaningless. His voice dripped with mockery. The power of hell isn't something a single person can defy. Don't worry, I'll be back for you. Seireitei glared at Masatsuki Aozaki, voice full of venom. Wait for me. I'll make sure you suffer more than ever. Masatsuki, however, didn't seem fazed by the threat in the slightest. He just grinned, an eerie smile tugging at his lips. Amanamanaka. As he whispered, the surrounding space began to distort and ripple. Seireitei's eyes went wide, confusion overtaking his face as he stared at Masatsuki, wanting to ask what was happening. And then, without a sound, a blonde woman appeared beside Masatsuki. She wore a flowing white robe, and over her eyes, a silver crown-like blindfold. In her hand was a simple, unassuming long blade. But the moment she gave it a gentle swing, a flash of cold light split the air, and the hell chains shattered. These were the chains of hell, and they were cut so effortlessly, by a slash that seemed utterly weightless. And as the chains broke, the crimson void behind Seireitei slowly began to close. Seireitei stared, eyes wide in utter disbelief. He couldn't even form a single word. The laws of hell, the power of hell, had been severed, just like that. I told you already, this isn't your turf. Why insist on reaching in and asking for trouble? Seireitei Pep swallowed hard as the long-haired man's deep voice echoed in his ears. Damn it, why is Masatsuki Aozaki so powerful? Not even hell can deal with him. Before long, Masatsuki Aozaki swiftly completed the process, skillfully transforming Seireitei into a pure soul and sealing him within a crystal-clear spirit orb. Just as he had said, letting Seireitei die here and be reborn in hell would have been letting him off too easy. After all, Seireitei had once used Roka as an experiment, subjecting her to relentless torment. Maybe Roka doesn't hold a grudge, but Masatsuki hasn't forgotten. Roka had done a lot for Las Noches, even helping capture Bambietta. Of course Masatsuki would want to repay her. Once the mass production of Hogyoku begins, he'll make sure the one crafted from Seireitei's soul goes straight to Roka. With that thought, a smile tugged at Masatsuki's lips. One punch to finish the enemy, Captain Aozaki is incredible. Yeah, truly amazing. Voices of praise from the other captains reached Masatsuki's ears. Clearly, what they saw didn't match what Masatsuki had actually done. Once the room quieted down, Yamamoto spoke. Hell has made its request, but you all heard Yomi's words just now. That's why I will not, and cannot, agree to Hell's terms. Any objections? Silence filled the room. Some captains gently shook their heads. This was a matter of life and death for the three realms. Sure, handing over Masatsuki Aozaki might make Hell withdraw, and peace might return. But, who would gamble on a maybe? No one. Even if Hell truly retreated, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo would be left in a vulnerable position. They'd lose the power suppressing the gates of Hell. More importantly, who's to say Hell wouldn't just push further and demand more? What next? Hand over another captain? Or the captain commander himself? Absolutely not. There's no such thing as just one compromise. It's either zero or countless more. Expecting mercy from your enemies? Only a fool would do that. Their mission is simple, grip their blades tightly, and cut down every last enemy in their path. Seeing no one speak up, Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction. He despised cowardice. The peace and stability of the Soul Society for the past 1,000 years had been carved out by him and his old comrades, through blood and steel. If anyone dared speak of surrender, his sword would be the first to answer. Since no one objects, then it's decided. I hereby announce to all members of the Gotei 13. Effective immediately, full alert. Spread the word, war is upon us. His voice was deep and firm, like a thunderclap shaking the entire meeting hall, igniting the fire in everyone's hearts. Passing down orders from the captain commander, as of now, the entire court is under lockdown and enters combat readiness. The inner court troops' messengers shouted across every corner of Seireitei. Since the end of the last rebel uprising, the Gotei 13 hadn't been in such a high alert state. Now, throughout Seireitei, from the noble district to important locations like Seireitei, squads of Shinigami and Black Shihakushō could be seen racing to their posts. Jin Ichimaru stood silently at the center of the 11th Division dojo, eyes scanning the busy squad members around him. In his hand was a deployment map, his brows slightly furrowed, irritation simmering in his chest. Like the other divisions, the 11th only had around 200 members. Yet they had to split into 3 teams to guard 3 different areas. Their top-tier fighters were strong, but with such a wide patrol zone, they were clearly short-staffed for day-to-day operations. Just then, Ryusuke burst through the door, excitement all over his face. Holding up a warrant, he shouted. "Great news! Captain Masatsuki said the captain commander has approved us to borrow personnel from the Kido Corps and on Masatsuki. A small smile appeared on Jin Ichimaru's face. Finally, they could deal with the manpower shortage and properly fulfill their defensive duties. After all, this was about protecting the entire world, and he had people he cared about living in it. The Kido Corps and Masatsuki, though often overseen by the same leaders, were both directly under Seireitei's command and equal in rank to the Gotei 13. They weren't as large overall, but each group was bigger than a single division in terms of numbers. Still frowning, Jin Ichimaru asked, puzzled. Masatsuki was here. Where is he now? He'd been swamped these past few days, and as captain, Masatsuki Aozaki was constantly nowhere to be found. Ryusuke answered helplessly. Captain Masatsuki went home. Jin Ichimaru's face darkened instantly. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 399, Chapter 399, The Solution. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocks shattered the quiet afternoon. Led by Izumo, several 11th Division squad members stood tensely outside the Aozaki residence. They were on full alert, as if bracing for a major confrontation. Behind them followed several members of the Kido Corps, each visibly on edge, anxiety written all over their faces. These were temporary reinforcements from the Kido Corps, assigned to operate in a group due to the nature of their mission. If anything unexpected happened, their job was to hold out just long enough for reinforcements to arrive. They were also expected to sound the alarm at the first sign of danger, to ensure more backup could be dispatched. As one of Seireitei's directly governed units, Kido Corps members rarely engaged in frontline combat. So they weren't exactly used to the pace or style of a combat division like the 11th. Is anyone home? Please open the door. Izumo knocked again, his voice carrying a note of urgency. Just as he began to worry, the door slowly creaked open. Yoruchi Shihoin stood casually against the frame, arms crossed, a relaxed smile tugging at her lips. Her tone was playful. Izumo, still working at this hour? Don't you ever take a break? Izumo froze for a second at the remark. If they weren't working in the afternoon, then when were they supposed to? He looked at Yoruchi in confusion, but quickly brushed it off. After all, this was the captain's wife. For the captain and his spouses, any hour of the day could be considered time off. Is Captain Masatsuki in? We're here under orders to find Masatsuki-sama. Izumo tried to keep his voice calm, not wanting her to notice his unease. He's busy right now. What's this about? Yoruchi's smile didn't waver. She didn't seem surprised by their arrival at all. It was Lieutenant Jin who sent us. Izumo answered respectfully, careful not to show even a hint of disrespect to the former captain and current captain's wife. Then, he cautiously asked. Since the captain hasn't returned to the barracks in a while, we came to check if he's safe, and to ask when he might return to the 11th Division. Yoruchi crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly. He's not available at the moment. Why? Izumo's brow furrowed even more. Yoruchi didn't bother hiding anything. She shrugged casually and said. He's handling something very important. If it goes well, it might be the key to resolving the current crisis across the 3 realms. Izumo looked at her suspiciously as she stretched lazily, frowning harder. Every time the captain slacked off, they'd run into the same situation, never able to see Masatsuki Aozaki. And the captain's wife always wore that same indifferent expression, like she didn't care about anything. But out of respect and trust in their captain, they eased up a little. After all, at such a crucial time, surely he wouldn't be slacking, he had to be dealing with something serious. In his heart, Izumo quietly reinforced the image of their towering, dependable captain. Still, he couldn't help sneaking a glance inside the residence. Despite the tension and looming danger outside, Masatsuki Aozaki's home radiated a strange sense of peace. Maids brought by the noble young ladies moved gracefully through the mansion, working efficiently and calmly, as though everything was under control. While these maids weren't allowed into the Aozaki family's inner quarters without permission, if something serious had happened, they wouldn't be this composed. Judging by the current scene, it really didn't seem like Masatsuki-sama was in any danger. Izumo exchanged glances with the others. They all silently acknowledged the same thing. This wasn't a situation that required them to worry about Masatsuki Aozaki's safety. After all, he was the strongest Shinigami. In every aspect, he was Seireitei's top force. Even the captain commander had admitted to being surpassed by him. To the 11th Division, Masatsuki Aozaki was an invincible legend. Izumo's admiration for him only grew deeper. He turned and gave Yoruichi Shihoin a solemn nod, speaking in a serious tone. The situation is truly dangerous. Masatsuki-sama and the lady should remain cautious. But Yoruichi just waved her hand with a smile, her expression relaxed and reassuring, like the looming crisis didn't concern her at all. Seeing this, Izumo could only sigh helplessly. He bowed once more, then left with his subordinates. Before departing, he gently closed the door behind him, as if afraid of disturbing anyone inside. Click. The moment the door lock clicked shut, Yoruichi's previously composed face shifted to one of deep seriousness. Her eyes fixed on the closed door, and for the first time, a hint of unmistakable worry appeared on her face. She swiftly secured the door behind her, then vanished in a burst of shuinpa, her figure darting like the wind toward the core area of the Aozaki estate. If Izumo had seen that expression, he definitely wouldn't have left so calmly. He might have even rallied reinforcements to completely surround the Aozaki household. Are they gone? Ora Michibane sat up slowly, stretching with a yawn. I thought you'd already fallen asleep. Yoruichi handed her a steaming cup of tea with a gentle smile, nodding toward the faint drool mark on the table. Just dozed off for a bit. Ora took the cup, took a small sip, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this tastes amazing. Yoruichi-nichan, your tea skills just keep getting better. While I'm glad to hear that, Yoruichi chuckled, you've been hanging around Masatsuki too long. That compliment sounded a little backhanded. She laughed softly, then slipped her arms around Ora from behind, the two of them nestled closely together. Yoruichi sat calmly in her chair, idly swaying her long purple hair like a flowing curtain, her tone light yet tinged with curiosity and expectation. Still, shouldn't you tell me the truth? Like, what's really going on with Masatsuki? Ora didn't hesitate. She pointed toward the large door and answered without pause. He's already left, with Amanamanaka. It should begin soon. Their bond was so close, like true sisters, that there was no need to keep secrets. Yoruichi blinked, a brief flicker of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly settled back into calm. She murmured. So it hasn't even begun yet. Then she smiled faintly, as if something clicked. Well, it is the Soul King's heart we're talking about. He has to be extra cautious. She spoke thoughtfully, then turned toward Ora with a teasing look. Though I do wonder, how long is he going to take this time? Chapter 400, kinda weak, honestly. When he comes back and realizes we're gone, he's definitely going to cry out like, wah. Yoruichi Shihoin laughed cheerfully, clearly amused by the mental image. I'd love to see that face for myself. It'd be priceless. Ora Michibane chuckled along with her. But their laughter gradually faded, and silence settled between them. After a moment, Ora let out a quiet sigh. She reached for her robe and pulled it open slightly, revealing a glowing jewel embedded in her chest, shimmering with a strange light. There's no need to worry too much, Yoruichi-ne. I've already developed a mass-production model of the Hogyoku, she said with a smile. All that's left is gathering the materials to scale it up. Yoruichi felt a bit more at ease hearing that. What materials are you still missing? She asked, genuinely curious. She looked up at Ora, and the more she did, the more fondness she felt for this younger sister. She knew her own strengths, sure, she was clever, even once praised by the captain commander for her talent in mischief, but developing something like this. That was out of her league. They were smart in completely different ways. Yoruichi could handle combat techniques just fine, but research and development? Not a chance. She made no effort to hide her concern. Need a hand. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. No need to hold back with me. Ora slowly stood and looked down at her. Yoruichi's clothes were a bit of a mess from their lounging, her collarbone and a teasing hint of cleavage peeking out. But Ora only glanced briefly before calmly looking away. Her figure might draw envy from anyone, but she had her own confidence to stand on. She shook her head. No need. Someone else is already handling it. Yoruichi blinked in surprise. With all of Seireitei in battle-ready mode, weren't all the sisters swamped with their own responsibilities? Who could be taking on the material hunt? She paused, then a mischievous grin crept onto her face. It's not the girls from Waco Mundo, is it? Should I go pick them up when they come to Soul Society? You know this is exactly what Masatsuki is good at: secret infiltration, quiet extraction, discreet rendezvous. That's my specialty. Though she was joking, there was some genuine concern behind her words. If the girls ran into any of the Gotei 13 en route, it could get complicated. No worries. They'll be using the family's private senkamen. I was planning to greet them myself, but since you're so eager, I'll leave it to you. Yorichi nodded in agreement. After all, the Aozaki senkamen had been built using Shihoin clan resources back when she was still head of the family. Top of the line, both in terms of quality and safety. Masatsuki had even praised it after using it. So as long as nothing went wrong in the dangai, the girls would make it through safely. And if it was her clan's craftsmanship, she had full confidence in it. I don't think there's much I can do to help Masatsuki directly, Yorichi sighed, shrugging with a helpless smile. I'll head over to the senkamen and stand by. This is Soul Society, after all. Having a bunch of errand cars show up here is still a risk. Be careful. As she opened the lab door, Aura's voice rang out behind her. Don't worry, just wait for good news. Sunlight poured over the streets of Naruki City, casting a warm glow on the tall, statuesque figure of a woman. Her name was Neliel Tu Odelschwank, and she moved with relaxed confidence toward her destination, Seireitei, the enforcement department. As head of Hueco Mundo's security division, she radiated a powerful presence, like a valkyrie descending from myth. The hollows around her, sensing her overwhelming aura, scattered in fear. Neliel muttered to herself. Who could be important enough to make you show up in person, my queen? And why drag me along too? She was genuinely puzzled by the mission. After all, this was just a group of spiritually aware humans from the world of the living, not exactly something that should require both her and Haribel's direct involvement. In Neliel's opinion, with their combined strength, they could barge into Soul Society, take a leisurely stroll through Seireitei, and walk out untouched. Still, she would never question Masatsuki Aozaki's decisions lightly. She saw herself as his devoted knight. No matter what her lord decided, she would support him without hesitation. That said, she had no interest in picking on the weak. Her thoughts drifted back to her knightly code as she pinched her chin, musing. They'd better hand over whatever Masatsuki wants. Otherwise, I might have to step in, even if it means bullying the weak. At her side stood Haribel, silent and composed. She wore a white cropped outfit that showcased her distinct allure and calm strength. Together, the two women were an arresting sight. Her appearance hadn't changed much over time, yet she now carried an unmistakable aura of authority. Don't underestimate them, Neliel, Haribel said in her low, smooth voice. But their strength, well, let's just say it's a bit underwhelming. Neliel responded with playful energy, her tone light and teasing, like an eager younger sister clinging to her older sibling. She blinked her wide eyes, full of curiosity and innocence. Their Ryatsu might be low, but some of them have really bizarre abilities. Better to be cautious. If we're not careful, it could get messy. Haribel spread her arms slightly, as if expressing mild resignation. But when Neliel suddenly latched onto her arm like an affectionate sister, Haribel froze stiff on the spot. Elsewhere, in a dim corridor, a young man entered a rundown apartment. He wore overalls and had shoulder-length dark hair, calm black eyes, and a refined, handsome face. A scar ran from his left temple across his forehead. Step by step, he climbed the creaky stairs, his footsteps echoing down the silent hallway. He reached into his pocket, fumbling for a moment before pulling out a black access card. Its design was unusual, white horizontal stripes on a black background, with the words, "Welcome to our Seireitei," printed clearly across the front. The young man gave a soft swipe over the sensor. Beep. A sharp electronic chime rang out. The aged door lock responded with a deep clunk, like a slumbering beast stirred awake. With a slow creak, the heavy metal door opened just enough to reveal a narrow gap. It was hard to believe such a secure entryway, one requiring a custom-coded keycard, was hidden in a place as dilapidated as this. Carefully, he stepped through into the unknown. Inside, the room was a complete contrast to the rundown exterior. It had been ingeniously remodeled into a sleek, modern bar, brimming with style and urban flair. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 401, Spare Your Life. By now, a crowd had gathered, chatting and laughing as voices rose and fell throughout the room. Every one of them was a full-bringer, gifted with abilities beyond ordinary human limits. This so-called bar was actually the headquarters of their executive militia and also served as the base of the 11th Division's Special Operations Unit in the world of the living. Its construction had been made possible thanks to the generous support of the 11th Division and Seireitei. After Kugo Jinjo was officially recognized by Seireitei as a substitute Shinigami, the executive militia was fully renovated into a specialized combat unit stationed in the world of the living. Naturally, as their direct superior, the 11th Division had backed the reorganization and rebuilding efforts. Now, after careful planning and remodeling, this place served as a hub where members could unwind, bond, train, and most importantly, gather before deploying on missions. At that moment, the arrival of a young man with black hair immediately drew everyone's attention. Among them, an elderly man, thin and impeccably groomed, glanced his way and greeted him coolly. "You're here, Tsukishima." The dark-haired youth, Tsukishima, lifted the corners of his mouth into a gentle smile and gave a slight nod, though a subtle chill flickered in his eyes. His deep gaze swept the room before settling on a lavishly decorated room nearby. As if pondering something, he asked quietly, "Is Captain Kugo inside?" The old man gave a small nod, pointing at the closed door beside him with a blank expression. "I saw him go in earlier. He hasn't come out, so he's probably still there." "Then I'll go see him." Shikuro Tsukishima replied politely, turning to head for the door. Just as he took a step forward, the old man's indifferent voice called out from behind. "I'm on patrol today. I'll be heading out first." With that, the old man moved toward the exit, still wearing the same detached expression. But as the door slowly opened, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, and he instinctively stepped back several paces. Standing in the doorway were two tall women. One had long, icy blonde hair and a presence so cold and unapproachable it seemed to freeze the air around her. The other was less intimidating in demeanor, but her waist-length green hair made her immediately stand out. A rose-colored horizontal marking across her face added to her mysterious and unique aura. But none of that was what truly unsettled him. What did was the overwhelming reiatsu radiating from both women. It was suffocating, oppressive like a mountain crashing down, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Just meeting their gaze made the old man's head spin, as though the world itself had tilted. The sheer pressure had his body and soul trembling uncontrollably. Who are you?" His voice trembled as he stared nervously at the two cold-faced women, his legs giving way until he collapsed to the floor. By now, the others in the room had also noticed what was happening. Fear swept through them. They backed away, faces pale and eyes filled with dread. No one mocked the old man's weakness. In the face of power like that, dropping to your knees was the natural response. Even before anything began, their bodies were already swaying, ready to give out at any moment. Harabel and Neliel both frowned in discomfort as they sensed the fear around them. Thanks to Masatsuki Aozaki's long-standing guidance, their reiatsu had recently reached the upper limit of the hollow domain. But since it hadn't been long, they still struggled to control it. Despite their best efforts to restrain it, they hadn't expected these people to be so overwhelmed. "Intruders. We've got intruders." Someone shouted, but before they could finish, they were cut off. "Calm down, everyone. They're not intruders." The crowd turned to see the black-haired young man who had just entered the room earlier. He bowed slightly, a respectful and sycophantic smile on his face, then gestured toward the two women and said, "Ladies, please come in. Captain Kugo is waiting for you inside." With that, he gently pushed the door open. Harabel and Neliel stepped inside. A faint fragrance filled the room. Elegant paintings hung on the walls, giving the space a calm and refined atmosphere. Behind a spacious desk sat a middle-aged man. His neatly combed medium-length hair reached just past his neck, and his broad forehead was accentuated by slightly arched eyebrows that formed a thick brow line. His deep brown eyes carried a mysterious glint. He was tall and well-built, dressed in a black coat with a fur-lined collar, and wore a delicate silver cross necklace around his neck. This was none other than the head of the executive department and the leader of the 11th Division's World of the Living Special Forces, Substitute Shinigami Kugo Jinjo. "Ladies, may I ask what brings you here today?" Kugo Jinjo's voice was low and gentle, but laced with a hint of flattery. A flicker of disgust flashed in the eyes of Harabel and Neliel. They had already heard from Masatsuki, this man was deeply calculating and dangerously ambitious. Seeing his demeanor now only confirmed her words. To see a substitute Shinigami and Fullbringer with first-class spiritual pressure acting this servile was truly shocking. There was no trace of the dignity a true powerhouse should possess. Even when they had once served under Aizen, the two Vasto Lord-class Arankar had never debased themselves this way. Jinjo extended a hand toward them. But neither woman moved. With narrowed eyes full of disdain, they stared at him as if his very presence was revolting. Jinjo could only force a smile and awkwardly pulled his hand back. "We don't have time to waste on you. You should have already received Masatsuki-sama's orders." Harabel's tone was ice-cold, her voice as chilling as a winter wind. "If you've forgotten, let me remind you, Kugo Jinjo, hand over the Soul King's fragment." Her sharp gaze pierced straight through Jinjo, as if trying to see into his soul. "Why? I worked so hard to collect them." Jinjo's expression darkened instantly. The flattering smile vanished, replaced by a vicious scowl. He slammed both hands on the desk with a sharp crack and growled through clenched teeth. "You can't just take away what I've achieved. Not even Masatsuki Aozaki has that right." Neliel let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with contempt. "Don't forget, you're Masatsuki-sama's servant. Everything you have belongs to him. Her voice was flat and commanding, brooking no argument. Besides, over the years, how many Fullbringers in the Special Forces have you hunted down in secret? Harming your comrades is a serious crime. Her words hit Jinjo like a hammer, making his heart jolt. Masatsuki-sama chose not to punish you because he wanted to give you a chance. Hand over the Soul King's fragment now, and consider it your redemption. Masatsuki-sama is merciful. We only want the fragment. Your life will be spared. Chapter 402, that's just too cruel. Kugo Jinjo's face was twisted in fury, barely able to hide the anger seething beneath the surface. To escape from the terrifying men, he had relied on the power of Soul Society Shinigami, obsessively gathering fragments of the Soul King to strengthen himself. Decades of endurance, countless lives taken, he had clawed his way to this point with blood and resolve. How could he possibly resign himself to being Masatsuki Aozaki's lapdog for life, forever groveling at his feet? Some people's ambition is like a beast locked in a cage, docile only because it's chained. But that ambition never dies. One day, it bares its fangs. And Kugo Jinjo was exactly that kind of man. His ambition only grew stronger over time, though he rarely let it show. But even with his deepest intentions hidden away, he hadn't expected Masatsuki Aozaki to see right through him. Jinjo clutched the cross necklace around his neck with one hand. The other hand gripped the substitute Shinigami badge, marked with the emblem of crossed skulls. His eyes turned cold and savage, like a beast ready to devour everything in its path. Harabel and Neliel immediately sensed the shift in his demeanor. Their instincts sharp, they reached for the Zanpakutō at their waists, ready to respond in an instant. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, followed by a powerful shockwave that ripped the apartment building in two. Amid the crumbling debris, panicked Fullbringers scattered in every direction. None of them were stronger than seated officers. They had never witnessed anything like this, let alone fought in it. Survival was the only thing on their minds. Shakuro. Jinjo spoke coldly as he watched the black-haired young man approach. No deal. Even in the face of this chaos, Shakuro Tsukishima remained unshaken, calmly waiting for Jinjo's reply. Jinjo's expression darkened even further, as if his rage could drip from his skin. Gritting his teeth, he growled through clenched jaws. There's no point in negotiating. They want everything I have. It was only a matter of time before things turned violent. Kill them. As he finished, Jinjo's eyes blazed scarlet. Murderous intent surged from him in waves, his entire body exuding a terrifying aura. Tsukishima frowned slightly and said quietly, "Kugo, calm down. It's not time to rebel against Soul Society yet. We still need more time." Jinjo whipped around, glaring at Tsukishima with fury in his eyes. "Calm down. They're trying to steal what's mine. You think calm is going to fix this? Years spent collecting the Soul King fragments, how could they just be taken away? Those fragments were his lifeline. And now, he possessed first-class spiritual power, the highest tier of Ryatsu. As he shouted, Jinjo swung his massive two-handed sword. A brilliant flash of light streaked through the air. He slammed the substitute Shinigami badge against the sword's guard, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. You want to fight? Fine. I'll kill you all, Masatsuki Aozaki and everyone in Soul Society. Die, all of you. His voice trembled with fury and frustration as he muttered to himself. He wasn't the same Kugo Jinjo from before. Now, he wielded the truth-called power. And anyone daring to challenge that truth was begging for death. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the rage burning inside him. This was outrageous. All he did was kill a few Fullbringers, and now they wanted to punish him. Those Arankars and Shinigami, hadn't they killed just as many? Then, something strange flashed in Jinjo's eyes, he looked up, as if witnessing something unbelievable. In the sky above, two figures hovered, looking down at him. It was the same two women from before. They stood silently in midair, like divine beings, radiating a suffocating pressure. Jinjo's eyes widened in disbelief. His full force slash hadn't left a scratch on them. He furrowed his brows, trying to recall the moment he struck. Yes, he had clearly heard two dull thuds, and then, in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Now they stood in the air again, appearing like phantoms. That uncanny movement, it had to be the Arankar technique, Sonido. As Masatsuki Aozaki's former right hand, Jinjo had seen enough to recognize it immediately. And judging from their swift response, it was clear, these two women were far stronger than their displayed Ryatsu had suggested. Humph. So you're really going to throw away the opportunity Masatsuki-sama gave you? In that case, we won't be holding back. Neliel's relaxed smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling indifference and disdain. Her gaze pierced straight through the soul, sending shivers down the spine. Kugo Jinjo, daring to betray Masatsuki-sama, will be the ones to carry out the purge. Without a word, Haribel reached into her robes and pulled out a pristine white glove, carefully sliding it onto her left arm. At those words, veins bulged across Jinjo's forehead. His face twisted with rage and bloodlust as he roared. Then let's see who dies here today. You damn woman. Did they really think he was that easy to control? Kugo Jinjo had always been ruthless and defiant, he only acted submissive before to keep up appearances. But the moment he saw Haribel put on that glove, a powerful sense of unease surged through him. Though the glove looked different from the technique Masatsuki Aozaki had once used, he was nearly certain it had to be something designed to strip him of his full brain powers. He couldn't afford to ignore that threat. His fury erupted instantly. Bang. With a thunderous crash, the Fullbringers crawling out of the rubble were suddenly blinded by afterimages. Jinjo's gaze was cold and fierce as he launched forward, gripping his massive sword in both hands and slashing at Haribel like a bolt of lightning. Empowered by immense force, the blow carried overwhelming might, enough to tear through the ground and obliterate anything in its path. Clang! The sharp, ear-splitting clash of blades echoed out, as if space itself were trembling. But there wasn't even a trace of satisfaction in Jinjo's eyes, only a flicker of shock and dread. The blonde woman in front of him had drawn the Zanpakutō from her back and blocked his massive sword with ease. No matter how much strength he poured in, he couldn't push forward even a fraction. His attack had been completely stopped. And this was no ordinary blow. When he summoned the gem-embedded greatsword and used it in conjunction with the substitute Shinigami badge, it was the same as activating both Fullbring and a Shinigami Shurikai. In this state, his power boost far exceeded that of a standard Zanpakutō release. Even so, he couldn't break through her short blade defense. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 403, Death is no regret. Kugo Jinjo narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. It had been a long time since he first met Masatsuki Aozaki, so long that most ordinary humans would have already lived and died in that span. As the years passed, he had seen less and less of Masatsuki in action, and his understanding of that power had grown increasingly vague. It was precisely that ignorance that had bred his misplaced courage to defy Masatsuki Aozaki now. But what truly caught him off guard was that even Masatsuki's subordinates possessed such overwhelming strength. If that was the case, how strong was Masatsuki Aozaki now? Should he consider surrendering? If Masatsuki was also a first-class spiritual power, and had this woman's support, then he might really be done for. But no, it was too late for that. He knew all too well that once that cold-hearted man learned of his betrayal, there would be no forgiveness. If that's how it is, then he'd have to strike first, to weaken their side, or find a way to strengthen his own. Book of the End. At that moment, Shikuro Tsukishima seemed to sense his thoughts. Without hesitation, he poured his ryatsu into the bookmark of the book in his hands. In an instant, a katana with a chain dangling from the hilt appeared. This was his Fullbring, Book of the End. Tsukishima had been adopted by Kugo Jinjo at a young age. Under his guidance, he had learned how to use Fullbring and hone his combat skills. To him, Jinjo wasn't just a father figure, he was the most important and trusted person in his life. And so, no matter what, he had to be someone of value to Kugo-sama. Without hesitation, Tsukishima gripped the katana and swung it down at Haribel with all his might. But in the next instant, searing pain shot through his wrist, as if the bones inside were being crushed. His expression twisted in shock. He looked down, only to see a slender, pale hand gripping his wrist in an iron vise. The strength in that hand was overwhelming. It felt like his wrist could be shattered at any moment. Being able to insert yourself into someone's past and rewrite their memories, what a disgusting ability. Neliel's eyes were cold, her voice laced with contempt. Her glare was razor-sharp, as if it could cut through Tsukishima's very soul. Ah. Tsukishima groaned, struggling to break free, but no matter how he resisted, that hand clamped down like a steel trap, leaving him completely immobile. Damn it. His eyes widened, veins bulging across his forehead as he glared at Neliel, gritting his teeth. To so easily steal another's bonds without any cost, that's despicable. You're nothing but a disgrace who deserves death. Neliel's voice dripped with scorn and fury. Her expression grew colder by the second. She knew full well how dangerous Tsukishima's ability was to her. If she let her guard down and got struck even once, the consequences would be disastrous. To her, past and future were equally sacred, essential parts of who she was. There was no way she'd allow her past to be tainted by filth like him. But no matter how dangerous your ability is, if it doesn't land, it's useless, isn't it? Neliel sneered. There was a sharp glint in her eyes. She had already seen through his intentions. The current situation reminded her of the time when Master Yamamoto fought Yawatch, Royd. There had been a clear gap in Ryatsu and overall strength. Yet the weaker side, just like Tsukishima now, still had the power to threaten someone far stronger. One mistake, and she could fall into his trap. But unlike Yawacha's impersonator, Tsukishima didn't have anything like Zanka no Tachi's defensive might. So, when Neliel's elegant foot slammed into his gut, Tsukishima's face went pale. His body convulsed violently as an indescribable agony exploded from his abdomen. His eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out, only a trickle of blood slid down the corner of his lips. Then he was sent flying. Boom. Tsukishima's body crashed into the wall like a cannonball, embedding into it as cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact. He smashed through wall after wall, until finally, he vanished from sight. That one kick was enough to completely disable him. Then, without pause, Neliel pulled out a white glove from her robes, slipped it on, and leapt in the direction Tsukishima had flown. Useless bastard, and you two damned women. Kugo Jinjo glared coldly at the two women before him, rage and killing intent boiling in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "You think this is enough to make me surrender? Don't be stupid." If that woman hadn't interfered, he would have rushed to support Shikuro Tsukishima by now. Tsukishima might not have much raw power, but his ability was dangerous, it ignored differences in Ryatsu. If used well, the Book of the End might have even allowed him to turn these two powerful women to his side. Then with the three of them united, what reason would they have to fear Masatsuki Aozaki? As he watched Neliel's fading silhouette, a flicker of apprehension flashed in Jinjo's eyes. With strength like yours, why take orders from Masatsuki Aozaki? Maybe we could work together. His gaze sharpened, fixed on Haribel as she stood atop the distant ruins, his words laced with both curiosity and subtle provocation. What kind of power did Masatsuki Aozaki possess to make even these two vasto lord-class Arankars follow him? Then he noticed it, when Haribel heard Masatsuki's name, her eyes softened. That was all the proof he needed. Jinjo had no doubt, there was something deeper, something personal between them. If he dared to insult Masatsuki Aozaki in front of her now, she'd charge at him without a second thought and fight to the death. He was skilled at reading people, at manipulating hearts, and this, he was sure of. At that moment, Jinjo made up his mind, if an opportunity to escape presented itself, he'd take it without hesitation. An Arankar queen who could go toe-to-toe with him in raw power, and a Valkyrie so fast she was nearly invisible. These two were simply too strong. He knew that unless he used his final trump card, he had no chance of winning. He couldn't beat them. Not even close. And if he kept dragging this out, he'd die a horrible death. So he resolved, find the right moment, and get out. He was painfully aware, if he delayed until Masatsuki Aozaki arrived, escape would be impossible. As for Shikuro Tsukishima, don't make him laugh. Jinjo knew exactly what Tsukishima was. That special ability of his was useful, sure, but in the end, he was just a tool to help collect Soul King fragments. And Kugo Jinjo would never risk his own life to save a tool. In his eyes, anything without value had no right to exist. Chapter 404, Masatsuki Sect. If given the chance, Kugo Jinjo wouldn't hesitate to absorb Shikuro Tsukishima's full bring power. To maximize his usefulness, Jinjo had shared a considerable amount of bringer light with him. And now, he was more than ready to reclaim it, to recycle this waste and squeeze every last drop of value from him. Unfortunately, he neither had the time nor the opportunity. Haribel was watching him like a hawk. Given the current situation, Jinjo had no choice but to give up. As he brooded, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Within his line of sight, the Arankar woman who had been standing nearby vanished in an instant. Her radiant blonde hair shimmered in the sunlight, so bright it was nearly blinding. Before he could react, she reappeared with a sharp bang, less than half a meter in front of him, having used the technique again, Sonido. Careless. Far too careless. These two women were absurdly fast. There was no warning, no chance to react, it was impossible to defend against them. And if that white glove actually touched him, he had no doubt the consequences would be dire. Jinjo's gaze locked onto the arm inching closer to his chest, his expression turning ice cold. He couldn't let her touch him. In the blink of an eye, a violent burst of steam exploded from his body, like a raging flood, kicking up a visible whirlwind. Don't understand human speech. You're nothing but power-wielding idiots. Fine, then, I'll show you what real power looks like. His voice, seething with hatred and fury, rang out, thick with oppressive force. A surge of deep purple Ryatsu erupted like a volcanic blast, the pressure shaking the very air around them. The force was overwhelming. Around him, the remaining Fullbringers broke into cold sweat, their bones creaking under the crushing spiritual weight, ready to snap at any moment. In under a second, they couldn't take it anymore. One by one, they collapsed unconscious. But in that same moment, Haribel's eyes narrowed coldly. She swiftly released her own Ryatsu, forming a barrier that sealed the surrounding area, making sure the blast wouldn't leak and harm the ordinary citizens of Naruki City. Damn Arankar. I didn't want to use this power. I gave you a chance, you just didn't know how to appreciate it. So don't blame me for what comes next. A cold voice echoed from within the pillar of light. Kugo Jinjo swung his massive cross-shaped greatsword, slashing clean through the pillar of purple Ryatsu. His crimson eyes locked onto Haribel, burning with savage intensity. His hair had turned white. The sword in his hand had transformed. The tsuba now resembled long, spiraled horns, curved like a ram's, with sharp fangs embedded in the gold frame's top and bottom. The blade's front edge had become jagged and vicious, while the rear looked like a spine. The sword pulsed with a strange glow. Within that glow surged 4 distinct types of Ryatsu: Hollow, Shinigami, Quincy, and Fullbringer. Haribel's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the weapon. She had never imagined someone could possess so many types of power at once. Jinjo smirked arrogantly at her, voice dripping with mockery. Well. Shocked. This is my power, the power that transcends everything. He bared his teeth in a twisted grin, eyes blazing with disdain and madness. That fool Masatsuki Aozaki told me far too many secrets without hesitation. Naive idiot. Fullbring doesn't only exist in Fullbringers. Hollows, Shinigami, Quincy, even ordinary humans. All of them can carry the essence of Fullbring, Soul King fragments. You want to know how many I've collected? 108. For years, I borrowed the power of Soul Society while secretly harvesting Soul King fragments. Hollows, Shinigami, Quincy, humans, didn't matter. Once their fragment entered me, I consumed it, made it my own. And I made sure their bodies were erased, no traces left behind. He grinned with twisted pride. And that idiot Masatsuki Aozaki only realized it too late. He thought he could control everything. But in reality, he was just a piece on my board. Someone like me, someone with this power, I've long since surpassed both Fullbringers and Shinigami. I've surpassed him. Jinjo let out a maniacal laugh and brought his colossal cross sword crashing down, radiating terrifying force. As an Arrancar, one who's already broken the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, you should know exactly how powerful I am now, shouldn't you? His face twisted with frenzy, eyes glowing with unrestrained exhilaration. Boom. With a single swing, his massive sword unleashed a monstrous wave of purple Ryatsu. The blast blazed with a brilliant, eerie light as it tore forward. Rumble. The ground shook violently, cracking and collapsing under the sheer pressure of the strike. The sheer force of the attack was monstrous. But then, Jinjo's eyes suddenly changed. He saw something that made his blood run cold. His crucifixion blade, it stopped mid-swing. The next moment, a colossal force, completely beyond reason, struck him like a sledgehammer. Faced with such absolute power, Jinjo couldn't even resist. He was blown away instantly. The purple Ryatsu slash that had been meant to execute Haribel on the spot crumbled like paper under the weight of her counterattack. A single swing of her sharp-marked greatsword shattered it completely. In Jinjo's stunned gaze, Haribel advanced, clad in bone armor. Her blade swung through the air, and a golden Ryatsu wave shot forth. Thwack. With a muffled impact, Jinjo's Ryatsu barrier collapsed like it was made of tissue. His enormous spiritual pressure couldn't withstand the razor-edged strike of Tiburon. In an instant, blood sprayed into the air. What the hell? Jinjo clutched his chest, expression twisting in disbelief. Tiburon had shattered his slash wave with one strike, then immediately broke through his Ryatsu defense and injured him directly. It didn't make sense. After absorbing over 100 Fullbring fragments, he had even shattered the limitations of a Shinigami. The immense power in his sword was living proof of that. And yet, despite holding both Fullbring and transcendent power, his defense was so easily broken in this clash of Ryatsu. This damned woman. Her slashes are ridiculously strong. His voice was low, tinged with a rare weight of seriousness. He silently thanked himself for being cautious. This Arrancar's strength far exceeded his expectations. She was no ordinary opponent, she was a true threat. He had believed his advantage in Ryatsu would allow him to crush her quickly, overwhelming her with force. But now, it was clear. She wasn't any weaker than him. Because that's what Masatsuki-sama taught me. Haribel spoke quietly. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 405, Chapter 405, Gran Rey Zero. Upon hearing this, Kugo Jinjo's pupil suddenly shrank, then a flicker of rage flared in his eyes. Stop messing around. Masatsuki Aozaki. Again with Masatsuki Aozaki. What the hell are you people thinking? His voice was laced with fury and disgust, as though just hearing the name filled him with deep resentment. He grew even more agitated, erupting with anger. This is bullshit. Everyone's always like this, it's disgusting. Go to hell, bastard. Scarlet eyes burning with rage, Kugo Jinjo suddenly raised his blade, pointing it at Haribel. A purple ray of darkness quickly gathered at the tip, forming into a condensed collar-shaped light sphere. In the next instant, a beam of purple light shot forward, dragging a long after-image behind it before vanishing in a flash, striking Haribel with terrifying speed. Boom. A massive explosion followed. The purple Reiatsu erupted like a blaze, unleashing destructive force in an instant. The sheer impact sent violent shockwaves across the ground, tearing everything in their path apart. Haribel frowned, her expression growing serious as she observed the unfolding scene. "Is that Seiro?" she muttered in surprise. As Masatsuki Aozaki's lover, she knew that hollowified Shinigami could release Seiro. But what shocked her was that Kugo Jinjo had used hollow powers without even donning a mask. Die. A twisted smile crept onto Kugo Jinjo's face as he opened his arms wide, as if claiming victory. But then, he suddenly noticed a figure standing not far away. Nelio. She stood silently, unusually calm, showing no sign of alarm. Given the closeness she'd shown to the blonde woman earlier, shouldn't she have rushed over the moment Haribel was hit by his hollow blast? Why was she so calm? Without even sparing him a glance, Nelio spoke coldly. "Haribel's power far surpasses that." Then she added. "Your power isn't even in the same league. But you still haven't realized it. To be more accurate, your trembling body has already exposed your fear, even if you refuse to admit it." Trembling. Hearing this, Kugo Jinjo slowly raised one hand, and sure enough, it was trembling slightly. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. Then he looked back at Haribel and let out a crazed laugh, madness and glee in his voice. "Ha ha ha. You're getting it all wrong. This isn't fear, it's the thrill of wielding such overwhelming power." His expression twisted more and more, his eyes flashing with vicious cruelty. "Can't you tell? Your dumb little friend already lost. What a shame. If I'd managed to take your power, things might have turned out very differently. People like you, so powerful, you probably carry fragments of the Soul King inside you. If I absorb your power, I'll become even stronger. But none of that matters anymore. Next, I'll head to another city and find more of those gifted ones, take their Soul King fragments too." But right then, his laughter abruptly stopped. In the fading light, Haribel stood motionless. She didn't budge, like a mountain unmoved by the wind. In front of her, the purple Seiro had been caught in a jade-colored hand, and was dissipating, as if crashing into an unbreakable wall. That hand, glowing faintly, seemed to possess infinite strength, calmly unraveling the Seiro's energy bit by bit. In just a blink, the Seiro, Kugo Jinjo's near full power blast, vanished completely, as if it had never existed. No way. How? Kugo Jinjo's eyes went wide with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. His powerful attack had been effortlessly blocked, completely neutralized. This woman, always so calm and collected, hadn't just survived his Seiro, she hadn't even been scratched. Not a single tear on her clothes. His jaw hung slack from shock. He knew that Arankar Hiero was durable, but this was unreal. Kugo Jinjo couldn't help but be stunned. He realized he had underestimated Haribel badly. She was far more powerful than he had imagined. And now, standing before such an opponent, he began to feel fear for his own life. Haribel advanced step by step toward Kugo Jinjo, her left hand covered in a white glove, her right gripping a large sword with a shark fin pattern. Her pace was firm and relentless. Each step seemed to crush his heart beneath her feet. Why? Why didn't it work? Why are you still alive? Kugo Jinjo staggered back, eyes wide with shock and a trace of fear. His voice trembled, he could barely hide the dread he felt toward Haribel. At this point, he had completely lost his confidence. Confronted with such overwhelming power, he had no idea how to fight back. Seiro is an instinct of the Minos, just like a beast bears its claws and fangs when it faces prey. Hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Kugo Jinjo's face. Haribel continued calmly. "It only looks powerful. But in truth, it's a primitive and inefficient way of using Reiatsu." Under Kugo Jinjo's gaze, Haribel's expression softened slightly, as if recalling something. "Do you want to see it? A real Seiro. This is something Masatsuki taught me." With a gentle flick of her Zanpakutō, golden Reiatsu began to gather at the tip of the blade. It seemed to condense slowly, but in reality, the process was astonishingly fast, completed in the blink of an eye. Before Kugo Jinjo could react, the Reiatsu had already formed. The space around it visibly warped under the pressure. "Grand Ray Seiro." Haribel called out softly, then swung her Zanpakutō with force. In the next moment, a blinding flash exploded outward, and a powerful Seiro shot forward like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for Kugo Jinjo's chest. Boom. As the Seiro passed, it tore through space itself, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, Kogo Jinjo's proud Ryatsu was pierced clean through, the blast slamming directly into him. His eyes went wide with disbelief, his face twisted in shock, as though he had just witnessed the end of the world. He stared blankly, unable to comprehend how his Ryatsu had crumbled so easily, shattered by Haribel's Siro without the slightest resistance. It was like an unstoppable arrow, tearing through his body without pause. As it continued its path through the sky, the Siro triggered an earth-shattering explosion above. The force was staggering, so immense that it ripped open a massive crack in the fabric of space itself. The dark rift loomed like a black hole in the cosmos, devouring everything around it. And just when it seemed the world might collapse, the tear quickly sealed itself, returning the sky to normal. But then, another burst erupted. The Siro struck again, shattering space, only for it to heal once more. The cycle repeated endlessly, plunging all who witnessed it into a growing, inescapable terror. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, The Miracle Fades. Kogo Jinjo's eyes rolled back, the whites almost fully exposed, as though he had completely lost consciousness. It was clear the Siro had been held back, Haribel hadn't struck with full force. She knew all too well that if she had gone all out, Kogo Jinjo would have been reduced to ashes on the spot. And once that happened, retrieving his soul and the Soul King fragments inside him would have become far more difficult. That's why, even with this Grand Rei Siro, she had restrained her power, using only a suppressed form of Ryatsu. Now, standing before the defenseless Kogo Jinjo, Haribel didn't hesitate. She stepped forward and drove her right hand straight into his chest. In an instant, powered by her white glove, her hand found and seized his soul, along with the large number of Soul King fragments he had absorbed, and yanked them free. Without delay, she placed the extracted soul into a jade orb and sealed it tightly. Then, with a graceful pivot and a crisp bang, Haribel appeared beside Neliel in a flash. Neliel raised one hand, her arm also wrapped tightly in a white glove, holding a matching jade orb. Inside it was the soul of Shikuro Tsukishima. With this, the two of them had finally accomplished the goal of their mission. Was Kogo Jinjo strong? Absolutely. Had it not been Haribel and Neliel, both of whom had undergone decades of indirect evolution through the Hogyoku, even the likes of Stark among the Espada would have struggled to defeat him. These people are all unconscious now. That saves us some trouble. Let's extract the materials from their bodies too. After storing away the soul orb, Haribel glanced over the scattered Fullbringers on the ground and spoke after a brief pause. Most of these Fullbringers, shaped by unusual lives, shared a common wish. To become ordinary humans. That was why they had come to seek out Kogo Jinjo. He had promised to help them rid themselves of the powers that made them feel alien in the human world. But now, thanks to advancements in technology, the gloves that Haribel and Neliel wore were capable of extracting foreign elements from a soul without harming it. That's why they had confidently promised Kogo Jinjo earlier, if he handed over the Soul King fragments, they would spare his life. Unfortunately, he chose to resist. And for that, death was the only outcome awaiting him. The two glanced around at the unconscious Fullbringers and moved into action without hesitation. On the other side, within a transparent barrier, Masatsuki Aozaki stood in the barren wasteland of Hueco Mundo, holding an ancient-looking katana. With a gentle motion, he sliced through the air before him. As the blade swept forward, a pitch-black rift opened in the void, like a gateway to another world. Such was the power of Amanamanaka. It didn't merely enable spatial movement, it granted complete control over space itself. Distortion, erasure, inversion, compression, creation, anything was possible. In short, Amanamanaka's true ability was total spatial manipulation. Thud. A loud crash echoed through the dimly lit space. Masatsuki Aozaki casually tossed a massive corpse to the ground. The body had been cleaved cleanly in two, lying lifeless on the cracked earth. Crimson blood poured from the severed halves, soaking the sand in a deep red. Strangely, though the body had been dead for quite some time, the blood had yet to coagulate. It continued to flow slowly, unnaturally. The surrounding reishi also drifted through the air, gently, aimlessly, as if waiting for something. But compared to the miraculous phenomena of the past, their motion had slowed dramatically. The particles lacked their former vitality, now sluggish and dim. It was enough to make one doubt whether the so-called miracle could ever return. Masatsuki Aozaki quietly observed the scene, then softly whispered a name. Gerard. The moment he spoke it, a strange force seemed to stir. A faint cluster of reishi drifted out from the nearly still air, as though answering his call. The particles shimmered weakly, like a lone star flickering with hope in the darkness. But the miracle never came. It was like a breeze that brushed silently past Masatsuki Aozaki's body, trying in vain to land a final blow. It's over, your miracle won't happen. This is the end. Masatsuki Aozaki's brow tightened. In an instant, his pupils transformed, splitting into dual irises, and a powerful, invisible pressure radiated from his body. Even the world itself seemed to pause. Gerard Valkyrie, once the heart of the Soul King, had been kept sealed within a dimension crafted by Amenominaka ever since his defeat. His miracle power had been relentlessly suppressed by Masatsuki's stillness power. But suppression alone wasn't enough. Even under heavy constraint, the miracle power kept resisting, refusing to fade. Masatsuki held the upper hand in their clash of powers, but he hadn't absorbed the miracle outright. He was cautious, wary of a sudden reversal. After all, this was a clash between powers born of the Soul King. So he called upon the progress force of the Soul King's left hand to aid the stillness power. Every time the two forces clashed, miracle and stillness, he added the momentum of progress to tip the scale. Again and again, over time, his stillness power evolved and grew more dominant. Until at last, it completely overpowered the miracle. Masatsuki Aozaki stifled the surge of excitement rising in his chest, taking deep, steady breaths. He stood between the halves of Gerard's massive corpse and slowly extended both arms. A strange weight pressed down on him, like the burden of the entire world condensed into his small frame. "Farewell, to this world," he murmured. His body surged with energy, his thoughts sharp and focused. Ryatsu flowed from him in sync with his will, reaching toward the one now marked for farewell. Even though Gerard's brain had been split in two, rendering him incapable of conscious thought, his soul seemed to sense the coming end. The reishi lingering in the air trembled slightly, as if echoing his fear. This man, once unshakable and brimming with confidence, was now afraid. Because the miracle had abandoned the men of miracles. To Gerard, the version of himself that once symbolized miracles, was long gone. His black and white Ryatsu was thick as a sea, swirling like a dark ocean. Tiny eyes, countless and unblinking, seemed to ripple across its surface, exuding an unbearable chill. The torrent slowly flowed across Gerard's body. His corpse trembled, not by will, but from the invisible pressure that crushed him. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes grew colder still. His gaze was like a distant, frozen star, piercing and merciless. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, Whoever wants to go, let them go. Seireitei had been under high-level combat readiness for more than half a month. But surprisingly, there was still no movement from hell. The Shinigami on patrol had been working themselves to the bone for days, yet in the end, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the enemy, let alone fought them. Naturally, the Central 46 compound wasn't clueless. They knew this couldn't go on forever. But with the looming threat of a surprise attack from hell, they had no choice but to keep pushing the Gotei 13 to stay on high alert. That didn't mean they did nothing, though. Faced with a potential world-ending crisis, they still understood what truly mattered. They forcibly requisitioned part of the nobles' private forces to support Gotei 13's operations. At first, the nobles fiercely resisted. Some even scoffed. This is the work of low-born warriors. How can you endanger noble lives over something so trivial? But the moment a blade was at their throats, their tone made a complete 180, suddenly agreeable, even eager to cooperate. As for how many people the nobles had secretly kept hidden in reserve, even the wise men and judges could only scratch their heads bald and still never get a clear answer. In the end, the Central 46 set a minimum quota for each noble house. Depending on their rank, they were required to dispatch a certain number of family retainers to fulfill the obligation. Of course, these high-level political games had nothing to do with those who were labeled low-level warriors. Their lives remained simple and structured. Aside from eating and sleeping, their days were spent patrolling their assigned sectors alongside their squad mates. Now and then, they would invite a few would-be criminals trying to take advantage of the chaos to drop by Gotei 13 for a little chat over tea. Even in such a tense atmosphere, the duty carried in the name of Gotei never wavered. After standing guard in the sector all day, Kenpachi Zaraki let out a huge yawn. He knew the enemy could strike at any moment, but this endless waiting was driving him insane. More than anything, he hated these tedious, dull assignments. Feeling increasingly restless, Kenpachi scratched his head out of habit. Then he looked up at the sky, which was gradually darkening. Night was falling. Soon it would be time to change shifts. Maybe he could slip away for a bit, go find the old man or that woman and have a proper fight to the death. Even better if he ran into boss Masatsuki. Yachiru seemed to visit the Aozaki household often and knew the place well. He'd just have her lead the way. The thought alone made a rush of anticipation stir in his chest. And right then, his eyes suddenly widened, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Under his excited gaze, the dimming sky was now completely overtaken by a deep, blood-red glow. At some unknown moment, a massive door, pulsing with a dark crimson light, had appeared silently in the heavens. The eerie gate radiated a suffocating aura, as though it led to some unknown realm. On either side of it, two gigantic skeletal figures slowly pulled the doors open. A flood of crimson light poured out from within, washing over the sky. And with that oppressive red glow, led by a towering skeleton with half its body blackened, figure after figure stepped through the gate. They weren't just Shinigami, there were monsters too, twisted beings like Seireitei with hollow holes jutting out at grotesque angles. Boom. Ryatsu surged out like an abyss crashing down, sweeping across all of Seireitei with the weight of a collapsing sky. The urgent ringing in Kenpachi Zaraki's ears only made his grin widen. He bared his teeth in a savage smile. Such Ryatsu, this is incredible. He slowly raised his arm, waving his Zanpakutō without aim. His Shihakushō flapped wildly under the pressure of his terrifying Ryatsu, the sound echoing in his ears like the roar of a battle hymn. At that moment, the Shinigami throughout Seireitei all looked on in shock as they sensed the overwhelming spiritual force. It felt as if the entire world was about to be torn apart by this power. Some of the weaker Shinigami couldn't withstand it at all and collapsed to the ground on the spot. Even the captains of Seireitei had grim expressions as they turned to face the massive gate. They all understood, an unprecedented battle was about to begin. And their enemies were the very predecessors who once fought to protect the Soul Society. Not far from the gate, Kenpachi Zaraki looked up at the falling figures descending like shooting stars and couldn't contain his excitement. He lived to fight the strong, and now, before him, were foes that promised exactly that. With a wide grin, he raised his Zanpakutō and charged straight toward them. So this is the Seireitei of today. It's completely different from the one we left behind. Among the dozens of figures emerging from the gate of hell, a long-haired man glanced down at Seireitei as he descended, sighing with emotion. Furuki, are you stupid or something? When do you think we died? Standing beside the first-generation 10th Division captain, Furuki Otagawa, was a petite girl with purple twin-tails and an eye patch. Furufushi Saito rolled her eyes in annoyance. We died in the middle of a battlefield, remember? The place was a total wreck. Didn't Batsuansai say so herself? Not long after we died, Seireitei started rebuilding. If it's still the same after 1,000 years, then we might as well wipe out all those useless noble brats running the place, she said, swinging her fists with frustration. Humph. I rather liked how things were back then. Saizo Sakahone narrowed his eyes, peering into the distance with a crooked grin. Last time we were dragged here too fast, I didn't even get a good look around. The changes are pretty major, even the people. Yeah, time spares no one. That brat looks almost as old as I do now. The speaker, clad in fur, was none other than Nobitsuna Shigeo, the first-generation 7th Division captain. He scratched his head and laughed. At least I still have hair. Oh. Baldness bothering you? Saizo shot back instantly, catching the jab aimed at him. You old geezers are just sentimental. Who cares about those relics from the past? Furufushi Saito snapped back with clear irritation. Just then, a bald man with glasses seemed to have noticed something strange. Intetsu Kumoi, the first-generation 9th Division captain, touched his nose thoughtfully. Come to think of it, it's hard to tell by appearance, but Yuichiro seems different too. Standing nearby was a muscular man with short brown hair and blue wrist guards, Obana Danjiro, the original 5th Division captain. He blinked in surprise, then asked. Are you talking about her Ryatsu? A chubby kid with 2 short braids, who had just been acting all smug, turned his head at their words. The moment he looked, his expression froze. That Ryatsu, didn't she hit a ceiling 1,000 years ago? How is it this strong now? I wonder who's going to run into Yuichiro first. Batsensai Katori muttered with a grin, eyeing Yuan Zenjoji, the first-generation 12th Division captain, whose face was frozen in astonishment. The rest of the group exchanged looks, then, with unspoken agreement, all averted their eyes from Retsu Unohana. That lunatic, whoever wants to face her, be my guest. A young man with white hair and dark skin suddenly let out a surprised cry. The one who should be showing up the most isn't even here. What, scared of me? There was a clear note of dissatisfaction in his voice. That punk who used to throw his weight around the Shihoin clan, he better pray not to get caught now. If he does, that kid's in for it. Scared of you? Don't forget, last time, someone nearly took your head off. Furufushi Saito replied with a snort of disdain. The look she gave Chika Shihoin was full of contempt. Chapter 408, don't think wearing glasses will save you. The one who cut me last time was Yamamoto, okay. You guys were the ones who got killed by that brat. The white-haired, dark-skinned young man shot back defiantly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. I wasn't even conscious last time, so it doesn't count. Furufushi Saito growled viciously, as if she wanted to tear the other apart. Batsuansai Katori frowned, speaking with deep concern. But if that kid isn't here, Soul Society might really be in danger this time. Her voice was thick with worry. Furufushi Saito glanced around. Hell hadn't just sent them, the original captains. Alongside them were monstrous beings led by the former king of Hueco Mundo, now a hell prisoner, as well as more than 30 captain-class Togabitos. Everyone's expression turned grim. They were starting to grasp just how dire the situation was. Furofushi Saito clicked her tongue, clearly displeased. Old man Yamamoto, seriously. His Bankai is so powerful, but he can only use it for such a short time. If he could hold it longer, we wouldn't have to worry about these freaks. At her words, several original captains sighed, regret flashing in their eyes. Zanka no Tachi was strong, no doubt, but this world couldn't handle its full power for long. If it were used too long, Yamamoto Shigekuni might destroy the world himself before Hell even had to make a move. Under the protection of Hell's power, the group landed safely. A gray-haired man slowly stood up, looking like he was still half asleep. It was Chijiri Shijima, the first-generation captain of the 4th Division. He frowned and asked, puzzled. I heard from Chika that Zanka no Tachi got a power boost, didn't it? He can store the flames in the blade now, so it should last longer, right? But Hell's power is limitless, what good is just a few extra minutes? Furofushi Saito snorted in annoyance. Not far away, Yamamoto leaned on his cane, eyes locked on the silhouettes appearing in the sky. Ranjaku Matsumoto stood with arms crossed, staring ahead. They're still wearing the Gotei 13 Haori. Are those the former captains? Next to her, Chojiro Sasakaibe couldn't help but murmur. Genryusai-sama, it really is them. Just like 1,000 years ago. His voice was filled with emotion and helplessness. TCH, those troublesome bastards. Even in death, they crawl back just to give this old man more headaches. Yamamoto shook his head. His words were harsh, but a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Chojiro Sasakaibe gave a light chuckle. Genryusai-sama, there's no need to worry. Captain Masatsuki is working on a plan. Let's trust him. Trust him. I'd be happy if he didn't add to my problems. Yamamoto shot him a sideways glance and huffed. They were facing Hell itself this time. Even he wasn't sure he'd make it through alive. That kid would be lucky just to survive. If anyone could deal with Hell, it would have to be the Soul King. If that brat really came up with a solution to all this, Yamamoto would gladly step down and let him be Captain Commander. Just then, Yamamoto noticed something strange. The battle hadn't even started yet, and the other side was already arguing among themselves. A loud commotion rose from the crowd across from them, they seemed to be in a heated debate about something important. As the saying goes, a house can't go a day without a master, a country can't go a day without a ruler, and the Gotei 13 can't go a day without a Captain Commander. With his back to Yamamoto and facing his former comrades, Chika Shihoin spoke with impassioned fervor, as if delivering a speech. Now that Yamamoto is no longer in power, as the captain of the 2nd Division, a noble of the 5 great houses, the former head of my clan, it's only natural that I should. Natural your ass. Who do you think you are? I should be the Captain Commander. I'm the strongest one here. Furofushi Saito leapt up and punched Chika Shihoin square in his handsome face. Chika Shihoin crashed to the ground, but Furofushi Saito wasn't done, she followed up by stomping on his face. No one paid any attention to Chika Shihoin, but Furofushi Saito's claim sparked immediate protest. Who said you're the strongest? This old man can still fight. You damn runt, get lost. I'm the strongest here, I should be Captain Commander. Ha! You overindulgent old coot, better deal with those eye bags first. These aren't eye bags, they're deep-set eyes. The charm of a mature man. Brats like you wouldn't understand. Yamamoto. Watching Furofushi Saito and Nobitsuna Shigeo wrestling on the ground, Yamamoto figured they might just wipe each other out without him needing to lift a finger. At that moment, a man with a gaunt face, glasses, slick back hair, and a stern expression stepped forward to stop the chaos. In a cold tone, he said. From a rational and objective standpoint, I, Kinraku Uzuhara, captain of the 3rd Division, am the strongest and the most suitable candidate to become Captain Commander. But before he could finish, a hard punch was already flying at him. 4 eyes, don't think wearing glasses and acting all polite will stop me from punching you. Furofushi Saito growled. Kinraku Uzuhara clutched his bruised face and glared, but didn't strike back. Looks like it's up to me. Who else has the seniority I do? Saizo Sakahon said smugly. What good is seniority? Can you throw a punch like this? Check out these muscles. Yuan Zenjoji flexed proudly. Yeah, all one slab of muscle, so what? Quit embarrassing yourself, someone jeered. My sword's just as deadly, another shouted, unwilling to be outdone. The group erupted into chaos, exchanging insults and challenges. The scene devolved into utter bedlam. Yamamoto and Retsu Unohana stood to the side, watching the absurdity unfold. Despite the dire situation, they couldn't help but laugh. The moment reminded them of old times. Bloody, violent, and chaotic, sure, but not every moment in that era had been about fighting and death. Just then, Batsuansai Katori seemed to come up with an idea. She clutched her long-handled naginata to her chest and smiled kindly. Actually, wouldn't it be easier if we just figured out who among us is the strongest? The others lit up, eyes gleaming with excitement. Exactly. What's the point of all this talk? If you've got the guts, let's fight and settle it. Just flapping your gums means nothing. Damn right. Strength is what really counts. If you're too scared to fight, then get out of the way. Hearing this, even Chika Shihoin, still pinned underfoot, nodded in agreement. Sounds good to me. Let's settle it that way. With that, everyone began drawing their Zanpakutō, clearly ready to throw down. However, before anything could happen, the skeletal figure wearing a crown and bearing a circular halo on his back cast them a sidelong glance. He raised one arm slightly, and a throne of black chains formed beneath him. The skeleton king calmly sat down, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. As the gates of hell rumbled, crimson light spilled forth. Countless golden reishi particles drifted outward, flying toward the group that had come from hell. The original captains fell into stunned silence, each one frozen in place. Golden skeletal armor began forming over their bodies, piece by piece. At that moment, every Shinigami of the Gotei 13 stood in a daze. After a while, Masatsuki looked up and pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. She paused in surprise. This time, it didn't completely suppress our consciousness. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 409, Let the Floods Rise, Who Cares? Maybe they realized that suppressing our consciousness weakens our combat capabilities. Furofushi Saito grinned, though a cruel glint flickered across her face. That little guy Masatsuki Aozaki is pretty strong, and ruthless. I like that. Just don't know where he ran off to. Masatsuki paused, then shook his head. I actually thought he seemed rather gentle. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Chika Shihoin laughed. Perfect. That old geezer Yamamoto took my head off last time, this time, I'm definitely getting payback. The original captains stretched their limbs, only to realize that although their consciousness remained intact, they were still being influenced by Hell's will. A voice seemed to echo in their minds, forcing them to obey. Chika Shihoin let out a furious roar. His whole body became like a spectral shadow as he charged at Yamamoto, swinging his Zanpakutō with deadly force. As Chika Shihoin and Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto clashed blades, the other original captains stood still in silence. Outwardly, it looked like they were closely observing the fight, ready to step in at any moment. But in truth, they were stalling for time. Hell had granted them free will. So how they carried out its commands was up to them. After so many years surviving in Soul Society, they already knew how to deal with a superior who was out to make things difficult. I want to fight too, but what if I can't find the right opening? In the end, the name of the game was simple, stall. The nobles from 1,000 years ago were tough enough, but Yamamoto was even more stubborn than the likes of Nobutsuna Shigeo and Saizo Sakahone. He kept shielding them. If it weren't for Yamamoto keeping them in check, with their personalities, they'd have just slaughtered anyone who disobeyed. Flood of corpses be damned. Togabito, atone for your past sins. Now, go kill them. Immediately. Baragon's voice exploded in their ears, dark and oppressive. There was something in his words, some sinister power, that made resistance impossible. The first-generation captain sighed in resignation and surged forward. They had no choice. Baragon was Hell's jailer. To Togabitos like them, Baragon held absolute authority by Hell's rules. Smug satisfaction twisted across the skeletal features of Baragon's face, tinged with a trace of long-held resentment. Damn it all. Masatsuki Aozaki, Sosuke Aizen, those cursed bastards. They forced me, the rightful king of Hueco Mundo, into this wretched state. Now look at me. Humiliated, powerless, at the mercy of others. So what if I'm leading a squad of powerful fighters right now? On the surface, it might look impressive. But in the end, I'm still just another prisoner. Even as a jailer here, I still have to follow Hell's rules. What's the difference between that and being a convict? It's like doing forced labor in a prison camp. Sure, compared to the other Togabitos, I don't suffer punishment, so my life is easier. But for me, for an ancient king, everything I've endured these past decades is the greatest insult imaginable. First, I was forced to kneel before Aizen. Then, I was mercilessly slain by Masatsuki Aozaki. And even in hell, I'm still being used, still doing free labor. How could a proud king tolerate this? No. I won't stand for it. I will have revenge. Aizen and Masatsuki Aozaki may no longer be here. The ancient king suddenly rose. The black chains wrapped around his body thrashed wildly, writhing and lashing out. Then, in his grip, they twisted and condensed, forming a massive, pitch-black axe. Then let's start with Masatsuki Aozaki's master. Baragon sneered, his figure vanishing in a blur of afterimages as he charged straight toward Yamamoto. But just as he was about to reach his target, a figure suddenly appeared in his path. Baragon narrowed his eyes. Aizen had somehow already raised his Zanpakutō and was calmly standing in front of him. Stunned, Baragon stared at Aizen Sasuke, disbelief written across his face. "What did you do to fool my clairvoyance?" Aizen didn't respond. That familiar, unreadable smile lingered on his lips, though a subtle glint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "Clairvoyance," he echoed. Baragon let out a mocking chuckle and pointed to the eye marked with a keyhole-like tattoo. "Humph. This is the power granted to us jailers by hell. No matter how well anyone in the three worlds hides their Ryatsu, they can't escape our gaze." "Is that so? Then I know why you couldn't sense my Ryatsu." Aizen's smile deepened, laced with quiet mystery. Baragon frowned. A creeping sense of dread began to rise. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Aizen's smile abruptly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Aizen disappeared. A chill surged up Baragon's spine. He whirled around, only to find Aizen behind him, Zanpakutō gleaming with a cold light as it drove straight toward him. Baragon's eyes widened in shock. But empowered by Hell's strength, his reflexes were still razor-sharp. He twisted aside and swung his massive axe at Aizen. Yet before the blade could even land, a searing pain tore through him. Aizen's Zanpakutō had already pierced his chest. Baragon froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. How had Aizen grown so powerful enough to defeat him so effortlessly? Aizen glanced at Baragon's contorted face and smiled once more. "It's not that you couldn't sense my Ryatsu, you just didn't realize that you already had. When did you start believing I wasn't using Kyoka Suigetsu?" Aizen's calm voice drifted into Baragon's ears, but to him, it sounded like utter humiliation. This was the second time he'd lost to that Zanpakutō, the first was when he'd been forced to bow his head in submission. That bitter memory resurfaced, and Baragon's face twisted with fury. "You bastard." Before he could finish, his head flew from his shoulders, scattering into spirit particles and vanishing into the air. With Baragon dealt with, Aizen turned his gaze toward Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni and Retsu Unohana. Despite Unohana's assistance, Yamamoto was clearly struggling. His Shirkai alone wasn't enough to overpower their enemies. After all, they were up against the original captains of the Gotei 13, now further empowered by the force of hell. Their strength had reached a whole new level. Aizen frowned slightly, lost in thought. His eyes settled on Yamamoto's aged face, and a certain figure surfaced in his mind. He slowly removed the glasses from his nose, swept back his short hair, and murmured to himself. "I'm not like you, I haven't grown weak. But if this world is destroyed, my ambitions will never be realized. That's all there is to it." Chapter 410, A Thirst for Power. Yamamoto Shigekuni, die. Chika Shihoin raised his blade and slashed fiercely at Yamamoto Shigekuni. "Just you." Yamamoto cast him a glance, eyes brimming with scorn and disdain, as if he didn't consider him worth acknowledging. With a casual flick of his blade, he effortlessly knocked Chika flying. "Humph. You're still way off. Go back and train some more, stop embarrassing yourself out here. You dare insult one of the 5 noble families." "A dead noble isn't a noble," Yamamoto replied with a cold snort. Chika Shihoin, sent crashing away, was seething with rage. His face flushed red, eyes blazing as he glared at Yamamoto. He clenched his left fist, raised his blade high with his right, lowered his stance, and surged forward, skimming low to the ground to launch another attack. Back then, Yamamoto would have shown restraint for the 5 noble families' sake, especially as captain commander, preserving appearances in front of others. But it had only been a few hundred years since his death, and already he was being treated like nothing. There were still so many squad members watching. Do the dead have no dignity? This old man is too damn pragmatic. Just then, several figures appeared beside Chika Shihoin, racing alongside him. As their speed picked up, the slicing sound of their bodies cutting through the air grew sharper. The ringing of blades from the original Gotei 13 captains became increasingly distinct. Their weapons howled through the wind, as if debating which part of Yamamoto's body to cut into first, eager to see him collapse in a pool of his own blood. With twisted laughter, they rushed right in front of Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. At that moment, from the pitch-black sky came the sharp whistle of something slicing through the air, followed by the sound of a violent clash. Clang! A sharp, clear noise rang out. Chika Shihoin, blade raised with all his might, had managed to block Yamamoto's long sword, but in doing so, his body burst into flames. Yet he showed no fear of the searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he held firm against Yamamoto's blade, locking it in place. "Now's our chance, kill him." Batsu and Sai Katori roared, leaping forward with blinding speed. Each step covered several meters. Fixing her eyes on Yamamoto, who was fully engaged in defense, she raised her long-handled naginata high and drove it toward him with deadly force. Clang! A brilliant, pale blue glow of Ryoryoku surged around the blade as Batsuansai landed behind Yamamoto, only for her strike to be intercepted by a curved tachi held firmly in place. Yachiru. Her eyes widened in shock as she cried out. The collision of overwhelming Ryatsu shattered the ground beneath them in an instant. Both women staggered back a step. The force of their clash released a massive shockwave, toppling nearby squad members and hell beasts alike. Yachiru, so we meet again. It's been years, and you've gotten seriously strong. Batsuansai burst out laughing, exhilarated. Facing such a powerful opponent right in front of her stirred a thrill she couldn't suppress. To think someone could block her hell-enhanced strike without even releasing their Zanpakutō. If Unohana Yachiru had once been a sword-obsessed madwoman with peerless technique, then Retsu Unohana now was a monster through and through. Some Shinigami peak at the level of an ordinary squad member. Others become seated officers. Yachiru Unohana's natural talent should have maxed out at first-class spiritual power. So how had her strength reached this level? Swish. Yachiru Unohana leaned to the side, evading the blade that grazed her cheek without flinching. As the original Kenpachi, even among the first-generation Gotei 13 captains, no one could match her swordsmanship. With a twist of her wrist, the long blade in her hand curved sharply through the air. Slash. The faintly glowing golden skeletal armor shattered instantly, and the razor-sharp energy from her blade tore through Batsuansai Katori's skin, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. What a troublesome bunch. Retsu Unohana's expression remained blank as she felt two sharp gusts of wind behind her. She gripped her curved blade tightly. Yachiru, don't blame us, we didn't have a choice. Saizo Sakahone sneered as he and Kinraku Izuhara raised their Zanpakutō, slashing toward Unohana without hesitation. Neither showed a shred of remorse for turning on their former comrade. Unohana snorted at the sight. TCH. They were all old acquaintances, well aware of each other's personalities. These people might not truly desire the destruction of the three realms, but when it came to killing her and Yamamoto, they were more than eager. Just as Saizo Sakahone lunged forward, Kenpachi Zaraki and Sosuke Aizen suddenly appeared. Kenpachi swung his massive blade with ruthless precision, cleaving into the crowd. His sword embedded itself into the heads of two captain-class hell jailers. Aizen, blade in hand, charged in without hesitation, intercepting Saizo Sakahone and Kinraku Izuhara. With a sharp swing, he forced both of them back. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, who had just released an explosive wave of flame that repelled three of the original captains, sensed something strange. It was within expectations for Kenpachi to push back the hell jailers. Judging by their moves, those jailers were only around second or third class in spiritual power, not particularly strong. But Aizen. In Yamamoto's memory, the man had never stood out among the Gotei 13 captains, he was downright fragile. Against captains with real combat power, Aizen should have been crushed in an instant. So why was he now holding his own? More than that, Aizen was actually overpowering Saizo Sakahone and Kinraku Izuhara, after they'd been strengthened by Hell's power. Yamamoto couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at him. Thanks to Captain Aozaki's help, I've reached my current level. To avoid trouble later, Aizen offered a casual explanation in a low tone. Yamamoto still had his doubts, but there was no time to dwell on them with the enemy pressing in. He had long recognized Masatsuki Aozaki's ability to train others. Anyone could see that the 11th Division's overall strength was leagues ahead of the others. Take Ryusuke and Izumo, for example, originally just average seated officer material. Yet under Masatsuki Aozaki, they had grown to possess captain-class Ryatsu. If Aizen's sudden growth came under Masatsuki's guidance, it was far-fetched, but not impossible. There's an old Western saying, when silent, unnoticed, when heard, it's a shock. It described someone like Aizen perfectly. But even that wasn't enough. Although they'd managed to hold off the enemy for now, it wasn't nearly enough to turn the tide. The enemy hadn't fallen into chaos or retreated. Seireitei's casualties continued to rise, while more monsters poured from the gates of hell. The private armies raised by the noble families were no match for the Gotei 13. Faced with such terror, many had already lost their nerve. The loosely organized troops could collapse at any moment. That's exactly why I can't stand cowards, Yamamoto muttered, frowning as he assessed the situation in a split second. If this continued, forget stabilizing the battlefield, even those old warhorses up front might not hold out. Watching his comrades in their golden armor, Yamamoto had never longed for power as desperately as he did now. If he could break free from the limits of a Shinigami, then maybe, just maybe, he could overcome this crisis without relying on Zanka no Tachi. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 411, Vengeful Resurgence. Yamamoto couldn't help but think of his young disciple, the one who, despite being a Shinigami, possessed overwhelming strength. He had miraculously broken free from the limitations of the Shinigami and reached a realm untouched by any of their kind. Perhaps he truly had a way to resolve this crisis. No, there had to be a way. Yamamoto had no choice but to believe it. As long as even a sliver of hope remained. Right now, he had to stop these damned nuisances. He glanced at the long blade in his hand, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Anetsu Jigaku. He swung his sword upward into the sky. Flames erupted, forming a towering pillar of fire that pierced the heavens and earth, instantly engulfing over a dozen hell monsters and Togabito. Excellent, Captain Commander-sama. That's the spirit. But with that aged body of yours, how long can you hold out without Bankai? So, don't you dare die on me. With a bright, carefree smile, Chika Shihoin assumed a ready stance. Yamamoto blinked, momentarily dazed by the sight, then gave a confident smile. It's you who should be careful. I'll personally drag all of you bastards back to hell. Amid the chaos, the fighters locked eyes, then charged at each other all at once. A violent wave of Ryatsu exploded outward. As they clashed, the surrounding space began to distort and warp, struggling to contain the sheer force of their power. Yamamoto's gaze hardened. Gripping his blade tightly, he radiated a force that was simply overwhelming. Chika Shihoin still wore that same sunny smile, but a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. With a sudden flash, he became a blur of light, streaking toward Yamamoto at an astonishing speed. The distance between them vanished in an instant, and just before they collided, Yamamoto swung his sword in a blazing arc, unleashing a scorching wave of flame straight at Chika. Chika dodged with ease, tilting his body to avoid the blast. At the same time, his blade shimmered faintly as he countered with a fierce slash toward Yamamoto. Yamamoto grunted and raised his sword to parry. Their weapons clashed with a harsh, metallic clang. Then the two plunged into a brutal close-quarters fight. Each clash of blade, fist, and foot erupted into sparks and waves of crushing Ryatsu. At the same time, the other first-generation captains launched coordinated attacks, attempting to break through Yamamoto's defenses from all sides. But Yamamoto displayed unmatched combat prowess and razor-sharp reflexes. Wielding the fearsome Ryujin Jaka, untouchable by any, he deflected every strike with unrelenting ferocity. As the battle raged, Yamamoto steadily gained the upper hand. His sword strikes grew fiercer, each one carrying immense power that left his enemies reeling. But Chika Shihoin and the others refused to back down. Their bodies were battered and broken, only to regenerate and surge forward again with reckless abandon. For now, the battlefield was locked in a dead heat, neither side yielding, neither able to claim victory. Kensei Meguruma, Shinji Hirako, and several other captains stood not far away, their gazes fixed solemnly ahead. In the dim light, their white uniforms stood out starkly against the chaos. A tense, volatile atmosphere hung over the battlefield. The opposing sides locked eyes, and it felt like sparks could fly at any moment. In that charged silence, Shunsue Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Yukitake gave a subtle nod, and without hesitation, Kairaku dashed straight toward the chaotic melee consuming the Gotei 13. The rest of the captains, knowing their limits, wisely stayed behind. What a joke! Those first-generation captains, empowered by Hell's force, had skyrocketed in strength. Getting into that fight, the minimum requirement was first-class spiritual power. Charging in recklessly as standard captains would be nothing short of suicide. Kensei Meguruma stood his ground, brows furrowed as he watched hordes of twisted monsters advancing. Each one had a bizarre form, no hollow masks, but features eerily similar to hollows, sending a chill down the spine. They radiated an unnatural aura that filled the air with dread. What the hell are these things? They look like hollows, but the placement of their hollow holes is completely off, Kensei muttered. They're not to be underestimated, Shinji Hirako said gravely. We might not feel any Ryatsu from them, but judging by those hell jailers who crashed the captain's meeting, these things likely also have hollow holes that have warped outside their bodies. As he spoke, he slowly drew his Zanpakutō, its blade gleaming with a sharp, dazzling light. Heh, they don't seem that tough. Shouldn't take too long. Let's clear them out quick and go back up the captain commander. Confidently, Kensei swung his Zanpakutō and launched himself toward the group of hollow-like creatures with the force of a gusting wind. Blow it away, Tachikaze. With a shout, he unleashed his shuriken instantly. Seeing this, Shinji followed suit without another word, slashing forward to join the fight. But just a few minutes later, Kensei's battered body came hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a pile of rubble with a thunderous boom, smashing through several walls in the process. Shinji looked on, feeling a complicated mix of frustration and concern. These hollow-like monsters might not be Vasto Lord, but their strength was terrifying. One or two could be dealt with, Kensei had barely managed to hold his own after releasing his shuriken. But when 3 or 5 attacked at once, he was completely overwhelmed. Shinji realized the truth, they were definitely at captain-level strength. In life, they must have been elite jutsus at the very least. If not for the fact that his Zanpakutō, Sakanade, operated on perception inversion rules, allowing him to mess with the enemy's senses, he would have ended up just like Kensei. As he pondered, a sudden red glow lit up his face. Looking up, Shinji spotted the enemy. Those bastards were opening their mouths wide, gathering massive amounts of Ryatsu. Damn it. Zero. Have they figured me out from all the times I've used my ability? Shinji cursed inwardly. His Sakanade ability relied on the unique scent the blade emitted. If the enemy couldn't smell it, the power wouldn't take effect. 5 beams of blinding energy shot toward him, howling through the air. The sheer force made the atmosphere tremble. Then, in a flash, a figure appeared before Shinji. Jushiro Yukitake stepped in, dual blades in hand. His left sword locked onto the incoming blasts. A dark red light began to flow into his Zanpakutō, steadily being absorbed. In one smooth motion, Yukitake raised his right hand, and unleashed the stored energy back at the attackers in a single devastating burst. With a deafening explosion, he turned to Shinji with a calm smile. Captain Hirako, are you all right? Of course I am, TCH. Still as energetic as ever, huh? Thanks. Shinji couldn't help but grin. He thought back to the chronically ill captain of the 13th Division he used to know and compared that image to the lively Yukitake before him. Was this some kind of revenge for being stuck in bed too long? Wasn't he tired? Letting out a helpless sigh, Shinji raised his blade and charged at the approaching monsters. Chapter 412, turning into a monkey is one thing. Jin Ichimaru and Toshiro Hitsugaya gripped their blades tightly, eyes fixed with tense focus on the two creatures before them, beings that resembled hollows yet were clearly something else entirely. An unsettling aura radiated from the pair, pressing down on them with an invisible weight. So it's you. Masatsuki Aozaki subordinates. Or just the 11th Division in general. Perfect, 2 of the things I hate most, all in one place. The creature's voice dripped with disdain and provocation. It was humanoid in shape, bald, seemingly clad in a tight-fitting white suit. A circular ring extended from its back, and a long tail dragged across the ground. Its appearance was bizarre and unsettling, like a larger, all-white version of Frieza from Dragon Ball. Hearing his words, Jin and Hitsugaya both felt a wave of exasperation. Opening with a question about whether they served Masatsuki. That guy must be stirring up trouble again. I am Oswell. This is a shuttle. We are vassals of His Majesty Baragon. As the two captains processed the situation, a dark figure beside a shuttle gave a polite bow and introduced himself calmly. Jin was taken aback by the courtesy. He had expected vicious, mindless monsters. He hadn't anticipated an enemy that actually understood etiquette. It made the situation even more intriguing and more dangerous. The name Ishidal also rang a bell. It felt oddly familiar, like something from a report or record. And judging from his demeanor, he clearly held no love for the 11th Division. Jin, well versed in his squad's history, quickly recalled the name's significance. Ishidal was a Vasto Lord, one of the extremely rare few, who had been slain over 200 years ago by Kenpachi Kurashiki, a former captain of the 11th Division. His name had been recorded as one of Kurashiki's great accomplishments, etched into the division's historical archives. After a moment of reflection, Jin slowly spoke. I'm Jin Ichimaru, lieutenant of the 11th Division. This is my fellow lieutenant, Toshiro Hitsugaya. And yes, our captain is Masatsuki Aozaki. He continued calmly. So, what exactly have you come here for? Oswell gave a subtle nod, then replied in a deep voice. Your lord killed our lord. So we've come to take our revenge. He omitted the part about being slain by Masatsuki Aozaki himself. After all, dying in battle simply proved one's own weakness, it wasn't something worth holding a grudge over. But when a lord falls, how could a loyal subject stand idly by? That was why he and his shuttle were here. Jin and Hitsugaya stood tense, their expressions grave as they faced the two strange beings before them. One black, one white, they might appear humanoid, but both had clearly been Vasto Lord-class Minos in life. They knew exactly what that meant. Among all hollows, Vasto Lord were the pinnacle, their Ryatsu started at second-class spiritual power or higher. Against such powerful foes, even a moment of carelessness could prove fatal. As Oswell raised his spear, Jin and Hitsugaya responded without hesitation, lifting their blades in unison. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Ryatsu flared violently from their bodies. One Zanpakutō shortened, while the end of the other extended into a chain. Seeing their weapons, Oswell nodded. Impressive Ryatsu. Quite powerful. Worthy vassals of that man. Not bad at all. If you ever fall into hell, I'd be happy to introduce you to His Majesty Baragon. As soon as he said that, Toshiro Hitsugaya clenched his teeth. He was about to snap that he wasn't anyone's vassal, but before he could speak, a large hand rested on his shoulder. No need. Staring too long at something that bright can be blinding. In this life, one sun is enough for me. The moment those words fell, Jin Ichimaru raised his short sword. As the Zanpakutō rose, a flash of silver-white light suddenly rushed forward. It wasn't that the air had changed color, it was that the light itself carried a deadly, piercing intent. Everything between the four of them that was touched by the light was sliced cleanly apart. The wave of blades reached Oswell in an instant, striking the black halberd head-on. Even though Ishidel had mentally prepared himself after sensing the Ryatsu, he was still a little surprised by the speed. "Leave the white-haired brat to me," he said, taking a step forward. With a loud bang, he used the high-level ho-ho known as sonido. But executed it with monstrous force. Seeing Jin Ichimaru's startled expression, Oswell grinned. The power of hell isn't any weaker than an Arrancar's transformation. Both Ishidel and I, we're not the same as before. But I heard Seireitei was killed by that person again. Truly, that person's power, it's as irresistible as ever. Jin Ichimaru nodded at Oswell's words. Power strong enough to overturn the world, who wouldn't be drawn to it? Fortunately, that power is in the hands of Masatsuki Aozaki. If it ever fell into the hands of some theatrically ambitious schemer, who knows what kind of world we'd end up with. Let's move somewhere else. I can't go all out here. With that, he placed a hand on his face and leapt, vanishing in an instant. Seeing Jin Ichimaru's action, Oswell smirked. Then, with a flash, he followed. While the Gotei 13 and the forces of hell clashed in fierce battle, in a remote corner of Hueco Mundo, something world-shaking was quietly unfolding. An endless expanse of white sand stretched into the distance. The silence was so complete, it felt detached from the world itself. As if no matter how cruel the world became, this place remained untouched, a place where closing your eyes could bring eternal peace. But stay too long, and even the most beautiful memories would fade. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed coldly at the giant figure gradually vanishing before him. When miracles lose their strength, the act of decomposition and absorption becomes effortless. But that isn't the end goal, just the path to reach it. As he expected, there were no surprises this time. The absorption process had gone smoothly. He could feel his thoughts growing clearer, more transparent. It was a serene and uplifting sensation. With his mind at peace, the Ryatsu around him gradually withdrew. Once the Ryatsu was fully reined in, a thirst from deep within his soul emerged. Cross-legged on the ground, Masatsuki Aozaki began his path of evolution. No. He was becoming what he was always meant to be. In that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki experienced a profound realization. He finally understood the fundamental difference between himself and Aizen. What he'd once told Aizen hadn't been a lie. Even in the same third fusion state, Masatsuki Aozaki stood above him, at a higher dimensional plane. The Hogyoku Guide's potential. That part is true. But his potential was far greater than Aizen's. A smug thought crept into Masatsuki's heart. He wasn't some minor demon marching to his death on a king's orders. He was the great sage equal to heaven, born to upend the heavens. Still, even if turning into a monkey might be part of the process, it's best to stay true to yourself. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 413. Chapter 413 is that the Hogyoku Baragon, once again returned from hell, gripped his pitch-black giant axe, radiating a chilling aura. Together with Chika Shihoin, Chijiri Shijima, Danjiro Obana, and Furuki Otogawa, for others who had also experienced countless cycles of life and death, they closed in on Yamamoto, gradually driving him into a corner. Heh. Yamamoto, you're really showing your age. Is that all you've got left? Chika Shihoin wore a mocking smirk, but his eyes carried a weight and seriousness like never before. Old age and decline, an unavoidable fate for every long-lived Shinigami. Even though he himself had died young, Chika had come to understand this reality from Saizo Sakahon and Nobutsuna Shigeo. Even if one's Ryatsu remained undiminished, in battle, youth undeniably trumped age. Now wasn't the time to reflect on Shinigami biology. What mattered was this: if Yamamoto couldn't hold out, and that terrifying brat wasn't here, then Soul Society truly stood on the brink of annihilation. Hold on, Yamamoto. You're not the kind to give up, so swing that damn blade already. Chika Shihoin roared, voice brimming with urgency and fury. I don't need you to tell me that. Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto gripped his Zanpakutō with both hands and slashed toward the 5 attackers from all directions. A torrent of fire burst forth. The blazing flame surged like a feral beast, immediately forcing back 4 of his assailants. But in that instant, Baragon's giant axe came hurtling through the air with a vicious howl. Yamamoto didn't retreat an inch. He tightened his grip on his Zanpakutō and met Baragon's axe head-on, steel clashing with steel without a hint of fear. As the battle wore on, Yamamoto slowly began to fall behind. Baragon, meanwhile, sneered with smug satisfaction. As the former king of Hueco Mundo, he had ruled that realm for countless years and fought in war after war. Yet never before had he felt such excitement, such intense killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to personally slay the men before him. Then, Yamamoto unleashed another blazing slash, flames erupting from his blade and driving Baragon back once more. But this time, Yamamoto didn't press the attack. His body halted, chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He was forced to stop and recover his stamina. Focusing his mind, Yamamoto tried to calm himself. But hell gave him no respite. They launched a synchronized assault. After more than a dozen fierce exchanges, Shihakushō finally found an opening. His Zanpakutō carved a semicircular arc through the air, a flash of light trailing behind it, and he brought it down toward Yamamoto's neck with unstoppable force. Yamamoto's expression turned grave as the blade closed in. He was startled. He tried to raise his sword to block, but his strength failed him. It was as if all the power in his body had been drained. If only I were 500 years younger. Yamamoto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. But the expected bloodshed never came. Just as Chika thought his strike would land, he was stunned to find his sword suddenly frozen just centimeters from Yamamoto's neck. A tremendous resistance surged through the blade, sending a jolt of pain through his wrist. Glancing to the side in disbelief, he saw her. At some point, a dark-skinned girl had silently appeared at his flank. Her skin tone was strikingly similar to his own, and her body crackled with lightning forged from high-density ryatsu. That lightning formed beast-like features, cat ears, tail, claws, covering her like a dazzling suit of armor. Shunko, Reiju Senki, Shunryu Kakubyo Senki. Flash War Cry, Thunder Beast Battle Form, Flash God Black Cat Warrior Princess. Yoruchi Shihoin grinned, a cruel smile spreading across her face. At the same time, she gripped Chika Shihoin's wrist tightly with one hand, steadily increasing the pressure until he felt a crushing force. Then, with a sharp motion, she drove a fierce knee strike straight into Chika's abdomen. A crisp crack rang out. Chika's right arm snapped instantly. His body flew back like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing the girl's ruthless move, Chijiri Shijima, who had been about to step forward, froze, his nerves immediately on edge. Eyes wide, he stared at the scene with a grim expression, an overwhelming sense of dread rising in his chest. But just as he was about to react, it was already too late. In the split second of hesitation, a gentle, airy voice whispered beside his ear. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. The sound pierced his mind like a demon's chant, instinctively triggering a surge of danger in his heart. In an instant, a massive, black, wall-like rectangle surged from the ground. It loomed like a towering black coffin, exuding a suffocating aura. Forged from muddied spiritual power, this dark prison engulfed Chijiri Shijima, subjecting him to 1,000 blades tearing through his body. Ah! A miserable scream tore from Chijiri's throat. He struggled desperately, but there was no escape. Every movement sent fresh waves of agony as countless blades pierced him, shredding his body with relentless cruelty. Moments later, the last of his cries faded, and with it, the massive black coffin vanished. Chijiri's golden armor lay shattered, his body covered in blood. He collapsed to the ground like a crumpled heap of flesh. His life force was rapidly fading, teetering on the edge of death. All right, time to switch out. The substitute's here. Captain Commander, go take a break. Yoruchi Shihoin tossed aside the severed arm, lightning crackling across her form. Her gaze, carrying a playful glint, swept across the battlefield. The crisp sound of leather boots striking the ground echoed as Ora Michibane emerged from the shadows. She walked up to Yamamoto, steadying the staggering elder with a hand before turning her attention to the others. Not far away, Aizen, locked in fierce combat with the two original captains, suddenly furrowed his brow, his movements growing tense and stiff. He narrowed his eyes, staring at Yoruchi Shihoin's chest. Of course, it wasn't her physique that caught his interest, it was what was on her chest. That's the Hogyoku. The familiar glimmer of that orb was impossible for Aizen to ignore. He couldn't comprehend how Masatsuki Aozaki could entrust something so vital to an outsider. And exposing such an object to so many prying eyes, clearly, that was a mistake. The thought brought a wry smile to his lips. Was he really letting himself get distracted by something like this? He raised his hand, instinctively turning it to lower the tip of Kyoka Suigetsu. But in the next instant, Saizo Sakahone and Kinraku Izuhara charged in like hungry beasts. Trying to activate your Zanpakutō while we're distracted. You think that little of your seniors? Kinraku sneered as he closed his eyes, raising his blade and bringing it down without hesitation. Hearing those words, Aizen sighed inwardly. He had no choice but to abandon his plan and quickly raised his Zanpakutō to block the strike. Chapter 414, Chapter 414, just an accident. These people were well aware of Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities. They knew exactly how dangerous it was and never gave Aizen the slightest chance to perform the hypnosis ritual. Besides, these old-timers had been dead for many years. They had never witnessed Aizen using Kyokusou Suigetsu's hypnotic activation before, much less been subjected to any preemptive conditioning. During battle, the moment they sensed Aizen attempting to activate Kyokusou Suigetsu, Saizo Sakahon and Kinraku Izuhara would immediately shut their eyes without hesitation. And these original captains were absurdly powerful in combat. Even without relying on sight, they could still fight with precision and control. Sharpened by countless brutal battles, their killing techniques had reached an overwhelming level, deadly and awe-inspiring. Aizen couldn't help but sigh. In a situation like this, he had no choice. He could only face them head-on with sword and kido. Michibane Ora and Yoruichi Shihoin suddenly appeared and instantly killed two enemies in a flash, leaving everyone around them stunned. But before anyone could react, a blonde woman silently appeared beside them, holding a small, adorable girl with twin purple ponytails in one hand. Wind-type kido tightly bound the little girl, who squirmed briefly before going limp, clearly stripped of all ability to move. Michibane Ora and Yoruichi Shihoin both paused in surprise. Ranjika Matsumoto wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gave a little wave, and smiled. Well. Not bad as a gift for Masatsuki, right? You've got to be kidding me. Who are you calling a gift? You brat, let go of me this instant, or you're gonna regret it. Furofushi Saito shouted furiously. At that moment, Michibane Ora asked curiously. Ranchan, where'd you disappear to just now? We didn't see you anywhere. Ranjika Matsumoto stuck out her tongue playfully and explained. I found a quiet place. Some things just aren't meant to be seen by others, you know. Michibane Ora nodded in understanding. Yoruichi Shihoin tilted her head with a smile. You really do know him best. He's definitely going to like this gift. Though, I doubt he'll be able to keep her. Ranjika Matsumoto was just about to respond when a raspy, ancient voice echoed in her ears. How dare you? Who are you people? Interrupting my pleasure. You've got some nerve. The skeletal figure, wearing a crown, spoke in a chilling tone. His hollow eye sockets glowed with a faint, ominous red light. He was clearly displeased with the arrival of these uninvited guests. But in the next instant, he seemed to lose interest entirely. With a cold snort, he continued. Bah, whatever. The ending won't change either way. Let him live a little longer. Then, his gaze swept toward the group before him, a savage glint flashing in his eyes. But before that, you all can die in his place. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming surge of Ryatsu exploded from his body, and the surrounding air instantly turned oppressively heavy. Return to me, my servants. Kill them all. He roared, his voice echoing through the entire space. Immediately, more than a dozen hell jailers surged in from all directions, their grotesque faces and razor-sharp claws sending chills down the spine. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Michibane Ora remained perfectly calm. She let out a light chuckle and said to Barragan. Return. Haven't you realized it yet? Barragan froze for a moment, confused. What? Michibane Ora smiled and pointed toward the sky, her expression calm and confident, as if everything was under control. There was even a trace of genuine joy in her face, like a girl in love, moments away from reuniting with someone dear. Barragan followed the direction she pointed and looked up. High above, the gate to another world hung in the sky. Light spilled from within, casting a glow that turned the once dark heavens a deep crimson. It should have been good news for Barragan. But his expression darkened instantly. A deep, echoing rumble came from the gate, like the roar of the abyss or the tolling of a doomsday bell. The oppressive sound echoed, making everyone's hearts beat faster. One by one, people instinctively looked skyward, their robes whipping in the night wind. The gate of hell, it's closing. A voice rang out in disbelief from among the crowd, clearly from one of the Shinigami. That voice pierced through the gloom like a ray of hope, instantly lifting the heavy weight pressing on their spirits. The gate of hell is closing. The gate of hell is closing. Voices of astonishment spread like ripples through the air. Above, the massive gate groaned as it slowly shifted. Its panels creaked forward, as if pushed by unseen hands. What's going on? Barragan muttered in shock. Even the nearby jailers and Togabito looked shaken and unsure of what to do. They thought the victory was in their grasp, but suddenly, everything had changed. Many of the Togabito present weren't just former Gotei 13 captains, but infamous criminals who had committed monstrous sins in life. They harbored deep hatred towards Seireitei and the Gotei 13, eager to use this chance to exact revenge on the world. Some even dreamed of causing chaos across the three realms, destroying the world itself, if necessary. And yet, they hadn't even breached Seireitei. All night, they'd been teetering between life and death. They hadn't given up, but now, hell itself was collapsing. Maybe it's because of me. Barragan's eyes snapped upward in alarm as he began scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. Who's there? No sooner had he spoken than a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Don't you remember me? Barragan's whole body trembled. That hand had appeared like a ghost, silently and without warning. He hadn't even sensed its presence. Who are you? He whipped around, and froze. Masatsuki Aozaki. Oh. Barragan-sama still remembers me. What an honor. Masatsuki Aozaki flashed a grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Masatsuki Aozaki, you actually dare show your face here? Barragan's eyes went wide with disbelief. The skeletal king bellowed in fury, raised his massive axe, and swung it at Masatsuki with a fierce gust of wind. Die. Masatsuki caught the giant axe with one hand. Around him, the sound of gulping echoed. And with just a little thought, the reason became clear. Seireitei had been killed by Masatsuki Aozaki. While his corpse may have returned to hell, his soul remained under Masatsuki's control. Surely the others here had noticed, Seireitei hadn't fully resurrected in hell. These jailers and Togabito had only dared to confront Yamamoto because they believed the old man couldn't truly kill them. But now, with Masatsuki Aozaki here, that illusion had been shattered. Fear took hold. If not for their supposed immortality, these thugs would already be running for their lives. Don't panic. Barragan-sama said Seireitei's death was just a fluke. With the gate of hell still open, hell is still empowering us. There's no need to worry. Right. As long as we kill this guy and complete hell's mission, maybe we can become jailers ourselves. Exactly. Then we won't have to suffer under hell's will anymore. They talked a big game, but their voices carried little conviction. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 415, beg me, and I still won't spare you. The original captains of the Gotei 13 shook their heads with disdain. If not for being controlled by the will of hell, they wouldn't have bothered fighting alongside this useless rabble. In strength and conviction, the two sides weren't even on the same level. Even if they wore the same armor, the difference in essence was night and day. At that thought, the original captains glanced out of the corner of their eyes at the young man in the center. This was the strongest Shinigami of the current era, the one acknowledged by Yamamoto. Seeing him remain composed and unshaken despite being surrounded, they couldn't help but nod in quiet approval. As a captain, Masatsuki Aozaki carried a name worthy of pride. Even if they couldn't gauge his ryatsu precisely, the resolve he exuded, regardless of his true strength, was enough to ensure he hadn't brought shame to the Gotei 13. Don't worry. You're still useful. With those words, Masatsuki Aozaki raised one hand and grasped the hilt of a long blade. Barragan was left in stunned silence, unable to grasp the meaning behind that statement. If he were still alive, perhaps he would have understood. But now that he served as a jailer of hell, his existence belonged entirely to hell. What could Masatsuki possibly do to him? Was he planning to kill him, like he did with Seireitei? For Barragan, though, maybe that kind of release wouldn't be so bad. The night wind howled past Masatsuki's ears. He had no time to adjust to the nature of this new battlefield, so instead, he relied on an old method, one that had never failed him. Whoosh! A slash of sword pressure shot from his blade, streaking past Barragan's body. It looked like a miss. Just as Barragan raised his axe to counterattack, the sword pressure suddenly stalled in midair, as if striking something unseen. Barragan turned his head, and felt a violent tug pulling at every part of his body. Chains of darkness erupted from his flesh, stretching skyward, linked directly to the hell gate high above. But then, in an instant, those chains snapped. Without a pause, the sword pressure shot off like an aurora, slicing the air apart before vanishing into the horizon. Masatsuki's right hand still rested firmly on Barragan's shoulder, while his left had already plunged deep into the folds of that dark purple robe. His hand clutched something vital, that left Barragan completely frozen. TCHK. A faint sound followed, then a cold voice echoed. You should be dead. The emotionless words reached his ears, and in the next moment, all awareness was swallowed by the void. Masatsuki Aozaki ripped Barragan's soul from his body without resistance, as easily as if he were drawing water. Barragan's form began to crumble, dissolving instantly into countless reishi. The particles lingered briefly before drifting toward the hell gate above. Under the pale moonlight, the once proud jailer commander, who had just moments ago been barking orders and flaunting authority, vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Dozens of jailers were left frozen in place, some still mid-charge, unable to react in time. Now they stood motionless, as if frozen by a spell. Their thoughts froze, minds going blank, as if time itself had come to a halt. They were completely thrown by the sudden reversal, unsure how to respond or what to do next. At that moment, the strongest Shinigami casually tossed the red orb in his hand behind him in one smooth motion. The blonde woman behind him caught it effortlessly, in a motion both elegant and precise. Don't bother. Even if you kneel and beg, I won't show mercy. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a cold, villainous smirk. And just like that, the tide had turned. The Shinigami of the Gotei 13, who moments ago had been at a clear disadvantage, now stood tall, their momentum reversing the battlefield as they closed in, surrounding the forces of hell. The gate of hell isn't fully closed, we still have a chance to escape. Suddenly, one of the Togabito shouted, his voice laced with fear and desperation. He turned and bolted, trying to seize what might be the last sliver of hope. These Togabito had fought through the entire night, paying a heavy price. They had died over and over again, only to be reborn each time, driven by the single goal of defeating Yamamoto Shigekuni. But now, all their efforts had crumbled into nothing. Their hopes were shattered, and frustration consumed them. With their leader dead and Hell's forces in retreat, the tension that had held their nerves taut finally snapped. The Shinigami's jeering voices pierced like blades, jolting their dazed minds back to reality. Run! Get out of here, now! Someone finally came to their senses and screamed out a warning. The makeshift army immediately fell into disarray. Everyone burst into Shuinpa or Sonido, fleeing toward the gate of hell in a blind panic. But the Shinigami of the Gotei 13 weren't about to just stand by and watch. The sound of blades slicing through the air rang out one after another. Katana sank cleanly into flesh like practice dummies, cutting down the fleeing hell beasts one after another with ruthless precision. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head slightly. The gate of hell had narrowed to a mere crack and was slowly closing. But then, someone stepped out from the other side of the gate. No. Yamamoto, who had just relaxed, felt his heart plummet. The moment he laid eyes on that man, a terrible premonition surged through him. You brat, kill him, now. Yamamoto staggered to his feet, drawing Ryujin Jaka, trying to unleash its power. Bankai. The word had barely left his lips when his Ryatsu flared, then immediately collapsed again. Masatsuki Aozaki had wanted to say something to reassure the old man. Like, your disciple did well today. I can cut down any enemy in my path. But upon seeing that shaken, uncharacteristic look on the old man's face, Masatsuki turned back and silently swung his blade. Another wave of sword pressure shot forth. In an instant, the figure emerging from the gate was sliced clean in two. But the blast didn't stop there, it slammed into the gate of hell with tremendous force. The massive door, like a great iron shield, let out a thunderous boom. Under the impact, the gate trembled violently, and then, vanished. Who the hell was that? What kind of guy can make the old man react like that? Masatsuki Aozaki frowned, his eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. Kenpachi Kurashiki. A voice answered calmly, as a figure appeared in a flash of Shuinpa, it was Retsu Unohana. Having shaken off Batsuansai Katori's pursuit, she had rushed straight to the scene. She gazed quietly into the night sky, her expression grave, a sharp glint in her eyes as her brow furrowed. It's too late, Masatsuki. We need to get out of here. Now. Following her gaze, Masatsuki Aozaki looked up. The sky above Seireitei seemed to be shrouded by some vast, mysterious force. If viewed from high above, perhaps from the Soul King Palace, one might see it. A massive opening in the ground of Seireitei, stretching for several ri in diameter. It looked like the gaping jaws of a prehistoric beast rising from the abyss, ready to devour and destroy everything in its path. Chapter 416, Kagaku Kairo. That's. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned as he watched the gray-brown mist spreading all around, his alertness rising. He reached out, lightly stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. What is this? Standing beside him, Retsu Unohana wore a grave expression, her eyes locked on the increasingly thick fog. Her voice was low and serious. This is the Kagaku Kairo. It's that man's Bankai, Kenpachi Kurashiki's. Masatsuki Aozaki was well aware of what the Kagaku Kairo meant. Not only was he a transmigrator, but he was also the captain of the 11th Division. He'd heard the story of the 7th-generation Kenpachi from his subordinates more than a few times. The Kagaku Kairo was a force terrifying and despair-inducing enough to shake any sane person. Kenpachi Kurashiki's Bankai could summon a massive jaw from the ground, vast enough to rival the size of several Karakura towns. That gaping maw was like a savage beast. Once it opened its blood-soaked mouth, it would devour everything. Living or dead. Enemy or ally. As long as something was caught within its reach, it would be mercilessly swallowed, shredded, and crushed. Even more terrifying, this Bankai was wildly destructive and uncontrollable, so much so that even Kurashiki himself couldn't fully master it. Once released, it indiscriminately devastated everything in its path, throwing the battlefield into utter chaos. Because of this, the Central 46 had once issued a strict order forbidding Kenpachi Kurashiki from ever using his Bankai within Seireitei, no matter the circumstances. And Kurashiki had always strictly abided by that command. Even when he lost the duel to Oza's hero Soya for the title of Kenpachi. Even when he fell in a life-and-death battle against a powerful foe. Not once had he unleashed that forbidden Bankai. But now, under the influence of hell, he was completely under its will, unable to control his power at all. Above ground, after Unohana's explanation, the first-generation captains who had stayed behind all wore heavy expressions. Though the radius only spanned a few units of Ryatsu, compared to Seireitei's over 600 in diameter, it seemed small. But it was already enough to engulf the entire battlefield. They had all long since died, and another death meant little. But if the members of the Gotei 13 still fighting on the battlefield were wiped out by this technique. According to the laws, any soul slain by Hell's intent would fall directly into Hell, without requiring purification by a Zanpakutō or a Kanso ritual. And just moments ago, Kenpachi Kuryoshiki had been clad in skeletal armor, clear proof that he carried the power of Hell. If all the Shinigami present were dragged down into Hell, then the three worlds would have no future left. Is there a way to stop it? If us old-timers join forces, we should be able to destroy this monster. At some point, Chika Shihoin had returned. His golden armor was nearly in pieces, but his body had already healed completely. Upon hearing this, Retsu Unohana shook her head, a flicker of helplessness in her eyes. It's no use. That thing has no physical form. Even though the Gagaku Kairo is a biological type Zanpakutō, its Bankai power is closer to a law of nature. She continued, her tone growing heavier. Once activated, it can't be stopped by conventional means. It continues until the devouring ends. There was a deep sense of powerlessness in her words, one that made the situation feel utterly hopeless. The only option now is to find a way to escape its range. Her tone turned firm. Time was running out, and she knew they had to act fast. As she finished speaking, Unohana released her Ryatsu perception and began to carefully sense the surrounding presence and energy fluctuations, trying to locate others nearby. With her speed, she might still be able to save a few from this deadly zone. Yamamoto stood dazed, staring blankly at the world around him. In that instant, he seemed to have aged by centuries, the wrinkles on his face deepening, looking more like a worn-out old man at death's door. Just then, Masatsuki Aozaki walked up beside him and gently patted his shoulder. Old man, don't give up. You're one stubborn geezer, you're not the type to quit that easily. Yamamoto looked up, a faint glimmer of light returning to his eyes. He couldn't help but ask. You have a way. Even though he knew the situation was dire, he still held onto a sliver of hope. This young disciple had already closed the gates of Hell using a method unknown to him. Maybe, he had another way to overcome this overwhelming crisis. At that moment, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto knew he had nothing left to offer. So he placed all his hope on this disciple who always seemed to pull off miracles. Under Yamamoto's gaze, Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes began to change in a strange, almost mystical way, 2 extra pupils appeared in each eye. Old man, a master shouldn't be looking at his student like that. Get it together. Masatsuki wore a gentle smile as his body slowly lifted off the ground, defying the laws of soul society itself. Like a divine presence descending to the world, he hovered above, looking down at the earth, while everyone below instinctively raised their heads to gaze at him in awe. With a soft smile, he looked over the battlefield and slowly gripped a Zanpakutō that had appeared from nowhere. Kin. Prohibition. With a quiet command, a blinding light suddenly burst from Masatsuki's body. In the blink of an eye, it surged outwards, flooding the entire sky. The heavens, once choked in the miasma spilling from the gates of Hell, now lit up as bright as day. On the ground, the gaping maw of the abyss, a monstrous mouth, began to close. That vast opening, once ready to devour the world, now drew back. Above, an endless cascade of light poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the battlefield in its brilliance. The divine light radiated overwhelming power and majesty, pressing down with irresistible force. The gray-brown beast within the mist stiffened under the radiance, its movements slowing, then stopping altogether. Yamamoto felt the sheer pressure of the light. To his surprise, as the white light fell upon him, the flow of his Riryoku froze. He thought to himself. What's going on? Why is this light even affecting me? Is that kid trying to take me out while he has the chance? The thought crossed his mind without warning. Yet he didn't notice, his taut nerves were slowly relaxing under the light's warmth. As he continued to think, the brilliance surrounding Masatsuki began to fade. And with that light's retreat, the monstrous mouth that had been expanding began to collapse. Yamamoto's eyes widened, stunned by the sight before him. He couldn't believe it. This young man had stopped the disaster single-handedly. Mouth agape, he stood there, speechless in awe. Meanwhile, within Seireitei, countless Shinigami stared in shock at what had just happened. Just seconds ago, the slowly closing maw had nearly swallowed them whole. In panic and fear, they had sprinted with everything they had, trying to escape its reach. The bone-deep chill and dread would no doubt be burned into their memories for the rest of their lives. But when they thought all hope was lost, a divine light, like a miracle descending from the heavens, reached down like a massive, mighty hand and pulled them back from the brink of Hell. Standing among the ruins, the Shinigami raised their heads and stared silently at the sky. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 417, Chapter 417, The Unworthy Disciple. Bathed in the soft glow of starlight and moonlight, Masatsuki Aozaki stood quietly in place. His presence was no longer as blinding as before, but now it radiated a calming light, one that people could look upon without fear. Captain Aozaki. It really is Aozaki Kenpachi. Captain Aozaki saved us, he truly is the strongest Shinigami. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their voices filled with admiration and heartfelt gratitude for Masatsuki Aozaki. This junior's not bad. I guess I'll begrudgingly acknowledge him. Chika Shihoin, Zanpakutō in hand, slowly walked over to Yamamoto and let out a long sigh of relief. He still felt the urge to swing his blade at the old man, but for now, he managed to suppress it. Yet before he could finish speaking, his instincts, sharpened through years of brutal combat, screamed out in warning. Chika Shihoin instinctively shrank back, his face paling slightly. Looks like it's all over. We dead folks should be heading back to hell. I'll go first. With that, he raised his Zanpakutō, preparing to cut his own throat. But in the next instant, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him. His body trembled violently, and his grip faltered, the Zanpakutō slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. Turning around, he saw Masatsuki Aozaki above, gazing down at him with a faint, unreadable smile. It wasn't just Chika Shihoin, every other Togabito and jailer who hadn't yet returned to hell also felt the weight of a crushing force pressing down on them, like a mountain upon their backs. There was no mistaking it. This was Ryatsu. Shock spread across the faces of the first-generation captains. Their own Ryatsu was already leagues above that of ordinary captains, and now, bolstered by the power of hell, they had ascended to an even greater tier. And yet, the young man in the sky was suppressing them all with sheer Ryatsu alone. It was terrifying. This wasn't something any Shinigami should be capable of. If the first-generation captains were monsters among Shinigami, then this young man, he was a monster among monsters. He's reached such a level. Aizen furrowed his brows, glancing at Saizo Sakahon and Kinraku Izuhara, both of whom were gasping for breath. The pressure radiating from Masatsuki Aozaki distorted the very space around him. Even though that force wasn't directed at him specifically, Aizen could see the impact it had on the others, the overwhelming power they had just displayed was now being completely suppressed. From that alone, it was clear, Masatsuki Aozaki's Ryatsu had reached a level far beyond imagination. Aizen knew there was no comparison to be made. And deep in his heart, an unfamiliar feeling began to rise, helplessness. Aizen's eyes were filled with shock and resignation as he muttered with a bitter smile. This guy's potential, it's far beyond mine. He realized that Masatsuki Aozaki's strength had completely exceeded his expectations, perhaps even surpassing his own dimension of power. The gap was frustrating and bitter, yet it also stirred a sense of anticipation for Masatsuki's future. On the battlefield, everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. Masatsuki Aozaki's display was so miraculous that many questioned whether they were dreaming. Even the squad members still locked in battle with the last wave of monstrous enemies, battered, bloodied, and barely staying upright, couldn't help but glance toward the figure in the sky. Yamamoto stood directly beneath Masatsuki, gazing up at the divine figure above him, his expression dazed. He wondered silently. What the hell happened to this brat? That sacred aura felt so natural, it was like standing before the Soul King himself. And why the hell does he have to shine so brightly? My old eyes are killing me. Wait a minute, is this punk doing all this just to show off? Yamamoto's eyes widened, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. You brat, get down here. He tried to bark, but no sound came out. Receiving treatment from Retsu Unohana, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. His eyes locked on Masatsuki. Then he saw that smug brat flash a brilliant smile, and slowly raise both hands. Now what the hell is he doing? Yamamoto grumbled to himself. Does he still have another trick up his sleeve? As if responding to his thoughts, Masatsuki smiled lightly and raised his hand. From his sleeves, countless black and white Ryatsu-formed arms snaked out like the tentacles of some massive octopus. With a casual flick of his sleeves, the Ryatsu limbs twisted and writhed like serpents or dragons, surging toward the jailers and Togabito. Their speed was terrifying, reaching the enemies in an instant. Some tried to run, but they found their bodies completely paralyzed under the crushing weight of the Ryatsu. Pop. With a dull snap, the Ryatsu arms snapped back violently, and Masatsuki clenched the soles of his screaming targets in an unrelenting grip. His handsome face remained calm and detached, as if everything unfolding before him had nothing to do with him at all. I told you, I'm not letting any of you go. Masatsuki's voice was cool and emotionless, laced with chilling killing intent. The jailers and Togabito had no chance to argue. As their souls were ripped from their bodies, their consciousnesses plunged into chaos, and their spiritual forms instantly dissolved into dense reishi, returning to hell. Farewell, old friends. Yamamoto watched the fading reishi, his face tinged with sorrow and helplessness. He knew their fates couldn't be changed. All he could do was silently hope they found peace in the next world. He stood there quietly, Ryujin Jaka still in hand, barely holding himself upright. His eyes carried deep exhaustion and helplessness, as if the entire world weighed down upon him. They were simply gone, leaving behind nothing but scorched ruins. He looked around at the wreckage, heart heavy with grief and emptiness. The faces he had once known were gone, leaving only him to face the aftermath alone. His strength felt drained. Leaning back against the damp wall, he slowly slid down to sit on the ground, his chest heaving. Every breath came hard, like life itself was slipping from his grasp. After several seconds, Yamamoto forced himself upright, trying to muster whatever strength he had left. He looked up, his eyes meeting those of the Shinigami floating above. Their gazes locked. For a moment, neither said a word. Time seemed to collapse in on itself, thousands of years flashing by in an instant. In the old man's mind, the figure of a long-lost memory slowly began to overlap with the young man before him. Both had once stood at the center of it all, pillars for others to rely on. And that young man now felt so real. Yamamoto almost forgot that he had spent decades yelling at him, calling him useless. Now, at last, he understood. The one standing before him was none other than Masatsuki Aozaki, the legendary hero who had saved the world. With solemn grace, Yamamoto gave a samurai salute. And the young man answered him with a quiet smile. Banzai. Captain Aozaki, banzai. A tidal wave of cheers surged through the Soul Society, crashing and rising, louder and louder with every shout. Chapter 418, You've done well. The cheers seemed to pierce the clouds and shake the heavens, sending ripples through the entire world. The passion and joy of the people erupted like a volcano, wild and unstoppable. The skies of Soul Society appeared illuminated by those shouts, glowing brilliantly. Light reached every corner, lit up every face. Where once there had been only darkness, now there was hope, vibrant and alive. Sunlight spilled through the thinning clouds, casting golden patches across the ground. Those glimmers of light fell upon the survivors, upon the broken remnants of buildings. Shattered swords glinted in the sun, as if whispering stories of the fierce battle from the night before. The living gazed around in a daze, taking in their surroundings, only now realizing just how long and harrowing that night's battle had been. The sun rose as always. Its warm rays poured over Soul Society, as if nothing had happened, as if peace had never been disturbed. This was a realm long accustomed to war's baptism. What once were crises no longer felt like crises. Even the thousand-man clash tucked into the corner of Seireitei would, in time, be nothing more than a faint ripple in the endless river of the three worlds' history. Sunlight spread rapidly, crossing over shattered streets and finally landing upon the towering outer walls of the Shino district. An old man, weathered and scarred, leaned on the battlements. The pain from his wounds throbbed dully, but it didn't show on his face. His eyes were deep, fixed toward the north. They had truly held the line. Even though there were still gaping breaches in the wall from the enemy's assault, the ancient city still stood firm. Shinigami and tattered Shihakushō moved tirelessly among the debris. Despite a night of brutal combat and the enemy's relentless onslaught, this old city had survived. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto stood dazed, perhaps still muddled from the grievous wounds he had taken the night before. It seems trusting in junior brother Masatsuki was the right call. By all logic, that level of assault should have been impossible to withstand. And yet, even the gate of hell was shut. I've no idea how he managed it. The voice came from behind, tinged with both awe and relief, as Chojiro Sasakaibe strode toward him down the ruined street. His Shihakushō and Haori were in tatters, streaked with dried and fresh blood, clear signs of the fierce battle he had barely walked away from. A deep, jagged crimson wound stretched across his chest. Though his body had been bound in layers of bandages, blood still seeped through, staining the once white cloth a vivid red. His Shihakushō was too damaged to fully conceal the injury, and through the ragged fabric, the angry wound stood out starkly, hard to ignore. Chojiro frowned slightly, instinctively tugging at his sleeve to try and cover it. The 4th Division had already treated him. But the casualties last night had been overwhelming, and the medics were stretched thin. This was the best they could manage, for now, at least, his life was no longer in danger. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. It was his beloved junior brother. The reason simple. The gate of hell opens because of a Ryatsu imbalance. As long as we raise the Ryatsu of the three worlds to a level strong enough to suppress the gate, it won't open. Chojiro Sasakaibe spun around in shock, staring at his junior in disbelief. Raise Ryatsu. That's impossible. After all, Ryatsu isn't like Riryoku, you can't just boost it at will. At its core, Ryatsu is the strength of the soul, its density and essence. Outwardly, it determines how much and how powerful one's Riryoku can be. You can't raise Ryatsu like gaining weight by eating or drinking. To increase it, you need to refine the soul itself, life's very essence. Generally speaking, outside of special cases like Zanpakutō liberation, increasing one's Ryatsu requires years of steady, disciplined training. To reach that kind of leap in such a short time, it just shouldn't be possible. Masatsuki Aozaki had achieved Zanpakutō release over 100 years ago, so this clearly wasn't one of those special exceptions. Facing Sasakai's skepticism, Masatsuki just grinned smugly and explained. It's actually simple, because I'm incredibly gifted. Then, with a casual wave, he led his 3 lieutenants over. All 3 had survived, though they looked worse for wear, no better off than Sasakabe himself. Sasakabe frowned, still unconvinced. You're definitely talented, but even so, there's no way you could have advanced that fast in so little time. Masatsuki shrugged and replied with a smile. All right, I'll level with you. The Soul King gave me a backdoor. TCH. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. If it really was the Soul King, why go through you? Couldn't he just go to Genryusai-sama instead? Ah, that's the thing, only I could do it. Masatsuki wasn't joking. The Soul King and the Will of Hell were beings on a cosmic scale. Their conflict involved the very balance and laws of the world. Hell's invasion of the 3 worlds was, in fact, part of that world order, entirely within the rules of existence. Even the Soul King, all-powerful as he is, was bound by that truth. Captain Yamamoto, already aware of Masatsuki's unusual connection with the Soul King, found himself nearly convinced. He asked in a quiet voice. Any activity from Hell? None. Since the gate closed last night, even the small hellmouths have vanished completely, Masatsuki replied. Yamamoto's injuries were so severe that even the slightest movement caused him pain. Perhaps to spare his master the indignity of grimacing in front of the squad, Masatsuki stepped forward. Relax, old man. Those from Hell may be strong, but they're also heavily restricted. The Ryatsu of the 3 worlds is enough to suppress the gates of Hell, and we detained a lot of souls last night. The Will of Hell won't be able to open the gate again on its own. Yamamoto nodded faintly. But the mention of souls reminded him of the tragedy at the central great underground prison. So many had died that it had likely tipped the balance between Hell and the 3 worlds. After all, those prisoners were exceptionally powerful. Even without souls, their bodies couldn't decompose naturally, they had to be sent to Hell. The thought ignited Yamamoto's anger. He cursed silently. Damn Quincy. Noticing Yamamoto grow angry for seemingly no reason, a few people froze. Had the old master finally gone senile? Yamamoto said nothing. A soft southern breeze stirred his long white beard. His face turned solemn as he raised his head to look at the young man before him. No one could say for certain what thoughts were passing through the old man's mind. Was it hatred for his enemies? Relief for his disciple? Or was his gaze already fixed beyond last night, toward a future no one else could yet see? You've done well, Masatsuki. His voice was gentle but firm, and slowly, he extended his hand. Masatsuki hesitated for a moment, then quietly lowered his head and bent forward, letting that weathered hand rest atop his head. The morning sun fell over the 2 of them, casting a quiet warmth that lingered in the air. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 419, Office Romance. A hospital room in the 4th Division. 6 captains, Love Aikawa, Kensei Maguruma, Shinji Hirako, Isshin Shiba, Byakuya Kachiki, and Yashiro Shihoin, lay side by side in hospital beds. Several lieutenants sat nearby, either at their bedsides or in chairs. Among the Gotei 13, these 6 captains had sustained the most severe injuries and could only lie here to receive treatment. Other lieutenants were present as well, including Lisa Yatamaru, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Kanami Tozen. Notably, Love Aikawa and Kensei Maguruma were the most gravely injured among them. It couldn't be helped. Their Ryatsu levels were average, and their Zanpakutō abilities weren't particularly exceptional, yet they still bore the responsibilities of captains and had to face those monstrous enemies in battle. The fact that they even made it out alive was already remarkable. At the end of the fight, both Aikawa and Maguruma had been on the brink of death. Fortunately, Retsu Unohana arrived just in time and personally treated them, saving their lives. Even so, the damage was too severe, they still required a lengthy recovery. Given the large number of seriously injured captains, it clearly wasn't practical to set up all the hospital beds in the 1st Division's meeting room. So, the captains' meeting was held here, in a room of the 4th Division. Besides the active captains, the attending lieutenants were also present. When Masatsuki Aozaki appeared, Jushiro Yukitake greeted him with a bright, warm smile like the spring sun and waved cheerfully. Masatsuki, over here, over here. Everyone around seemed accustomed to Yukitake's friendly enthusiasm. After all, they all knew well enough, this captain of the 13th Division, who had battled illness for centuries, had become noticeably more cheerful lately, and had grown especially fond of his junior. In contrast, Shunsui Kairaku seemed a little more mischievous. Grinning slyly, he teased with feigned rebellion. Captain Masatsuki really stole the spotlight this time. At this rate, replacing the captain commander is only a matter of time. Go for it, Captain Masatsuki. Just a little more effort and you'll knock the old man off his throne. Kairaku kept stirring the pot, a playful glint in his eye. If you can't bring yourself to do it, we can give you a hand. Back in the day, that old man gave us hell. We've been waiting for payback. Masatsuki Aozaki gave a helpless nod, then reached to his waist and pulled out a disc-shaped device, speaking into it. Old man, you heard all that, right? This wasn't my idea, it was all Shunsui-senpai. Kairaku's face instantly turned pale. Eyes wide, he stammered, you little. His gaze locked on the familiar object. Memories came rushing back. Wasn't that the same communication tool he'd once borrowed from the Shihoin clan to prank Masatsuki decades ago? He never imagined the kid would still hold onto it. People always said his little junior bore grudges, and now it really seemed true. He had always treated Masatsuki with sincerity, but this betrayal truly stung. That thought brought a look of deep heartbreak to Kairaku's face. Meanwhile, when Retsu Unohana saw Masatsuki Aozaki, her usual serene smile returned. As Masatsuki turned to look at her, she folded her hands gracefully over her abdomen, her eyes as gentle as water, exuding the poise of a devoted wife and mother. With that kind of soft, captivating aura, it was no wonder she'd long been voted the 9th Division's top pick for most desirable female Shinigami to marry. Shinji Hirako stood quietly in a corner, silently observing the subtle tension rising between the two. Unable to stand it any longer, he averted his gaze. He'd always hated workplace romances, especially as a millennium-old bachelor. It made him feel awkward and out of place. Without thinking, he looked elsewhere, and his eyes happened to fall on his former lieutenant. His expression grew complicated. Over the years, even though they'd been assigned to different divisions, Shinji Hirako had never stopped watching Sosuke Aizen. Recalling that night. If it hadn't been for Sosuke Aizen stepping forward to shoulder the pressure from hell, the captain commander might never have lasted until Masatsuki Aozaki arrived on the battlefield. Shinji Hirako remembered it vividly. Back then, Aizen had obliterated the jailer chief in an instant with shocking speed, holding off the two original captains while swiftly clearing out the Togabito and jailers from hell. Whether Aizen acted for the sake of Seireitei, to perform the role of a responsible captain, or for some other hidden motive, at that moment, Shinji had no choice but to set aside his bias and recognize Aizen as a competent captain. Aizen today seemed to have changed. But had he truly fallen, as Shinji once believed, into the role of a complete and irredeemable villain? Shinji couldn't help but frown deeply, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yashiro Shihoin lay in his hospital bed, eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Masatsuki Aozaki. His admiration and respect for his brother-in-law had only grown stronger. Thinking back, his sister really had foresight. With stubborn determination, she forced her way into marrying him. And she had paid the price. A woman who constantly spoke of freedom and living carefree, sacrificing her life for the sake of their family. If he weren't a man, Yashiro would have gladly married into the Aozaki family himself, just to spare his sister that fate. Just recalling how Masatsuki usually bullied him, he could already picture how things were for Yorichi at the Aozaki estate. His eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Keisuke Urahara grinned at Masatsuki, waggling his brows with an exaggeratedly goofy expression. During the invasion from hell, he hadn't gone to the battlefield. Instead, the captain commander had ordered him and Mayuri Kuratsuchi to stay behind at the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The reason was simple, Yamamoto had hoped that the two great scientists might find a way to close the gate of hell. But the outcome was clear, they never managed to come up with a solution before the war ended. Fortunately, Masatsuki Aozaki eventually found a way to suppress the gate himself. This world really is the better one. If he had to live in that bleak, dull hell, he'd probably die of boredom. So thought Urahara, watching the smiles spread across everyone's faces. Just then, Yamamoto walked into the room with steady steps. The moment they saw the old men, both captains and lieutenants instantly fell silent. With all eyes on him, Yamamoto slowly made his way to the obvious seat of honor, sitting on an empty hospital bed. Resting both hands on his cane, he swept his gaze over everyone in the room. You've all worked hard. I'm glad to see you here. This war against hell has cost us dearly, so many Shinigami gave their lives in brutal battle, but we've finally achieved victory. Once the Yomi clan completes their final survey of hell's interior, this war can be officially declared over. At those words, a collective look of relief spread across the room. Chapter 420, Werewolf. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto began by summarizing the consequences of the recent war and the potential chain reactions that might follow. After outlining the post-war arrangements, he turned his gaze toward Jin Ichimaru. Lieutenant Jin Ichimaru. Jin immediately lowered his head and responded respectfully, his tone calm and composed. Yes. Before the captain commander, he maintained complete decorum, not causing even the slightest embarrassment for Masatsuki Aozaki. Yamamoto gave a satisfied nod before asking. Are you willing to take on the role of captain of the 9th Division? The question immediately drew many gazes toward the hospital beds where Kensei Maguruma and Love Ekawa lay. During the brutal battle, both had sustained critical injuries. Their Seketsu and Hakusui were damaged, and even the core of their Ryatsu and their souls suffered severe trauma. Despite Retsu Unohana's personal treatment, she couldn't fully heal them. Mayuri Kuratsuchi had replaced several of their damaged organs using artificial organ technology. However, that was merely a life-saving stopgap, insufficient to restore them to their former peak condition. Faced with this reality, Kensei and Love, though reluctant, took the initiative to submit resignation requests, choosing to step down from frontline duty and retreat to a supporting role. In response to Yamamoto's inquiry, Jin Ichimaru glanced at Masatsuki Aozaki. A faint smile flickered in his eyes as he gave a slight nod. I am honored by your trust, Captain Commander. I accept the position of captain of the 9th Division. Naturally, this major appointment had already been discussed between Yamamoto and Masatsuki in advance. After all, everyone knew Jin Ichimaru was Masatsuki's most trusted right-hand man. Masatsuki also felt the arrangement was fitting and discussed it with Jin directly. Neither of them hesitated for long before agreeing. The 9th Division, responsible for Seireitei's communications and publications, was one of the most crucial departments in the entire organization. Though not a powerhouse in battle, it played a vital role in shaping public opinion across Seireitei, guiding the thoughts and sentiments of the people. It was an important and well-regarded post. As for the 11th Division, even after Jin Ichimaru's departure, it still had Toshiro Hitsugaya. Under Jin's mentorship, Hitsugaya had matured enough to handle the division's affairs competently. As for the position of captain of the 7th Division, Yamamoto paused, his eyes settling on a wild and unrestrained figure. Kenpachi Zaraki, with beast-like instinct, instantly sensed the stare. Scratching his head and waving his hands, he spoke up. Not interested. I'm sticking with the boss. Hearing that, Yamamoto could only shake his head in resignation and sigh silently to himself. With Zaraki's combat prowess, there was no doubt he was qualified to serve as captain. Judging from the power he displayed in this war, only Yamamoto, Masatsuki Aozaki, Retsu Unohana, and Sosuke Aizen could reliably suppress him. Oh, there were also Yoruichi Shihoin and Oramichi Bane, who stunned everyone with their brief appearances. Despite limited time in action, their effortless defeat of an original captain suggested they might even surpass Zaraki in strength. Kenpachi Zaraki could arguably be called the strongest among the rest of the Gotei 13 below those 6. But since he had no desire for the position, Yamamoto wasn't going to force him. Yamamoto's expression remained unchanged as his gaze shifted to a tall figure. Sajin Komamura, lieutenant of the 7th Division. Are you willing to take on the role of captain? I am. Sajin Komamura nodded without hesitation, clearly accepting the offer. He held no resentment toward Yamamoto's earlier consideration of Kenpachi Zaraki. In terms of raw power, Zaraki truly was more qualified to lead. Besides, Komamura had always followed the old man's words without question. Unlike ordinary people, Sajin Komamura came from a unique clan known as the Wolfman clan, a race of beings with humanoid bodies and wolf heads. His appearance often drew strange and wary looks from others. Back then, it was Yamamoto who had brought him back from the outside world and given him a chance. Not only did Yamamoto never reject him for his appearance, but he also personally nurtured him with great care. It was thanks to that kindness that Komamura could now stand here as a Shinigami, serving as the lieutenant of the 7th Division. Normally, he wore an iron mask to conceal his face, no one had ever seen what lay beneath. But during the battle in Hell, his helmet had been damaged, revealing his true face to everyone for the first time. From that moment on, he stopped wearing a mask and began facing others with his real appearance. Still, in the Gotei 13, a place filled with eccentric characters, such things weren't exactly shocking. Some were curious at first upon learning that a lieutenant was a wolfman, but over time, they got used to it. After all, strange individuals weren't uncommon in the Gotei 13. What truly mattered was the strength Komamura had displayed. Normally, he flew under the radar, but in this battle, he unleashed his Bankai and exhibited astonishing power. That performance convinced everyone that he had what it took to be a captain. Then, this captain's meeting is concluded, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto declared. I will consult with the Central 46, and the final decision will be officially announced at the end of the month's captain's meeting. That is all. After the meeting, no one lingered for small talk. They dispersed quickly. Masatsuki Aozaki had little interest in whatever discussions were going on between his master and the Central 46. He'd been through too many meetings like this for such details to stir him anymore. With the war finally over, all he wanted was to find a quiet place and spend time with his loved ones. Achievements and honors meant nothing to him. In this world, it wasn't merit that determined one's happiness, it was real power. After leisurely strolling around the 4th Division and chatting with a few of his wives, some working, others still receiving treatment, Masatsuki unexpectedly ran into Retsu Unohana again. She had been so busy recently that she'd barely returned home. The fact that she now had the time to come find him on her own made Masatsuki genuinely happy. "You're not sleeping in the barracks tonight, are you?" Masatsuki asked with a smile. "Everything's more or less taken care of. Yasachika should be able to finish up the rest." Retsu Unohana gave a gentle smile. "The Captain Commander kindly acknowledged our hard work and gave me a 3-day break." 3 days? That's amazing. Masatsuki clapped his hands in excitement. "Let's go find Ora now." She said the Seireitei sisters are all together, only you're missing. With the war's end, the mass-production Hogyoku fusion experiments were now in full swing. As expected of a mass-produced version, its effects couldn't match the real Hogyoku. It was more like a simplified enhancement tool. According to Ora Mishibane's estimates, the fusion's upper limit varied depending on the individual. Using Aizen's evolution as a reference, the enhancement could push someone's strength to the first or, at best, second fusion stage of the Hogyoku. But even that level of power was already overwhelming. As Aizen had put it, once reaching the second fusion stage, one already stood far above captain-level combatants. Of course, such strength wasn't achieved overnight. The girls hadn't reached that stage yet, and it would still take time for them to grow. 40 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 421, Creation. By the way, the kin you used this time and the Amanamanaka from last time, whose Zanpakutō abilities are those? I've never seen them before. Retsu Unohana fell into thought, memories flooding her mind. In all the centuries she had lived, she had never encountered Zanpakutō abilities with such overwhelming power. Someone capable of wielding that kind of strength wouldn't go unnoticed. Could they be from hidden figures operating in the shadows, too afraid to reveal themselves? If that were the case, they couldn't be ignored. If those abilities belonged to an enemy, being caught off guard could be disastrous. She gave herself credit for her caution and nodded slightly as she snapped back to the moment. But instead of a Zanpakutō, what filled her vision now was the face of a man leaning in close. Any ordinary girl might have blushed and backed away. But Retsu Unohana didn't flinch. Calmly, she placed a light kiss on Masatsuki Aozaki's lips. "You little troublemaker, ready to talk now?" Her voice was warm, laced with teasing. Masatsuki smiled faintly and took her soft hand in his. Despite all her years of sword training, her hands remained smooth and fair, without a trace of calluses. All right. I'll tell you the truth. Those 2 swords weren't inherited or found anywhere, I created them myself." Unohana blinked, clearly surprised. Gripping his hand tightly, she asked with disbelief. "You've learned how to forge Zanpakutō?" Resting her chin in thought, she couldn't help but admire Masatsuki's talent. To master the art of forging Zanpakutō, a skill no one else had ever managed, was truly astonishing. But as that thought crossed her mind, she let out a discontented hum, remembering the one who had taught Masatsuki. "That guy didn't corrupt you, did he?" she asked, brows furrowed. Unohana had met Otsunemea once before. He had come to escort Tanjiro Karinji back to the royal realm. He gave off an unruly, unserious air that didn't exactly inspire confidence. "He corrupted me. Please. I'm the one who has to keep him in check." Masatsuki thought to himself, fully aware of his own capabilities. A guy who just fooled around with swords? He'd seen way weirder. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but think of Haribel. He cleared his throat with 2 quick coughs, then put on a deliberately mysterious expression and said, "It's not just about forging Zanpakutō. One day in the future, I might be able to create more than that, worlds, futures, who knows?" "Is that so?" Retsu Unohana looked at him suspiciously. Creating a world. Wasn't that no different from being a god? No, even the gods of legend came after the world's creation. To have that kind of power would make someone not just a god, but the god of gods, the supreme creator. A domineering creator god falling in love with a nearly 2,000-year-old woman like her. That was even more ridiculous than the plot Shunsue Kaiaraka came up with for his trashy romance novels. "Then create a world for me and let's see it," Unohana said casually. Masatsuki let out another awkward cough and quickly tried to explain. "Ahem, didn't I say, someday? Not today. I've only just realized I might have that ability. I'm still figuring it out. For now, I can only manage little things like Zanpakutō." He tried to save a bit of face, but it wasn't working. Unohana narrowed her eyes and shot him a sharp look, clearly questioning whether he was just playing around. Her expression exuded silent pressure, like a warning not to mess with her. Masatsuki felt a chill run down his spine and instantly sensed trouble brewing for the night. Trying to compose himself, he continued. Actually, I've got an idea. Anohana said nothing, just quietly watched him, waiting for what came next. You know I still have the souls of the original captains. Masatsuki took a deep breath and finally voiced the thought that had been weighing on him. I've been trying to bring them back, let them live again within the three worlds. At that, Anohana's eyes sharpened. She looked directly at Masatsuki and asked, slightly breathless. So? Have you succeeded? Even if she could drive a blade through someone's chest in battle without hesitation, they had once been comrades she could entrust her life to. To say there were no feelings left at all would be a lie. That's just how people are. The older you get, the more the things you used to overlook begin to matter. Not yet. But I won't give up, Masatsuki replied earnestly. After a long silence, Anohana tilted her head and smiled softly. I believe in you. Her gentle voice made Masatsuki stop in his tracks. He turned back to look at her. Seeing that warm expression on Anohana's face made his heart race. With a grin, ignoring the stares of passers-by, he scooped up the usually composed and elegant older woman in a princess carry. Just this once, she showed a touch of bashfulness. Back at the underground lab, Masatsuki handed Anohana over to Ora Michibane. Then, transforming into his light form, he left the Aozaki estate and headed straight for the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Inside, Mayuri Kuratsuchi was still buried in research, as busy as ever. Though the war was over, Masatsuki Aozaki's demands on him hadn't stopped, not since the day he'd been dragged out of the nest of maggots. And now that Masatsuki's power had grown even more overwhelming, quitting simply wasn't an option. There were 1,000 ways Masatsuki could kill him without anyone even noticing. 1,000. Not even the head captain could protect him from that kind of death. So what used to be a collaborative partnership now felt more like one-sided exploitation. Not that Mayuri minded, honestly. For someone like him, whether it was exploitation or not didn't matter. As long as it fed his thirst for discovery, it was worth it. Right now, the research subject Mayuri most wanted to get his hands on was Masatsuki Aozaki himself. A being that defied all logic, letting him roam free was a waste. What Mayuri really wanted was to dissect him thoroughly. And with Masatsuki's regeneration abilities, it wasn't like it would do permanent damage. But even so, Mayuri wouldn't dare bring it up. Crossing Masatsuki's bottom line would be a death sentence. Mayuri was well aware of the difference between a full stomach and being force-fed to death. So he settled for the next best thing, listening to Masatsuki's whims and digging up new research topics. Like that time Masatsuki had him run tests on disrupting Oswalin. Fighting the legendary king of the Quincy, now that had been fun. Mayuri glanced at Masatsuki and let out a laugh so eerie it could make children cry. As expected of Captain Aozaki. You really stole the spotlight this time. If it weren't for you, Captain, Soul Society's history might have ended already. This wasn't just Soul Society's problem, it was a crisis for all three worlds. No one could afford to stand aside. Especially not someone like Mayuri. For a mad scientist, being thrown into hell would be a fate worse than death. No research, no data, he might as well just have his soul obliterated. That was why he was so eager to collaborate with Kasuke Urahara on studying hell. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes. You didn't call me here just to flatter me, did you? Of course not. Here, this is what you asked for. With that, Mayuri opened a drawer and pulled out a vial of medicine and a stack of documents, handing them over to Masatsuki. Chapter 422, No Time to Rest. The most revered Shinigami in Soul Society, the great emperor of Hueco Mundo, had finally returned to the only realm that had never shown him loyalty, the world of the living. The sun shone brilliantly, the skies were clear, and the world thrived with life. But beneath that vast blue expanse, an unexpected disturbance suddenly broke the peace. Dong. A sharp, ringing sound echoed through the sky. Had any ordinary human seen it, they'd have cried out in shock. A wooden door had appeared in midair. Its panels slowly opened, releasing a radiant white light. From within, a figure stepped forward. World of the living, we meet again. Though, it hasn't been that long. Masatsuki Aozaki emerged from the Senkamen, standing atop the clouds, gazing down upon everything below. He stretched his arms wide, letting the breeze brush past him, a faint smile curving his lips. But when his eyes settled on the traditional Japanese mansion below, his smile turned oddly crooked, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. At the mansion's gate, several uniformed officers were speaking with an old man. The conversation didn't last long before the officers turned and left. Masatsuki's brow furrowed slightly as he mused to himself. Quincy and the world of the living are supposed to be rich, aren't they? Why would the police be here? Are they investigating them? In this country, family-owned business conglomerates held immense power. They controlled not just the economy, but had deep sway over politics. Whether it was a ruling party or the criminal underworld, none could thrive without their backing. So for the police to show up now, it was certainly unexpected. Still, Masatsuki didn't think much of it. Ordinary humans posed no threat to Quincy, who possessed supernatural power. He chuckled quietly and in a flash, appeared inside the house. Glancing at the adorable girl beside him, he asked curiously, "Bambietta, what's with those guys?" He had only been gone a few days, and already trouble had cropped up, trouble that involved the world of the living. Just the thought that this woman might have dragged him into some mess gave Masatsuki a mild headache. He hated complications. Really, the only places this woman belonged were the basement and his bedroom. Even Masatsuki had to admit, Bambietta knew exactly how to please him. More importantly, she was obedient. So long as she didn't go too far, he was willing to let her off with just minor punishment. It's because of all the destruction we caused a while ago. They think some kind of terrorist activity is going on here. Bambietta pouted, clearly displeased. To her, the arrival of police officers was just an annoying intrusion. Before she met Masatsuki, she wouldn't have hesitated to kill them on the spot. But now she had her master's mission to fulfill, and nothing was more important. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow at her explanation. This kind of hassle really was tiresome. The fact that Bambietta had restrained herself from killing anyone was already a big step forward. So, with a faint smile tugging at his lips, he offered a suggestion. "In that case, why don't we make sure the ones in charge of them learn to behave?" Bambietta's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. "As expected of master. What a brilliant idea. Of course, the world of the living should be kneeling at your feet." Masatsuki sighed. He had no interest in ruling the world of the living. But seeing Bambietta so thrilled, he didn't bother to correct her. He just smiled in quiet agreement. Then his gaze shifted, and spotted Candace hiding in the corner, trying to sneak away. He shook his head in exasperation, walked over, and picked her up. Masatsuki settled comfortably onto the sofa, pulling Candace tightly into his broad arms. Her meticulously groomed hair spilled over him, soft and silky to the touch. That lush, grassy green medium-length hair really was something else. Honestly, given how much Candace adored her hair, it wouldn't be wrong to say it was practically her true body. Her expression shifted quickly, from irritation to shy embarrassment. She gritted her teeth. "Bastard. Let go of my hair." But Masatsuki Aozaki completely ignored her protest and only stroked her long hair more indulgently. With every motion, Candace's face grew redder. To be fair, Masatsuki's technique was, surprisingly pleasant. And from how practiced he was, who knew how many people he'd done this to before. Eyes half closed in contentment, Masatsuki let out a relaxed sigh. "Remember what I promised you all? I'm here to keep that promise today." With a flick of his wrist, a vial of glowing liquid appeared, literally out of nowhere. No rummaging through pockets, no shift in space, it simply manifested. Masatsuki had glanced over Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research just once, and from raw materials to final product, he recreated it on the spot. The convenience of his ability was undeniable. Unfortunately, he still couldn't create Soul King fragments, otherwise, he'd have already handed Yoruichi and the others a deluxe version of the Hogyoku. Still, one thing was certain. Masatsuki Aozaki's power had begun to trespass into divine territory, an undeniable provocation to the gods themselves. "Oswalin, have you found a way to block it?" Research into countering Oswalin had been stalled for quite some time. Every technical breakthrough felt like a direct clash with divine will. To the Quincy, Yawatch was nothing less than a god. But Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research capabilities were monstrous, even terrifying, and that was something even Bambietta and Candace had to acknowledge now. "Mayuri once experimented on prisoners from the Shattenbreach War," Masatsuki said calmly. "This formula can forcibly expel the part of the Quincy's soul that belongs to Yawatch. But in exchange, you might lose some of your power." The so-called Shattenbreach War referred to their last brutal battle against the Wandenreich. Since the battleground had been the Shattenbreach, the name stuck. That said, there had never been any official declaration that the war was truly over. The Wandenreich had retreated in chaos, and without a doubt, they were still active somewhere in the world. Just the thought of Yawatch still being alive was enough to rob the old man of sleep. Even now, despite the exhaustion of war, he couldn't rest, continued to mobilize forces, sweeping the three worlds in search of any trace of the Wandenreich. "Losing power, huh?" Bambietta muttered as she scratched her head in frustration. If she got weaker, would she be less useful to her master? Would he cast her aside? That was what made her hesitate. In comparison to Oswalin, the amount of power lost from removing the soul fragment should be minimal, Masatsuki added after a moment of thought. And judging by my estimates, Yawatch will soon regain enough strength to activate Oswalin again. You don't have much time left. Over on the sofa, Candace stared off blankly, on the verge of mentally shutting down. Talk all you want, but could you at least stop playing with my hair? I haven't even said anything, can't you leave me alone? Why can't you treat me normally, like you treat Bambietta? Damn it, you're treating me like a pet. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, Dizziness is normal. Compared to death and the eternal torment of the soul thereafter, losing some power seemed insignificant. However, Bambietta and Candace were initially conflicted. Once possessed, how could it be relinquished so easily? Yet, when Masatsuki Aozaki said, "Your value doesn't lie in your power, but in who you are," they released their hesitation. "So, who wants to go first?" Masatsuki Aozaki asked, looking at the two. Bambietta silently averted her gaze. Masatsuki Aozaki followed her line of sight, eyes filled with anticipation. Candace felt a surge of anxiety. Seeing their gazes, she thought, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy." Wait. Suddenly, Candace's expression stiffened as she realized she might be the first test subject. Her eyes widened. "Are you planning to experiment on me? What's going on? You don't trust it, so you're sacrificing me. Especially you, Bambietta, we're colleagues, and you're selling me out." Candace fumed internally. "Masatsuki Aozaki, I thought you were decent. Now you want to use me as a test subject? No way. Even if I die, I won't agree to this." However, feeling Masatsuki Aozaki's grip tightening, Candace swallowed nervously and instinctively retreated, only to find a solid wall behind her, leaving no escape. "Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, if you continue, there will be serious consequences," Candace said, her voice trembling. "If this goes on, I'll scream. I really will." Her tone grew more urgent, attempting to deter Masatsuki Aozaki with threats. "No, wait, MMPH." Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly leaned in, firmly pinching Candace's mouth, silencing her. "Didn't I tell you? Mayuri Kuratsuchi has completed clinical trials, proving this method is safe. So, be quiet. Your noise is giving me a headache, you fool." Masatsuki Aozaki reprimanded harshly. Candace felt humiliated and helpless, pinned down by Masatsuki Aozaki. After futile struggles, she lay motionless on the sofa, like a dead fish. Then, she felt a slight prick. It tickled but didn't hurt. But now wasn't the time to consider minor discomfort, she might die. Candace had witnessed Mayuri Kuratsuchi's mad experiments. Involved in Oswalin research, she and Bambietta were prime subjects, participating in numerous experiments. Candace knew how dangerous Mayuri Kuratsuchi's experiments were, especially those involving the soul, the essence of all life. Anything concerning the soul was serious. Thinking this, tears welled up as Candace collapsed onto Masatsuki Aozaki's lap, her composure crumbling. Her body trembled, fearing what might happen if her soul was harmed. She felt like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki slapped Candace's head, leaving her stunned. She looked up, teary-eyed, at Masatsuki Aozaki, confused by the sudden action. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at her with disdain. "What are you crying for? You. I'm about to die, and you're still hitting me." Candace's voice trembled with grievance and frustration as she cried with teary eyes. "What kind of person is this? Can't I even vent a little before I die?" But Masatsuki Aozaki was completely unmoved by her outburst. Instead, he smacked her on the head again, hard. "Die? Who said you could die? You're my prisoner. As long as I don't give permission, no one's taking you from me." At those words, Candace's sobbing came to an abrupt stop. Her eyes widened as she stared blankly at Masatsuki, the words echoing in her mind. He was right. How could she forget? Masatsuki Aozaki had said before, he never gives up what's his. So why would he let her throw her life away? Realizing this, her face flushed red, bright and vivid like a ripe apple. The way she had just acted was completely humiliating, and the shame burned through her. Candace clung to Masatsuki Aozaki stiffly, her whole body frozen like a statue. She buried her face deep between his legs, as if trying to disappear into the floor. "Even if you're playing dead, I'm not just going to pretend I didn't see anything." Masatsuki looked down at her and spoke. "Tell me how you feel right now." With a sigh, he pinched her cheeks and lifted her face to examine it carefully. He had to admit, this woman had great features. Even when acting this disgracefully, she still looked good. A big, silly woman like her had a unique kind of charm. But more importantly, he needed to know how she was actually doing. If anything seemed off, he could respond immediately. Blushing furiously, Candace flailed a bit before scrambling to her feet. Under Bambietta's scornful gaze, she obediently sat down on the sofa, acting unusually docile. After a brief silence, she said in a shy tone. "My Ryatsu seems a little weaker." Masatsuki sighed internally. Obviously. Did she think he couldn't sense that? What he really wanted to know was whether she was feeling anything unusual, if her soul was affected, or if her body felt strange. And after all that build-up, this was all she had to say. His mouth twitched slightly. He nearly gave the captive Sternritter another lecture on the spot. Ha! Candace really is a big idiot. Bambietta leaned over with a smug look, eyes narrowed, mocking her with a sarcastic tone. Candace glared at her. You're the idiot. If Masatsuki Aozaki weren't protecting you, I'd have electrocuted you until you begged for mercy. Then again. Her power had surged so much in recent years that Candace wasn't sure she could beat her anymore. Damn it. Anything else? Masatsuki asked gently, treating the little idiot with extra care. He adjusted Candace's face so they were looking directly at each other. Candace met his gaze, cheeks glowing, and answered shyly. My heart's racing. And Masatsuki pushed. My body feels hotter and hotter, she mumbled, voice getting quieter, her head lowering instinctively. And, he continued. My breathing's getting heavy, like I can't catch my breath. Her eyes darted around, unable to meet his gaze. If this were an anime, she'd probably be steaming from embarrassment by now. Is that it? Masatsuki asked softly. Candace frowned, rubbing her forehead, and said slowly. I feel a little dizzy too. Masatsuki nodded in understanding. That's normal. When we separated the fragments of Yawacha's soul, a tiny part of your own soul that was connected might have been pulled with it. He paused, then continued. But don't worry, it won't last long. You're just temporarily drained. Get some good rest, tomorrow you'll be fine. Candace looked utterly crushed. I was like that, and this is all you've got to say. What the hell was I expecting, you bastard? Chapter 424, For the Future of Shinigami and Quincy. After the Oswalin blocking agent was injected, Candace felt her body grow heavy and her consciousness begin to fade. Before long, she drifted into sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a soft bed, the room filled with a gentle floral scent and warm sunlight. Sniffing instinctively, Candace rubbed her eyes to adjust to the light. Only then did she notice a man and a woman lying beside her. The two were tightly embraced, their faces glowing with bliss. They looked so close, like a couple caught in a beautiful dream. Candace couldn't help but sigh. They looked so sweet. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were a couple in love. But she knew full well, this was definitely Bambietta making the first move. That woman always had a thing for doing weird things, and actually enjoyed them. To top it off, she'd even fallen in love with this man over something that was basically humiliating. Total pervert. Candace shook her head helplessly at the thought. She'd been in the Wandenreich for centuries, she knew all too well that being a pervert was practically standard among Quincy. Bambietta was already one of the more normal ones in Silburn. Just then, Candace noticed a change, Bambietta's Ryatsu had dropped compared to before. Clearly, she had also completed the Oswalin blocking experiment. Turning her head, Candace saw Masatsuki Aozaki quietly watching her. He gave her a small smile, sat up in bed, and stretched. Candace mimicked his movements and sat up ungracefully, facing him with a duck sit. She looked a bit messy, sure, but with her graceful figure and above-average face, even in this state, she could still be called cute. Blinking her large, beautiful eyes, she looked playfully at Masatsuki and softly called out. Masatsuki. Master. There was a slight coyness in her tone that made it unexpectedly endearing. Masatsuki looked at her in surprise. Candace never called him master. He instinctively reached out and touched her forehead, wondering if she had a fever. But when he saw her cheeks, red as apples, he realized she was simply overwhelmed with embarrassment. Master. I want to become stronger, she said quietly, her voice barely audible. You want to get stronger? Masatsuki looked at her with a strange expression, wondering to himself. What's gotten into her today? Did something light a fire under her? Yes. I want to be as strong as Bambietta. Candace added firmly. Masatsuki couldn't help but laugh. Like Bambietta. Didn't she know how Bambietta got strong? It sure wasn't through hard work. I get it. Yeah, your strength definitely needs an upgrade. He nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, Candace was clearly no longer among the top-tier fighters, maybe not even in the second tier. Just expelling Yawacha's soul fragments alone had already sapped some of her Ryatsu, to the point that she couldn't even use Volstandig anymore. With her spiritual power now sitting at the bottom of the second tier, the strength she could muster probably wasn't even enough to take down the weakest captain in the Gotei 13. Not because the current captains had crazy high Ryatsu levels. But once they activated Bankai, catching up to her Ryatsu level would be easy. And as for the Quincy and the Wandenreich, they were already a cut above the Gotei 13 across the board. Even the weakest members of the Sternritter had power beyond an average captain. With her current level, Candace might just about hold her own against the Quincy in the world of the living, but against a real powerhouse, like a captain from the Gotei 13, or a top-ranking espada from Hueco Mundo, she'd be completely outmatched. So yeah, getting stronger wasn't just a good idea, it was absolutely necessary. But you know that gaining strength comes with a price, right? Masatsuki Aozaki looked straight at Candace, his tone calm but serious. Of course I know. That's exactly why I waited until now. Candace took a deep breath and answered firmly. So, enough with the talk. Let's just get started, before that woman wakes up. She suddenly grew impatient and raised her voice. Candace had always been stubborn, competitive, and outspoken. She was someone who wore her emotions on her sleeve. If she liked something, she liked it. If she didn't, she made it clear. Masatsuki Aozaki had once dragged her back from the brink, saving her life. More importantly, he had helped her break free from the shadow cast by His Majesty. And beyond that, he had shown her a kind of gentle care unlike anything she had experienced. Honestly, looking at his face, love at first sight might not be entirely out of the question. But if you said it was something that developed over time, that made even more sense. Candace had spent years by Masatsuki's side, and he had always treated her with indulgence. So she knew exactly how Bambietta had grown stronger, she'd seen it firsthand. And yet, even someone like her could turn shy in a moment like this. That's why she didn't want to hear him say anything that sounded like backing down, she wanted to grow stronger. This woman, no wonder she doesn't get along with Bambietta. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled inwardly, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Well, since she's laid it all out so honestly, it'd be heartless to say no now. Ahem. Say no. Why would he? After all, he'd been keeping up this gentlemanly act for years, carefully cultivating this relationship, wasn't it all for this very moment? This was, after all, the story of an indecent Shinigami. And if anyone asked, Masatsuki Aozaki could admit it outright, his intentions had never been pure from the start. Over the next few weeks, Masatsuki Aozaki spent nearly all his time holed up in his room. Aside from cooking, he hardly stepped outside or interacted with any of the other Quincy. To outsiders, it looked like he was simply a diligent and focused man, deeply committed to his duties. But in truth, only Masaki Kurosaki, who was being held in the same place with Bambietta and Candace, knew that when the Shinigami had confessed his feelings to her, he hadn't been joking. To put it nicely, he wanted to build a better future between the Shinigami and the Quincy. To put it bluntly, he was just insatiable. Ever since those two mysterious Quincy ladies received Masatsuki and Ai's affection, they'd become completely unrestrained. Back then, they'd at least go to the cafeteria when hungry. Now, they couldn't even be bothered to get up, choosing instead to lie in bed daydreaming all day. Still, compared to the stifling atmosphere of the Ishida household, Masaki Kurosaki didn't find this place suffocating at all. In fact, under these circumstances, it was remarkable that the Shinigami big brother still made time to care for her. From keeping the room tidy to preparing every single meal, he really handled it all. It was pretty impressive. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 425, Chapter 425, A Small Favor. She suspected that if this kept up, she'd be turned into a carefree, happy-go-lucky freeloader with no worries at all. Still, she had to admit, this kind of life felt unbelievably blissful. That thought brought a radiant smile to Masaki Kurosaki's face. Still smiling, she adjusted her skirt in front of the doorway, the heels of her little leather boots tapping lightly as she stepped out with a spring in her step. She was still a student, after all. She needed to focus on her classes, Masatsuki Aozaki had insisted on that much. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki emerged from the kitchen. He was carrying 2 plates of food, and as he stepped into the Quincy lady's bedroom, there was a trace of annoyance on his face. I even went out of my way to make you lunch, maybe I should just throw it out. At those words, Candace, who had just woken up, drooling slightly, snapped her head toward him, surprise flashing in her eyes. Only then did she notice the plates in Masatsuki's hands and the teasing look on his face. She gave a light cough to diffuse the awkwardness. She knew he was just joking. But as a knight, especially one who held deep respect for food, she felt she had to show a bit of decorum. With a straight face, she responded. Food shouldn't be wasted. Thrift is a knightly virtue. Masatsuki chuckled dismissively, clearly amused. Is that part of the 8 virtues of chivalry? Whatever, those things were made up anyway. The so-called 8 virtues of chivalry referred to humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, compassion, soul, honesty, and justice. They were human constructs, ideals created to guide and restrain behavior. In truth, everyone interpreted them based on their own beliefs and values. That was something Masatsuki had once heard from Chojiro Sasakaibe. People always yearn for noble ideals, that's just human nature. But those who actually live by those ideals, they're always the minority. Masatsuki Aozaki gently set the plates down on the table with a crisp clink. Bambietta rubbed her bleary eyes and slowly sat up in bed. What's for lunch today? She stretched lazily and mumbled sleepily. Lunch. It's still early morning. Masatsuki shook his head helplessly and reached out to pinch her soft cheeks. These girls were seriously spoiled. The fact that he, Masatsuki Aozaki, was running around catering to their every whim was just plain ridiculous. What was worse, neither of them showed even the slightest awareness that they were captives. And the most baffling part? His punishments had somehow started to feel like rewards to them. Absolutely outrageous. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a long sigh and said slowly. There was some beef left from yesterday, so I made gyudon. Gyudon, a bowl of white rice topped with thinly sliced beef. It sounded simple, but it was said to be an internationally renowned dish loved by diners around the world. Masatsuki didn't really know how much truth there was to that claim, nor did he care. To him, food was just something to satisfy hunger. There was no need to assign it some lofty, hollow value. He enjoyed cooking, but only for the process itself and the satisfaction of eating the finished result. As long as it tasted good, who cared about its reputation? He glanced at the two still groggy girls, then casually smacked both of them on the head and grumbled. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I've got a little gift for you. After that, I need to head out. Upon hearing this, Bambietta quickly asked. You're leaving. Where are you going, master? To Hueco Mundo. There's something I need to deliver to them, Masatsuki replied. Nearby, Candace immediately scowled in irritation and muttered under her breath. Gets what he wants, then runs off. Men really are all heartless pigs. She bit down hard on a slice of beef. Fortunately, she wasn't one to dwell. Her frustration faded as quickly as it came. After a few bites, she couldn't help but praise. Your cooking really is the best. The chefs around here don't even come close. Thanks for the praise my ass. I'm supposed to be the savior of the world, not your personal chef. You're the type who eats from one bowl while eyeing another. At least try to show some awareness. But when he saw the sweet, flattering smile on Candace's face, Masatsuki suddenly remembered something and asked. Last night, you said you wanted me to help with something. But you passed out before you could finish. What was it? Candace froze, a flicker of awkwardness flashing across her face. She vaguely recalled saying that, but with how exhausted and hazy she'd been, she honestly thought it had just been a dream. Now that she was awake and fully aware of her current situation, she couldn't bring herself to bring it up again. She hadn't expected she'd actually said it aloud last night. Her voice dropped, soft and shy. It's really nothing important. Her eyes darted around, clearly uneasy. She quickly added. I swear, it's just a tiny favor. If it's any trouble at all, just forget I said anything. As she spoke, Candace tapped her index finger nervously and kept her eyes on Masatsuki's expression, looking utterly pitiful. Enough to stir sympathy in anyone. But Masatsuki wasn't swayed. He'd already seen her at her most charming, after all. Right now, he remained calm, arms crossed, and answered firmly. If you don't tell me what it is, how would I know whether it's trouble or not? Just say it, what do you need? A flicker of hope flashed in Candace's eyes. She hesitated, then asked cautiously. The Gotei 13 and the Wandenreich, they're going to fight again eventually, right? Masatsuki furrowed his brow, but then a smirk tugged at his lips. What, you want me to go take out Yawatch? Don't worry about it. Even if you hadn't brought it up, that was already the plan. He waved his hand dismissively, tone cocky and relaxed. The real issue was that they still hadn't located Yawatch. But if they could find him, Masatsuki was confident he could take him down. Bambietta's eyes lit up with pure admiration. Candace, however, was stunned. She hadn't expected such an outrageous declaration from him. That was Yawatch, the Soul King's own son. Just that title alone was enough to inspire fear, not to mention his terrifying mastery over the Almighty. Yet here Masatsuki was, boldly claiming he'd kill him. It was insane. Absolutely insane. And she loved it. Still, as much as she liked that about him, blind arrogance wasn't a good thing. With that in mind, Candace took a deep breath and began to calm herself. Chapter 426, Order of the Lady Knights. So I was wrong. Then what exactly do you want me to help with? Just say it. Masatsuki Aozaki scratched his head, genuinely confused. He'd assumed this woman was driven by revenge, or maybe she didn't fully trust the outcome of the last experiment. Maybe she just wanted to eliminate the source of the problem completely, to put things to rest once and for all. But judging by the look on her face, that clearly wasn't it. Masatsuki didn't realize just how terrifying his line of thinking would sound to others. Killing the Soul King's son. That's not something any sane person would even consider. Especially not someone like Candace, who had personally witnessed how terrifying Yawatch's power as a Quincy truly was. Sure, she knew Masatsuki was strong. Strong enough to charge into the Wandenreich without opposition. Strong enough to treat Silbern, guarded by the entire Sternritter, as his personal playground, coming and going as he pleased. But even with all that, in her eyes, it still wasn't enough to kill Yawatch. Wasn't the captain commander of the Gotei 13 strong enough? Didn't he kill that so-called king once? And yet, the king of the Quincy returned 1,000 years later, back from the dead. To rise again. Yawatch, the son of the Soul King, was nothing short of a god. At least, that's how Candace saw it. Masatsuki could have used his ability to glimpse the future and know exactly what she was going to say next, but that would have been too dull. Instead, he chose to sit back and quietly let her speak. Yawatch isn't someone you deal with lightly. There's no need to rush it. Candace didn't even notice she was casually calling that king by name, completely devoid of the respect most would show. Masatsuki's gaze made her heart race, her cheeks slightly red. But she didn't dare show her flustered or irritated side too easily. Actually, I have a few friends in the Wandenreich. So I was hoping you could do me a small favor. Her voice grew softer and softer. If the Wandenreich and Gotei 13 go to war again, could you spare their lives? Of course, if it's too much trouble, just forget I said anything. Her tone grew increasingly cautious, her head lowered, stealing glances at Masatsuki from the corner of her eye. As a prisoner of war, she had no right to ask anything. Making a request like this was already crossing the line. Oh, that's what it is. You should have said so earlier. Masatsuki stroked his chin with one hand while the other gently patted Candace's head, as if comforting a small, nervous animal. He remembered Bambietta mentioning this once. Back when they were still in the Wandenreich, they had formed a little group with a few other female Sternritter members, a small circle known as the Women's Knights. So when Candace brought up her friends, Masatsuki naturally assumed she was talking about the other members of that group. After all, in a nation as cold and detached as the Wandenreich, forming bonds deep enough to call someone a true free, no problem. I promise. Masatsuki Aozaki agreed without hesitation, a faint smile forming on his face. He was always happy to accept beautiful and charming girls, no matter how many, he never got tired of them. But then, something crossed his mind. Wasn't there a certain, unusual presence mixed into that so-called female knights group? If he remembered right, there was someone among them with a similar vibe to Yashiro, a cute boy. Well, having a guy in a group like that wasn't unheard of. Teams needed diversity, after all. One male in the mix. Understandable. But if that cute boy had a soul as girly as his looks, then, not so cute anymore. At least Yashiro, despite being soft-spoken and resembling Yorichi a bit, was still within the bounds of normal. He'd have to be careful. He was too good-looking for his own safety, he couldn't afford to get locked down in the worst way. Boys had to protect themselves out there too. Sighing over the decline of societal values, Masatsuki shook his head. Candace gave a small nod and subtly shifted closer to Masatsuki, clearly trying to offer him a more pleasant experience. The way she behaved, so obedient and docile, showed just how serious she was about this request. She'd been conflicted about it for a long time. But she hadn't dared speak up. She'd been too embarrassed. Given her status compared to Masatsuki's, what right did she have to ask for anything? Just from her hesitant, faltering tone, it was clear how much this fiery, stubborn girl had humbled herself to make this request. Under normal circumstances, she would never speak so softly. But she hadn't expected Masatsuki to agree so easily. She was known for her loud voice, often loud enough to give him headaches. Candace had been mentally prepared to offer something in exchange. Like, the past few days. Ahem. Those were things best left unspoken. To describe them outright might cause trouble. Let's just say, other than sore backs and aching muscles, there wasn't much else to talk about. Looking at it that way, maybe her taste in men wasn't so bad after all. Candace was secretly pleased with herself. Masatsuki, unaware of her thoughts, helped clean up the dishes after the meal like usual. Then, under the girl's watchful gazes, he pulled out 2 glowing green jade orbs from a pocket dimension. With a flourish like a magician, he cupped them between his hands. In an instant, their color changed, crystal clear like water, radiant like stars and moons. Using just those 2 jade orbs, each containing a fragment of the Soul King, Masatsuki created a Hogyoku by hand. More precisely, mass-produced Hogyoku. Distribute the Oswalin blocking meds to the other Quincy. And about that plan to take control of the world of the living, we'll go ahead with it. I think it's viable. Make it happen. After completing the Hogyoku fusion for the 2 captives, Masatsuki Aozaki left the world of the living. He passed through the dark void and arrived in Hueco Mundo. The aftermath of several major battles still scarred the land. Hueco Mundo had always been vast and sparsely populated, but now even fewer hollows roamed its paths. Still, with Las Noches fully in charge, this once chaotic realm had gained a touch of order. Of course, hollows were still allowed to devour each other. That was simply their nature. And Masatsuki had no interest in meddling with that. Once defeated by a Shinigami, these beings would go where they belonged, Soul Society or Hell. That was already set in stone. Masatsuki slowly made his way toward the main palace of Las Noches. All hail His Majesty the Emperor. All hail His Majesty the Emperor. There was hardly an Arrancar who didn't recognize him. Even newcomers to Las Noches, upon hearing the title, His Majesty the Emperor, would instinctively bow in reverence. Even if he wore the robes of a Shinigami, power was the only thing that mattered in a world ruled by strength. As others watched him with awe, Masatsuki pushed open the doors to a certain palace, the private chambers of the Queen of Hueco. Everyone's here. Masatsuki scanned the room. Led by Haribel and Neliel, Apache, Mila Rose, Sung Sun, and Roka were seated around the chamber. As you ordered, I've gathered everyone. Haribel obeyed Masatsuki's instructions without question. Letting him use her room, or even her life, was a sacrifice she considered perfectly acceptable. Looking at his loyal knight, Masatsuki gave a casual wave. A crack tore open in the air, and jade orbs began to fall from within. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, let me give it a try. A bright moon hung high in the sky, like an eternal lantern casting endless silver light over the boundless desert below. The vast white city, aglow with brilliance, refused to be overshadowed. Its radiant white light shimmered in tandem with the silvery moonlight, painting a breathtaking scene across the night sky. Clatter. Masatsuki. We finally did it. I feel so full of power. An excited voice rang out from inside, accompanied by a flurry of white particles drifting into the room like falling snow. The particles quickly gathered into a humanoid form. Masatsuki Aozaki stood dressed in a pristine white robe symbolizing his rule over Hueco, and on his head rested a beautifully reforged crown, originally Baragon's, later reshaped by Aizen. It was the unique regalia of the Emperor of Hueco. But before he could respond, a green blur shot forth like lightning, trailing after images behind it. A face beneath an antelope skull mask slammed directly into Masatsuki's abdomen. This impact was even stronger than before. Masatsuki couldn't help but make a mental comparison, though he still wore a soft smile as he gently ran his fingers through the girl's long hair, every gesture overflowing with affection. Despite the blow's force, he remained calm. With deft control of his strength and skill, he dispersed the impact, skidding backward a few steps before regaining balance with ease. You can't keep ramming into people like that, Masatsuki said, brushing through her hair with a helpless sigh. I know. But I only like Masatsuki. Neliel replied cheerfully. Ramming someone means you like them. What kind of weird habit is that? Masatsuki rolled his eyes. The antelope knight was at it again, headbutting him with no restraint. He'd experienced the full power of her headbutt more times than he could count. The first time it happened, he'd been completely unprepared and got launched all the way from Las Noches to the forest of Minos. Thankfully, his body was far beyond that of a normal person, so he wasn't seriously hurt. Had it been a typical captain-level Shinigami, Neliel would probably have ended up kneeling beside a pile of shattered flesh, frantically praying the poor guy wasn't dead. Neliel was a good person, just a bit dense at times, with no real sense of moderation. But Masatsuki had always been the kind of man who knew how to cherish a woman. Not everyone was lucky enough to be on the receiving end of such affection. Since his body could take it, he simply let her do as she pleased. And besides, she really did only ever ram into him. Looking at it that way, maybe it was just a quirky little love game between the two of them. Masatsuki gently helped Neliel up, then swept his gaze across the room filled with delicate-looking girls. On the surface, they didn't seem all that different from before. But upon closer inspection, it was clear, the hollow holes that had once existed in each of them were now replaced by brilliant, dazzling gems. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at Haribel and Neliel, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he gave a nod of approval. Yeah, the fusion between you two went perfectly. At his words, a few of the onlookers cast curious glances their way. Everyone still clearly remembered the unusual placement of their hollow holes. Masatsuki-sama, please, don't say things like that. Haribel flushed at the strange looks being thrown her way, her cheeks heating up as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. After all, among everyone here, only she and Neliel had their hollow holes in the most peculiar locations. I think I've gained new strength. Unlike Haribel, Neliel didn't care at all about anyone's stares. She quickly slipped into her clothes, then firmly gripped the Zanpakutō at her waist. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grinned at Masatsuki. Masatsuki, let me try it out. How about a spar? Masatsuki stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Then a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, he didn't mind at all. It was perfectly natural to want to test newfound strength right away. Every time his power increased, he also had that same itch to find someone strong to fight. Unfortunately, each time he looked around, there was never anyone who could truly match him. That lonely feeling of invincibility. It was starting to wear on him. Fine. I'm not exactly eager to go all out on you two, but if you're set on it, I'm down for a spar. Masatsuki removed the crown from his head and casually tossed it onto Haribel's soft bed. He wasn't about to risk damaging it. If anything happened to that crown, Aizen would absolutely lose it. That thing was one of Aizen's personal creations, after all. Just thinking about it made Masatsuki shake his head. There was that one time he accidentally damaged a robe Aizen had designed, and ended up being chased across several spiritual realms. What a petty guy. Honestly, he was lucky to have a friend as forgiving as Masatsuki. A gentle breeze fluttered through Masatsuki's white robes as he stood atop a dune. He raised a finger, beckoning toward Neliel and Haribel with a slight smile. Come on, show me what kind of power you've gained. Haribel and Neliel exchanged glances. A spark of excitement and anticipation flashed in their eyes. Together, they reached for the Zanpakutō at their waists, ready to face the challenge head-on. Destroy, Tiburon. Declare, Gamuza. Seeing them go straight for their Resurrection, Masatsuki raised a brow and asked in surprise. Already jumping into Resurrection? Don't you two want to get used to your new power first? No point, Neliel replied, shaking her head with firm resolve. In this short time, our base strength hasn't changed much. Fighting you like this would be meaningless. She and Haribel raised their blades in unison, and a massive surge of Ryatsu burst forth from their bodies. The nearby Arankar were instantly overwhelmed by the pressure. Those with weaker spiritual strength began gasping for air, unable to endure the force. It felt like an invisible mountain had descended upon them, making it hard to breathe. Stark and Ulquiorra exchanged glances. They understood the weight behind this Ryatsu. They simultaneously released their own spiritual pressure in an attempt to resist it. To their surprise, even they struggled to withstand it. But in the end, they held their ground. Still, it was daunting. If they hadn't been able to block it, would they have needed to activate Resurrection just to hold out? Those two, their Ryatsus reached this level already. Grimjow muttered through gritted teeth, bearing the pressure without assistance but clearly straining. He clenched his jaw, eyes burning with anger and frustration. No wonder they haven't been accepting my challenges lately. What the hell happened? Grimjow growled, feeling slighted and completely baffled by this sudden gap in strength. Stark gave him a look, something between amusement and pity. Even he, the resident slacker, and the disinterested young master beside him were aware of what was going on. And this guy still didn't get it. Seriously, does his brain have room for anything other than fighting? Chapter 428, Resurrection. Masatsuki Aozaki stood quietly, observing as pale red and golden Ryatsu enveloped Neliel and Haribel. The Ryatsu gradually formed into two towering pillars of light, illuminating the night sky of Hueco Mundo. A hint of anticipation gleamed in Masatsuki's eyes, intrigued by the transformations about to unfold. The beams initially shone brightly, dimmed momentarily, then flared up once more before slowly fading away, eventually disappearing completely. The Ryatsu had surged twice in succession. This is... Masatsuki murmured, watching intently as the two figures emerged from the dissipating light. With their Zanpakutō now vanished, both Neliel and Haribel had undergone significant transformations. Neliel retained her half-human, half-goat Resurrection form, but her fur had grown denser, her hooves now a grayish-white. Her arms and goat-like lower body were covered in black hair, and the tip of her turquoise tail emitted a faint reddish Ryatsu. The mask fragment that once adorned her head had disappeared, revealing long hair flowing freely in the wind. A pair of sharply curved horns had sprouted from her forehead, and she wielded a lance formed from pale red Ryoryoku. Haribel's transformation exhibited more pronounced beast-like features. The remnants of her hollow mask had been replaced by angular headguards flanking her face, and her body appeared clad in black and yellow armor that seamlessly blended with her skin. A long, sinuous fishtail swayed behind her, and she gripped a massive golden two-handed sword composed of Ryoryoku. While her overall form remained humanoid, an intense, primal aura emanated from her, reminiscent of a wild predator on the verge of breaking free. Masatsuki, this Resurrection feels entirely different from before. I feel an endless surge of power throughout my body, Neliel remarked, her eyes alight with excitement as she examined her transformed state. Without hesitation, she dashed toward Masatsuki. With a resounding boom, Neliel's powerful leap left a massive crater hundreds of meters deep in the ground. She moved with lightning speed, vanishing from her initial position as if she had teleported. In an instant, she collided with Masatsuki, catching him off guard and propelling them both thousands of meters away. Considering that Neliel achieved such astonishing speed through sheer physical strength alone, one could only imagine the terrifying velocity she would reach when employing Sonido. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his aching forehead and reluctantly pulled Neliel to her feet, smiling wryly. You really only use that move on me, huh? Just don't ever try it on your sisters. Only someone with Masatsuki Aozaki's monstrous durability could tank a hit like that. If Grimjow, who was off to the side watching and cheering, got hit like that, Neliel could easily smash him to pieces. Even Stark, ranked number 1 among the Espada, if caught off guard by the tackle, wouldn't fare much better than a regular human getting hit by a dump truck. He'd be on his way to the next world in an instant. Do you really need Nell to say it again? Nell only likes Masatsuki. Nell will only pounce on Masatsuki. Shouting the nickname Masatsuki had given her, Neliel tightly hugged his waist, nuzzling her small head against him like a spoiled child. Her sharp horns grazed gently under his chin, not painful at all, just a little ticklish. All right, we'll call that the warm-up. Now let's get started for real. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hugged Neliel close and vanished like a ghost, reappearing in the blink of an eye back in his original position. Neliel obediently nodded, then hurried over to stand beside Haribel. Gripping the hilt of her blade with both hands, she shifted into an attack stance. Masatsuki-sama, I'm going in. Haribel declared seriously, then charged forward, brandishing her massive golden sword. Bang. A heavy thud echoed through the air. But the crowd only heard the sound. What they saw left them baffled and confused. They had rushed over excitedly after hearing the news, expecting to witness an intense showdown between 3 of Hueco Mundo's top fighters. Sure, the fight had started, but where was the action? Why couldn't they see anything? The night wind howled past Masatsuki's ears. He could see every move Haribel and Neliel made with perfect clarity. He even thought they looked a bit slow. After some thought, Masatsuki decided to match his strength to theirs for this battle. He suppressed his Ryuryoku down to a level comparable to theirs. Swish. Out of nowhere, a nearly 2-meter-long, ancient-looking great katana appeared in Masatsuki's hands, perfectly intercepting the incoming spear. The force of the impact numbed his grip, but through sheer will and quick reflexes, he managed to stop his body's momentum. He immediately stepped back to retreat beyond his opponent's range. With a sudden motion, Masatsuki leapt backward with astounding speed, instantly clearing over 10 kilometers. Right where he'd just been standing, a massive lance slammed into the ground like lightning, sending sand and rocks flying and creating a towering sand wave that blotted out the sky. Meanwhile, the sound of air being ripped apart rolled through like thunder, one boom after another. The speed of that strike was insane. After a brief pause, Masatsuki's body exploded with even more power and speed. He vanished like a blur, then lunged forward, channeling all his momentum into a fierce thrust of his great katana. He dodged it. That fast. Neliel's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Since Masatsuki hadn't used his light form movement and deliberately slowed down, Neliel could clearly see his path. But just seeing it didn't mean she could react, and reacting didn't mean she could dodge. She still couldn't fully evade the piercing thrust of his blade. Seeing this, Haribel quickly raised her massive sword, releasing a scorching mist. Her viendo. Aimed at Masatsuki, her blade unleashed a relentless barrage of high-temperature water blasts. But rather than water, it was more like spiritual pressure shaped to look like water. These streams, though seemingly ordinary, were actually compressed Ryuryoku with blistering heat and destructive force. By now, Masatsuki had appeared right in front of Neliel. Just as he was about to teach the pitiful Lady Knight a lesson with his great katana, a golden wave of water came surging toward him. In that split second, instinct overtook thought. He reacted immediately, stomping hard as his body flickered several meters away. But before he could regain his footing, an ear-splitting roar erupted. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 429, Chapter 429, You'll regret this. Immediately after, a brilliant bloom of Ryatsu lit up the battlefield. The sand dune that once stood tall was obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust as a rain of sand and debris scattered through the air. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head vigorously, flinging off the dust clinging to his hair. He took a deep breath, feeling the scorching heat lingering in the air. In that moment, a rush of excitement surged in his chest. He couldn't help but think to himself. This is a whole different world compared to before. Now this is a fight worth getting into. There was a reason why Kenpachi Zaraki had always chosen to suppress his power in battle. It brought a certain thrill. Masatsuki recalled his first sparring session with Retsu Unohana and let out a soft chuckle. She had felt the same back then. His hands, gripping the hilt tightly, trembled slightly. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he narrowed his eyes and raised his palm. A ball of flame rapidly condensed in his hand. With a low shout, the flame burst forth like an arrow unleashed from a bow. Heido number 31, Shihakushō. There was no way to dodge it. Haribel instantly sensed the immense Ryuryoku packed into that fireball, and her heart skipped a beat in alarm. To think he'd actually cast something as low-level as Heido number 31. Was Masatsuki-sama underestimating her? You'll pay for that after this. In her beast form, Harabelle's physical transformation wasn't the only change, her mind seemed to be overtaken by raw instinct. As the Empress of Hueco Mundo, saying something so brazen to His Majesty was shockingly out of character. Before the descending fireball could hit the ground, a golden arc of sword energy cleaved it in two, detonating it midair. The surging flames rained down like droplets over the vast sea of sand. Even from afar, the Arankars could feel the searing heat stinging their skin. Under the moonlight, a blurred figure darted quickly between the grains of sand. But just as swiftly, a sharp beam of light shot toward him. He turned his wrist without hesitation and launched another Shihakushō. Swish. Neliel's long turquoise hair whipped through the air under the force of the blast. She managed to destroy the fireball, but the explosion's impact slammed into her fragile frame, sending her tumbling deep into the blinding white sands. The speed and force were simply staggering. Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes, silently watching everything unfold before him. Until a lone knight burst forth from the swirling haze of sand. He said nothing, but a large tear had been ripped through his robe. If he hadn't dodged just in time, the girls would have probably accused him of cheating by relying on his strong body. As a true martial artist, one could finally control aspects like Ryoryoku, strength, and speed through sheer will. However, physical durability wasn't something that could be easily suppressed at will. At that moment, time seemed to slow. The distance between the two sides had already closed to less than a kilometer. Neliel quickly raised her lance, while Harabelle swung her massive sword with skill and force. Without hesitation, Masatsuki Aozaki channeled his Ryatsu into the blade in his hand, enhancing the power of the weapon he had temporarily forged. Getsuga Tensho, infused along the edge. There was no need for thought. His instincts guided his sword techniques as he unleashed a sharp, flowing slash. The great katana arced upward in a diagonal sweep, clashing against a hardened helm and sending dazzling sparks flying. Harabelle's armor was clearly not just for decoration. So it really was all concentrated essence. After her Hogyoku Resurrection, she appeared to be wearing less, but her defense had clearly increased. Even though the coverage was minimal, its defensive strength was astonishing. Harabelle hadn't truly turned into a brainless beast. She smoothly stepped back half a pace, narrowly dodging the vicious sweep. Before her heel even hit the ground, she shifted forward again, slamming her greatsword down with heavy force. Boom. A thunderous impact split the ground, carving a deep trench that seemed to reveal glimpses of the forest of Minos beneath the sands. But Masatsuki had already sidestepped and evaded. This was the beauty of studying swordsmanship. By watching the movements of your opponent's hands and feet, you could predict their next move in advance. He didn't even need to think, his body reacted on instinct alone. Grains of sand burst into the air as Masatsuki steadied himself, then, suddenly, he felt the air behind him tear open. Without hesitation, he vanished on the spot. Shinsaku is way faster than Sonido. That thought flashed through Neliel's mind. As a knight sworn to serve His Majesty the Emperor, she was naturally familiar with Shinsaku, the unique footwork created by His Majesty himself. So she wasn't surprised. She gave a slight twist of her wrist, and the lance in her hand swept upward with precision. Clang! A sharp, clear impact rang out. Her lance collided with the diagonal slash, catching the great katana dead on. The knight tilted her head slightly, glanced to the side, and gave the emperor behind her a smug smile. I already saw through it, Masatsuki. You're still. But before she could finish, her words caught in her throat. The emperor behind her had already clenched his left hand into a tight fist. In that electrifying moment, it felt as if the world itself were about to collapse. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. It was pure Ryoryoku, bursting to life from his shoulder and elbow in the form of lightning and flame. Then, with a mighty swing, a fist came crashing down with the force of a thunderclap, like a blazing meteor ripping through the heavens. Ikatsu, Rika Nti. In that instant, spirit, energy, and will merged into one. Speed, force, and precision were unleashed in perfect harmony. With a muffled thud, a vivid bloom of blood burst in the air. The knight let out a pained cry as the lightning and flame-wreathed fist slammed into the space between her back and waist like a crashing meteor. Blood gushed from her mouth. She wasn't dead, but she could no longer fight. Just then, a sharp flash of cold light shot toward Masatsuki. He reacted instantly, twisting aside and raising his blade to block. But to everyone's surprise, he let go of the katana and grabbed the attacker's throat with his bare hand. That speed, how? Harabelle hadn't even had time to react. In the next second, ignoring the large hand wrapped around her neck, she twisted her wrist sharply and slashed sideways with her sword. Swish. A flash of cold light swept past the Emperor of Hueco Mundo, but Harabelle's slender sword-wielding hand instantly lost its strength. Masatsuki neutralized the attack with just a slight tightening of his grip. The tall queen felt the crushing pressure on her neck suddenly release. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. Her emerald eyes reflected Masatsuki's smiling face. He gently lifted her chin with an apologetic smile, then turned his head toward Neliel, who had just sat up. Sorry, I went a little overboard. Chapter 430, not my thing at all. Ooh. The sand slowly settled as the full moon cast its glow once more across Hueco Mundo. Moonlight filtered through the leaves of the quartz trees, shining down on Masatsuki Aozaki and illuminating his blood-soaked robes. Drip, drip. Beads of blood fell steadily from the hem of his clothing. Head lowered, Masatsuki drove his fist into the body of the antlered, serpentine beast, shattering it completely. A pool of blood quickly spread beneath him. There wasn't much left to say. After watching their leader fall, the deer, snake, and lion trio had rushed forward to challenge him without hesitation. Unsurprisingly, they were at a disadvantage from the very start. Panicked, they hastily summoned Ione and launched a fierce assault. Massive quartz trees toppled one after another in the wake of the rampaging beast. But Masatsuki, the one they challenged, didn't bother engaging directly. He simply stood back and used high-level Heido to knock all three of them out cold from a distance. After all, Masatsuki Aozaki came from a pure summoning background. There was no way he'd let himself get cornered and overwhelmed. Summoning Ione required each of the trio to sacrifice an arm, severely weakening their individual strength. Once he had them unconscious, mouths agape, eyes shut, sprawled across the ground, Masatsuki went in. Against the mindless beast, he unleashed a barrage of merciless, brutal blows. Under his iron fists, the monster howled in agony before bursting apart. Swish. With a final sweeping strike of his hand, a crimson arc traced elegantly through the air. Masatsuki Aozaki bent down and hoisted the three women over his shoulders, striding off toward Las Noches like a mountain bandit who had just raided a noble house. His steps were wide, brimming with boldness and confidence, as if the entire world lay at his feet. My spine almost broke. Neliel muttered, bending her arm to rub her lower back. Though her injuries had healed, the memory of the pain still lingered. When she looked up, her eyes met Masatsuki Aozaki's concerned gaze. He was still carrying the three women, each of them limp and unconscious. They were sleeping soundly, so soundly, it was clear they wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. One of them was even snoring softly, a silly grin on her face like she was in the middle of a sweet dream. Clearly, Masatsuki had gone easy on them. If he'd actually been trying to hurt them, would they really look this peaceful? You. Masatsuki blinked apologetically and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Maybe I overdid it a little. He hadn't meant to hurt them. But still, he felt somewhat helpless. Even if he suppressed his strength, the gap between Neliel and the deer-snake-lion trio was like night and day. When fighting strong opponents, it was nearly impossible to control everything perfectly. Masatsuki-sama, I'm fine. As a proper knight, Neliel clearly understood what Masatsuki Aozaki wanted to say, but there was no need for that. She didn't want him to worry. Besides, ever since fusing with the Hogyoku, her recovery had improved drastically, even faster than her former ultra-speed regeneration. That minor injury from earlier? Long gone. Still, even if the wounds were healed, some form of apology, and compensation, was expected. Forget verbal apologies. Arankars were straightforward folk. They preferred real, tangible payback. Masatsuki got the message and nodded with a smile. For about half a month, Masatsuki Aozaki remained in the emperor's private chambers, paying wages to the ever-dedicated knights. He believed that since he now sat on the throne, it was only right to shoulder the responsibility that came with it. He wanted his loyal followers to feel valued, and to know they were cared for. Only by doing that could he truly win their hearts and earn their loyalty. You can't expect the horse to gallop and not feed it. Masatsuki understood this well. He would never shortchange his subordinates. On the contrary, he did his best to fulfill the needs of his most capable people, stoking their drive and morale. He still remembered the old man mentioning a captain's meeting at the end of the month, so he didn't let himself get too wrapped up in the pleasures of playing emperor. He'd been through enough brutal battles to become desensitized. By now, he was well versed in managing his emotions. Besides, life was long, who knew when it might end? There was plenty of time ahead. So he didn't rush. He did what needed to be done, then returned to the Soul Society. Yeah, having something like Ryatsu really does boost productivity. If I dragged these guys to the world of the living to haul bricks, we'd make a killing. But why are they all looking at me like that? Wait, did I get more handsome again without realizing it? Masatsuki strolled leisurely across the pristine white floors, thoughts drifting as he walked. Around him, squad members rushed by, hard at work repairing the damaged streets. But Masatsuki had chosen to slack off, still replaying the blood-soaked chaos of Hueco Mundo in his mind. It was just, those intense stares were starting to make him uncomfortable. In the past, only the female squad members would look at him with such burning admiration. But now even the men were doing it, like crazed fans spotting a celebrity in the world of the living. Even someone as thick-skinned as him couldn't help but feel awkward. He was almost too embarrassed to keep daydreaming as he walked. He sighed to himself. Ugh, being too popular really is a pain. If the old man doesn't hurry up and show off in front of everyone, I might just end up stealing his seat as Captain Commander. The Captain Commander may serve the nobles, but the role still came with immense authority and prestige. Not that Masatsuki cared much for that. If he wanted the title, whether by playing fair or using shady tactics, he had plenty of ways to get it. But the issue was, the old man would never approve of something like that. Before he knew it, Masatsuki had wandered into the Shino district. His steps came to a sudden stop as his gaze shifted to the side. Standing beside a crumbling wall was an elderly man, Jinrei Kuchiki, quietly overseeing the restoration work. A month ago, this reserved old man and his family, 3 generations, had all been lying in the hospital together. Now, both he and his grandson had recovered and been discharged. Only his son remained bedridden. That guy was such an idiot. Weak as he was, he still insisted on pushing himself. Always doing reckless things that made others worry. But then again, if he didn't act like that, he wouldn't be the man they all knew. Masatsuki shook his head with a sigh. Just then, a teasing voice called out from nearby. Don't look so glum. Sojin Nikon's out of danger. He should be fully recovered in another month. Masatsuki turned his head and saw a brightly dressed swordsman, Shunsui Kairaku, remove his straw hat and stride over, throwing an arm around his shoulder and locking eyes with him. That look in his eyes. Masatsuki shivered involuntarily. Had this guy been single for so long that he'd finally gone full pervert? The way Shunsui Kairaku was looking at him made Masatsuki feel extremely uncomfortable. Goosebumps crept up his arms. If you've got a fetish like that, I can hook you up with someone next time. But seriously, count me out, I'm not into that kind of thing. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 431, Becoming the Captain Commander. Shunsui Kairaku didn't seem to notice that Masatsuki Aozaki's thoughts had already drifted. He casually asked. My dear Junior, I treat you pretty well most of the time, don't I? How do you even have the nerve to ask something like that? Masatsuki Aozaki curled his lip and replied with a helpless look. Senpai, when I run into perverts like you, I usually beat them up on sight. He tried to keep his expression calm, but the next moment, his shoulder was smacked hard. Shunsui Kairaku widened his eyes. What do you mean, pervert? I'm asking if I treat you well. Masatsuki Aozaki rolled his eyes. Senpai, you know the answer to that better than anyone. But seriously, I'm just not interested in you. Shuansui's face twitched. This cheeky junior really had an impressive imagination. Feeling the increasingly strange looks from those around them, he furrowed his brow slightly, let go of Masatsuki's shoulder, and sighed. Forget it. As long as you remember I treat you well, that's enough. The captain's meeting is about to start, so let's get going. This guy, he's acting really weird today. Masatsuki shot him a suspicious glance, then resumed walking toward the First Division barracks. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. A soft breeze brushed his face, making him squint in contentment. The wooden door to the captain's meeting room loomed larger in Masatsuki's view. Once past the sunlit corridor, he pulled open the brand new door. This may very well be the last captain's meeting I convene. Yamamoto swept his gaze across the room as he spoke. The captains fell into a rare silence, except for Masatsuki Aozaki, who looked puzzled. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? With how strong your voice sounds, you could probably live for another few thousand years. Masatsuki broke the tension with a playful quip, though inwardly he was thinking. The old man's body is still solid. He shows no signs of weakness, especially not when he's pounding on Shunsui Kairaku. Even if a few thousand years is a stretch, a few hundred more wouldn't be a problem. It's not like he's at death's door, unsure if he'll ever wake up again. Why does this feel like the end of a story? He really didn't want to see that day come. Was this some kind of ominous farewell? A final will and testament? Yamamoto shot him a glare and pointed to the side. Unbothered, Masatsuki scratched his head and made his way to his seat. Other than the unusually strange looks the captains were giving him, nothing felt out of place. What's with these guys? Is there something on my face? Or did they find the stash of snacks I hid in the meeting room? Seriously, the Central 46 compound is so stingy. Saving the world should have earned some solid rewards. Anywhere else, he'd be showered with perks. But here? Just a line in the merit records. Even retirement is left up to their discretion. Wouldn't it be more practical to just hand out a cash bonus now? Don't worry. Seireitei won't forget your achievements. The elders of the Central 46 compound won't be stingy, they'll reward you accordingly. Yamamoto seemed to have seen right through Masatsuki Aozaki's thoughts. He raised a hand to stop him from speaking and continued solemnly. In this battle with Hell, Captain Aozaki was the key to our victory. Without him, the three worlds wouldn't have made it this far. Masatsuki was a little surprised, but kept a calm face, only the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Your reward has already been decided by myself and the elders of the 46th chamber. Curious, Masatsuki asked. Oh. What kind of reward? Don't tell me it's just a pile of certificates. He imagined himself walking down the street with a stack of awards in his arms and burst out laughing at the ridiculous thought. Masatsuki nodded slightly. Yamamoto might be hot-tempered, but as a master, he was decent enough, he wouldn't actually hand out a bunch of certificates. However, Yamamoto ignored him and, leaning on his cane, spoke in a low, steady voice. Sajin Komamura, Lieutenant of the 7th Division. Jin Ichimaru, Lieutenant of the 11th Division. Present. The two immediately stepped out from a corner of the room and bowed formally to Yamamoto. Yamamoto continued. Starting tomorrow, Lieutenant Komamura will formally take over as the captain of the 7th Division. Lieutenant Ichimaru will assume the role of captain of the 9th Division. The appointment letters will be delivered to your barracks tonight. Do not miss the handover with the inner court troop. They responded in unison, understood. But Yamamoto wasn't finished. He turned his head, his gaze flickering as he looked at Masatsuki Aozaki, and asked in a soft tone. Captain Aozaki, what are your thoughts on this? Masatsuki was caught off guard. Isn't this the kind of thing Yamamoto usually decides on his own? Why ask him now? Just as he was about to reply, he met Yamamoto's piercing gaze. It sent a chill through him, and the words caught in his throat. Yamamoto's expression turned even more serious. I want to hear your opinion, Captain Aozaki. Masatsuki glanced around the room. He racked his brain but couldn't come up with much. After a brief pause, he finally said. The bravery and contributions of both lieutenants are clear to all the captains. I believe they're the best choices for the roles. Yamamoto, standing at the center, gave a faint nod, almost as if all he wanted was to hear a few words from his student. Good. That way we can avoid any future complications over differing views on candidate selection. What the hell is this old man on about today? And everyone else, they're definitely hiding something from me. Masatsuki couldn't make sense of it at all. Masatsuki Aozaki, are you willing to accept the position of Captain Commander and 1st Division Captain? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni asked solemnly. Masatsuki instinctively nodded, then froze. His eyes widened as he stared at Yamamoto in disbelief. So they were hiding something, but this wasn't what he expected at all. So, you agree? Excellent. Yamamoto's lips curled into a faint smile. It was the kind of smile that said, you said it yourself. I didn't force you. While the other captains looked on with expressions that suggested they'd been expecting this all along, Yamamoto formally declared. Then, in my capacity as Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, I now make this announcement to all captains and all members of the Gotei 13. Effective immediately, I, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, step down as Captain Commander of the Gotei 13 and Captain of the 1st Division. Aozaki Masatsuki, former Captain of the 11th Division, will succeed me as the new Captain Commander and 1st Division Captain. The inner court troop will promptly inform all Gotei divisions. As he felt dozens of Ryatsu's signatures disperse outside, Masatsuki opened his mouth, unsure what to even say. He had thought this was just a routine meeting. He never imagined he'd be appointed Captain Commander and 1st Division Captain. This sudden turn left him completely stunned. Hey. Old man, this isn't the kind of thing you joke about. At the very least, shouldn't you get approval from the Central 46 compound first? Masatsuki couldn't help but raise his voice, but it trailed off halfway through. Because he noticed the expressions around him. Everyone seemed to have expected this. Which meant this wasn't some impulsive decision. Yamamoto had clearly thought it through, and the Central 46 compound had probably already signed off on it. Chapter 432, opened a new shop. As the thought hit him, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly understood, no wonder everyone had been giving him strange looks on the way here. Where was Chojiro Sasakaibe? That man, who always stood outside the meeting room ready for orders, was nowhere to be seen today. He was one of the old man's most loyal followers. There's no way he would have agreed to a decision like this so easily. Come on, hurry up and show yourself already. Talk some sense into this senile old man. Just then, Yamamoto spoke with a calm tone. Looking for Chojiro, are you? Don't bother. He resigned from the Gotei 13 yesterday. Transferred to a key position in the Shino district. Masatsuki's eyes widened. A heavy sense of unease rose in his chest. Transferred to a key post in the Shino district. That's basically retirement. Yamamoto continued. So take my advice, don't waste time on unrealistic hopes. You'd best start thinking about who'll replace him. Not even leaving me a lieutenant. Are they trying to work me to death? Masatsuki was stunned. He instinctively turned to glance at the doors behind him. Normally, a mustached middle-aged man would be stationed there. But now, the doorway was empty, no one in sight. Honestly, becoming Captain Commander wasn't something he couldn't accept. After all, it's not like the old man had died. He just retired. Masatsuki had been a division captain for a long time. Whether it was being a captain or Captain Commander, it didn't make much difference to him. If anything, being Captain Commander came with more authority and higher status, it'd just make goofing off easier in the future. But if it meant he actually had to start working seriously, that was a whole different problem. What was the point of grooming talents like Jin Ichimaru and Toshiro Hitsugaya? He trained them so he could take it easy. But Masatsuki had no time to dwell on it. At that moment, Retsu Unohana, Shunsui Kairaku, Jushiro Yukitake, and Sosuke Aizen stepped forward in unison. They bowed deeply to Masatsuki with the formal etiquette of subordinates greeting a superior. Seeing this, the other captains followed suit without hesitation. The captains' meeting ended quickly. No one raised any objections to Masatsuki Aozaki taking over as Captain Commander. In truth, all of Seireitei had already silently accepted him as Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto's successor. With the old man's passing, Masatsuki was clearly the most fitting choice. Now, they had simply pushed the timeline up a little. After all, Masatsuki Aozaki was the real deal, the strongest Shinigami alive. Not only that, but he was arguably the most important person in the three worlds right now. Forget surpassing Yamamoto in strength, just looking at his past achievements made it obvious how highly regarded he was. From quelling rebellions, to battling the Wandenreich, fighting in the Quincy War, and even suppressing Hell, every single event was a shining accomplishment. Just the feat of subduing Hell alone might be unprecedented, and it was hard to imagine anyone pulling it off again. If Yamamoto was a towering tree, shielding people from the wind and rain, then Masatsuki Aozaki was like the radiant sun. Even if no one could fully look upon it, everyone knew, after a long night, it would rise again. And that warm, brilliant light, whether he cared or not, would always shine down on the world. Not that Masatsuki Aozaki cared whether he shined or not. Right now, he had his eyes on a certain smirking friend, Aizen, whose face was, in Masatsuki's opinion, practically oozing scheming energy. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Hey! This guy always talked about building his ideal world, didn't he? Then why not start with managing the Gotei 13? Perfect chance to test his abilities. Masatsuki hadn't even finished patting himself on the back mentally, when he saw his dear senpai approaching with that same sleazy grin. Congratulations, Junior. Truly, congratulations. You finally took down the old man and became Captain Commander. Everyone saw it coming. Senpai, don't you think it's a little late to start kissing up now? Masatsuki Aozaki gave him a dangerous look. This guy had never stopped meddling in his business with Ise Nanao. Now, finally, he was at his mercy. He, what are you saying, Junior? We're like brothers. Every word I said is the truth, flattery doesn't even enter into it. Shunsui Kairaku's shamelessness knew no bounds. He acted as if Masatsuki's threat didn't bother him at all, and even flashed a more lecherous grin. Every word is the truth. You call hiding something as big as me becoming Captain Commander being truthful? That's not on me. The Central 46 compound already made it public. Pretty sure everyone in Seireitei knows about it. I figured you already heard. Masatsuki was speechless. He'd spent the past month messing around between the world of the living and Hueco Mundo, like he'd been keeping up with the news. Shunsui coughed a couple of times. Forget it. At least it all turned out fine in the end. Anyway, I heard a new place opened in the Noble District. Want to check it out? Seems like a good excuse to celebrate. Masatsuki's eyes shifted. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not some sketchy place. The Noble District was full of people obsessed with status and reputation. Anyone looking to open that kind of establishment should try the Red Light District. What Shunsui was referring to was a sake house. Pretty much the only kind of group outing he ever organized revolved around alcohol. Of course, while they're called something else, sake houses in the Noble District often served a similar function. There'd be a group of entertainers, geisha, offering refined company while guests drank. They sold art, not their bodies. Well, unless both sides were really into each other. That was different. Hurry up and decide already. Jushiro's all set. Time waits for no one. Shunsui chuckled darkly as he urged him on. Masatsuki paused. Jushiro Yukitake really had loosened up lately. It wasn't like he was getting cozy with some stranger, but drinking had genuinely become one of his favorite pastimes. No doubt, that was entirely Shunsui's influence. The guy was a menace. Just then, a soft voice came from behind. Captain Kairaku, where are you taking Masatsuki? If it's okay, could I come too? Retsu Unohana gently clasped her hands over her abdomen, then reached out and took Masatsuki's hand with a soft smile. She looked kindly at Shunsui Kairaku. And in an instant, cold sweat beaded on Shunsui's forehead. The smile was lovely, sure. But why was she radiating black aura? Junior, save your senior. I don't want to die. I'll do anything, I swear. Shunsui screamed internally. Seriously? Seriously? Their eyes met briefly. Masatsuki coughed. Actually, Shunsui-senpai wanted to talk about Nanao. He agreed to let her move in. He asked me to go help her pack. Shunsui's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid could lie without even blinking. Not a blush, not a twitch. No wonder the old man picked him to lead the Gotei 13. Still, as her uncle, it was his job to protect his niece's happiness. Oh. Is that so, Captain Kairaku? Unohana tilted her head slightly, looking adorably curious. Masatsuki's perspective. Yes, that's right. Shunsui swallowed and nodded on reflex. 2 seconds later, he turned to Masatsuki. Junior, just don't die, okay? Was that a reference to the ISE family curse? Masatsuki knew the guy meant well, but seriously, what a terrible way to say it. Maybe try turning your head again. You might be the one in danger here. Masatsuki let out a sigh. Even he could feel the chill coming from right beside him. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 433, Reasonable and Understanding. In the days that followed, Seireitei remained calm and peaceful, as clear and serene as the skies over Soul Society. It seemed as though the leadership change hadn't stirred the waters within the Gotei 13. The Shinigami were remarkably composed about such a major event. There wasn't even a single celebration held for the appointment of the new captain commander. Yet, Masatsuki Aozaki had been anything but idle in recent days. Order after order flowed from his hands, swiftly reviewed and approved by the Central 46, then distributed to each division through the Inner Court Troop. In a short span, the Gotei 13 underwent another wave of personnel reshuffling. First, the 11th Division's lieutenant, Kenpachi Zaraki, was promoted to captain. Although he was eager to follow Masatsuki, the chain of command between a captain and a captain commander had to be respected. After being coaxed by his subordinates, he reluctantly accepted the promotion. In their eyes, with Masatsuki gone, no one was more suited for the position than him. After all, he had the biggest fists. Next, the 3rd Division captain, Sosuke Aizen, was transferred to the 1st Division as lieutenant. The vacancy he left behind was filled by the 11th Division's lieutenant, Toshiro Hitsugaya. Finally, Ninu Kuratsuchi, the 8th seat of the 11th Division, and Nanao ISE, the 3rd seat of the 9th Division, both joined the 1st Division as the captain commander's secretaries. With that, a new power structure within the Gotei 13 took shape, one that retained part of the previous captain commander's personnel arrangements while also implementing Masatsuki's own new initiatives. Everyone just figured it was the usual case of a new boss shaking things up. After all, establishing authority is a critical step in becoming a strong leader. Their former captain commander had also used various methods to prove himself before earning his squad's recognition and respect. Still, there was no denying that this new captain commander had an extraordinary presence and ambition. He had even convinced a dignified captain to step down and serve as his lieutenant. And mind you, the Gotei 13 had never had a deputy captain commander position. Even though the 1st Division's lieutenant holds considerable authority, the title still ranks just below that of a division captain. But since Sosuke Aizen himself had no objections, no one else had anything to say. With the strength he showed this time, no one would dare see Aizen as the overly nice guy who could be pushed around. And yet, even someone capable of facing 2 founding captains at once now quietly follows the orders of the captain commander. It's impossible not to be impressed. It's already dinner time. Ah. Why are you working here today? Ever since Aizen Sosuke joined the 1st Division, Masatsuki Aozaki had barely touched any official work. Instead, he left everything to Aizen, as if he were the real captain commander. Masatsuki spent his days idling around, never once concerning himself with the team's affairs. The workload for managing the 13th Division had indeed grown heavier than ever, but Aizen was nothing like Masatsuki. He was fully dedicated to the job and even seemed to enjoy it. Still, the guy was too trusting, handing over all the responsibilities without hesitation. Didn't he worry about Aizen abusing his power? This idiot clearly had no concept of how important power was. Aizen could only shake his head in resignation. Hey, take a look and see if I made any mistakes. Help me polish it up. Masatsuki stood up, handing over a sheet of paper with one hand while casually tugging at the hem of his shirt with the other. He said softly, "This Haori doesn't fit quite right, so I'm planning to ask a friend to help me make a new one." Doesn't fit? Aren't Haori supposed to be loose by design? Even if Masatsuki Aozaki was taller and more muscular than the old men, that still shouldn't make it ill-fitting. And if he wanted a new Haori, why not just go to a professional tailor, or make one himself? Why write a letter asking someone else? Sosuke Aizen mulled over it silently, not even sure where to start picking this apart. At his insistence, he had personally designed the attire for everyone, from the average Arrancar of Las Noches to the Emperor of Hueco Mundo. He wasn't about to let this guy's wild whims ruin the aesthetic he'd worked so hard to establish. The Emperor only needed to indulge himself in his 3 palaces and 6 harems. Professional work should be left to professionals. Wait a minute, something's off with this letter. You're trying to reach Senjumaru Shitara and Kiryu Hikifune. That's right. I've gotten too lazy to cook lately, but I still want to eat, so I figured I'd call her down too. Masatsuki Aozaki answered without hesitation. That's hardly something worth bothering her for. They're in the 0 division, even if they wanted to come down, they wouldn't be allowed. Aizen frowned. Gotta try, right? How else would you know? Masatsuki extended a hand and poured his lieutenant a cup of tea. You never know until you take action. If you don't try, you get nothing, not even the chance to succeed. His words rang with conviction, and Aizen gave a slight nod. He wasn't wrong. When he'd first begun developing the Hogyoku, he was completely lost, but he'd never given up. If not for discovering a Soul King fragment inside the soul of Masatsuki's classmate, he might never have made it this far. Looking back, Masatsuki had been essential to the creation of the Hogyoku from the very start. Tell me, you didn't have anything to do with today's surprise, did you? After talking it over, the two of them left the office together. The cafeteria was buzzing with activity. Antique-style tables and chairs were neatly arranged on the wooden floor. All sorts of gourmet dishes and fine wines were laid out in full. Not only had the 1st Division members gathered, but even those from the 11th Division had come to celebrate. It was 3rd Seat Ranjaku and the others' idea. I just gave them a hand, the lieutenant said with a shrug, giving Masatsuki Aozaki a pat on the shoulder and flashing a smile. Becoming captain commander is a big deal. Even if the whole Seireitei isn't celebrating, it's only natural that our squad mates want to take the chance to properly celebrate. You really are understanding, Lieutenant. Well then, I'll head over first. Masatsuki said teasingly, turning toward the crowd, only to find the lieutenant happily tagging along behind him. Don't get the wrong idea. As the lieutenant, I have to share the joys and sorrows with our squad. It's part of my duty. Masatsuki gave him an exasperated look and muttered inwardly. This guy was always so insincere. He pushed open the wooden door to the hallway, and a wave of lively noise immediately met his ears. His eyes scanned the room. Everyone there, from the 1st Division to those under Kenpachi Saraki's 11th Division, was someone he knew well. When they spotted him, they greeted him warmly. He smiled and returned each greeting, showing no trace of arrogance despite his new status. Of course, while not domineering, he still carried the dignified presence expected of a captain commander. A kind man alone couldn't hope to control such a wild group. As he took his seat and looked around, the only word that came to mind to describe the scene was chaos. Chapter 434, Call Me Captain Hitsugaya. There were people everywhere, raising their cups in celebration, the atmosphere bustling with noise and cheer. Even the usually stern-faced culinary masters wore bright smiles as they served dish after dish. The 1st Division's canteen clearly couldn't accommodate the crowd, so dozens of 11th Division members simply sat cross-legged on the ground outside. They didn't need tables or chairs, freely enjoying the joyful atmosphere as they downed drink after drink. Just then, a stunning blonde woman dashed past Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki stepped aside to avoid her, only to see a white-haired brat chasing after her. The kid hadn't run far before his face flushed bright red, stumbling as he went, prompting loud laughter from those around. Hey, Shiro-chan, you're still too young to drink. If you can't handle it, don't push it. Ran-nichan's just looking out for you. Momo Hinamori ran over, grinning as she teased the little boy trying to act grown-up. What are you talking about, bedwetter Momo? Call me Captain Hitsugaya. And I'm not that young, I'm almost 100, a full-grown adult. The little brat snapped back, adjusting the tuft of white hair on his head before stomping off to demand more booze from his companions, muttering under his breath. Watching his overly serious, little grown-up, act paired with that red, chubby-cheeked kid's face, Ranjaku Matsumoto couldn't help doubling over, laughing with abandon. Ha ha ha. A brat not even 100 years old calling himself an adult. She seemed to forget that she'd done far more adult things before reaching 100 herself. It was just that she had matured so much faster than others her age, she never noticed it. All right, give the little guy a break. Just then, Rangiku felt a light tap on her back. Grimacing slightly, she turned around and found the ever-smiling big guy standing quietly behind her. He'd already outdrunk a bunch of captains who had come just to mooch some free booze. They were now sprawled out across the ground, completely unconscious. Serves the kid right for showing off. Look at him, already losing it from the booze. Kenpachi. Keep him under control, don't let him break our 1st Division's tables. Rangiku shouted, alcohol on her breath. You two seem pretty close. That kid sure is fun to mess with, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a grin. He raised his glass and drained it in one go, then leaned in and lowered his voice. By the way, you're still just a third seat. Interested in becoming a lieutenant? No way. That job's a nightmare, too much work. Rangiku turned him down without hesitation. You're really that lazy? Masatsuki shook his head with a sigh. Rangiku laughed proudly. Humph, who do you think I am? I'm talking about you. If you're so afraid of hard work, just quit being a Shinigami and come home to be my noble wife, Masatsuki joked. Yeah, no thanks. Being a noble wife doesn't sound half as fun as being a Shinigami. Rangiku quickly waved it off. Fair enough, Masatsuki nodded in agreement. They kept chatting as they walked, until soon, they spotted Rukia waving at them. She'd saved 2 seats and was waiting happily. Masatsuki found a comfortable spot and sat down, reaching over to gently pat the head of the sweet and well-behaved little Rukia. Rukia's face turned red from her brother's gesture. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, but still mustered her courage and spoke in a soft, muffled voice. Nisama, I want to join the 1st Division. Masatsuki Aozaki was briefly surprised, but then a pleased smile spread across his face. He hadn't expected his usually independent little sister to come to him with a request like this. It seemed she'd finally grown up. Then come, Masatsuki nodded with a smile. With your strength, 4th seat should be more than suitable. In truth, Rukia's current Ryatsu was already strong enough for her to begin learning Bankai. Turning to the chief secretary beside him, Masatsuki instructed. Nimue, in a couple of days, send someone to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute to retrieve a Tenshintai. Nimue immediately nodded obediently in response. Just then, Masatsuki noticed the newly appointed second secretary pouring him a drink, and pouring one for herself as well. This caught him off guard, since he knew Nanao Ise had never been one to drink. You never used to drink. What's gotten into you today? Masatsuki asked curiously. Nanao gave a faint smile and replied softly, I just thought, maybe drinking isn't so bad after all. It feels kind of nice to have a little when you're in a good mood. Some things are hard to explain. For Nanao Ise, the 2 most important men in her life both happened to enjoy drinking. Thinking back to that endlessly troublesome uncle of hers, she couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. That lazy guy was probably wasted again tonight. No doubt he'd dump all his work on Lisa-nichan tomorrow. Just as Masatsuki was about to ask Nanao how her first drink felt, the previously noisy hall fell suddenly silent. Looking up, he saw that the old man, Yamamoto, had already taken his place at the head of the gathering, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth. Everyone, on behalf of Seireitei, I offer you my heartfelt thanks. It is because of your courage and perseverance that we were able to protect this world. The old man's passionate voice echoed across the hall. Masatsuki couldn't help but feel, perhaps it was just his imagination, that Yamamoto looked somehow younger now. Standing on the stage, drinking freely, he no longer had that air of decay around him. Just then, a clear, pleasant laugh rang in Masatsuki's ears. It feels just like 1,000 years ago, so nostalgic. As the words fell, Retsu Unohana suddenly reached around from behind and wrapped him in a firm embrace. Her voice was soft enough to melt into a person's heart. That old bastard didn't used to be like this. Back then, he once told us sinners. Go ahead and lose your minds. For people like us, who belong in hell, we should swing the sharpest blades, cut down the fiercest foes, and drink the strongest liquor. Because none of that exists in hell, so while we're alive, we've got to enjoy it to the fullest. Looking back, that era wasn't so bad, was it? Masatsuki turned his head and looked at Retsu. Do you want to go back to that time? He asked softly. Retsu paused for a moment, then gave a gentle smile and shook her head. No. Things are already good the way they are. By now, the old man at the head of the hall was already drunk, raising his cup and shouting loudly. Long live His Majesty the Soul King. Despite his age, he was drinking with gusto, glass after glass, driving the banquet's energy to its peak. Everyone responded in unison. Long live. Then came the sound of collective gulping as the crowd downed their drinks in one go. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 435, I'm truly glad I met you. After downing their drinks, many of the Shinigami wiped the corners of their mouths and collapsed into their seats with a thud. Cheers, playful shouting, and scuffles over food immediately filled the air. This stuff's nowhere near as good as the old man's stash. Masatsuki Aozaki reluctantly set down his cup, smacked his lips, and started thinking, maybe after the banquet, he should swing by the old man's place and see if there was anything worth borrowing. As the former captain commander, the old man's retirement perks were nothing to scoff at. Not only had he been granted land and a house, but he'd also received noble status. That old man, who spent a lifetime protecting the nobility, had finally become the one being protected. Just then, a mustached middle-aged man silently walked past Masatsuki and casually tossed him a flask. Masatsuki blinked, then realized it was Lieutenant Sasakaibe. He quickly called out, "Senpai." Chojiro Sasakaibe turned at the call, letting out a faint sigh as he pulled another flask from his coat and handed it over. This guy, if I didn't call him senpai, he probably would have kept that second flask for himself. Masatsuki took the flask and guessed it must have been from the old man's personal stock. He couldn't wait to crack it open. The moment he took a whiff, his eyes lit up. Damn, this was the real deal, definitely some of the old man's best vintage, aged for years. Way better than anything he'd ever snuck before. When Shihakushō reached out to grab the flask, Masatsuki immediately pulled it protectively into his arms, pushing only the glass on the table toward him. Cheapskate, Shihakushō muttered, clearly annoyed. Haha, Shihaku-senpai, you're still recovering. I'm just looking out for your health, Masatsuki said helplessly. Shihakushō waved him off. You don't get it, kid. The more it hurts, the better the drink tastes. Masatsuki stared in shock. Wait, did getting beat up by Retsu a few days ago turn him into a full-blown masochist? Still, since it was technically his wife's fault, and considering Shihakushō was about to become half a senior family member, Masatsuki went ahead and poured him a full glass. And where there's one senpai, the other's not far behind. Sure enough, Jushiro Yukitake was helped to his feet and made his way over, looking a bit wobbly. Junior, I want some too, he slurred, cheeks flushed. That meal lasted all the way from sunset to deep into the night. By then, the barracks were littered with team members lying around, bellies bulging. Luckily, they were all built like tanks. Sleeping out in the open like that wasn't going to give any of them a cold. If the Wandenreich invaded right now, odds were, aside from the Aozaki family, the Gotei 13 wouldn't have many left who could put up a real fight. The so-called strongest force under the Gotei name had spent the whole night doing nothing but feasting and drinking. Who knew if the noble lords might get so worked up by the scene they'd pop a vein? Still, the unspoken understanding among the team members was incredible. They'd tossed all those noble lords to the back of their minds, allowing their tightly wound nerves to finally unwind. Near midnight, Masatsuki Aozaki led the ladies along the broad avenues of Seireitei. Even after drinking that much, none of them felt the slightest bit dizzy. If anything, their minds were clearer than ever. It was safe to say that, drowning their sorrows in alcohol would never be a part of their lives again. Ever since they'd fused with the Hogyoku, their bodies were northwest longer anything close to ordinary, though they still had a sharp sensitivity to the taste of alcohol. For them, if they wanted to drink, they could do so as much as they pleased, without consequence. Today was completely out of control, haha. Those nobles might come complaining to me, the captain commander. Masatsuki Aozaki walked at the front of the group, about to scratch his head when a soft hand suddenly reached out and stopped him. A radiant figure with flowing golden hair quietly walked beside him. That stunning face, he knew it all too well. What is it? Masatsuki turned to her, puzzled. With a faint smile, Retsu Unohana strolled past him on the other side. Tilting her head slightly, her eyes were gentle as she said softly. You really are hopeless at moments like this. It's a girl's private date invitation, you know. Leave the other ladies to me, you two enjoy your time together. With that, she waved at Masatsuki and led the rest away. Watching their retreating figures, a sudden realization dawned on Masatsuki's face. So that's what this is. He remained there, watching them disappear into the night. That's why I said, sometimes you're just a complete idiot, Ranjika Matsumoto muttered, shaking her head helplessly. She grabbed Masatsuki's sleeve and started pulling him toward a stone tower, mumbling as she went, come on, follow me. The two of them climbed the towering structure, eventually reaching the very top. The wise men of Seijuto Kairin had long since turned in, and the area was completely quiet. Silver moonlight draped everything in a mysterious, serene glow. In the distance, the starry sky shimmered like a dreamlike painting. Below, there were barely any guards, lending a quiet, lonely air to the surroundings. Masatsuki glanced around. The pure white stone pillars stood in a scattered, orderly arrangement, like they were silently recounting the passage of time. The moonlight spilling over them added an aura of purity and solemnity. He took a deep breath, taking in the fresh air and tranquil atmosphere, and couldn't help but say, "It's beautiful." "Told you," Ranjika replied with a slight smile. "Sometimes, when I'm bored, I sneak off here alone just to take in the view." She sat atop the wall, casually saying things that, if heard by the wrong people, might warrant a death sentence. Her figure seemed to melt into the gentle night breeze. "Hey, Masatsuki. Do you remember the first time we met?" "Of course. It was scorching hot. I remember how thirsty I was." "I meant that night." "Oh, that night. Don't start thinking weird things." "I didn't say anything. Besides, all I did that night was help you change your clothes and socks. That's not weird, right?" "Still. Don't think about it." All right. Masatsuki scratched his head and smiled, then turned to meet her eyes. That night, the moon was full, the evening breeze felt nice, and a certain girl was really cute. "Oh. So you really were up to no good from the start," she teased, lips curling into the faintest smile. The moonlight on her face made her look even softer, even more beautiful. "Well, obviously," Masatsuki said quickly. "You've always been special to me." Smooth talker. "But yeah, that night really was wonderful," she murmured, a flicker of nostalgia in her gaze. The two of them fell silent, looking out into the distance. The stars twinkled faintly in the sky, as if quietly telling their story. A soft breeze brushed past, cooling the air and settling their hearts. Masatsuki looked up at the moon. There were so many stars in the sky, yet not one dared to get close. Strange, wasn't it? He suddenly smiled and gently took her hand. "So. Ran, thank you. What's with that all of a sudden? If it weren't for you, I probably would have turned into something weird. I'm just really glad I met you." "What the hell? You can't just say something like that out of nowhere. That's cheating. You cheater. You awful, awful guy." Chapter 436, Rare in This World. Half a month later, on a quiet morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains of a bedroom in the Aozaki family estate. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly opened his eyes, groggy from sleep, and sat up on the soft, oversized bed. His gaze drifted toward the window, as if trying to see through walls and glass to the world outside. The light beyond the window was dimmer than usual, but still carried a pleasant warmth. The grass on the lawn swayed gently in the breeze, and vibrant flowers bobbed along with it, as if showing off their colors. In the courtyard, several neatly uniformed maids were already bustling about, trimming the garden, sweeping the paths. It wouldn't be long before one of them came to call him for breakfast. Masatsuki reflected on everything that had happened lately. Since absorbing Gerard, subduing Hell, and taking up the mantle of Captain Commander, his confidence had skyrocketed. The old rule banning maids from entering the core areas of the Aozaki household had been lifted, only the underground lab remained off limits. After all, aside from that lab, there weren't any real secrets left in the house. His rumors had already been spread far and wide. And with everyone enjoying increasingly flexible schedules, his Anna's workload had grown significantly. It only made sense to bring in more help. Sunlight streamed into the room in golden patches. By the bed, a blonde beauty was sprawled out, snoring softly, and behind her lay a number of other girls, all still lost in sleep. "Yeah, guess the saying's true, like husband, like wife." "No, wait, I'm the one working day and night." "They're the lazy ones," Masatsuki muttered to himself, conveniently forgetting who'd made this situation what it was. He instinctively reached out and gently pulled the covers over the girls, then quietly got out of bed, dressed, and tiptoed to the door. He opened it and slipped out of the room. After washing up in the bathroom, he made his way toward the living room. The past couple of weeks had been a blast, just him and the girls enjoying their time together. Being Captain Commander meant giving the whole Gotei 13 time off wasn't difficult, and he'd taken the liberty of giving himself vacation too. Getting paid while approving his own time off. It felt amazing. Still, there was one lingering regret: he'd issued a request half a month ago for all female Shinigami to switch to miniskirts. Unfortunately, Aizen had shot it down without mercy. Masatsuki still hadn't gotten over it. Sometimes he even questioned whether appointing Aizen as his lieutenant had been the right call. But in the end, between Aizen and miniskirts, he chose Aizen. A friend like me is truly one in a million. The sun still shone high in the sky, and the moon still rose every night like clockwork. Other than daily briefings from Nimu Kuratsuchi and Nanao Ise, Masatsuki had little contact with the outside world. But his life was full. He cooked regularly, sharing his dishes with the others. He spent the rest of his time training with the creation power inside him and deepening his relationships with the girls. His routine was disciplined. He made sure to be in bed before 7 every morning, and always woke up exactly half an hour later. Must be Aizen's influence. I'm turning into a model student, he murmured, hands behind his head as he stared up at the ceiling. Now that the crisis of the three worlds collapse had been averted, he finally had time to reflect on some deeper matters. First off, the power of creation was incredibly potent. He pulled a blue-black orb from his pocket. It wasn't some leftover from Aura Mishibane's experiments, but something he'd made with his own hands. It was a high-precision soul aggregate. Since fragments of the Soul King couldn't be created directly, he used this as a training tool. Giving the orb a light squeeze, it cracked with a crisp snap and disintegrated into a faint mist, vanishing into the air. While this training method had some utility, its actual effectiveness was minimal. He sighed. Using objects to develop this power clearly wasn't a viable long-term strategy. Still, he'd always had solid determination when it came to training. It was something others had acknowledged in him. If he could really improve through repetition, he'd have already driven himself to exhaustion mass-producing Hogyoku replicas every day. But the efficiency was just too low. It wasn't worth sinking so much effort into. As the power that creates all things, do I really need to understand the essence of everything I make? Then, wouldn't it make more sense to say that when I create something, I should be the one to define its essence and power, rather than blindly copying existing things? Masatsuki Aozaki murmured to himself, when suddenly, a memory surfaced, of that Quincy brat from the Wandenrake's Sternritter, Gremmy Valmo. His script was V4 Visionary, an ability that allowed him to instantly materialize whatever he imagined. It was a formidable power. He could conjure objects out of thin air, and imbue them with whatever functions and power his imagination deemed fit. Of course, there were limitations. He could only create things from within his mind. He couldn't destroy or alter existing matter unless it originated from his own imagination. Still, that didn't change the fact that his ability was incredibly potent. Precisely because of how dangerous and unpredictable it was, Gremmy had been locked away in a cage sealed with a special barrier by Yawatch himself. In other words, despite having little real understanding of the inner workings or truth of what he created, Gremmy could still manifest objects with real power. This sparked a thought in Masatsuki's mind. Maybe it wasn't about how to create a world, but what kind of world he wanted to create. Even so, that was still just a concept. As for how to actually make it happen, he was still fumbling his way through. The second thing was his newly awakened third eye. Ever since his twin pupils had evolved into triple pupils, his ability to perceive the future had grown dramatically. He was now on the brink of true omniscience. Omniscience meant knowing all things and, by extension, the power to change the future itself. And the key to that was simple: knowledge. Only by understanding could one change. But those script powers really are like cheating. You don't even have to train to use them. Learning and applying were two very different things. And even with such overwhelming powers at his disposal, Masatsuki felt no sense of fulfillment. To speak plainly, and yes, a little arrogantly, if used correctly, these two abilities could make him a godlike being. But for now, he hadn't even figured out how to use them effectively in real combat. There's still a lot to explore, but once I truly master these two powers, wouldn't that mean I could do whatever I want? Masatsuki stroked his chin thoughtfully as he paced the hallway, nodding as he mulled it over. And after thinking it through, he came to one clear conclusion. Yawatch had to be eliminated. As long as that man lived, he would always pose a threat. Maybe not to Masatsuki personally, but to those around him, it was an ever-present danger. With that thought, he loosened his fingers, then clenched his hand into a tight fist. His mind was already made up. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, until you're satisfied. Masatsuki, what the hell are you up to? I was doing just fine up there. Why'd you call us down here? A sharp voice came from outside, followed by two blurs flickering through the doorway, quickly revealing themselves. One was a bold, big sister type with wild purple curls and a vibrant, fiery energy. The other had an elegant presence, adorned with a golden hair ornament and a skeletal hand resting on her back. They were Kiryu Hikifune and Senjimaru Shitara, members of the Royal Guard, sent by the Soul King himself to support Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki's face lit up at the sight of two familiar figures. A few excuses for requesting time off sprang to mind, but judging from the irritated look on one of the senior members' faces, a welcome party probably wasn't happening. Still, seeing two people he held dear filled him with joy. Kiryu, Senjimaru. I'm glad you're finally here. We came the moment we got the message, Kiryu said, scratching her head with a wide, enthusiastic grin. She crossed her arms, her impressive figure drawing attention whether she meant to or not. Then she shot a playful glance at Senjimaru and winked at Masatsuki. Senjimaru-senpai's really missed you, you know. She's been muttering your name every day. I have not. Senjimaru huffed, waving her hand dismissively. I just haven't had a decent model for my outfits lately, that's all. Masatsuki rolled his eyes. There she went again. If she'd said it with a calm face, maybe he could have believed her. But the way her voice wavered and how she kept rambling just gave her away completely. Still, Masatsuki was indulgent when it came to people like her. He didn't interrupt, just stood there quietly as she came up with excuse after excuse, for 10 straight minutes. Eventually, Senjimaro finally fell silent and drained her cup. Anyway, now you get it. We're only here because of an order from His Majesty the Soul King. Not because I missed you or anything like that. I get it, Masatsuki said gently as he reached out and patted her head. But I missed you. That's why I wanted you two to come down. Senjimaro immediately shrank back like a startled quail. She still remembered how much of a mess she'd been after Masatsuki left the Soul King Palace. Once her common sense returned, all she could think about was how mortifying that whole period had been. Masatsuki looked at her, the corners of his lips curling into a warm, doting smile as he gently brushed a hand through her hair. He knew this senpai could be prideful and have a sharp tongue at times, but honestly, that only made her more endearing. He considered it a charm point. Senjimaro, meanwhile, was flustered. She didn't want to admit how much she'd missed him, but he'd seen right through her without even trying. Then again, now that they were technically engaged, a little head patting wasn't that big a deal. And even a kiss wouldn't exactly be out of line. If only Kiryu Hikifune weren't still watching. Not that hiding anything from that blunt woman ever worked, whatever they didn't tell her, she'd end up figuring out in a day or two anyway. No, don't say stuff like that. If someone hears you, they'll totally get the wrong idea. Senjimaro Shitara waved her hands in a panic. You didn't say anything about this when you called me down. It was for making clothes, right? That's the only reason I came. Don't tell me, you tricked me. Seeing her on the verge of short-circuiting, Masatsuki Aozaki didn't press her any further. Instead, he pinched her cheeks and gave them a gentle rub. Of course I'm telling the truth. But I won't be satisfied until it's perfect. Senjimaro puffed her cheeks in protest. What's with that attitude? Are you doubting my craftsmanship? Satisfied, huh? She opened her mouth but didn't say anything, thinking, if he's not satisfied, does that mean I can't leave? How absurd. But she wasn't actually angry. In her heart, Senjimaro had always believed her weaving skills were second to none. Even Masatsuki and Kiryu Hikifune had praised her work time and again. Still, this time felt different. Just wait and see. Even if I can't stand you, since I accepted the Soul King's order, I'll see it through to the end. She thumped her chest confidently, then turned and walked toward the doorway. With a sudden turn, her haori fluttered in the breeze as she beckoned Masatsuki with a single finger. It's just a haori. Let me show you what I can do. Masatsuki gave a small nod, genuinely admiring her spirit. This time, he had no intention of letting them return to the Soul King Palace so easily. Satisfied was a completely subjective term, and the one deciding that would be him. Since Kiryu Hikifune and Senjimaro Shitara had already met the rest of the household, no formal introductions were necessary. After breakfast, the three of them quickly settled into a nearby room. Senjimaro gave a quiet humph, her expression faintly displeased. Then, suddenly, she said, "Strip." Masatsuki blinked. What was with this woman? Ordering him to do that again? Senjimaro narrowed her eyes, clearly growing impatient. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take your clothes off. Or do you need me to help you? Her gaze locked firmly with his, filled with unwavering determination. Masatsuki sighed. This woman was definitely getting bolder. Still, he reluctantly began to undress. Just then, Kiryu Hikifune stood up, patted her belly, and casually shuffled toward the door. Ugh, I'm starving. I'm gonna grab a bite, carry on, you two. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. Didn't they just finish eating? Something felt off, but he didn't dwell on it, turning his focus back to Senjimaro. When he turned again, what he saw left him completely speechless. At some point, a pile of clothes had appeared on the floor. Senjimaro stood there, hair slightly messy, barely covered by a thin Shihakushō that clung to her skin. A soft blush was rising across her pale, exposed shoulders. Their eyes met, and the air around them fell completely silent. Then, without a scream or a thrown object, Senjimaro simply pulled the robe up a little higher, still blushing. How was she that fast? Masatsuki didn't bother asking himself dumb questions. He was no rookie in this sort of situation. Good thing I'm the only guy in the house. If anyone else saw this. He let out a sigh, turned around, and gently closed the door behind him. It wasn't just to protect Senjimaro's privacy, it was also the proper thing to do. Granted, it'd be even better if he could walk out himself. But clearly, that wasn't an option right now. Soft footsteps echoed behind him. Senjimaro came up quietly and placed a gentle hand on his back. I remember you're interested in sewing, right? Want to learn? Her voice was soft, laced with a shy but sincere curiosity. Chapter 438, Wedding Attire. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned, puzzled. So, what does that have to do with you not wearing any clothes? A blush crept onto Senjomaru Shitara's face as she stammered, "I idiot. To learn weaving techniques, you must first understand the human body, things like waist and bust measurements, and other dimensions." Although her head was lowered, hiding her expression, her tone and posture exuded charm. Masatsuki scratched his head, thinking the reason was rather odd. But since Senjomaru had said so, he didn't argue. After all, these measurements were necessary. He gently cupped her face, observing her from the corner of his eye. Facing the senior who had come to him willingly, Masatsuki wasn't about to act bashful. He observed her closely. Though slender, she had curves in all the right places, with high, firm breasts, long legs, and a shy, girlish expression. She was, in a word, perfect. He couldn't help but admire her silently. Truly, he had an eye for beauty. Senjomaru cautiously asked, "Is there something wrong with my body?" Masatsuki gently shook his head. "Not a single flaw, it's absolutely perfect." Joy flickered in her eyes as she looked up with anticipation. "Could you make me a dress?" She pressed closer, her warm breath mingling with his, creating a wave of heat. Masatsuki had long understood her intentions but chose to stand still, slowly extending his arms to gently embrace her slender waist. Looking down, he could see her alabaster skin and the enticing cleavage, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. However, recalling how she'd retreated at critical moments before, he wondered if she was truly ready this time. He hoped she wouldn't back out halfway. He was even a bit expectant. At this point, the situation was clear. There was no turning back for either of them. As a straightforward man, he wasn't afraid to face such passionate feelings. Lost in thought, he didn't notice when her Shihakushō slipped to the ground, leaving them both bare, facing each other without reservation. He gazed into her eyes, which held both clarity and confusion, and took a deep breath. "What kind of attire would you like?" Senjomaru continued to look at him quietly, her bashful gaze retaining a hint of rationality. Softly, she said, "I want a wedding dress. Can you make it?" As her beautiful eyes slowly closed, a powerful spiritual energy surged through the room, enveloping the entire space. This energy, like turbulent waves, left Masatsuki deeply moved. At that moment, he finally understood Senjomaru's true feelings, and an indescribable mix of emotion and joy welled up within him. In the early morning, Retsu Unohana stepped out of her room, feeling cheerful and relaxed, as if she had returned to her younger days. She had had a long talk with her best friend last night and felt a great sense of satisfaction and relief. Kiryu Hikifune, that silly girl, had gotten so excited that she drank herself into a stupor. Now, it was up to Hisana to look after her. But perhaps it was for the best, as it would keep that little fool from overthinking matters concerning Senjomaru Shitara. As the eldest among the Aozaki family matriarchs, Retsu managed household affairs with impeccable order, ensuring everything was perfect. After Kiryu Hikifune had passed out, she and her sisters delved into conversations only they could share, discussing topics like the family head's future plans. Some of the sisters nearly came to blows over these discussions, but fortunately, Retsu was there to mediate and prevent any quarrels. Stepping out with a refreshed smile, she pondered the one troubling matter. Where has Masatsuki gone? She inquired with Hisana and the household maids, but none knew his whereabouts. She had intended to reward the hard-working family head, and herself as well. This was certainly not an act of indulgence. After all, for the Aozaki family, expanding the lineage was of utmost importance. As the head matron, it was naturally her duty to oversee this matter. With these thoughts, a slight frustration welled up within Retsu Unohana. Determined, she decided to visit Senjomaru Shitara's quarters. Not long ago, Kiryu Hikifune had last seen Masatsuki Aozaki with Senjomaru Shitara. Reflecting on this, Retsu surmised that the two young individuals might still be sleeping in. However, before she had ventured far, she unexpectedly spotted Senjomaru Shitara walking unsteadily along the path, her demeanor appearing dazed and disoriented. "Senjomaru, what are you doing?" A gentle, soothing voice reached her ears, prompting the senior sister to slowly turn her head. She looked extremely strange, at first appearing slightly embarrassed, but then her expression turned despondent. Observing this, Retsu Unohana seemed to grasp the situation, a look of realization dawning on her face. She tenderly took Senjomaru Shitara's delicate hand, nodding gently, and spoke like an understanding elder sister. "Don't worry, everyone's first experience is like this. So, where is Masatsuki now?" "Masatsuki? That scoundrel indulged himself and then vanished without a trace. He mentioned going to the world of the living. What an outrageous man." Senjomaru Shitara stamped her foot in frustration, her heart filled with indignation, yearning to vent her dissatisfaction. However, mindful of the grace and composure befitting her esteemed status, she restrained her impulse and reluctantly abandoned the thought. Retsu Unohana gazed at her in astonishment, evidently surprised by the turn of events. In her impression, the young man named Masatsuki had always been a clingy sort, eager to spend every moment with his sisters. How could he suddenly abandon this beautiful woman and venture alone to the world of the living? Yet, witnessing her old friend's current displeasure, an inexplicable sense of delight arose within Retsu. Feigning composure, she offered a slight smile and gently inquired. Did he only mention going to the world of the living? Did he say anything else? Well, he mentioned something about an entrance exam. What is that? Senjumaru Shitara furrowed her brows, growing increasingly vexed as she pondered, her tone laced with resentment. Upon hearing this, Retsu Unohana's mind swiftly conjured a name, Masaki Kurosaki, the girl Masatsuki Aozaki had previously mentioned. Could it be that Masatsuki had hurried to the world of the living for this so-called entrance exam related to that woman? The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. The world of the living, still attending school. Retsu Unohana could think of only that girl. She had heard that the child born to that girl would become the savior. Of course, she didn't believe it, dismissing it as nonsense Masatsuki Aozaki used to deceive young girls. But to treat a new sister this way is truly too much, he must be properly punished. Upon hearing this, Senjumaru Shitara was even more perplexed. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 439, Chapter 439, Trouble. Aozaki Masatsuki, who stirred up chaos and abandoned it halfway, was subjected to a terrible and unspeakable punishment the moment she returned to the Soul Society, courtesy of Senjumaru Shitara and her righteously furious best friends. Masatsuki had invited them over with a specific purpose in mind, the Captain-Commander uniform. Once Senjumaru took on the task, she lost track of time, and Kiryo Hikifune ended up becoming the head chef in the Aozaki household. Naturally, Masatsuki also spent years learning the arts of weaving and cooking from the two of them, and life couldn't have been better. A few years, long or short depending on how you look at it, were enough for the girls to develop the power to mass-produce Hogyoku. Aozaki Family Dojo. Aozaki Masatsuki sat off to the side, arms crossed, watching the scene before her with a serious expression. At the center of the dojo stood Hisana Aozaki and Rukia Aozaki, facing each other. Their gazes locked, tension thick in the air. Rukia's eyes suddenly sharpened with determination. Without the slightest hesitation, she drew Sodi no Shirayuki from her waist and slashed straight toward Hisana. At the exact moment she struck, Hisana's body sank, vanishing from her original spot. Then, wielding a katana nearly identical to Sodi no Shirayuki, Hisana darted in from a short distance away like a phantom. She slashed down diagonally with fierce momentum, aiming straight for Rukia. Clang! A sharp metallic clash rang out. Rukia raised Sodi no Shirayuki, blocking Hisana's blade firmly. Feeling the cold air rushing toward her, she couldn't help glancing at the weapon. Though it looked remarkably similar to Sodi no Shirayuki, a closer inspection revealed the truth. It wasn't Sodi no Shirayuki. In fact, it wasn't even a Zanpakutō. It was the latest creation of the Kasumiyaji clan, a blade that converts the user's Ryatsu into Kido-based attacks. However, it lacked the ability to undergo sword release. Like Ise Nanao, Hisana belonged to the rare type of Shinigami who did not possess a Zanpakutō. At the request of the family head, Rurokayo Kasumiyaji, the Kasumiyaji clan had gone to great lengths to develop this specific weapon. But because the blade couldn't achieve a release state, it was fundamentally incapable of enhancing combat power. Its Ryatsu efficiency also fell short compared to an actual Zanpakutō. As a result, the target market for this kind of weapon was extremely limited, making it nearly impossible to recover development costs through external sales. Most Shinigami with spiritual aptitude naturally had their own Zanpakutō. If not, they usually focused heavily on Kido. This sword was specifically designed for those rare individuals who possessed powerful Ryatsu but lacked both a Zanpakutō and any Kido talent. But people like that were even rarer than prodigies. Boom. Ryatsu surged violently, blowing their black cloaks wildly. The two figures broke the sound barrier in an instant, appearing in the open courtyard outside. Rukia's expression turned cold as she released Sodi no Shirayuki and brought it down in a powerful slash. Hisana met it head-on with her own blade. The massive shockwave from their clashing Ryatsu rippled outward. The girls watching nearby turned their attention to the fight, eyes full of curiosity. Just then, a sudden gust swept across the sky. The onlookers raised their hands to shield themselves, though their robes still fluttered madly in the wind. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Hisana's arms blurred into afterimages as she swung her katana, weaving a dense web of attacks that rained down on Rukia from every direction. Yet despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Rukia remained calm and collected. She deftly maneuvered her Zanpakutō, parrying every blow with ease, and even had time to counterattack. After all, Rukia had mastered Bankai 7 years ago. Coupled with her perfect fusion with the Hogyoku, her strength was beyond question. Even when facing Yamamoto, revered as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, she might not win, but she had full confidence in her ability to fight him. Still, against Hisana, Rukia dared not let her guard down. She knew her sister lacked natural talent in combat. Although Hisana had now fused with the Hogyoku and her Ryatsu had soared to astonishing heights, combat prowess wasn't something that could be raised by sheer spiritual pressure alone. To Rukia, Hisana's attacks, though fierce enough to overwhelm most captains, were riddled with flaws from the perspective of someone even stronger. This wasn't just sparring, it was practically a one-sided lesson. More precisely, it felt like Rukia, in the role of a teacher, was testing her students' strength. Her Zanjutsu fundamentals were solid. Rukia allowed a faint smile to curl her lips, offering genuine praise in her heart. As Hisana swung her blade, Rukia moved in turn, Sodi no Shirayuki gliding lightly across the ground. A chilling mist spread silently, snaking toward Hisana like a serpent. After a round of probing exchanges, Rukia had a good sense of her sister's capabilities. Now, all she had to do was freeze her in place, and today's training would be over. Thinking about it, Rukia couldn't help but wonder to herself. I wonder what kind of reward Nisan will give me today. Yesterday he let me use Bankai, could it be that today he'll ask me to summon Sodi no Shirayuki? Just imagining herself nestled in her Nisama's warm embrace nearly made her laugh out loud. But the very next moment, to her surprise, Hisana suddenly swept her long sword through the air. A burst of roaring flames ignited with a deafening boom, clashing head-on with the freezing cold surging toward the ground. Question mark. Staring at the snow and ice on the ground held back by the heat, Rukia fell into thought. Of course, she had held back with that last attack. She was up against her sister, after all, she had no intention of hurting her, only restricting her movements. She hadn't expected Hisana to block the attack in time. That had never happened before. Her sister might lack natural combat talent, but after all these years of training, she had grown strong enough to go toe-to-toe with her. Rukia couldn't help but feel a little proud. Looks like this won't end anytime soon. Off to the side, Masatsuki Aozaki watched as the two clashed again, calmly stroking his little cat. The kitten stretched lazily, about to speak, but stopped when it noticed its master's brow furrow. Yoruichi Shihoin looked up at Masatsuki Aozaki with a puzzled expression, sensing something was wrong. Just then, Bambietta's voice echoed in Masatsuki's ear. Master, can you come to the world of the living? We're in trouble. Masatsuki blinked. Trouble. They had already fused with the Hogyoku. Their power should have increased tremendously, what could possibly trouble them now? He didn't know exactly what had happened, but judging from the urgency in Bambietta's voice, it was clearly something serious. Without another thought, Masatsuki decided to head to the world of the living right away to see for himself. After giving a reassuring glance to Yoruichi Shihoin and Retsu Unohana, Masatsuki vanished in a flash of light. Rukia and the others stood frozen in place, confusion etched across their faces. What just happened? Why did Masatsuki Aozaki leave so suddenly? With countless questions swirling in their minds, they decided to stop the sparring and hurried over to the others. Chapter 440, Masaki's Crisis. When Masatsuki Aozaki arrived at the Quincy residence in Karakura town, the scene that greeted him was unexpected. A girl lay quietly on the ground, her orange hair splayed out like scattered petals. She was enveloped in a blue barrier of reishi, gasping for air in visible pain. Kneeling beside her were the Ishida father and son, working frantically on her condition. Bambietta and Candace stood silently behind them, anxious expressions on their faces. Masatsuki Aozaki quickly approached Bambietta and asked with concern. What happened? The moment she saw Masatsuki, Bambietta's breathing grew rapid, her anxiety barely restrained. Master. Just then, Soken Ishida turned at the sound of voices. When he saw Masatsuki Aozaki, a flicker of hope flashed in his eyes. To him, the Shinigami seemed nearly omnipotent. After all, the men had found a way to block the effects of Oswalin. If that wasn't a miracle, what was? The Ishida family had spent centuries researching a countermeasure for Oswalin and never found one, but Masatsuki Aozaki had succeeded. If anyone could help, it was him. Maybe Masaki still had a chance. Aozaki-sama, please. Come quickly, Masaki is dying. Masatsuki immediately stepped forward. He saw Masaki Kurosaki lying on the ground, her face as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, her breathing shallow and ragged. She was clearly in agony. With Masaki's strength, how could she have ended up like this? Could the Wandenreich have resurfaced? But even if they had, with Bambietta and Candace's power combined with Masaki's own, their lives shouldn't have been in danger. Unless Yawatch had intervened personally. Yet she didn't have a single visible wound. It didn't look like she'd been attacked. Could it be some kind of incurable illness? That didn't make sense either. Masatsuki checked her health personally every month. She had always been in perfect condition. If it were a life-threatening illness, there should have been some warning signs. Then what on earth happened? As his mind raced through every possibility, Masatsuki knelt beside Masaki Kurosaki. He placed a hand on her forehead and released his Reiatsu to sense her condition. Almost instantly, his brow furrowed. Hollow. Why is there hollow power inside her body? Bambietta and Candace having hollow Reiatsu made sense. They had fused with the Hogyoku, which naturally contained hollow energy. Their evolution had taken them beyond what a normal Quincy was. But for Masaki Kurosaki, a pure-blooded Quincy, hollow power was nothing short of poison. Soken Ishida let out a sigh, frustration evident on his face as he spoke slowly. Masatsuki-sama, Masaki was attacked by a hollow. He paused before continuing. At first, we didn't think much of it. The hollow's Reiatsu was only at the Ajucha's level. But we never expected it to have a special ability, one that allowed it to merge its own reishi into Masaki's body. His voice was filled with helplessness and anxiety. We tried separating it using reishi manipulation, but every attempt failed. Soken continued. With no other options left, we came to you, hoping you could save her. I've watched Masaki grow up. If you can save her, I'm willing to. Before he could finish, Masatsuki Aozaki raised a hand to stop him. You don't need to say it. I was going to save her anyway. Besides, there's nothing you have that I want. With that, Masatsuki gently supported Masaki Kurosaki's shoulder and helped her sit up. He then placed a hand softly on her head. Although no one around him knew exactly what he was doing, the calm confidence on Masatsuki's face filled them with hope. Perhaps Masaki would really be all right. Bambietta and Candace stepped closer and stood silently at his side, fully focused on guarding their master in case anything unexpected happened. Ryukin Ishida watched with a mix of hope and doubt. Masatsuki Aozaki was undeniably powerful, but this issue was rooted at the reishi level. Even Quincy's, experts in manipulating reishi, were helpless. Could a Shinigami like Masatsuki really resolve it? Don't worry, Ryukin. If Masatsuki-sama could solve the crisis of Oswalin, he can definitely save Masaki. Soken glanced at his son, speaking gently to reassure him. Although Ryukin remained conflicted, he instinctively nodded in agreement. Then, along with the others, he stood watch over Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki closed his eyes, slowly channeling his Ryoryoku into Masaki Kurosaki's body. It wasn't long before he sensed something unusual inside her. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a strange presence, one formed from the soul of a young girl and a cluster of foreign reishi that clearly didn't belong. The girl's soul and the invading reishi, which seemed to carry another unknown soul, faced off tensely within the spiritual space. Just then, a voice echoed out. Still hanging in there, huh? Not bad, Masaki-chan. At the sound of that taunt, both souls turned their wary eyes toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Nissan. Recognizing who it was, Masaki Kurosaki, exhausted as she was, called out in relief. The next moment, before Masatsuki's eyes, an enormous hollow mask, even larger than himself, floated into the spiritual space out of nowhere. Food, food, food. A low, eerie murmur came from the hollow within the mask. Huh. No rational thought, huh. Masatsuki gave a toothy grin, watching the bizarre creature lumber closer. As it neared, its form became clearer, two massive mouths repeatedly opened and closed, letting out grotesque sounds. It resembled a monstrous, oversized octopus. Blood-red tentacles writhed about, and its body was covered with countless red eye sockets, though none had actual eyes. A strange sense of familiarity stirred in Masatsuki. He could have sworn he'd seen something like this before. Metastasia. Or maybe a new experiment from Aizen. He hadn't heard of Aizen continuing hollow modification projects lately. Still, this thing's appearance, though missing the huge eyes, did remind him a bit of one of the Espada from the original timeline. But Masatsuki couldn't remember that Espada's name. Arinyero Araruri, something like that. The name was long and forgettable, and the character wasn't exactly popular. Not ideal for someone with a weak memory. Masatsuki hadn't bothered to remember him in his previous life, and recalling it now after more than a century was a tall order. Still, he vaguely remembered the guy's ability, devouring fallen hollows and absorbing their powers and Reiatsu. Given the sheer number of eye sockets, could this thing have absorbed the entire Metastasia unit that invaded the Tsuneyashiro clan, and mutated into this abomination? Masatsuki wasn't sure if his guess was right, but he didn't care enough to confirm it. He wasn't some mad scientist like Mayuri Kuratsuchi. The thirst for knowledge just wasn't that strong in him. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 441, Chapter 441, If It Were Jin. If that was all there was to it, Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't concerned. He'd seen the entire Metastasia unit slaughter the Tsuneyashiro clan firsthand and knew exactly what kind of power those things held. But this? It was just a fusion of what looked like residual reishi from a single Metastasia. Even with Aizen's enhancements, this version was far stronger than the one from the original timeline, but it was still just a jutsus class. Nothing he couldn't handle. When Masatsuki encountered trouble, his first instinct was simple: eliminate it. As for Metastasia's reishi fusion ability, Masatsuki considered himself more than qualified, a master in reishi manipulation. Sensing Masatsuki Aozaki drawing closer, the massive octopus-like hollow began to panic. Eren could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from Masatsuki, an oppressive force that triggered deep instinctual fear. It knew this intruder was dangerous. Eren had a jutsus-level Ryatsu, but it was cobbled together from scavenged hollows. At its core, it was still just a Jillian. Even with its beast-like mind, it could feel fear. Though it had no eyes, it relied on perception alone. And that perception told it the Shinigami Ryatsu invading the soul world wasn't like any prey it had encountered before. This prey was dangerous. But it was too late to back down. It had already begun fusing with Masaki Kurosaki's reishi. Just one step more, and it could devour her soul, claiming this powerful vessel as its own. Masaki Kurosaki was an exceptional Quincy, a natural talent. Even back in high school 4 years ago, she had already reached second-rank spiritual power. And over the past 4 years, though she had become a university student, she hadn't slacked off in her Ryatsu training. She was a true powerhouse, the kind of soul only a Vasto Lord could rival among the hollows. A prize like that, right at the edge of its jaws, was hard to let go. After a brief pause, about as much thinking as its limited intellect could manage, Eren made its choice. Take the risk. Fight Masatsuki Aozaki head-on. Masatsuki watched with amusement as Eren body began to stir. It lashed its thick tentacles forward with a violent surge of strength, charging at Masatsuki like a beast. But just as the tentacle was about to strike him, a shocking moment unfolded. Masatsuki casually swung his arm and shattered the tentacle, thicker than a person's body, with a single slap. The sudden, brutal force stunned Eren. Its body trembled uncontrollably. If it had eyes, they'd be wide with terror. Unfortunately, it didn't. Which meant Masatsuki couldn't enjoy the expression he had been hoping to see. Don't worry, Masaki-chan. It'll all be over soon. Masatsuki turned and flashed what he believed to be an incredibly charming smile, hoping to reassure Kurosaki Masaki. Then he turned back around and strode confidently toward Eren. At that moment, Kurosaki Masaki couldn't take her eyes off him. However, she didn't seem to notice his smile. Instead, a strange blush crept across her face. Masatsuki Nisan, you're not wearing any clothes. In his soul state, Masatsuki Aozaki stood there completely bare, revealing a toned and well-defined physique. Though shy, Masaki couldn't tear her eyes away. In the real world, Bambietta, Candace, and Ryukin Ishida occasionally glanced over at Masatsuki Aozaki and Masaki Kurosaki. Seeing the bright grin on Masatsuki's face and the odd blush on Masaki's, a peculiar feeling stirred in their hearts. What exactly are they doing? It's kind of weird. Just one more peek. Just then, Bambietta suddenly spoke. Someone's coming. The moment her words fell, the others sensed it too. All eyes turned toward the doorway. Without warning, a Senkaman appeared out of thin air. As it slowly opened, a figure stepped through. Short silver hair. A captain's Haori. It was none other than Jin Ichimaru, captain of the 9th Division. Once they confirmed his identity, Soken Ishida and Ryukin Ishida both let out a subtle breath of relief. They knew this young man well. He'd served as Masatsuki Aozaki's lieutenant and had since become a captain. Among the Quincy, everyone knew about his close relationship with Masatsuki. Some even said he cared more about Masatsuki than Masatsuki did himself. Bambietta, Candace, what's going on with Masatsuki? Ah, Captain Ichimaru, we're not entirely sure about Aozaki-sama's condition. At Soken Ishida's response, Jin Ichimaru finally turned his eyes to the center of the room, where Masatsuki Aozaki sat with his hand on Masaki's head. He frowned slightly. Is Masaki all right? He stepped forward. In a flash, Bambietta moved to block his path. Stop. Who are you? Don't come any closer to my master. Ah. What's gotten into you? Jin looked genuinely confused. I'm Jin Ichimaru. Don't you remember? We met 6 months ago. Don't try to fool me. Bambietta narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and unwavering. If you were really Jin, the moment you walked in, your attention would have gone straight to Master. But you only looked at him twice. She's right. Though unsure of the full context, Candace still nodded in agreement. Hearing their exchange, Soken and Ryukin Ishida froze. What did they mean? This man looked exactly like Captain Ichimaru, why were they saying he wasn't? Bambietta, Candace, what are you talking about? Jin glanced over curiously, still walking forward. Just as the distance closed between them, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. They're right. Stop there. Don't take another step. Masatsuki. Jin halted immediately at Masatsuki's words. Aozaki-sama. Soken and Ryukin turned in surprise. Then, seeing Masaki murmuring, Masatsuki Nisan, with a rosy flush on her cheeks, relief spread across their faces. She hadn't fully awakened, but from her peaceful, comfortable expression, it was clear she was okay. While the two men looked on, Masatsuki ignored them and turned his gaze to the silver-haired figure with a clear look of distaste. Don't call me that so casually. It's disgusting. I don't even know you. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished. Shinsaku. In an instant, Masatsuki appeared beside Jin Ichimaru, hand raised in a swift, slicing motion. Sensing the sudden danger, Jin tried to retreat, but it was too late. He moved straight into the path of Masatsuki's strike. One arm was severed cleanly, soaring into the air as blood sprayed out. Masatsuki. Jin's eyes widened in shock. I told you, don't call me that. Masatsuki sighed. Your Ryatsu might be identical, but you're missing the gift I gave him. And that soul of yours, it's just wrong. Doesn't it feel cramped, being stuffed into that little shell? Just like I thought, still so gentle, Masatsuki. Jin let out a sigh and, with his remaining hand, drew his Zanpakutō. Smiling like a snake, he murmured to no one in particular. What a lucky guy, really makes you jealous. Chapter 442, Face the Lightning. Aozaki-sama, what's going on? The Ishida father and son looked completely bewildered. Clearly, they hadn't yet processed what was happening. They glanced uncertainly at Masatsuki Aozaki, whose face was dark with irritation. Then they turned their attention to the sudden appearance of Jin Ichimaru, only to see him swiftly draw his Zanpakutō and activate its shurikai in one fluid motion. There was no mistaking it, that Zanpakutō was Shinso. If the man before them wasn't the real Captain Jin Ichimaru, then how could he possess the exact same shurikai? Jin Ichimaru gripped the short dagger tightly, a cold smile spreading across his face. Just as I thought. A cheap trick like this could never fool you. But I didn't expect you to see through the soul itself. Looks like our intel was incomplete. You really are full of surprises. The situation was still unclear, but Candace stepped up beside Masatsuki Aozaki, keeping a wary eye on Jin Ichimaru as she asked. Hey, Masatsuki, what the hell is going on? You idiot. Can't you train your sensory and observation skills a bit more instead of wasting all your time goofing off? Masatsuki Aozaki snapped, clearly annoyed. Look at Bambietta, she picked up on the oddity right away. The mention of Bambietta made irritation swell in Candace's chest. Even if they were now technically sisters, she still hated being compared to that woman. Scowling, she shouted. Ugh, enough already, I get it. But just then, Candace's pupils suddenly contracted. As she raised her hand to stop Jin Ichimaru from advancing, he abruptly swung his blade. The katana extended at lightning speed. Whoosh. Candace was a split second slow, but she still managed to block the strike with her reishi lightsaber. Jin Ichimaru remained where he stood, shaking his head with a sigh. What kind of secrets are you hiding? How is it that even a random Quincy can block my attack so easily? These are just little secrets between lovers. No need for you to worry about them. Masatsuki Aozaki replied with a calm smile. I've got a rough idea of what's going on. There's nothing to talk about, just take him down. Masatsuki's voice was icy and resolute, exuding absolute confidence in the situation. Candace didn't fully understand what was happening, but the moment she heard Masatsuki's order, she charged forward without hesitation. Her eyes gleamed with a savage, bloodthirsty light. Eat lightning, punk. She shouted coldly. The spirit bow in her hand flared with dazzling blue light. Lightning coiled around her spirit arrow, crackling with an intense, ominous energy. As she pulled the bowstring taut, a blazing lightning bolt burst forth like a rampaging dragon, surging toward Jin Ichimaru with earth-shattering force. The thunderbolt, heavenly dragon flash. This was one of Candace's own original techniques, immensely powerful and devastating. At the same time, Bambietta sprang into action. The explode. Bright red light flickered at her fingertips, blazing like fire. She raised her hand, fingers shaped like a gun, and aimed straight at Jin Ichimaru. In the next instant, countless reishi orbs shot out from her fingertips, dense as a hail of bullets. Each orb was packed with overwhelming energy. If even one hit, it would cause massive damage, nearly impossible to defend against. To outsiders, trying to kill someone based on suspicion without concrete evidence might seem reckless. But Candace and Bambietta didn't care. For them, Masatsuki Aozaki's command was all they needed. Even if they killed the wrong person, so what? It's not like they were saints to begin with. While the chaotic fight broke out between the three, Masatsuki Aozaki turned away and walked back to Masaki Kurosaki. He crouched beside her, gently patting her shoulder and speaking softly. "Hey, little one, time to wake up." With that, he slowly placed his palm over her chest, as if grasping something, and then suddenly yanked his hand back. A massive swirl of pitch-black reishi burst out from Masaki's body. Without Erinyero's soul suppressing it, the reishi had become docile, far easier to handle. Masatsuki separated them effortlessly. Even Soken Ishida and Ryuken Ishida could probably have managed it. He studied the dark reishi carefully, then gave a casual wave of his hand. Amazingly, the heavy mass of spiritual energy vanished into thin air. No fair, Masatsuki II is so mean, even if he saved me, still, it's not like I'd say no. I graduated today, so I can get married now. Eyes still closed, Masaki Kurosaki murmured, her voice filled with shy anticipation. But in the very next moment, she shot upright, a wide smile lighting up her face. When she opened her eyes, she found herself face to face with Masatsuki Aozaki. Behind him, her uncle Soken and brother Ryuken were both staring at her with puzzled looks. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she lowered her head, clearly flustered. "You little rascal, what kind of dream were you having just now?" Masatsuki's lips curved into a teasing smile. Hee hee. Masaki scratched her head bashfully, her face glowing with a radiant grin, clearly not denying anything. "Speaking of your graduation, I was planning to come celebrate with you tomorrow. But since I'm already here, why not start today? Let's have a proper celebration. What kind of present do you want?" Masatsuki could sense the Ryatsu behind him, Jin Ikamaru's, growing fainter by the second. He smiled softly and reached out to gently ruffle Masaki's hair. Masaki put her hands on her hips, beaming with excitement, her eyes gleaming with playful anticipation. "Hee hee, I want to eat the food Masatsuki and I makes. And don't think I've forgotten what you promised me either." Swish. Swish. Two sharp sounds sliced through the air as Candace and Bambietta appeared behind Masatsuki like lightning. He turned and asked calmly. "All done?" "Yep. That fake's been reduced to ashes, dead beyond dead." Candace nodded enthusiastically, clapping her hands with satisfaction. She was clearly pleased with how it turned out. The two of them had taken down Jin Ichimaru in less than 10 seconds. Masatsuki gently brushed her hair aside, then fell silent for a moment. As memories slowly resurfaced, the picture in his mind became clearer. He now had a general idea of what had happened. That thing from earlier, it had to be a Reigai. A puppet, created by collecting residual reishi from Shinigami, shaping it into a modified Jikangan, and inserting it into a specially made vessel. Fortunately, the power a Reigai can exert is limited by the vessel it's placed in. The stronger the original individual, the more demanding the materials required to craft a suitable container. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, tonight is important. Forget it. It's not a threat for now. You two did well, I'll give you a proper reward once we're back. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced again at the small orb lying on the ground in the distance. From the memories that had resurfaced, he recalled that as long as the Jikangan wasn't destroyed, these Reigai could keep coming back, as long as the materials were there, they were essentially immortal. Of course, the Jikangan itself wasn't especially strong. The problem was, the two had focused only on destroying the physical body, unaware of the Reigai's true core. That's why this pill-like object had been left behind. If you run into a similar situation next time, make sure to destroy that thing. Masatsuki chuckled softly. The others followed his gaze and saw the small sphere glowing faintly, its subtle light radiating an ominous sense of mystery and danger. They all felt it, this tiny thing was like a ticking time bomb. If left alone, it could cause even bigger problems down the line. Masatsuki stared at the orb, thinking to himself. These Reigai may not be particularly powerful, but their souls and Ryatsu resemble the originals far too closely. They're bound to be trouble. With that in mind, Masatsuki resolved, as Captain Commander, to organize a training session on Reigai once they returned to Soul Society. The goal, to help the team understand their traits and weaknesses more thoroughly. At the very least, his people needed to be alert, better that than being fooled while handing over their wallets. The next moment, a tiny Siro shot from Masatsuki's fingertip, instantly disintegrating the Jikangan. The Ishida family had practiced medicine for generations, and in the present day, they had used their resources to open a large hospital. After running a thorough examination of Masaki Kurosaki's body with specialized equipment, the group of 6 parted ways at the hospital. Masatsuki Aozaki returned to the mansion with Bambietta, Candace, and Masaki Kurosaki. This time, they didn't even get questioned by the police. After all, with Masatsuki Aozaki backing them, the Quincy's influence in the world of the living had become vastly different from what it once was. 7 years had passed, maybe they didn't rule the entire world yet, but taking over Karakura town, or even all of Japan, was well within reach. Even if the noise from the battle couldn't be hidden, it was likely the police would be silenced by higher-ups before they even responded. Back at the mansion where the three women lived, no one seemed the least bit affected by the Reigai incident. True to his word, Masatsuki Aozaki prepared a grand feast for Masaki Kurosaki. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and dove in. Seeing this, Bambietta and Candace quickly joined her, unwilling to be left behind in the culinary celebration. The room filled with laughter and cheerful conversation as they enjoyed the meal. Having lived with Masatsuki for years, the women were more than just familiar with each other. There were no more walls, no more hesitation between them. Their bond now was as close as real sisters, intimate and inseparable. And to be fair, Masaki Kurosaki was just too easy to like. Even Bambietta and Candace, both notoriously difficult to deal with, got along with her surprisingly well. The energy they gave off was intense. Even in something as simple as sharing a meal, Masatsuki found himself narrowing his eyes slightly, feeling that presence. Their love for food hadn't changed at all. And that love. He had nurtured it himself. No exaggeration, those three stomachs had been trained into his shape. Over the years, he poured effort into mastering the culinary arts, spoiling their palates with his impeccable cooking. To the point that even Masaki sometimes complained about it. After all, Masatsuki didn't stay in the world of the living every day. He still had to travel back and forth between Seoul Society and Hueco Mundo, with families waiting for him in both worlds. Masatsuki-ni-san, I'm full. Can we talk about the other thing now? Masaki Kurosaki looked unusually excited, her voice muffled by the food still in her mouth, which only made her sound even cuter. But her tone carried an unmistakable resolve. She wasn't going to let this go until she got what she wanted. Masatsuki Aozaki, who'd weathered countless ups and downs across the three worlds, instantly picked up on the urgency behind her words. Masaki hadn't grown up in ideal circumstances, but she'd always managed to stay cheerful and straightforward. In some ways, she resembled Candace, though there were subtle differences. One thing was certain: when she wanted something, she said it plainly. No hesitation. No games. It's not that she disliked Uncle Soken or Brother Ryukin. Masaki knew they were good people. But not everyone in the Ishida family was like them. And besides, Masatsuki had been incredibly kind to her over the years. Aside from insisting she keep up with her studies, he'd done everything she asked, never turning her down. Looking back on her life, she realized something: she couldn't imagine living without him anymore. Masatsuki-ni-san, come with me. Her tone left no room for argument, firm, direct, final. Bambietta and Candace instantly understood what was going on. They quickly cleared the table, brought the dishes to the kitchen, and then turned around with goofy, knowing smiles. Bambietta-ne, Candace-ne, tonight, Masatsuki-ni-san is mine, Masaki said seriously. But, what about our reward? Candace mumbled under her breath. She was excited too, but it was way too embarrassing to say it out loud. Just as Masaki was about to reply, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. She turned to look, and found no trace of hesitation or discomfort on Masatsuki's face. He looked perfectly calm, like this wasn't a big deal at all. Then she heard him say, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten your reward. But tonight is really important for Masaki, so I'll have to ask you to wait until tomorrow." "Tomorrow, will it be over by then?" Candace suddenly looked thoughtful. With an innocent expression, she touched her lip with a finger and asked, genuinely curious. "Candace-ne?" Masaki's face turned bright red on the spot. What was that supposed to mean? They weren't officially married yet, sure, but they'd been as good as engaged for years. She'd lived in this house for so long, she wasn't some clueless little girl. TCH. I'll show them. I'll prove it tonight. But with things already out in the open, Bambietta and Candace had no choice but to let it go. After all, Masatsuki was their master, and Masaki was their beloved friend. They weren't about to rain on their parade. All right then. Since you're willing, that settles it. I've always been firm when it comes to rewards. I said I'd treat you, and I will. I won't go back on my word. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with sincerity and seriousness. Anyone who knew him knew, when it came to his wives, his word was law. If he promised something, he delivered. No exceptions. Of course, that only applied to his wives. Everyone else. He'd lie through his teeth if he had to. The man's moral flexibility was legendary. Masaki, please lead the way. Masaki blinked in surprise when she heard that. She hadn't expected him to be this formal. His expression was so solemn, he looked like a devout believer meeting a god. She thought he'd be a little more eager. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized, maybe this was his way of showing respect. And that made her heart flutter even more. Beaming, she happily took the lead and guided Masatsuki out of the room. Candace stayed behind, scratching her head and mumbling to herself. That look, it feels familiar somehow. Ah. I remember now. He had that exact same look the first time we. As the memory hit her, Candace couldn't help but pout, a little miffed. Bambietta walked off into the kitchen, not giving it much thought. All she was thinking about was tomorrow. Chapter 444, isn't this just an obvious act? The manor where the three Quincy sisters lived had been funded and constructed by the Ishida family. Coincidentally, it sat directly atop the site of the last Quincy gathering. From the outside, the Ishida estate still looked the same as ever, but inside, it opened into a vast landscape of forests and mountains. To the right, the terrain rose in rolling hills, to the left, a dense stretch of woodland. The mansion nestled quietly within this greenery, and through its windows, one could see children laughing and chasing each other across the grass. From afar, some of the children spotted Masatsuki Aozaki and Masaki Kurosaki at the window and waved happily. Masatsuki, when not facing an enemy, was surprisingly easy to get along with. To him, life was filled with too many beautiful sights to spend it brooding all the time. It was important to know how to enjoy it. Thanks to his looks, well above the average, his warm smile always had a calming effect. It made the children feel safe, made them happy. So naturally, he got along with them rather well. As they approached a particular door, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Masatsuki Aozaki stood before Masaki Kurosaki, his expression unusually solemn. His eyes held a trace of concern, maybe even nervousness. He spoke gently, but with clear seriousness and care. Are you sure? Once you walk through this door, there's no going back. Faced with his intense gaze, Masaki Kurosaki reached out and rested her hand on the doorknob, feeling the chill of the metal beneath her fingers. The air was faintly tinged with a masculine scent. It was calming, yet carried a strange tension. It was familiar, so familiar that it stirred something deep in her, bringing back a flood of memories. The older sister who used to giggle at the moonlight. The hot-headed yet gentle Quincy. The soft-spoken and kind Shinigami big brother. All those cherished fragments of the past flashed through her mind, overlapping with the empty room just beyond the door. And then, resolve. The once young girl was now a poised and graceful young woman. She straightened her back, lifted her chin, and looked Masatsuki Aozaki straight in the eyes. With no hesitation, she declared, "I'm ready." Her voice rang out, crisp and clear, echoing like a vow through the air around them. Masaki Kurosaki knew exactly what she was about to face. She had imagined this moment countless times on sleepless nights. Masatsuki Aozaki had spent countless days and nights in the world of the living. Soul Society. Night had fallen. A bright full moon hung in the sky like a massive silver plate, quietly suspended overhead. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a serene glow over the landscape. But in contrast to that tranquil scene was the calm within the 1st Division barracks. Dim light glowed faintly from the buildings, blending with the moonlight outside to form a uniquely beautiful image. Suddenly, a soft noise shattered the stillness. With a light clatter, a wooden door slowly closed. Sosuke Aizen stood at the entrance, holding a stack of documents freshly delivered from the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. His gaze swept over the three people before him. They were Toshiro Hitsugaya, captain of the 3rd Division, Shinji Hirako, captain of the 5th Division, and Sajin Komamura, captain of the 7th Division. Hitsugaya wore his usual smug look, the brat seemingly full of contempt for everything around him. Komamura, with his large wolf head resembling an Akita dog, was doing his best to mimic Old Man Yamamoto's stern demeanor, locking eyes with Aizen. These sights were nothing out of the ordinary. On any other day, Aizen might not have noticed anything strange. But the issue lay with the third person, Shinji Hirako. Ever since becoming the 1st Division's lieutenant, Aizen's workload had exploded. He was so swamped that he barely had time left to play games. And Shinji Hirako, what the hell was wrong with that guy? He constantly pestered him for no reason, always getting in the way of Aizen's noble mission to make the world a better place. How could he tolerate that? It was already bad enough that he had to play second fiddle to Masatsuki Aozaki and pretend to obey those noble blowhards. He sure as hell wasn't going to take crap from a small fry like Shinji Hirako. So, to punish this villain for obstructing progress, and to blow off some steam, Aizen discovered a new hobby. Once a year, he'd give Shinji Hirako a haircut. The benefits were obvious. It helped clear that messed up head of his, maybe even made his brain a little less weird, and it gave Aizen a way to unwind. The urban legend of the hair thief had stirred the whole Seireitei for 7 years now. The culprit struck once a year and was never caught. Each time, the target was the same. There was even a time when the captain commander and the lieutenant personally went to apprehend the criminal, only for the perpetrator to escape yet again. Since then, Shinji Hirako had practically lived in a wig. And today just so happened to be Aizen's stress relief day. He had returned from the Hirako residence not even 2 minutes ago. By all logic, there shouldn't be a single hair left on Shinji Hirako's head. Yet now, here he was, standing before him with a full head of soft, medium short hair. That hair had clearly been growing out for about a year. With Aizen's sharp eye for detail, he could tell immediately, that wasn't some cheap wig. That was real. So you're the Reigai Masatsuki mentioned. Then, before you say goodbye to this world, I have a question. Aizen's voice was gentle, like a kind older brother from next door. Too bad there wasn't a blushing girl around, just a blonde guy in front of him, wearing a punch-worthy expression. What an arrogant bastard. Just like that Masatsuki Aozaki guy, Shinji Hirako scoffed, arms crossed, sarcasm thick in his voice. Aizen pushed up his glasses, a glint flashing across the lenses. His head lowered just slightly, his expression hidden. He didn't respond to the jab. Instead, he asked again. Why not let me handle it myself? What makes you three think you can stand before me? Shinji sneered. Idiot. You think I'm stupid? Why the hell would I tell you that? And we're captains standing in front of you. Instead of worrying about crap like that, maybe you should worry about yourself. Lieutenant Sama, Komamura said calmly, scratching his head, your Ryatsu is too strong. That's why we haven't found suitable materials yet. And our Ryatsu has been enhanced beyond that of our original selves. Our lord believes the three of us combined have a real chance against you. Hey. Are you brain dead? Why the hell would you tell him that? Shinji stared at his calm, seemingly unbothered canine-headed teammate, utterly exasperated. Wasn't this basically a public confession? That's Aizen, the most scheming, sinister bastard in the entire Gotei I-13. One of the biggest threats we've ever faced. Komamura chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Sorry. Maybe that's the loyalty Genryusai-sama used to talk about. Loyalty my ass. Your master isn't that old man anymore, and it sure as hell ain't Masatsuki or Aizen. Shinji sighed and rubbed his forehead. Whatever. What's said is said. Not like the dead can blab. Perfect. I've been waiting for a chance to smack this bastard around. Grinning under the moonlight, Shinji flashed a dangerous smile, revealing sharp white teeth. Collapse, Sakanade. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 445, Chapter 445, Lack of Talent. Following right behind Shinji Hirako, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Sajin Komamura also drew their Zanpakutō, their Ryatsu erupting in an instant. Seated upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Roar, Tenkin. As he watched the three of them release their Zanpakutō, Sosuke Aizen didn't react. He didn't even release his Ryatsu. He spoke in a calm, composed tone. Your Ryatsu has certainly grown stronger. But even so, you still can't defeat me. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he went on. I know that very well, and I'm sure you do too. Yet despite that, your so-called master still sent you to face me. If his goal was to kill me, he wouldn't have only sent the three of you. So, what exactly is he planning? To stall me? That's far beyond your capabilities. As he spoke, Aizen slowly shook his head, as if the idea itself was laughable. Then, he continued. And earlier, you used loyalty as a pretext, but you let slip valuable information far too easily. You looked completely unguarded. For your master to remain hidden in the Soul Society for so long, he must be someone meticulous. He wouldn't make a mistake like this. All of it just feels too strange. Suspiciously strange. So, was your real purpose simply to let me know that you exist? Aizen's voice remained even as he crossed his arms, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if he could see straight through them. If that's the case, then your master must know who I am, and be absolutely confident in what he's about to do. His voice now carried a tinge of curiosity and uncertainty. He paused, as if a memory had surfaced, of a certain young man. He had once looked into that young man's research. In fact, they'd even collaborated once. Is he trying to prove something? Or, does he want something from me? Aizen murmured to himself. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the thought. Upon hearing Sosuke Aizen's words, Shinji Hirako, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and Sajin Komamura all froze, their expressions shifting dramatically. They exchanged looks, a flicker of shock and concern flashing in their eyes. Though they already knew the man before them was frighteningly intelligent, so much so that even their master held him in high regard, actually witnessing his brilliance firsthand sent a wave of unease through their hearts. Their earlier exchange, though laced with tension, had only revealed a small amount of information. Yet despite how misleading their words were meant to be, Aizen had effortlessly seen through their true intentions. Very well. Our master originally wanted us to demonstrate our strength first. Since you've already figured it out, there's no harm in being direct. Sajin Komamura, the most courteous, glanced at the other two beside him and sighed helplessly. Our master seeks revenge against Seireitei. As for your objective, Lieutenant, our master is already aware. He has no interest in ruling the world. Perhaps there's room for cooperation. If you join us in destroying Seireitei, we will assist you in building the world you envision. At those words, Aizen rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Tempting offer, I admit. But, I refuse. A deathly silence fell over the room. The air itself felt frozen. Shinji Hirako moved in an instant, his figure flashing as he charged straight at Aizen. But just as he was about to reach him, he suddenly realized, with wide-eyed shock, that Aizen had vanished from sight. A moment later, blinding pain tore through him. Shinji's face went pale in an instant. Thud. A dull, sickening sound rang out. In disbelief, Shinji looked down to see a vivid bloom of blood erupting from his chest. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering across the cold floor in crimson bursts. His eyes went wide in shock and confusion as his body swayed, then collapsed backward. His gaze was full of despair and disbelief, as though he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He was stronger than his original self, yet he couldn't even block a single strike. Hirako. Sajin Komamura cried out in panic, his voice trembling with worry and fear. His eyes locked onto Shinji, a deep sense of dread rising in his chest. Toshiro Hitsugaya was equally stunned, his mouth agape, too shocked to speak. None of them had imagined Aizen could take Shinji down in an instant, and with such merciless precision. Aizen stood there calmly, a faint smile on his face, as if everything that had just occurred was nothing more than a leisurely game. His eyes were cold and unfathomable, revealing nothing of his true intentions. The tension in the room had reached a suffocating peak. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere loomed over everyone like the shadow of death. All eyes were on Aizen. Anxiety and fear filled their hearts. No one knew what he would do next. Seconds ticked by. Eventually, Shinji Hirako staggered back to his feet, though the horror on his face remained. One question echoed endlessly in his mind. What just happened? How did I get cut? Could it have been Kyoka Suigetsu? Everyone in the Gotei 13 knew that Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu could manipulate reflections through mist and water currents to confuse the enemy. But what confused Shinji most was, he hadn't seen Aizen release his Zanpakutō. Aizen had been within his Shurikai's range the entire time. So why was his Shurikai completely ineffective? As if reading his thoughts, Aizen's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. That face, how dull. Surely you're not naive enough to think I need to release my Zanpakutō just to deal with someone like you. His voice was cold and low, filled with a detached calm the three before him couldn't comprehend. He continued slowly. Reversing the senses is a decent ability, I'll give you that. But once someone adapts, it's not hard to counter. The only reason you're so irrationally confident in Sakanade is because you lack the ability to resist it yourself, so you assume everyone else must be just as incompetent. Shinji's face twisted in disbelief, his rage flaring uncontrollably. His expression contorted with fury, eyes blazing as if he wanted to rip Aizen apart on the spot. Aizen. You bastard. Shinji roared through gritted teeth, his voice seething with rage. He gripped Sakanade tightly, and a torrent of Ryuryoku burst from his body like crashing waves. But Aizen paid him no mind at all. He slowly turned his head, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Toshiro Hitsugaya and Sajin Komamura now stood side by side, both raising their Zanpakutō, unleashing their full power. Bankai, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Hitsugaya shouted, the Ryuryoku behind him surging like a frozen river, rapidly spreading outward. At the same time, Komamura roared. Bankai, Kakujo Tingen Myo-o. Behind him, his Ryatsu manifested into a towering black-armored warrior, radiating overwhelming might. Two colossal pillars of Ryatsu shot skyward, twisting like twin dragons in the air. Chapter 446, A Memory Without an Owner. Crystal-clear wings of ice unfolded from Toshiro Hitsugaya's back. Behind Sajin Komamura, a towering black-armored warrior, dozens of meters tall, materialized with a thunderous presence. As the two activated their Bankai, the entire lieutenant's office began to tremble violently. The once elegant and refined room was instantly reduced to ruins by the overwhelming force they unleashed. Realizing the threat posed by Aizen, both of them went all out, displaying their full power without reservation. Lieutenant, we're going in. Komamura shouted boldly. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, his voice rang with determination and courage, just like a true 7th Division captain. Aizen watched them silently, his expression distant and dismissive, as if everything playing out before him was just an elaborate joke. He didn't spare Shinji Hirako a single glance. He knew all too well that despite Hirako's seemingly desperate release of Ryatsu, he wouldn't recklessly resort to using his Bankai. As long as Hitsugaya and Komamura were still alive, Shinji would never dare use that ability, because he'd likely end up being struck down by his own allies first. Aizen understood perfectly. Shinji Hirako's Bankai was extremely unique. Once released, it indiscriminately inverted the perception of enemy and ally for everyone caught within its range. Even he himself couldn't control who was affected. Because of that, Hirako's Bankai only reached its full potential in a one versus many scenario. In the current situation, it would do more harm than good. Without a second thought, Aizen casually swung Kyoka Suigetsu, cleanly severing Shinji Hirako's head from his body. Hitsugaya and Komamura were both horrified. Shock and rage flashed across their faces as they roared in unison and charged straight at Aizen. They each unleashed their strongest attacks. The Ice Dragon and the black-armored giant hurtled toward Aizen with overwhelming force. But Aizen simply gave a small smirk. He gently shook his head, as if the devastating attacks coming his way were beneath his notice, completely devoid of threat. He looked at the two and calmly incanted. Heido number 88, Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Two ultra-high-level Heido spells erupted one after another, cast by Aizen as effortlessly as breathing. A blinding beam of lightning tore through space, instantly shattering both the Ice Dragon and the Black Giant. Immediately after, a massive black coffin of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, rising with a menacing presence. As their vision darkened, both Hitsugaya and Komamura sensed impending doom, but it was already too late to escape. Moments later, the black coffin faded, revealing two battered, crumpled bodies inside. Thud. Their bodies hit the ground with a heavy crash. Aizen stood calmly, a faint smile on his lips, gentle as always, yet laced with an unmistakable chill. He narrowed his eyes, pulled a skull-marked token from his waist, and spoke softly into the glowing screen. Masatsuki. World of the living, Karakura Town. At night, the city seemed even livelier than during the day. Brilliant neon lights flickered in a kaleidoscope of color, casting dazzling reflections across the bustling streets packed with people. Ah, a space bubble discovered in the Dangai. One thing after another, huh? Yeah, got it. Is it really that important? Alright, I'm heading back now. Masatsuki Aozaki was in the middle of enjoying a pleasant outing with Masaki Kurosaki and the other girls when a call came through from the lieutenant. After quickly grasping the situation, he ended the communication, but instead of opening a Senkaman right away, he and the girls curiously took a moment to observe their surroundings. To their surprise, the streets were filled with strange souls they had never seen before, white-bodied with red hair. The unfamiliar sight sparked their curiosity. Just as everyone stood puzzled, a sharp voice rang out from the distance. Call forth the twilight, Mirokumaru. Hearing it, they all instinctively turned toward the source. There, hovering midair not far off, was a young Shinigami girl wielding a Zanpakutō. Clutched at her waist was another girl with striking features. This girl had short green hair and appeared completely unconscious, her body wrapped in nothing but a tattered cloth that barely covered her. Even the intensity of battle hadn't stirred her, like a sleeping beauty who refused to wake. As the Ryatsu around them faded, the Shinigami girl's Zanpakutō had already transformed, no longer a blade, but a staff with 4 golden rings and a sharp, arrow-shaped blade at its end. The entire weapon, save for the blade, glowed with a brilliant golden light. With a swift swing of the staff, a powerful tornado burst forth from its tip. The girl moved her hands gracefully, controlling the raging twister with precision. Like a wild beast, it howled toward the busy crowd below, all claws and fangs. Yet despite its ferocity, her control was flawless. Not a single innocent passerby was harmed. Instead, the tornado swept through with perfect accuracy, snatching up only those eerie white souls. In the blink of an eye, the strange souls on the street vanished without a trace. Wiping her forehead as if brushing away invisible sweat, the girl beamed with satisfaction. Awesome, finally cleaned them up. That felt great. Watching her break into an excited little dance, the Aozaki household's women were left speechless. Only Masatsuki Aozaki, upon clearly seeing both their faces, let a subtle smile curl at the corner of his lips. If he'd only encountered one of them, he might not have remembered right away who they were. But with both present, and after his previous run-in with the Ray guy, not to mention the intel sent by Aizen, all the pieces came together. These clues, like keys turning in a lock, opened the door to his memory. That young Shinigami girl, there was no doubt about it. She was the heroine from the Bleach movie Memories of Nobody. He'd never been satisfied with how that film had ended. Now, having identified the girl, Masatsuki also realized what that space bubble the Shinigami Research and Development Institute discovered truly was. If he remembered right, the story of that movie revolved around. Over 1,000 years ago, an ancient noble family in Seoul society was exiled after losing a political power struggle. Cast out into the Dangai, they didn't perish. Instead, they adapted, surviving in the chaotic space and slowly mastering the unique ability to control what dwelled there. The blank souls accidentally sucked into the Dangai during the cycle of reincarnation between the world of the living and Seoul society. These souls, cut off from the cycle, drifted endlessly with no place to go. But the exiled family discovered a way to harness them, and their combined memories, forming the entity known as the Shinenju. By using the Shinenju, they planned to merge the world of the living and soul society, triggering a cataclysmic disaster. Their goal was nothing less than to bring the two worlds crashing together, completely destroying soul society and exacting their revenge. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Come to Big Brother. Those spatial bubbles expanding and spreading throughout the Dangai were likely the collective form of the blanks, known as the Valley of Screams. Though it had been ages ago, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't recall every exact detail, but that was more or less how the story went. Faced with the current situation, he fell into thoughtful silence. Compared to the somewhat formulaic plotline of that era, what had left a stronger impression on him was the girl's final act, her decision to sacrifice herself and quietly fade away. He furrowed his brow, puzzled. Wasn't this storyline supposed to take place after Ichigo had become a Shinigami? Could it be that, with all the major incidents and mounting casualties over the years, the overwhelming number of souls awaiting reincarnation had caused a surge in blanks, thus triggering the story's events earlier than expected? Then why had the Ray guy shown up so soon? Masatsuki thought back to the brief moment he'd glimpsed earlier. In his mind surfaced the image of that green-haired girl, standing with such composed confidence. Unless he was mistaken, that girl was Nozomi Kujo from the anime's original arc, the heroine of the Shinigami Invasion arc. Scientific research demands precision and patience, it's a highly technical field with countless limitations. So how had Oko Yushima caused such a massive disruption decades ahead of schedule? It made no sense. Maybe something had forced him to accelerate his research, but what? According to Aizen, Oko Yushima had specifically sent someone to find him this time. Could there be some connection between the two? Was Aizen involved? Could they be plotting together to seize his position? As the thought crossed his mind, Masatsuki unconsciously wore the pained expression of a man betrayed, just like a tragic protagonist in a drama. He was a natural-born actor. Even Aizen would have praised him, top-tier performance. But the next moment, he shook off that ridiculous idea. If Aizen truly meant to overthrow his reign of terror, he wouldn't have shared any of this information. Clearly, Aizen's actions showed he was still loyal. Masatsuki felt a little touched. He immediately decided he'd give his lieutenant a raise the moment he got back. Not far away, the young girl holding her Zanpakutō also looked toward Masatsuki Aozaki with curiosity. She'd noticed that he and the others had been standing there watching the whole time. They hadn't helped deal with the blanks, nor did they seem hostile toward her. It left her deeply confused. In her mind, she tried to assess their intentions, wondering what exactly they were planning. Just as she was about to take action, she suddenly realized Masatsuki Aozaki had vanished from sight. Eyes widening, she glanced around quickly, unable to locate him anywhere. The sudden disappearance left her uneasy. Where had he gone? Was he planning to attack? That speed. Frantically, she looked in every direction, trying to spot him. And then she felt a weight settle on her head. It was a hand. A large one, resting gently atop her hair. At the same time, a gentle voice came from above her head. Young lady, peeking isn't a good habit. If you're curious about me, you're welcome to take a proper look. Startled, the girl instantly vanished from where she stood and turned to look behind her. He had appeared behind her in a blink, touched her head, and she hadn't noticed at all. If he could touch her head that easily, couldn't he just as easily cut it off? That thought alone made her tense up. Who the hell are you? She glared at Masatsuki Aozaki. Though he wore a polite smile, his eyes radiated an intense pressure as he stared directly at her. Masatsuki, like a refined nobleman, gently shook his head and gave a breezy, charming smile. Me. Just a passing captain commander of the Gotei 13. You'd best remember that. What the hell kind of nonsense is that? Why should I remember something like that? With just that one sentence, she already knew this man was trouble. The farther away from him, the better. Because I came to save your life, young lady. Masatsuki spoke with the casual tone of an older brother coaxing a little girl with candy. The girl scowled. You talk like I'm dying or something. I don't need saving. But I've seen it, Masatsuki replied, nodding. He wasn't lying. He really had seen it, just not in this world. You've seen it? What, you think you're some kind of god? Sounds more like a delusional teenager to me. Before she could finish, Masatsuki waved his hand to cut her off. Maybe calling me a god isn't entirely wrong. Though, to be honest, I'm not totally sure myself. What a load of crap, she muttered under her breath, clearly not buying a word of it. But Masatsuki didn't mind. He just smiled and continued. Your name is Senna, isn't it? Her expression froze. She looked genuinely surprised, unable to figure out how he knew that. Masatsuki went on. Feels like there's a mess of memories in your head, doesn't it? Like a tangled ball of threads, you can't tell what's real anymore. This time, Sena's jaw practically dropped. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. Masatsuki nodded in satisfaction and added. You have no past. You don't know why you're here. You try to remember, but no matter how hard you think, you just can't recall what really happened. How do you know that? Sena's voice trembled slightly. She'd never told anyone about any of this. For him to know what was going on in her mind, what else could he be but a god? Masatsuki chuckled softly. I told you, didn't I? I saw it. Maybe I really am a god. With that, he opened his arms toward the two girls. Sena hesitated. The green-haired girl in her arms was still fast asleep, not stirring in the slightest. Masatsuki's gaze softened. Beneath the moonlight, he seemed to glow with a gentle radiance, eyes full of warmth and compassion. Come on now. Big brother will help you. Sena blinked. She had to admit, the Captain Commander's smile was really warm, like a kind older brother from next door. But for some reason, something about him still felt a little off. How exactly are you planning to help us? Masatsuki raised a finger and pointed to the sleeping girl in her arms. First things first, let's get her some proper clothes. Don't worry, I've got plenty of experience dressing girls up. I could practically call myself an expert. And with how cute she already is, you've got nothing to worry about. I'll make sure she looks absolutely stunning. Sena's eyes widened in alarm. This guy, he couldn't be some creepy old perv, could he? No way. Don't even think about it. Masatsuki nodded as if accepting her refusal, but his expression stayed relaxed, not a hint of disappointment. Oh. So that's a no. But letting you two just wander around out here, yeah, that's not something I can overlook. And as Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, I can't exactly ignore a matter that could affect the safety of all three worlds. So. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you both to cooperate. Chapter 448, Game Over. Under Sena's wary gaze, Masatsuki Aozaki approached at an unhurried pace. The two floated in midair, with nothing between them. She had no idea what Masatsuki was planning, but her instincts screamed that this man was serious trouble. If she didn't shake him off now, she might never get the chance again. After thinking it through, she made a quick decision, grabbed the girl and run. The way he moved so leisurely, as if even walking beside her was too much effort, she figured if he kept that up, it wouldn't be hard to lose him with her own speed. Spinning around, she activated Shuinpa and dashed forward, flickering several times across the sky. In a flash, she had already crossed several kilometers. She smirked to herself. That should be far enough to lose him. But as she glanced back, confident and smug, her smile faltered. Her brow creased slightly. Was it just her imagination? Why did it feel like, not only had she not gained distance, but he was somehow even closer than before? She focused her gaze. Masatsuki Aozaki was standing there, just a short distance away, smiling calmly. He hadn't even moved. Sena blinked, confused. He's just standing there. Did he give up because he thought he couldn't catch me from that far? How does someone like that even become Captain Commander? Gotei 13 must not be that impressive after all. The thought made her scoff internally. Still, she didn't stop. She pushed herself harder and zipped ahead, soaring several more kilometers through the air. Then she glanced back again. Her heart nearly stopped. He was even closer now. Sena's breath caught in her throat. This wasn't an illusion, he really was getting closer, and she had no idea how. What shocked her even more was that every time she turned to look, he was still in the same position, smiling, unmoving, yet always somehow nearer. Her heart began to race. Why wasn't he chasing her? Why did he only move when she wasn't looking? Was he just toying with her? Or did he have some even more terrifying motive? The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. She had to act. She turned away from him again, but this time, it was a setup. In the next instant, she spun back around, hoping to catch him off guard. But what she saw made her freeze in place. Masatsuki Aozaki was right there, nose to nose with her, just centimeters away. And one of his hands was already resting lightly on her shoulder. She couldn't move. 1, 2, 3, freeze, looks like you lost, young lady. Game over. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned, his smile bright and cheerful. To the Shinigami girl, however, it seemed like a devilish grin from the depths of hell. Yawa. Sena let out a terrified scream that echoed through the skies, startling nearby birds and insects into frantic flight. Her face turned as pale as paper, eyes wide with panic and helplessness. She was utterly stunned by Masatsuki Aozaki's actions, her body trembling uncontrollably. Though he didn't appear intent on harming her, an ominous feeling gnawed at her. All she could do was silently pray, hoping for safety in the days to come. While these two playful Shinigami were engrossed in their antics, in another realm closely connected to the world of the living, a spatial bubble within the Dangai, the passage linking the three worlds, a group of formidable Shinigami sat quietly in a room, exchanging glances. The Kido lamps emitted a soft glow, illuminating the room and imparting a quaint and solemn atmosphere. The decor featured natural wood tones, with portraits of men and women adorning the walls, all dressed in splendid aristocratic attire. At the center hung the portrait of an elderly man with a weathered face, silently observing the proceedings in the meeting room, as if bearing witness to the tides of history. Despite their expulsion from Seireitei, those present clung to their ancestral customs, donning ancient garments. Their exquisitely crafted armor bore golden family crests, a testament to their bygone influence. Counting carefully, 6 Shinigami occupied the room, the family head and 5 retainers. The most esteemed seat was occupied by a white-haired man with facial scars. A man with yellow and green hair entered slowly. He was Kagerosa Inaba, one of the Reigai created by Oko Yoshima. Scanning the room for a suitable seat, he lightly tapped the table and spoke, "I must say, it's quite challenging to arrange a meeting with the esteemed members of the Ryodoji family." As a partner to this noble house, his tone carried a hint of helplessness. He recalled their last meeting, where they had deliberated on whom to send to recruit Sosuke Aizen. Now, over half a month had passed without any word from the 3 Reigai, nor had there been any alliance meetings. Enough with the idle talk. Get to the point. Ganryu-sama has taken precious time out of his busy schedule to see you. An impatient voice broke the silence, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of fingertips on the table. Kagerosa Inaba turned toward the source but remained unperturbed, evidently accustomed to such behavior. Jai-sama, with so few members left in the Ryudoji family, what pressing matters could there be? You insolent wretch. How dare you insult the Ryudoji family? Ganryu-sama, allow me to deal with this disrespectful. Jai rose, his massive frame making the room feel cramped. He slowly lifted the 2 crescent-shaped blades beside him, their edges clashing with a buzzing sound. Though the retainers refrained from overt disrespect before their lord, their hearts burned with anger. However, Kagerosa Inaba's words were not unfounded. With only 6 members remaining, there was little family business to attend to. This stark reality only fueled their frustration. Jests could be dismissed, but the truth cut deep, like a sharp blade piercing the heart. Enough. The glory of our family has faded. Let's proceed to the main issue. Ganryu Ryudoji leaned forward slightly, his tone firm and serious. His gaze swept over each person before settling on Kagerosa Inaba. So, regarding the most pressing matter, has the lieutenant of the 1st Division agreed to our proposal? The Kido lamps illuminated the room brightly, but a heavy silence hung in the air. It wasn't that the question troubled these survivors, their thoughts had drifted far away, leaving them seemingly soulless and mute. Rather than companions sharing life with their lord, they resembled servants or weapons of war. These retainers awaited orders daily, lacking the initiative to ponder such complex matters. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 449, Chapter 449, Shinenju. After a brief silence, realizing he could only rely on himself, Kagerosa Inaba had no choice but to knock on the table again. When no one responded, he couldn't help but call out. Head of the Ryodoji family, Aizen-sama has refused. Ganryu Ryodoji looked up. Outwardly, he kept a composed expression, maintaining the dignity of a family head, but inside, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. If possible, of course he wanted to restore the former glory of the Ryodoji clan. Still, he had been mentally prepared for the outcome brought by Kagerosa Inaba. After all, it had always been a risky gamble. Aizen already held a high position, deeply trusted by the captain commander, and oversaw nearly all matters within the Gotei 13. Why would someone like him take the risk of partnering with a group of outcasts? With that unrealistic hope now gone, they had no choice but to stick to their original plan. Destroying both realms and pursuing vengeance would be a long and arduous road. Ahem, since the lieutenant isn't interested in our proposal, let's return to the previous topic. Ganryu Ryodoji cleared his throat as he spoke. Using the Shinenju to attract blanks, absorb the valley of screams generated by their congregation, and then cause the 2 connected realms to collapse and collide through that same valley, is that correct? Kagerosa Inaba repeated the earlier plan. His voice was hoarse, like 2 rough stones grinding against each other, each word jarring to the ear. That's right. The connection between the spatial bubble and the 2 realms is nearly complete. All we're missing now is the Shinenju, said the vassal seated to Ganryu's right, her voice slightly sharp and feminine. Shinenju? After all this time, you still haven't found it. What's the point of keeping any of you around? Inaba, who had been polite at first, grew more agitated as the topic continued, finally losing his temper entirely. Ever since the revenge plan had begun, from probing the new captain commander to reaching out to Aizen for cooperation, he had handled everything on his own. To make all that happen, he had even sacrificed 4 precious Reigai, 4 captain-class Shinigami-level forces. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. And the arrogant fools before him not only failed to offer meaningful help, they couldn't even do the one thing they were responsible for. What a bunch of useless trash. If they didn't have the materials needed for his experiments, he wouldn't bother working with them at all. Working with someone like Aizen, someone truly intelligent, was far more satisfying. But why had Aizen turned him down this time, when they'd worked so well together before? If Aizen were on his side, there'd be no need to deal with these worthless people at all. The formation of the Shinenju isn't something that can be rushed. It's only just appeared, less than a day ago, the female vassal said calmly, staring straight at Kagerosa Inaba. That means it's already been born, hasn't it? Kagerosa Inaba suddenly raised his voice, spreading his large palm. You don't want to provide the technology to control the blanks, so I can't do anything about it. You'll just have to find it yourselves. After saying this, Kagerosa Inaba gave a cold smile. And the materials for this month also need to be delivered to me as soon as possible. My losses from these two operations have been very great. If a lack of materials results in insufficient combat power and the plan ends in failure, don't blame me. His tone turned dangerous. Upon hearing this, the female vassal's presence immediately diminished. She stayed silent for a long time, unable to utter a single word. After all, it was true that asking Kagerosa Inaba to search for the Shinenju would be pointless. And compared to the Gotei 13, the Ryodoji family was indeed sorely lacking in combat strength. The Reigai army under Kagerosa Inaba's command was crucial to them. With logic and reality bearing down on them, the group of retainers gradually fell quiet. After a long silence, a cold voice came from the seat to Ganryu Ryodoji's left. My Kagerosa-sama, I heard the new captain commander of the Gotei 13 has long been dissatisfied with the nobility. Is there a way we could win him over? Everyone turned to look. The retainers, who usually only followed orders with heads bowed, were now glancing at each other, seemingly giving serious thought to the idea. But the silence was soon broken by crisp applause. This vassal of the Ryodoji is truly imaginative. Kagerosa Inaba let out a mocking laugh as he clapped, his tone thick with sarcasm. Let me think, how many years ago was that now? That person is currently both a high-ranking noble of Seireitei and the captain commander of the Gotei 13, standing at the pinnacle of power in Seireitei. If his brain were broken, maybe he would help us start a rebellion. Everyone present could clearly hear the ridicule in his voice. But frustratingly, no one could offer a rebuttal. After all, they were once nobility themselves and understood just how much influence the upper nobles held, second only to the 5 great noble houses. And the captain commander of the Gotei 13. He was the head of Seireitei's strongest military force, commanding the mightiest power in the Soul Society. Under such circumstances, how could they have any grounds to speak against it? Right now, with great events looming, this is no time for pointless bickering or attacks. Ganryu Ryodoji decisively interrupted the rising tension. He knew that if things escalated, some of his retainers might actually attack Kagerosa Inaba. The matter of the Shinenju will be handled by our Ryodoji family. However, we will need your Reigai for support to prevent any accidents. As you wish, Ganryu-sama. I will provide the Reigai. Kagerosa Inaba gave a slight nod of agreement. There really wasn't a better strategy for the time being. As always, those attempting such a grand scheme were no match for the power of the Soul Society. In such a situation, internal conflicts had to be shelved. Only by working together could they stand a chance. However, we cannot place all our hopes on the Shinenju. We must find a way to weaken Seireitei. Ganryu Ryodoji's gaze turned cold as he stared ahead, his tone serious. Then he turned to Kagerosa Inaba and asked. Kagerosa Inaba, how is the infiltration of Seireitei progressing? All is going well. I've already replaced 1/5 of the fools in the Central 46 compound, and that number continues to grow. Kagerosa Inaba replied confidently. However, he quickly added. Unfortunately, most of them hold lower positions. The higher their status, the harder it is to replace them. Silently taking their place without drawing suspicion is a real pain. That's expected. The higher their rank, the more they fear death. It's natural there would be difficulties. Ganryu Ryodoji nodded and continued. But the operation must go on. Only when we control 1/3 of the seats will we have a voice in the Central 46 compound's decisions. At that, Kagerosa Inaba fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Regarding that, I'll need more time. Chapter 450, what kind of indecent dish is this? The Central 46 compound held an exalted position within Seireitei. From the judges to the wise men, not a single one of them was simple, and replacing them quietly wasn't something easily done. He wasn't Sosuke Aizen. He couldn't treat the Central 46 like his personal backyard. But then again, his goal had never been to rule Seireitei, and trying to control it this way was unrealistic anyway. Even just slightly influencing the Central 46's decisions would be enough to cause serious trouble for the Gotei 13. And now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to take another bite out of these people. Kagerosa Inaba looked at the head of the household and nodded. It's possible. But you'll need to give me more materials. I'm running out of what I need to make Reigai. Ganryu Ryodoji agreed to the request without hesitation. And just like that, the two proposals were happily passed. Without waiting for Ganryu to formally end the meeting, Kagerosa Inaba got up and left. He walked quickly, his mind preoccupied with complex scientific experiments. Despite constantly addressing the clan head with honorifics like Sama, their relationship was technically a partnership. He didn't need to obey Ryodoji's every command. Kagerosa-sama, please wait a moment. Just as he left the meeting room, the female vassal who had been seated beside Ganryu called out to him. He turned around with visible annoyance. He frowned. What is it? If I remember correctly, Kagerosa-sama is also looking for something, isn't that right? The female vassal said with a smile. Ha. The Ryodoji family can't offer any real help when it counts, but sure do keep a close eye on their allies. What I do has nothing to do with you. Kagerosa Inaba's tone dripped with disdain. He crossed his arms, staring at her coldly. Nothing much. I just wanted to say that we, the Ryodoji family, can also help you search for what you're looking for, Kagerosa-sama. The vassal placed her crossed hands on her abdomen. Her tone gradually turned serious. As allies, it's our duty, isn't it? She fixed her sharp gaze on Kagerosa Inaba, as if she could see right through his thoughts. Kagerosa said nothing, but turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of Ganryu Ryodoji inside the room. The young head of the Ryodoji family was sitting silently, watching him without a word. His eyes were cold and deep, completely unreadable. They were all schemers. A lack of trust was only natural. Their cooperation was entangled in personal gain and power struggles. Kagerosa didn't know what others were planning, but he himself was constantly calculating how to gain more from it. Then I'll leave it to you. My Reigai will be delivered tomorrow. He suddenly spoke, placing special emphasis on the latter half of the sentence. There was a hint of threat in his tone, an unspoken warning to the Ryodoji family not to break their promise lightly. Very well, then we'll be counting on you, Kagerosa-sama. Please wait in your lab for our good news. The female vassal acted as if she hadn't noticed the shift in his tone. She remained polite and firm. She smiled as she replied, as if everything was proceeding exactly as planned. But Kagerosa knew all too well, the Ryodoji family's goals didn't fully align with his own. He sought revenge against Seireitei for their injustice toward him. The Ryodoji family wanted vengeance too, but they were even willing to destroy both realms to achieve it. That difference made their partnership delicate, with suspicion and caution only growing deeper on both sides. In a relationship mired in schemes and power plays, no one could predict how things would end. Kagerosa Inaba narrowed his eyes. Destroying both realms wasn't his goal, for now. But this wasn't the time to burn bridges. I see. Those white things have been watching me, haven't they? Please forgive us. It's for your safety as well. The vassal's voice faded into the shadows, her airy tone lingering in the air. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled leisurely through the brightly lit room. Because of his encounter with the two girls tied to the fate of the world, his return to the Soul Society had been delayed once again. This was his usual post-meal walk. He had stayed here for so long that even the girl lying in bed had likely become unconsciously accustomed to his scent. The girl's long, beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly as her eyes slowly opened in a daze. What appeared before her wasn't a dark laboratory or bubbling nutrient fluid, but an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? She blinked repeatedly, as if still unaccustomed to the dazzling sunlight pouring in through the window. You're with me, so there's nothing to worry about. Masatsuki Aozaki gently stroked her hair. Truly adorable. With shameless satisfaction, Masatsuki curled his lips into a smile, then sat down beside the bed, which was faintly scented with the girl's fragrance, to rest for a bit. As the man's figure came into focus, the girl suddenly turned pale with fright and bolted upright. Like a startled rabbit, she backed into a corner, clutching her chest with one hand and yanking the quilt up with the other to cover herself. Wait, no. She froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Lifting the quilt slightly, she peeked down at her body. Thankfully, she was still dressed. And nothing else seemed out of place. Masaki's junior high uniform. My favorite. Sadly, she can't wear it anymore, but it fits you quite well. You look lovely in it. Masatsuki nodded, offering his sincere praise. Hearing that, the girl let out a breath of relief. So it's Masaki's clothing. Then her expression froze. Wait a second. Who the hell is Masaki? And this man? This uniform, wasn't it put on her by that girl named Masaki? There's no way it was this guy who dressed her, right? Looking down at the school uniform she was wearing, her thoughts spiraled into chaos. No matter how she tried, she couldn't calm herself down. That's right. I changed your clothes. Don't worry, no one else saw you. As if reading her mind, Masatsuki Aozaki offered a reassuring smile. Idiot, how is that supposed to be comforting? Nozomi Kujo's eyes widened. She was at a loss for words in the face of such shamelessness. But soon, her anger gave way to surprise. Was that a Shihakushō and a Haori? Could this man be a captain of the Gotei 13? No, don't jump to conclusions. He might just be a fake created by Kagerosa Inaba. Seeing her remain silent, Masatsuki picked up a bowl from the table and scooped a spoonful of colorful food toward her lips. You must be hungry. Here, this is rainbow porridge, a new recipe I just learned. Super nutritious and ridiculously tasty. The aroma hit her nose. She twitched slightly and her stomach let out a soft gurgle. One bite probably wouldn't hurt, and if he had wanted to harm her, he wouldn't have waited until now. With a "let's just try it" attitude, she gave in and took a small bite, only to discover he wasn't lying. Yeah. Why you, what the hell is this thing you fed me? I told you, it's rainbow porridge. Isn't it good? Masatsuki Aozaki asked as he picked up a stray strip of cloth, watching the girl's uniform burst apart like petals scattered by the wind. The girl clutched the quilt with one hand and pointed at him with the other, shouting. It tastes good, sure, but you didn't say it would do this. It made her clothes explode. What kind of indecent dish was this? 100 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 451, Chapter 451, just give it a try. Oops, sorry, guess I stacked too many buffs on myself and forgot to turn them off. Masatsuki Aozaki scratched his head, an apologetic smile tugging at his lips. Seeing the terrified expression on the girl's face, he understood he'd gone a little overboard this time. That said, he hadn't done it on purpose. Over the years, he'd become a little too invested in exploring the applications of creation force, and in his enthusiasm to craft a dish on par with the legendary chefs of Tatsuki Academy, he had accidentally given himself an absurdly powerful buff. Concept infusion, that was one of the many uses of creation force. He usually activated it freely at home, and everyone enjoyed the effects, so he simply forgot to disable it. Just give me a sec, I'll turn it off now. Masatsuki said with a smile, then looked up at the ceiling as if his mind had momentarily gone blank, completely spaced out. After a few seconds, he slowly lowered his gaze and turned his attention back to the girl. He picked up the bowl he had used earlier, carefully scooped out a spoonful of the colorful porridge, gently blew on it, and offered it to her with care. But the girl didn't accept it. She leaned back slightly, her face full of resistance and unease, her body language clearly saying, I'd rather die than eat that again. Masatsuki let out a quiet sigh and muttered to himself. Turning down my cooking, huh? You have any idea how many people in Seireitei I would kill for a taste of something like this? As Seireitei's one and only special-class chef, Masatsuki Aozaki had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. But hearing Nozomi Kujo flat-out reject the meal he'd so painstakingly prepared, it was a personal blow to his culinary pride. He was convinced, just one bite would be enough for her to fall in love with the dish. So, Masatsuki pressed on. Trust me. It's totally safe now, just try a bite. Nozomi Kujo shook her head firmly and said with conviction. Absolutely not. Who in their right mind would eat something that weird? But Masatsuki didn't give up. Come on. You won't know if it's weird unless you give it a try. No way, it's good. Nozomi was still trying to resist. But before she could say more, Masatsuki suddenly moved, slipping the spoon into her mouth before she could stop him. Caught off guard, she chewed instinctively, then swallowed. The move was a little aggressive, but the taste really was incredible. Once it was in her mouth, there was no way she could resist. More importantly, the strange sensation she had earlier, that uncontrollable power surging inside her, had vanished without a trace. When Masatsuki Aozaki saw Nozomi Kujo swallow the food without incident, he asked excitedly. Well. I told you I wasn't lying. Now you can get dressed without worrying about what happened earlier. Nozomi Kujo gave a small nod, acknowledging the taste was indeed good. But her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she looked at Masatsuki, and she asked curiously. It tasted fine, but how did you manage to control something that strange? As she spoke, her gaze fell on Masatsuki's face, drawing closer and closer. The man wore a gentle smile and continued feeding her with care. Everything he did seemed thoughtful, free of malice. Yet Nozomi's large eyes narrowed slightly as she slowly reached toward the katana placed nearby. Something felt off. Nozomi Kujo wasn't so naive. She clearly remembered, she had never had any kind of contact with this man before. So why was he being so nice to her, when this was practically their first meeting? Even if he were just a kind-hearted person, no one should be this completely unguarded with a total stranger. It was all far too unnatural. She hadn't been in this world for long, but she already understood how dangerous it could be. So, who exactly was he? Having already made up her mind, Nozomi hesitated for a moment. Her first thought went to the imposter captains created by Kagarosa Inaba. But she quickly discarded the idea. If he really were one of Kagarosa's subordinates, he would have taken her away by now. There'd be no need to play this childish house game. And the real Shinigami captains of Seireitei wouldn't be wandering around casually wearing a captain's haori either. That left only one possibility: he really was a Gotei 13 captain. But as she opened her mouth to speak, the truth she meant to blurt out was forcefully swallowed back down. It wasn't that she was afraid of being wrong. Nozomi Kujo held a special status. With Kagarosa's influence potentially spreading even within Seireitei, even Gotei 13 captains couldn't be trusted entirely. So what now? For a split second, she hesitated, but her mouth moved faster than her thoughts, and she took another mouthful of the rainbow porridge. As she ate, still deep in thought, she asked softly, "Who are you?" Masatsuki Aozaki flashed a bright grin, showing perfect white teeth. "My name is Masatsuki Aozaki." His voice was full of warmth and energy. With his polished demeanor, even the most flustered girls would hesitate to respond. But before the last syllable even faded, Nozomi's eyes flew wide open. "You're Masatsuki Aozaki, the captain commander of the Gotei 13. That's me." Masatsuki grinned and lifted his chin confidently as he saw her expression freeze. Just as porridge began to slip from the corner of her mouth, he reached out and casually wiped it from her lips with a finger. Startled by the touch, Nozomi didn't even have time to chew. She snatched the bowl and downed the rest in one gulp. Masatsuki didn't even have time to be impressed by her dedication to not wasting a single grain. Before he knew it, Nozomi had set the bowl down, wrapped the bedsheet around herself, stepped off the bed, and stood directly in front of him. "Are you really Masatsuki Aozaki?" She stared him down, eyes filled with both doubt and anticipation. Masatsuki gave her a sincere nod. "Without a doubt." Under her tense, expectant gaze, Masatsuki turned around, raised his thumb, and pointed behind him. There, on his back, was a captain's haori, the kind that even Senjumaru Shitara could never get quite right. It was comfortable to wear, sure, but Masatsuki had never claimed to be satisfied with it. The wedding dress he had made for Senjumaru with his own hands, though. Now that, she had liked quite a bit. He still remembered that captain's meeting, held to celebrate the marriage of one of the 5 great noble houses. Everyone had gathered. Senjumaru had finally played the model for once, wearing that wedding dress and putting on a whole fashion show before the captains. When Nozomi saw the large character on his haori, her expression visibly relaxed. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Her eyes regained a hint of light. Then, with a solemn and composed look, she straightened her posture and gave a formal bow to Masatsuki Aozaki. In a sincere tone, she said, "Captain Commander, I have a request. This matter may concern the safety of Seireitei, and possibly all 3 realms." Under Masatsuki's gaze, the girl slowly raised her head and began to recount in full the conspiracy between Kagarosa Inaba and the Ryodoji family. She held nothing back, laying out every detail, as though she had already resolved to reveal everything. Chapter 452, Let You Live On. That's how it is. The girl took a deep breath and looked firmly at Masatsuki Aozaki. "Captain Commander, right now only you, someone Kagarosa Inaba cannot replicate, have the power to save everything. We must find the Shinenju before the Ryodoji family does, or their plot will succeed." Masatsuki Aozaki listened quietly to her entire explanation, his expression showing neither surprise nor confusion. In truth, most of what she said, he already knew. The only piece of information that stood out to him was being reminded of the Ryodoji family's involvement. Still, he remained patient and listened carefully without interrupting her even once. After a few seconds of thought, his expression turned serious. His piercing gaze locked onto the girl, as if trying to see straight through to the depths of her soul. "You talked a lot about the Shinenju, but what about you?" "Ah, me." Nozomi Kujo looked momentarily lost, unsure how to respond. "Kagarosa Inaba, he's trying to fuse with you, isn't he?" Masatsuki rubbed his chin, speaking with complete seriousness. His tone was firm, as if he had already seen through everything. If he succeeds, then Nozomi Kujo will cease to exist. His voice was low and steady, carrying weight. Despite how terrifying his words were, there was something oddly comforting about them. "That's not important. The safety of the 3 realms matters more." Her words were abruptly cut off as Masatsuki raised his hand. "Let's not forget, you're the one who asked for my help. You know what that means, don't you? Help comes at a price." His eyes sharpened, and his gaze pierced her like 2 swords. A price. Nozomi blinked, caught off guard. Why was he suddenly talking about a price? Wasn't the captain commander of the Gotei 13 supposed to protect the world? She had just offered intelligence vital to the safety of the realms. Was he seriously asking for payment? And the way he said it sounded so sketchy. Speaking of price, there's hardly anything in this world more valuable than life. Masatsuki gently patted her head, flashing a full set of white teeth in a bright, unbothered smile. Strangely enough, it didn't feel unpleasant. In that case, the price will be your life. What? She gasped, blinking in confusion. Masatsuki gave a small smile and spoke firmly. I mean, you can't give up your life. This world is far too dangerous. You'll only be safe if you stay by my side. From now on, to pay that price, stay with me. I'll protect you. He said it so casually, as if it were obvious, completely unaware of the emotional storm he was stirring up. The girl froze for a moment, a warm sensation rising in her chest. But before she could say anything, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Bambietta stepped inside, gave Masatsuki a proper bow, and reported respectfully. Master, Aizen has sent another message. He says it's urgent and requests your immediate return to the Soul Society. At that, Nozomi Kujo felt a chill run through her. Aizen, she knew that name well. As the lieutenant of the 1st Division, his status was critical, and even Kagarosa Inaba had acknowledged his strength. If Aizen was urgently summoning Masatsuki back, something major had clearly happened. Could it be that Kagarosa had already made his move? She speculated anxiously. Maybe her escape from the Dangai had enraged him. After all, they were all born from the same fragmented soul, intertwined by fate. Their existence was meant to help the original soul master its Zanpakutō's power. And now, she'd gone rogue. By the original plan, once each fragment had mastered their Zanpakutō, they were to reunite, restoring the original man. But now that she'd escaped, there was no way Kagarosa Inaba would let that go. She was running out of time. A decision had to be made. Keep running and risk dragging others into danger? Or sacrifice herself to buy time, to slow the dangerous man down? She instinctively turned to Masatsuki Aozaki, searching his expression for some kind of answer. But all she saw was him gently shaking his head, a look of helpless resignation on his face. Can't be helped. I'll head back now. Oh, right. Let Senna know to get ready, I'll be bringing both of them with me. After speaking, Masatsuki Aozaki turned to the girl beside him. What are you so worried about? The Gotei 13 is protected by its captain commander. That means I protect them. And you too. Glancing once more at the two girls, Masatsuki was in high spirits. With a gesture through Amanamanaka, he opened a spatial portal. Just like that, Masatsuki Aozaki, Senna, and Nozomi Kujo stepped into the Soul Society together. Whether they did so willingly or not, the two girls were now following Masatsuki's lead. As they made their way forward, not a single patrol guard approached to question why the captain commander was strolling through the streets during work hours with two unfamiliar girls. No one even batted an eye, they were clearly used to it by now. What kind of reputation did this man have among the Shinigami? The girls were lost in thought when the tall figure ahead came to a stop. 2 more blocks and we'll reach the 1st Division. His voice remained calm and gentle, instantly easing the unrest in their hearts. How good are you at handling girls, anyway? Senna muttered, pouting slightly. Masatsuki said nothing, just grinned and waved it off. Who's he pretending to be shy for? The two petite girls rolled their eyes at the same time, clearly unimpressed by his behavior. But just as they were busy silently roasting him in their minds, the smile on Masatsuki's face suddenly vanished, wiped away like a receding tide. Without warning, he lifted his arm, tracing a smooth, arcing semicircle through the air before extending a long, pale finger. A crisp clang echoed out. A brilliant flash of steel, an incredibly sharp blade gleamed with a chilling glint as it emerged. In the blink of an eye, the weapon collided fiercely with his fingertip. The attacker had clearly poured every ounce of power into that single strike. It was fast, absurdly fast, on the verge of slicing clean through Masatsuki's neck in a heartbeat. But in that same instant, the towering figure before them, solid and unmoving like a mountain, moved with ghost-like swiftness. A massive hand shot out and intercepted the strike head-on, in a way no ordinary Shinigami could ever hope to match. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, Just My Bad Luck. In an instant, countless sparks flew, dazzling the eyes. The attacker's once hawk-like sharp eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at the man who had effortlessly raised his hand to block the strike. What incredible reflexes! Any other captain, except perhaps the top few, would never have evaded my blade. The assailant marveled inwardly but didn't hesitate. He swiftly retreated several steps, creating a safe distance between them. As if fearing his opponent might decapitate him, he raised his long sword overhead, gripping the hilt with both hands. The attacker trembled, seemingly consumed by fear, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes revealed indescribable panic. Yet, Masatsuki Aozaki found this display somewhat amusing, though his smile remained chilling. "Captain Isshin, what are you doing?" Masatsuki inquired, though his mind was already racing, contemplating how to showcase his extraordinary strength before the two young girls. Unexpectedly, Isshin Shiba grinned, a smile as unsettling as a villain's, and laughed aloud. "Captain Commander, there's no need for pretenses now, is there? It's just your misfortune that the two individuals we need are with you. Today is your demise." As his words fell, powerful ryatsu surged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sound of a sudden storm filled the air. Swish, swish, swish. Agile figures materialized like phantoms, stepping into view. Upon closer inspection, they were familiar faces. The 2nd Division Captain, Yashiro Shihoin. The 6th Division Captain, Byakuya Kachiki. The 8th Division Captain, Shunsui Kairaku. The 11th Division Captain, Kenpachi Zaraki. The 13th Division Captain, Joshiro Yukitake. Each exuded a formidable aura, their presence imposing and suffocating, clearly indicating hostile intent. The sudden appearance of these 5 captains seemed to solidify the surrounding air, making the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Faced with this overwhelming scene, the two inexperienced young girls felt intimidated, their eyes instinctively turning to Masatsuki Aozaki for comfort and support. "Protect them, I'll go stretch my legs," Masatsuki whispered reassuringly. Senna and Nozomi Kujo felt lost, but two women, dressed in kimonos and exuding an ethereal aura, appeared before them without warning. Masatsuki then scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Leave these imposters to me. Stay back for now, and ensure the patrol evacuates the area." "Understood." The 10th Division's patrol unit immediately began clearing the area. Whether the captains were real or imposters, it was basic common sense for regular Shinigami to stay far away from a captain-level fight. At that moment, an invisible barrier rose, like a steel wall spanning the sky. A super ryatsu barrier. The 5 captains sensed the barrier's might, their expressions growing serious. Clearly, someone had deployed an immensely powerful defensive technique. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes and clenched his right fist, swinging it forward with force. A tremendous energy surged forth, blasting straight ahead with unstoppable momentum. Boom. Ryatsu collided, producing an earth-shattering noise. Masatsuki's fist met Yashiro Shihoin's incoming kick squarely. The two immense forces clashed, generating a shockwave that swept in all directions. In an instant, pillars of flame erupted from Yashiro's shoulders, the force seemingly piercing the sky. This power was no less than the original's, perhaps even surpassing the real Yashiro. Simultaneously, Masatsuki exerted force through his arm. With a loud explosion, Yashiro's body burst apart, flesh scattering in all directions. Witnessing this, the remaining 4 captains were stunned. Defeating a captain with a single punch, was this man even human? "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." With Byakuya Kachiki's low cry, the Zanpakutō in his hand instantly transformed into thousands of gleaming blades. Under the shimmering light, they fluttered through the air like falling cherry blossoms. "Drink, no Zarashi." On the other side, Kenpachi Zaraki gripped his massive cleaver and brought it down on Masatsuki Aozaki with the force of a collapsing mountain. But facing such a brutal strike, Masatsuki Aozaki merely shifted slightly. He raised 2 fingers and, as if brushing away dust, lightly tapped the side of the blade. The devastating Zanpakutō shattered just like that. Impossible. Staring at the broken weapon in his hands, Kenpachi Zaraki was completely stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The storm of petals pouring down on Masatsuki brought no reaction, at most, they caused a faint itch. He ignored them entirely. Then, with a casual swing of his fist, Kenpachi Zaraki's massive head burst open like an overripe watermelon. The flowery winds become disturbed, the god of flowers sings, the heavenly winds become disturbed, the devil of heaven sneers. Kaiten Kayakatsu. All ye waves, become my shield. All ye thunder, become my blade. Sojio no Kotowari. Shunsui Kairaku and Joshiro Yukitake had finally finished reciting the fearsome release incantations of the Zanpakutō passed down through the lineage of Genryosei. At that moment, Joshiro Yukitake stood quietly in the distance, twin blades in hand, eyes locked on the unfolding battle ahead. Shunsui Kairaku, meanwhile, acted with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he leapt into his own shadow. In a flash, a pitch-black shadow blade surged out from beneath Masatsuki Aozaki's feet, lunging forward with fierce momentum. Masatsuki reacted instantly to the ambush. His body flickered, and he shot upward with explosive speed. Right behind him, Shunsui Kairaku emerged from the shadow, matching his ascent midair, positioning himself level with the falling Masatsuki. In the Soul Society, Shunsui couldn't fly freely like a bird. So in this moment of urgency, he made a decisive move. He shouted. "White! The moment the word rang out, Shunsui Kayaraka swung his blade without hesitation, slashing toward the white haori draped over Masatsuki Aozaki. This was one of Kaiten Kayakatsu's Shirkai abilities, irony. When a specific color is called out, only attacks targeting that color-covered area will be effective. Moreover, the greater the surface area of that color on the one calling it out, the more powerful the resulting attack becomes. But at the same time, it also increases the area they expose to enemy attacks. And the reverse holds true as well. Chapter 454, How can the gap be this huge? Watching Shunsui Kayaraka swing his Zanpakutō at him, Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a faint, dismissive smirk. After all, he had wielded Kaiten Kayakatsu before, he was no stranger to this kind of combat. Masatsuki knew all too well that the ability Kayaraka displayed might seem governed by rules at first glance, but in truth, that wasn't the case. Kaiten Kayakatsu's real power stemmed from its deep connection to Ryatsu. Once Shunsui Kayaraka released his Zanpakutō, it generated a unique Ryatsu domain. Only within that field could those so-called rules actually take effect. Official setting. Which meant that disrupting this domain and finding a way to break through wasn't as complicated as it seemed. All it took was an overwhelming surge of Ryatsu, so immense it couldn't be resisted, to crush the domain completely. With that in mind, Masatsuki raised his arm without hesitation. In an instant, a torrent of black and white Ryatsu erupted from within him, surging like a tidal wave. The force poured outward like a collapsing sky, crashing down on Shunsui Kayaraka with crushing pressure. Under the sheer weight of it, Kayaraka's knees buckled involuntarily, he nearly fell. Jushiro Yukitake flashed forward in a blink, almost as if he had teleported, appearing in front of Kayaraka with both blades raised high. He launched into a rapid assault. Vertical slash. Horizontal sweep. Diagonal strike. Upward swing. Each move came in swift, relentless succession, the flashing blades forming a dense web of attacks. Yet Masatsuki stood firm, unmoved, like a mountain that couldn't be shaken. Using only his hands like sharpened blades, he parried every strike with precision. Had Yukitake not been moving so fast, too focused on the onslaught to register anything else, his face would have shown pure disbelief. Someone blocked his blade barehanded. He wasn't Isshin Shiba. Yukitake knew Masatsuki was powerful, but they were just Reigai. No matter how accurate their data was, they could only mimic what they'd observed. They couldn't know everything. So it wasn't surprising that they'd run into unforeseen complications against Masatsuki. If they'd known he'd been able to block Kenpachi Zaraki's full-force strikes barehanded decades ago, they might have thought twice about their approach. Clearly, their intel wasn't that detailed. Masatsuki let out a light laugh, his mouth curling faintly. The spirit particles he controlled quickly condensed into an Asachi. With a sharp upward swing. Clang. Yukitake's twin blades were sliced apart with shocking ease. The blade didn't stop there. It swept across Yukitake's neck. A head flew cleanly into the air, yet not a single drop of blood touched the blade. Sheathed. A head severed, yet the sword remained spotless. After beheading Jushiro Yukitake, Masatsuki Aozaki slowly straightened up and looked ahead. TCH. You guys. You're nothing compared to those annoying seniors. His voice was calm, but laced with scorn. Junior, you're joking again. Our Ryatsu has been specially refined, it's you who's just too strong. Shunsui Kayaraka smiled as he replied, driving his dual blades into the ground. In the next instant, a surge of powerful Ryatsu exploded outward. Bankai, Kaiten Kayakatsu, Karamatsu Shinju. With a low murmur, a shadowy female figure composed of an unknown substance appeared behind him. From the twin blades sprouted several black pine trees and needles, and the surrounding landscape darkened in an instant. However, the Ryatsu that should have chilled the bones barely stirred Masatsuki Aozaki, it felt no more than a gentle breeze brushing past. At the same time, Masatsuki cast a glance behind Shunsui. He saw Byakuya Kuchiki loosen his grip on his Zanpakutō, its tip pointing downward as it sank silently into the rippling ground. Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. From the rippling earth on either side, thousands of massive blades rose in unison, a majestic sight. But the spectacle lasted only a moment. The next second, the towering blades shattered like flower petals, fragmenting into countless smaller blades that scattered through the air. Seeing this, Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. Come on, Byakuya-chan, that's still not enough. You've got to try harder. As the newly promoted captain, Byakuya Kuchiki's strength was roughly on par with Yashiro Shihoin, perhaps slightly stronger, but still far from the level of Masatsuki's two seniors or Kenpachi Zaraki. Until now, Byakuya had been lingering on the sidelines, offering half-hearted support with harmless attacks. Masatsuki had nearly forgotten he was even there. Now he realized, there was still one harmless presence left on the battlefield. Don't call me that. I'm not your junior. Byakuya frowned, visibly displeased. Thanks to Sojin Kuchiki's careful guidance, Byakuya had never become the cold, aloof figure known in the original story. Then again, it might have been Masatsuki's irreverent influence that made him so different from his canon self. Masatsuki Aozaki, prepare to die. Byakuya's eyes narrowed, his voice firm and icy. Shukiai, Hakutiken. As his words fell, the Zanpakutō in Byakuya's hands transformed. A long sword, formed from countless petals, shimmered with immense spiritual pressure. He poured the full force of Senbon Sakura's petals and Riryoku into the blade. It blazed with brilliant white light, like wings unfolding from his back. Byakuya's figure vanished in a blur. In a blink, he appeared before Masatsuki and unleashed a powerful slash without hesitation. As Byakuya's swordmaster, Masatsuki knew this was his strongest technique. Yet having sparred with Byakuya countless times, and believing himself to have stepped into the realm of the divine, Masatsuki still didn't see him as a threat. With a dull thud, the glowing white sword shattered in Byakuya's hands. A deep gash tore across his torso. Blood burst forth, scattering through the air like crimson flowers. So it's still no use. Watching his comrade fall, Shunsui Kairaku's face remained calm, as if unfazed by the outcome. In truth, he had been conducting an experiment, trying to use the elevated Ryatsu of his Bankai to influence Masatsuki with his ability. But now he stood there frowning, filled with doubt and confusion. No black spots. No bottomless pit. It was clear his attempt had failed. He simply couldn't understand. With Bankai active, he should have stood among the top-tier Shinigami, so how could the gap in Ryatsu still be so vast? But he didn't have time to reflect further. Earlier, Kenpachi Zaraki had been wearing a limiter to suppress his power. Shunsui, on the other hand, had unleashed his full strength from the start. And now, having activated Bankai, his body had already begun to fall apart, unable to contain the strain. Did you know this novel has already been fully translated on Trion? Feel free to read it all the way to the end here, p@trion.com/pinksnake, replace the "at" with an "a". Chapter 455, Chapter 455, a death sentence wouldn't be unjustified. Masatsuki Aozaki stood silently atop the ruins, his presence blending seamlessly into the shattered landscape around him. His gaze was cold and unmoving, locked straight ahead. As cracks began to spread across Shunsui Kairaku's body, the corner of Masatsuki's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. As expected, a fake is still a fake. Can't even handle a Bankai. Shunsui chuckled at the jab. Ah, your tongue is still as sharp as ever, Junior. He slowly sheathed his blades, as though he'd already accepted the outcome. But just then, Masatsuki sensed something off. His eyes narrowed. The two weren't far apart, just a few meters. Close enough for danger, but far enough for tricks. He noticed the imposter's hands beginning to glow. Reishi was rapidly concentrating at his fingertips. The man sitting cross-legged in his straw hat gave a twisted grin. Shime no Dan, Itokura Basami Kaizo no Nadabuya. Final act, thread-cutting scissors upon a blood-streaked throat. In a flash, a gleam of cold light tore through the air with deadly precision, slicing straight toward Masatsuki. A thread of reishi instantly slashed through his neck. But from a distance, Shunsui Kairaku frowned. Something wasn't right. There was no sensation of impact. Sure enough, the beheaded form of Masatsuki Aozaki shimmered, then dissolved into glowing particles of light, vanishing without a trace. And right in front of him, Masatsuki's body reformed once more. He stood there calmly, gaze locked on Shunsui, lost in thought. These imitation captains, they were impressively accurate. From appearance to mannerisms, nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. But Masatsuki didn't speak his thoughts aloud. He simply stared in silence. Then, with a sudden motion, he raised his blade high overhead. The cold gleam of the weapon immediately drew everyone's attention. Without hesitation, he brought it down. The slash was blindingly fast. Shunsui had planned to evade with Shuinpa, but there was no time to react. A sharp jolt of pain tore through him as blood sprayed from the wound. His body crumpled to the ground, limp and powerless. His life force faded, and before long, he dissolved into a pile of dust and gravel, scattering into the wind. The battlefield fell into eerie silence. Only Masatsuki Aozaki remained, standing tall, his pristine blade still in hand. Swish. Late at night, Masatsuki Aozaki handed the two girls over to his two secretaries in the third seat, then quietly shut the door to the lieutenant's office. I'm back, Aizen-chan. So, what did you want to talk about? As the rain beat frantically against the cold window, Masatsuki grinned warmly at his friend. But hearing that nickname, Aizen couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed, as usual. You're acting way too casual. With everything going on, I didn't expect the captain commander to still have time to go out and play around. Masatsuki tilted his head. Is it really that serious? Aizen froze for a moment. Well, for this man, maybe it really wasn't. He shook his head. Do you know someone named Oko Yashima? Oko Yushima. Masatsuki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Before he could respond further, Aizen continued. Chances are, he's the mastermind behind all of this. He was once a researcher in the 12th Division. He proposed the Reigai project to Central 46, creating Shinigami replicas to take on dangerous missions in place of real Shinigami. Don't you think there might be a connection between those Reigai and the imposters we've seen recently? Might be. It's obvious they're the same damn thing, Masatsuki scoffed with clear disdain. TCH. And here I thought you had something major to say. That's it. Then he suddenly remembered, after Kujo Nozomi had woken up, he hadn't spoken to Aizen about any of it yet. So, he laid out everything he knew. After hearing it all, Aizen nodded slightly and murmured. That clears things up. Oko Yushima's plan was eventually declared forbidden by Central 46, on the grounds that it could endanger the Soul Society. Aizen smirked as he continued. That's when I began working with him. I helped him avoid imprisonment. In exchange, he helped me access the underground labs of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. As part of the deal, I gave him a hefty supply of valuable experimental resources. After that, he vanished. The Gotei 13 has had a warrant out for him ever since. Masatsuki listened, thinking to himself. So it really was you, you bastard. No wonder the Reigai project got finished so early, it was thanks to your help. He sighed inwardly, feeling a bit helpless. Still, he could understand. At the time, Aizen's priority had been completing the Hogyoku. Everything else must have seemed trivial. Reigai. Probably just a side project to him. After all, once you reach the realm of the gods, what's the point of replicating weaklings? According to those two girls, he and the Ryodoji family's main base are hidden in the Dangai, Aizen said. I've already issued an order in your name. The Research and Development Institute is rushing to create tools for detecting modified souls. But honestly, I don't think we should be in such a rush to eliminate them. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. Oh. Planning to move against the nobles and Central 46. Aizen blinked, visibly caught off guard by how quickly Masatsuki had seen through him. Oko Yushima held a grudge against Central 46. The Ryodoji family despised Seireitei. And with Reigai tech capable of perfectly mimicking Shinigami, infiltration of Central 46 was a real, and terrifying, possibility. Even if they hadn't acted yet, just having the capability was enough. It was the perfect opportunity. After years of running the Gotei 13, Aizen had come to realize, the authority of the 1st Division Lieutenant and even the Captain Commander was still far too limited. Too many things couldn't be done while constrained by politics. It was time to shift the balance. What's the point of having power without the authority to use it? 5 captains openly attacked you. A lot of squad members witnessed it. And you could see through the imposters. He trailed off, but the implication was clear. Fake or not, the ones in power get to decide the truth. But then, what about the old men? Sensing Masatsuki's hesitation, Aizen added at just the right moment. Isn't it our duty to protect Seireitei? Fair enough. In that case. Before he could finish, a soft cough interrupted him from behind. Masatsuki spun around. There stood the bald old man, silently watching him. Master. Would it kill you to say something first? You scared the hell out of me. Masatsuki half scolded, half laughed. Eavesdropping in the middle of the night. You better not go snooping around Shin'o Academy. If word ever got out about what the male students talk about in the dorms at night, they'd be sentenced to death by Central 46 without a doubt, you know. Yamamoto didn't say a word, just gave a low chuckle and smirked. He knew exactly how strong this brat was. There was no way Masatsuki hadn't sensed his presence. Those remarks earlier? Clearly said just for him to hear. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, How to Move Forward. Yamamoto had heard that several captains had rebelled, so he came to the 1st Division personally to understand the situation. On the way, he speculated to himself. Had his young disciple acted recklessly, abusing the authority of the Captain Commander and doing something excessive that provoked the captain's collective outrage? But when he arrived, the news he heard was earth-shattering. This disciple of his had really given him a shock. A twitch ran through the corner of Yamamoto's eye. Taking action against the Central 46 compound. What was that supposed to mean? That was the highest authority in all of Seireitei. I've only been retired for a few years, and now you're trying to turn everything upside down. His thoughts raced like a torrent, and Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto quickly grasped just how audacious these two young men were. The overwhelming tide was already surging forward, and Yamamoto pushed aside his troubling thoughts with sheer will. Masatsuki Aozaki might still treat him with a good degree of respect. Sosuke Aizen might be known throughout Seireitei as a mild-mannered man. But he would bet anything, if these two really planned to act against the Central 46 compound's top brass, they would show no mercy. What exactly is going on? Yamamoto's deep voice rang out. He closed the door, slowly stepped into the room, and took the seat at the head of the table, his expression calm and unworried. He showed no concern that his disciple might turn his blade against someone who had long supported the nobility. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. He poured a cup of hot tea, gently placed it in front of the old man, and calmly explained. It seems there's an enemy hiding in the shadows, capable of replicating the appearance of Shinigami, creating imposters with the aim of threatening Seireitei. As Captain Commander, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The atmosphere grew tense. Yamamoto had led the Gotei 13 for over 1,000 years. Though somewhat stubborn in nature, he was far from foolish. After just a few words, this seasoned elder saw through what the two younger men had in mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What you're planning? It's nothing short of madness. If even a single step goes wrong, the consequences could be irreparably severe. He lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and went on. The aristocracy has ruled Seireitei for over 1,000,000 years. The best we were able to achieve was replacing them with the Central 46 compound, replacing the chaos of a dark age with rule of law. But what you're attempting is to overturn everything, to shatter rules that have lasted for thousands of years. Have you really thought it through, what comes next? That was the true source of the former Captain Commander's worry. He didn't particularly care about the fate of the nobles. The only reason they were spared 1,000 years ago was because no one knew what to do without them. The only thing he truly cared about was the direction this world would take in the future. As for what that future would look like, Masatsuki Aozaki had no answer. But he didn't need one, because Aizen was by his side. Masatsuki Aozaki replied softly. Master, please rest assured. Our current action is only to kill some of the nobles, with the aim of making them obey us. If this path really doesn't work, it's not too late to stop. We can't even dare to try. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled gently, with a confident gleam in his eyes. What's more, I believe in the abilities of my lieutenant, and he will definitely be able to manage the Seireitei. Upon hearing this, Aizen straightened up slightly, and the smile on his face showed even more confidence. Yamamoto glanced at him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw Aizen's expression full of confidence and determination, his heart couldn't help but soften. Looking at Aizen's confident appearance, although Yamamoto still had some anxiety in his heart, he slowly nodded. After all, that young disciple was stronger than himself, and it was almost impossible to suppress him by force. Besides, he didn't have many years left to live. Even if he could rein him in this time, who would restrain him in a few hundred years? What's more, in terms of goals, if this attempt was successful, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Seoul society. Those corrupt nobles can be infuriating sometimes. It's good that young people have drive, who hasn't been young and experienced impulse and adventure. The times 1,000 years ago were much more chaotic than they are now, and back then they also forged ahead, constantly exploring new paths. If Masatsuki Aozaki ends up banging his head on the way forward and bleeding to death, this old man here is not useless. As a senior, he has a wealth of experience and can step in at critical moments. Thinking about this, Yamamoto took a deep breath and gulped down the hot tea in front of him. He didn't ask for any more details, and this kind of thing is better left to the young people like them. He was just an ordinary retired old man, and it was time to let go. He watched the old man Yamamoto leave. Senna and Nozomi Kujo, led by their big sisters, arrived at Masatsuki Aozaki's side. Their brows gradually relaxed, and they felt a sense of relief. After all, the former Captain Commander had a formidable reputation. They were worried that he would kill them both to protect the world. Senna turned her head and asked softly. What should we do now? It's too dangerous to let you wander around outside, so of course you're coming home with me. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled as he answered, and at the same time released his spiritual perception, which instantly covered the entire Seireitei. Then, he turned his head and looked at Aizen, folded his hands together, and said with a smile. So. I'll leave everything to you, Lieutenant Sama. Aizen frowned slightly and nodded. We'll start the operation tomorrow. You'd better be ready. After that, he turned and left. Under the respectful gaze of the many Shinigamis, Masatsuki Aozaki left the 1st Division barracks together with the 5 girls. In the endless Dangai, there exists a mysterious space bubble. And in a research room within this space bubble, a man dressed in the attire of a researcher is staring intently at the screen in front of him. The screen displays creepy data. Damn it. The man clenches his fists, his eyes bulging as if he wants to look through the screen, his lips almost bitten to the point that blood drips from the corners of his mouth. Damn it. Those bastards, we've lost 5 more, he roared in frustration. Are those idiots from the Ryodoji family treating my masterpiece as a tool for them to waste? The man's voice was full of anger and resentment, as if it would erupt at any time. What a bunch of ignorant fools, all of them deserve to die. However, at this moment, it seemed that he suddenly remembered something, and his expression instantly became distorted, revealing a sinister and strange smile. He turned his head and his gaze fell on the other man next to him. Kensei Maguruma, go immediately and invite Ganryu Ryodoji to come here. Tell him that I have something important to discuss with him, the man whispered, a hint of cunning in his tone. In the corner of the room, a Shinigami in the likeness of Kensei Maguruma stepped out of the shadows. He bowed his head to listen to the man's orders, then respectfully replied. As you command, Kagurose-sama. Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, he had used Shunpa to leave the room at breakneck speed. Chapter 457, a rare sight. After Kensei Maguruma left, the man's face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. He raised his hand and casually adjusted his short, two-toned yellow-green parted hair, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. No need to be impatient. Masatsuki Aozaki may be formidable, but he hasn't led the Gotei 13 for long. His foundation is still shallow. Kagurose Inaba sat in his chair, one hand propping up his chin as he muttered to himself. To kill 5 captains right in front of all those squad members, quite the spectacle. But young people are still young, lacking depth and far too hot-blooded. Does he think captains are that easy to kill? A flash of disdain crossed his face, he clearly didn't see Masatsuki Aozaki as a real threat. Those fools in the Central 46 compound, at least this time, they might actually prove useful. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Given the current situation, it wasn't yet time to confront Masatsuki Aozaki head-on. After all, he was just an ordinary researcher. He didn't have overwhelming power. Only once he captured Nozomi Kujo and fused with her, becoming Oko Yashima once again, and fully took control of the Zanpakutō, would he truly have the confidence to face everything. When that time came, forget Masatsuki Aozaki, even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto wouldn't be worth fearing. What use is brute strength? Can it compare to my unmatched intellect? I'm the only one capable of creating a perfect masterpiece like Reigai. You loyal dogs of the Central 46 compound, just wait. As that thought crossed his mind, the corners of Kagurose Inaba's mouth lifted into a confident smile. However, in that moment, the fleeting thought that had crossed his mind while reviewing the data earlier suddenly returned like a looming shadow. Why had the Reigai sent out this time died so quickly? The 5 captains he dispatched to aid the Ryodoji family, while perhaps unable to defeat him, should at least have been able to stall Masatsuki Aozaki and buy them time. These weren't just ordinary Reigai. They were captains enhanced specifically for Ryatsu. Even putting battle aside, just identifying that something was off about them, recognizing that they weren't their originals, should have taken days, maybe longer. Yet from the moment their Ryatsu spiked to when their life signals vanished, not even 30 seconds had passed. What could anyone possibly do in that time? Not even enough to finish a cup of tea. Masatsuki Aozaki, just how did he pull that off? Kagurose Inaba's brows furrowed, then slowly twisted into a grimace. But even if the men could defeat 5 captains, so what? He's the captain commander. Would he go to war with all of Seireitei? At that thought, Kagurose Inaba smirked. Masatsuki Aozaki, don't blame me for being ruthless. If anyone's to blame, it's you, for being too impulsive, too showy, too reckless. You brought this on yourself. Hehehe. He chuckled, the sound rising into a manic cackle. His eyes gleamed with cruelty and madness, as if he could already see Masatsuki Aozaki's death, and the downfall of Seireitei. Masatsuki Aozaki, do you really think you can stop me? How naive. Seireitei will be the sacrifice that heralds my return. And you'll be nothing more than an insect under my heel. Kagurose Inaba growled through clenched teeth. He turned and walked toward the lab, ready to continue executing his plan. He would make sure Masatsuki Aozaki understood, anyone who stood against him would meet only one end, death. This Masatsuki Aozaki, even after becoming captain commander, he was still the same, no depth, no subtlety. What exactly did that old man Yamamoto even see in him? The next morning, the 1st Division quickly dispatched the captain commander's orders to the other divisions, announcing that Seireitei had been infiltrated by unknown individuals. All division captains were to report to the 1st Division to receive special equipment developed by the Shinigami Research and Development Institute and begin internal investigations within their squads. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki himself led a group of 11th Division members in a swift deployment to Seireitei, tasked with securing the safety of the wise men and judges of the Central 46 compound. It wasn't a matter of distrusting the 1st Division squad members. It was simply that some matters could only be handled by those cold-blooded executioners. Inside the Central 46 compound's council chamber, a solemn atmosphere pervaded. Behind barrier after barrier, the most powerful authorities in all of Seireitei had gathered. From the 6 highest seats, a lone judge, distinctly not one of the 5 great noble families, spoke in a raspy, aged voice. Masatsuki Aozaki brutally murdered 5 captains in the streets. This is outright rebellion, his crimes are unforgivable. In my view, we must immediately issue orders for the Zanpakutō to mobilize in secret. They are to apprehend Masatsuki Aozaki and his accomplices. At the same time, declare to all of Seireitei that Masatsuki Aozaki and Sosuke Aizen are traitors. Effective immediately, issue a full court warrant for their capture. Upon hearing this proposal, several wise men who had once shown support for Masatsuki Aozaki frowned. Yet none voiced opposition. After all, their presence here was to safeguard noble interests. And what Masatsuki Aozaki had done this time was beyond outrageous, killing the heir of the Kuchiki clan and even the head of the Shihoin clan in front of witnesses. If he could do that yesterday, who was to say he wouldn't one day snap and turn his blade on the wise men and judges themselves? Those aligned with the Kuchiki and Shihoin factions, however, didn't overthink the matter. Instead, their expressions grew subtly strange. Because just that morning, they had already received word. Their clan's heir and family head were both alive and well, not even a hair was out of place. The Kuchiki clan had even held a family meeting the day before. The young master, family head, the elder patriarch, and the senior elders had all gathered in a bright, spacious conference hall to discuss potential candidates for the young master's future bride. Word was, the young master had recently grown close to a commoner woman, much to the elder patriarch Jinrai Kuchiki's fury. The Kuchiki clan was, after all, one of the 5 great noble houses, and Jinrai was a staunch traditionalist. How could a mere commoner be allowed to marry into the clan? So during the meeting, the old man didn't hold back, he harshly scolded the young master and even gave him a spanking in front of everyone. Although the young master felt wronged, he dared not resist. Thankfully, the current clan head stepped in to mediate, saying things like, young people are impulsive, and, it's understandable, which spared the young master from further embarrassment. In the end, they tentatively decided to seek out a well-matched fiancé for him, one that would protect the clan's honor and allow the young master to settle into his responsibilities. Naturally, the young master disagreed and was now trying to maneuver around the decision. Sadly, those wise men and judges, now bound to Seireitei Kirin for life, would never witness that once-in-a-millennium scene with their own eyes. The inner court trooper who had just received the order froze. Something had clearly occurred to him, and he hesitated for a moment. But as a member of the Zanpakutō, he had undergone strict training. No matter his doubts or dissatisfaction, he had to obey the orders of his superiors without question. He accepted the command token and was just about to leave, when the sound of a large door opening echoed from behind. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, they're different. Who dares barge in here without being announced? The inner court trooper turned around in shock. Before he could react, a young man with brown, curly hair and glasses approached with a soft smile. His expression was calm, his demeanor bright and gentle. He wore a sleeveless white haori, and a wooden badge with the character 1 was tied to his arm. The lords of the Central 46 compound only glanced at the intruder briefly before shifting their eyes to the doorway beyond him. There, a tall figure stood framed by the solemn stone gate, a radiant smile on his face, yet even under the sunlight, it sent chills down the spine. Masatsuki Aozaki, Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, and Lieutenant Sosuke Aizen, why are you here? And you, Gotei 13 is only authorized to patrol the outer perimeter. How did you get inside? To draw your blades in the council hall, are you attempting a rebellion? Guards. Someone. Arrest these traitors at once. Amid the rising clamor of scolding voices, a furious shout rang out. From hidden passages, a flood of Shinigami guards poured forth, clad in white masks and wielding iron forks. Their movements were swift. In moments, Masatsuki Aozaki and the 11th Division squad members were surrounded. Surrounded by guards and facing wise men and judges treating them like enemies, Aizen merely smiled with a touch of mockery. My lords, why such harsh words? We've come to protect you. Nonsense. The Central 46 compound has its own guards, we don't need your protection. For you to intrude into the council hall uninvited is a grave offense. You clearly have no regard for the authority of those present. Exactly. Captain Commander Aozaki, I advise you to retreat at once. At these words, a flicker of disdain passed through Aizen's eyes. He chuckled softly. Oh. Is that so? With that, he gracefully drew Kyoka Suigetsu from his waist, his gaze pausing for a moment on one of the wise men. That wise man's heart trembled. Meeting Aizen's cold gaze, a sense of dread surged through him. He turned to flee. But in the very next moment, a sharp blade pierced his chest. Before he could even cry out, the long katana sliced upward, cleaving him clean from chest to skull. The chamber was instantly thrown into a scene of shocking bloodshed. A brief silence fell before an enraged voice exploded. How dare you? Committing murder in the council hall. What are you all standing around for? Arrest this criminal. My lords, there's no need to panic. Perhaps you should take a look at this. Unbothered, Aizen calmly shook his head. A wave of unseen reiatsu surged from his body, distorting the surrounding air as it swept across the entire council hall. He bent down, retrieving something from the pool of blood. The wise men and judges narrowed their eyes, leaning forward to see more clearly. In his hand was a red orb, shaped like a pill. Even more astonishing, both the corpse and the blood on the ground began to disintegrate, crumbling into ash. Is that a Jikongan pill developed by the 12th Division? How could the Shinigami Research and Development Institute dare to create something like this? One of the wise men couldn't help but cry out. As a critical experimental tool directly tied to the safety of Shinigami operating in the world of the living, any research related to the Jikongan had to be reported to the Central 46 compound from the outset. Even though these wise men rarely left their chambers, they could still recognize such an item at a glance. The color might be different, but it was unmistakably a Jikongan pill. But then, how did that wise man end up with one inside his body? These men weren't fools. It only took a moment of thought for a terrifying idea to dawn on them. With a casual pinch of his fingers, Aizen crushed the pill like a candy bead. You're mistaken, my lords. While this does relate somewhat to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, the real responsibility lies with you. What did you say? Do you remember Oko Yushima? And his Spearhead Project? Oko Yushima. Never heard of him. Who's that? The sages and judges exchanged puzzled looks. Clearly, a low-level researcher from the 12th Division wasn't worth remembering to these dignitaries, even if their decisions nearly ruined his life. But in Masatsuki Aozaki's mind, these people had brought it on themselves. If they didn't approve of the research, they could have simply shut it down. The man hadn't even done anything yet, and his original intentions had been good. Sentencing him outright was far too cruel. Aizen stood in the center of the council hall, the floor beneath his feet glowing with light, making him appear like a poised and elegant speaker on stage. This one here is not a real wise man, but a Reigai, an artificial replica created by Oko Yushima. 100 years ago, he proposed the Spearhead Project based on this research. But you all rejected him. He harbored that resentment and eventually sought revenge, secretly replacing wise men and judges with his Reigai. The sages' worst fears were confirmed. A chill ran down their spines. Hearing some of them start to breathe heavily, Aizen sneered. No need to panic, my lords. The Gotei 13 has already developed a way to identify Reigai. To ensure your safety, those whose names are called, please come with us. The guards in the hall glanced at one another, unsure of what to do, then looked up to the 6 highest seats. Captain Commander, the floor is yours. A voice rang out from above. Everyone turned toward it and saw it was the judge from the Shihoin clan before looking away again. Everyone knew the Shihoin clan and the Aozaki clan were aligned. If not for the Kuchiki clan remaining neutral on the surface, and the Shiba clan still lacking influence after their recent return, everyone here would have already become Masatsuki Aozaki's people. There would be no room left for the other families to survive. With one judge taking the lead, the others followed, all except the one who had called for Masatsuki Aozaki's arrest. 5 judges were enough. The remaining wise men echoed their assent. Masatsuki Aozaki looked toward that lone judge and said in a deep voice, Takoyaki-sama, you'll be coming with us. He turned to the squad members behind him. Take him down. If he resists, kill him. The Shinigami charged forward with their blades drawn, shouting loudly, completely unconcerned with the fact that their target might be a high-ranking official. The wise men began to panic. Some tried to shout over the chaos, hoping to stop the fierce charge of the squad members. The judge seated in the high position looked on in shock as the Shinigami rushed in without hesitation. At last, he couldn't stay calm any longer. Outrageous. You fools, let me go, I am a judge. Whether you're Takoyaki-sama or not, the Gotei 13 will determine that. Aizen replied with a smile, gently waving his drawn blade. My advice. Don't bother struggling pointlessly. Otherwise. For a moment, the council hall echoed with the screams of sages and the roars of Shinigami. Those who complied were escorted away. Those who resisted were executed on the spot. That was the brutal, straightforward style of the 11th Division. The judges stared at Masatsuki Aozaki, standing beside Aizen and observing it all, and couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. This new captain commander was nothing like Yamamoto. The era of playing house was over. Though they had long seen the future coming, the judges could only taste bitter regret as they realized they were completely powerless to stop it. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, took the bait. The Central 40 SIX's sweeping action sent shockwaves through Seireitei like never before. Yet to the nobles' dismay, this was only the beginning. Shortly after the execution of Judge Takoyaki, the private military forces secretly raised by the major noble houses, comprised of family warriors and hired muscle, were arrested one after another by the Gotei 13. News came from all corners, and what they learned left them stunned. The one behind all of this was none other than Masatsuki Aozaki, the captain commander who was supposed to serve the nobles. They all knew just how powerful Masatsuki had become, both in force and influence. But this level of audacity. It was like being slapped in the face in front of the entire Soul Society. No, it was as if their faces were being trampled on. This state of affairs dragged on for days, and the nobles could finally take no more. Furious, they stormed toward the First Division, demanding an explanation. Amid the clamor, Masatsuki Aozaki stepped slowly out of the First Division barracks. The moment they saw him, the nobles instinctively swallowed hard, some even wanting to retreat. But then they came to their senses. They were nobles, what could Masatsuki possibly do? Kill them all. Even if he dared, would Yamamoto allow it? Captain Commander. You've gone way too far this time. Our subordinates did nothing wrong, yet you had them arrested. The Gotei 13 doesn't have that kind of authority. Masatsuki glanced at the angry crowd before him, inwardly amused. These pompous fools threw their weight around every day thanks to their noble titles. If he hadn't also held high-ranking noble status, they'd probably treat him like a servant. Now they were trembling because their interests had been touched, furious and humiliated. But Masatsuki didn't take them seriously. He spoke slowly. My lords, I trust you're all aware, I have my reasons for doing what I did. At that, the nobles erupted. What reasons? Our men are innocent. You're abusing your power. Masatsuki only smiled lightly at their outcry. He wasn't about to waste time bickering. Instead, he cut straight to the point. Tell me, do you really think I'd arrest people without cause? If your subordinates were truly innocent, would I have taken action so easily? That silenced the nobles. Of course, they knew their subordinates had suspicious behavior to some extent, but they hadn't expected Masatsuki to bring up the matter of Reigai. For a moment, none of them knew how to respond. Seeing their silence, Masatsuki continued. Let me remind you, as Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, I have the authority to investigate any actions that threaten the safety of Soul Society. Whether your subordinates are innocent, or even whether you yourselves are, isn't up to you to decide. That will be determined through a proper investigation. He turned to the guards. Take these people. They're obviously impostors daring to pose as noble lords. That's an unforgivable crime. Arrest them all. With that, Masatsuki turned and walked back inside, leaving the stunned nobles staring at one another. What did he mean by that? They realized then, Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't bluffing. If they kept pushing, they'd only bring more trouble upon themselves. Left with no choice, the nobles slinked away from the First Division in disgrace. But even if they wanted to leave, it was already too late. Looking around, they saw both sides of the street packed tight with people, shoulder to shoulder, sealing off every exit. In that instant, the noble lords stood frozen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lieutenant Sama, Lady Aozaki, Captain Zaraki, what exactly are you trying to do? One of them asked, his voice trembling. Did none of you hear what the Captain Commander just said? You're not clean yourselves. You'll have to undergo inspection. Aizen Sosuke responded calmly, standing beside Ranjaku Matsumoto, while on the other side of the crowd, Kenpachi Zaraki was already poised to strike. The nobles, aware of the war in hell, were chilled to the bone at the sight of the three gathered here. Lieutenant, this isn't funny. We used the Shinigami Research and Development Institute's equipment for testing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with us. Before he could finish, a sharp pain tore through his chest as a blade ran him through. Utter nonsense. The Institute's tools are tightly regulated, where did you even get access to them? Guards. Arrest them at once. Although Aizen said arrest, his subordinates drew their gleaming blades and charged straight into the crowd. The nobles immediately realized they weren't here to arrest anyone. They were here to kill. This was a trap. Carefully laid out. A setup from the start. Tomorrow's 9th Division newspaper would likely read. Last evening, a group of brazen criminals recklessly impersonated nobles and even dared to storm the barracks of the 1st Division. Audacious beyond belief. Fortunately, our brave and fearless members of the Gotei 13 dispatched them on the spot. The once arrogant, fearless nobles were now shaking with fear and despair. No one wanted to die here. But the 11th Division didn't care how scared they were. Zanpakutō in hand, they charged like starving beasts into the crowd, cutting the nobles down without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the pristine white street was soaked in blood, as if covered by a crimson carpet. With the nobles dealt with, Masatsuki Aozaki turned to see Nimue Kuratsuchi entering through the doorway. She immediately clung to his arm. Her enthusiastic gesture sharply contrasted with the stern expression on her face, stirring curiosity. Masatsuki asked, "How did today's mission go?" Nimue calmly nodded. According to Central 40 SIXS orders, everyone has been executed. The bloodshed didn't seem to disturb her at all. Masatsuki took a list she handed over a dozen names, each marked with a bold red X. Then, he passed her a new list. This is the next group to be eliminated. Just follow the plan. These lists had all been prepared in advance by Masatsuki Aozaki. The fate of every one on them had already been sealed. Whether or not they were Reigai, he didn't know, and it didn't matter. The girl glanced at the blood-soaked scene outside, screams still echoing in the air, and looked thoughtful. How many of them had been replaced with Reigai? About 1 in 5, Masatsuki replied with a smile. His tone was casual, as if discussing something utterly trivial. But for those caught in the middle of it, this was nothing short of a living nightmare. Kagerosa Inaba's pretty efficient. Give him a few more months, and there might not be any real nobles left. Masatsuki added, still smiling faintly. Chapter 460, it had to be Aizen's doing. Masatsuki Aozaki stared coldly at the bodies before him, a faint sneer tugging at the corner of his lips. But I really have to thank Kagerosa Inaba this time. If it weren't for the Reigai mess, it wouldn't have been this easy to send so many people off at once. The old man was a real headache, but now everything's legitimate and above board. No need to worry about making the Gotei 13 restless. Masatsuki chuckled, visibly pleased with how things had turned out. He believed the plan had been seamless, nothing short of perfection. Oh, right. Don't forget to confiscate their family assets for Seireitei. Aizen still has plenty he wants to do, and funds are tight right now, he added, brushing a hand through Nimue Kuratsuchi's long hair as a final reminder. By then, the sky had grown darker, thick clouds gathering overhead, as though signaling a much greater storm on the horizon. Nimue stood quietly at his side, letting out a silent sigh. What consequences would this bloodbath bring? And how would Masatsuki Aozaki seize this opportunity to further his ambitions? Would the three worlds really become a better place? She didn't know. It wasn't her concern. Her world had never been that big. As the great machine that was the Gotei 13 began to move in full force, the nobles realized they were completely outmatched. In this game of power and profit, they were doomed to become casualties. And Masatsuki Aozaki now stood on the winning side. His laughter echoed through the air, like a harbinger of a new era. Yet even as they trembled in fear, the nobles began to entertain other thoughts. After all, the ones who had played lapdogs for Masatsuki had suffered losses, but compared to those being purged now, their fates looked far more favorable. Given the choice, better to act than wait to be slaughtered. Compared to the survival of their family lines, things like honor or disgrace were fleeting and meaningless. They acted immediately. In the days that followed, countless nobles lined up to visit the Aozaki household, pledging their loyalty to Masatsuki Aozaki. At the same time, Masatsuki showed no hesitation in eliminating a number of unruly judges and wise men. Once that was done, he issued a direct order to the Gotei 13, under the guise of a state of emergency. The entire Seireitei Kairon was to be sealed off, with no one from the outside permitted to enter. From that moment on, Aizen began frequently traveling back and forth between the Central 46 compound. Every one of his proposals was swiftly approved. Many of these suggestions would have been inconceivable under normal circumstances. But right now, the nobles were in a state of utter panic, living in constant fear, unable to sleep at night. Hardly anyone noticed what was really going on. Those few who did were the shrewd and calculating types, fox-like in their cunning. Their minds were still sharp, and all they could think about was how to cling tighter to the towering tree that was Masatsuki Aozaki. And so, power in Seireitei began to shift rapidly. Inside a spatial bubble belonging to the Ryodoji family in the Dangai, in a hidden laboratory, Kagerosa Inaba stood before a massive screen, his brow tightly furrowed. Ever since Masatsuki Aozaki returned from the world of the living, Kagerosa had been making preparations, eager for the day he could go head-to-head with his powerful rival. But after waiting so long, the news he received was not of battle, but of Masatsuki Aozaki leading a purge of Reigai throughout Soul Society. What puzzled him most wasn't that his Reigai were found and eliminated with such precision. It was that the number Masatsuki had supposedly purged didn't line up at all with Kagerosa's own loss records. The gap was massive. Could it be that he had created so many Reigai that he forgot to record the data? No, that's impossible. A genius like him would never make such a basic mistake. Sure, some of the purged were indeed Reigai he had created, but the vast majority had nothing to do with him. Even if he wanted to, with the current level of technology and materials, it would be impossible to mass-produce that many. Masatsuki Aozaki must be out of his mind. Is he seriously planning to kill everyone just because he can't tell who's a Reigai? That doesn't make sense. If even he couldn't tell who the Reigai were, then how did the Gotei 13 manage to root out their infiltrators so precisely? Damn it, this has to be deliberate. And now, for whatever reason, he's in control of the Central 46 compound. So this is all just an excuse to purge dissenters. That old fool Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto actually handed the position of captain commander to someone like that. Furious, Kagarosa Inaba clenched his fists, blood dripping from his palms as his nails dug deep into the skin. He had never felt this kind of rage before. He'd always seen himself as a genius, with only Mayuri Kuratsuchi, Kisuke Urahara, and Aizen Sosuke as his intellectual equals. Masatsuki Aozaki. He was nothing more than a muscle-bound brute. Yet now, he'd been completely outplayed by the very person he used to look down on. Wait a minute, Aizen is Masatsuki's lieutenant. This had to be Aizen's idea. Yes, this was definitely his doing. After a brief outburst, he quickly composed himself, forcing his anger down. No, something doesn't add up. His goal was to destroy Seireitei, to make those arrogant nobles pay for rejecting his worth. But Masatsuki Aozaki's actions didn't seem to run counter to that goal. If anything, wasn't he doing exactly what Kagarosa had always wanted? As conflicted as he felt, after some thought, Kagarosa decided it was best to hold back for now. Sending more Reigai to Soul Society at this point would be nothing short of suicide. As for those already sent, they were as good as lost. Still, as long as he remained, the Reigai could always be replaced. After all, thieves can strike for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against them forever. He could always wait until Masatsuki settled down, then send new Reigai into Soul Society. In short, now was not the time to give up. For now, he'd lay low and observe. Thinking this, Kagarosa let out a sigh of relief and slowly sank into his chair. He had to admit, even now, he didn't dare face Masatsuki head-on. If he had completed the fusion with Nozomi Kujo and become Oko Yoshima, he was confident he'd be invincible. But as Kagarosa Inaba? Yeah, not a good idea. Just then, a sudden voice rang out behind him. Kagarosa-sama, if I were you, I wouldn't be so relaxed. The voice cut through the air like a chill wind, making Kagarosa's heart skip a beat. He looked up sharply, a flicker of surprise and unease in his eyes, then quickly masked it with composure. This isn't the time to rest. Hearing the familiar voice stirred a flicker of annoyance in Kagarosa's chest. Living under someone else's roof really meant no privacy at all. Frowning, he turned around. There stood a figure who had silently appeared in the room, Ganryu Ryodoji. He seemed utterly fascinated by his surroundings, carefully inspecting every detail. Chapter 461, Chapter 461, You're not the one who was wrong. Ganryu-sama, what brings you here? Kagarosa Inaba looked at Ryodoji Ganryu with visible displeasure, his tone edged with caution. As the head of the Ryodoji family, this man rarely left his own estate, let alone stepped into Kagarosa's dark, secluded laboratory. Ganryu gave a slight nod, then casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sharpening with quiet intensity. Kagarosa-sama, war is about to begin. The Ryodoji family needs your support. Materials will be supplied without limit. You must produce as many Reigai as possible within 3 days. The more, the better. His voice was grim, there was no hint of jest. Kagarosa remained silent for a while, his brows furrowed. Ganryu's expression had grown even more serious, and it was clear he wasn't here to bluff. But Kagarosa didn't respond immediately. Instead, he sank into deep thought. He wanted to explain that creating Reigai wasn't something that could be rushed. It was a meticulous process that demanded care and time. Some figures, like Masatsuki Aozaki, Aizen Sosuke, and the various Aozaki family matriarchs, couldn't even be replicated at the moment due to material limitations. Then there was Yamamoto. He hadn't used the Senkamen in years. Kagarosa had only managed to collect the captain's reishi by tampering with the Gotei 13th Senkamen. So Yamamoto, too, was off-limits. Others closely tied to Masatsuki, like Jin Ichimaru, were also nearly impossible to duplicate. Their souls contained strange powers, eerily similar to those of hollows, the natural enemies of the Shinigami. These energies had to be extracted before replication, a process that was both complex and excruciatingly tedious. Even so, faced with Ganryu's stern demeanor, Kagarosa couldn't bring himself to make excuses. Instead, he began quietly trying to figure out just what had driven Ganryu to press this matter so urgently. Seeing Kagarosa's contemplative look, Ganryu let out a soft chuckle. He's just a researcher, after all, not someone who holds real power. His grasp of the bigger picture is lacking. He couldn't even see the storm looming ahead. Kagarosa stared at the men before him, growing visibly irritated. Time was running short for everyone. If there was something to say, he should just say it. Why waste time playing riddles? Kagarosa had never been good with words. When he first joined the Gotei 13, he served in the 9th Division. But without the strength to master his Zanpakutō, he was weak, looked down on by everyone. Eventually, he was forced to transfer to the 12th Division, where he dedicated himself to research and technological development. And just when he'd begun to show results, the Central 46 compound accused him of misconduct. That experience slowly twisted his mind. After splitting himself mentally, the darker side of Kagerosa Inaba grew increasingly bloodthirsty and violent. Just now, he may have seemed passive, thanks to the docile nature of Oko Yashima's persona. But in the next second, he could just as easily swing his blade straight at Ganryu's neck. Even though they were supposed to be allies now, the irritation bubbling within him was making it harder and harder to suppress that murderous urge. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Kagerosa Inaba finally regained some composure and spoke coolly. Ganryu-sama, is something wrong? We've suffered heavy losses this time, and our strength has taken a serious hit. Why the sudden rush to start a war? Ganryu Ryodoji shook his head. This may be our last chance. Kagerosa frowned in confusion. Why do you say that, Ganryu-sama? Ganryu sighed. Seireitei is in chaos, and the Gotei 13 is bound to be affected. Now is the perfect time to strike. If we wait until Masatsuki Aozaki fully takes control of Seireitei, do you really think we'll have another shot? He wasn't wrong. Once Masatsuki solidified his grip on Seireitei, their chances would shrink drastically. But was launching a battle now, while still weakened, really the smart move? Kagerosa went quiet for a few seconds, thinking it through. He'd waited this long. With Masatsuki Aozaki having already lashed out at the nobles, it felt like a bit of vindication. Waiting just a little longer didn't seem unreasonable. But then he reconsidered. Masatsuki was younger. Even if they waited 3,000 more years for his death, by then his own grave would be covered in weeds. Unless something on the scale of the Hell's Gate uprising happened again, this really might be their last shot. That thought wiped away the indifference from his face, replacing it with a grim and twisted intensity. As expected of the Ryodoji head. You see further than I do. Looks like it's time we stopped holding back. If you've come all this way and asked me to prepare Reigai, then I assume you already have a solid plan. As he spoke, Kagerosa's Ryatsu began to stir. His eyes narrowed slowly. He couldn't stay on the sidelines anymore. Not when Ganryu was talking about real war, not some covert kidnapping. Their opponent now was Masatsuki Aozaki, commanding the most elite force in Soul Society. The Gotei 13. But before Kagerosa could say more, Ganryu raised a hand, cutting him off. His expression was serious as he spoke. Our objective this time isn't to defeat the Gotei 13, nor to destroy Seireitei. It's to retrieve the Shinenju. Kagerosa froze. He had been gearing up for war, adrenaline already surging. He'd assumed Ganryu was preparing for an all-out clash with the Gotei 13. But to think, the target was still that girl. Still, he couldn't help but ask, but what about Masatsuki Aozaki? Ganryu sneered. With the Shinenju, we can destroy both realms outright. Masatsuki Aozaki won't matter. When the realms collide, it doesn't matter how strong he is, what could he possibly do to stop it? He said it with absolute certainty, as though the outcome was already decided. Kagerosa considered it. True, if they secured the Shinenju, everything could be resolved at once. And if they succeeded in destroying the realms, Masatsuki Aozaki would no longer be a threat. But Kagerosa hesitated, a flicker of weakness slipping through. This version of Oko Yashima, shaped by slightly different events than the original timeline, clearly wasn't yet unhinged enough to commit to total annihilation. Which was why, when faced with Ganryu's plan, Kagerosa couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ganryu's lips curled into a cold smirk. His eyes glinted with disdain as he said, "Tell me, Kagerosa-sama, do you really want to spend the rest of your life hiding in this dark, damp dangai, scurrying around like a rat afraid of the light?" His tone was laced with scorn and provocation, mocking Kagerosa's hesitation and perceived cowardice. Then his voice grew more intense. "With such brilliance and power, you should be standing tall under the sun, the center of everyone's attention. But it's because of those corrupt, inept nobles that things ended up like this. They're the real culprits. It's not you, it's the world that's broken." His words carried raw fury, overflowing with bitter resentment toward the nobles of Soul Society. Finally, his eyes gleamed with madness as he roared. "That rotting world ruled by those parasites, what's so wrong with wiping it out entirely?" His voice echoed through the air, as if trying to break through the walls of the Valley of Screams and reach every last soul hiding within. Chapter 462, Chapter 462, The Proud Old Man. Gotei 13, 1st Division Captain's Office. Nozomi Kujo looked up at the young man beside her, concern flickering in her eyes. "When are you planning to deal with Kagerosa Inaba?" she asked softly. "No rush. Let's rest a bit first." "Young lady, you don't want Kagerosa Inaba's scheme to succeed, do you? Then be good and behave." Masatsuki Aozaki's tone carried a commanding weight, yet remained gentle, fully befitting his role as the captain of the 1st Division. He gently stroked Nozomi's short green hair, savoring its soft texture. He had to admit, her hair felt surprisingly pleasant. Nearby, another black-haired girl, also tied to the fate of the world, knelt quietly, pouring them tea with practiced grace. Just then, a figure arrived in a flash of Shinsaku. It was Ranjika Matsumoto. She greeted the girls warmly before turning to Masatsuki, her tone shifting to urgency. Report, Captain Masatsuki, our outer patrol squad in the 1st Division has been attacked. There's no one else around, and you're still calling me Captain. Come on, that hurts my feelings, Masatsuki muttered, feigning offense. We're on duty, so using proper titles is only appropriate. Ranjika stuck out her tongue playfully, showing no sign of tension despite the news, and continued. A squad of Reigai captains launched a surprise attack on the Shino district. Lieutenant Aizen and the other captains are already on the move. Hearing this, Nozomi's heart skipped. Her face clouded with worry. Kagerosa Inaba had finally made his move. If nothing unexpected had happened, then it was clear, he had seen how the current state of Seireitei was fractured, with factions clashing and power constantly shifting. The chaos made for the perfect opportunity. He couldn't wait any longer. Nozomi instinctively turned to Masatsuki Aozaki. His presence alone was reassuring. This captain commander could take down 5 captain-class Reigai in under 30 seconds without breaking a sweat. Without question, he was the only light she could see amid this darkness. Just being near him brought her a sense of calm, like all shadows would crumble in his presence. He was like the sun, warm, radiant, and untouchable. Masatsuki let out a low chuckle and downed the mysterious wine in his hand in a single gulp. Then he said softly. The timing is perfect. Everything's right where it needs to be. It's time to bring this to an end. Seireitei, the world. I'll be the one to protect them. Nozomi and Senna fell silent, staring at the men before them, lost in thought. It was clear, he didn't take his enemy seriously. And after spending these past days with him, they understood why. Masatsuki Aozaki truly had the power to back up that confidence. Even without stepping in himself, the Aozaki matriarchs alone were far from ordinary opponents. Masatsuki's lips curved slightly as he raised his arm with a light gesture. A flash of mysterious light shimmered, and a woman clad in armor reminiscent of a Valkyrie emerged beside him, as if stepping out from the void itself. She dropped to one knee, posture straight and brimming with power, like a war maiden pulled straight from myth. Her gaze was sultry, and when she looked into Masatsuki's eyes, it was like ripples across a still lake in autumn. Masatsuki reached out slowly, curling a finger beneath her chin. He lifted her face and kissed her softly on the lips. His movements were smooth and unhurried, as if he had the entire world in the palm of his hand. This is your deposit. Once it's done, you'll get the rest. I'm counting on you. His voice was low, rich with an irresistible allure. Enrikyoten licked her lips, a fiery glint sparking in her eyes. She gave a small nod, accepting the mission. Then she stood, turned, and walked toward the door. Senna and Nozomi watched in wide-eyed silence, captivated by everything that had just unfolded. But as Enrikyoten reached the door, they were stunned to see. Her hair instantly turned black, and the shining armor transformed into a black Shihakushō and a white Haori. The sudden shift left them speechless, as if they'd just witnessed a stunning magic trick. Aren't you going? Senna snapped out of her thoughts and turned to Masatsuki Aozaki, who was casually sipping his tea. There was a trace of confusion in her voice, she couldn't understand his calmness. After all, with such powerful enemies approaching, shouldn't they be throwing everything they had at them? Masatsuki smiled and gave a small shake of his head. The teacup in his hand swayed slightly, sending gentle ripples across the surface. King faces king, general faces general. Their commander hasn't even shown up yet, what's the rush? His tone was relaxed, almost playful, as if the entire war were nothing more than a game. His calm and confidence quickly settled both Senna and Nozomi Kujo. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the 1st Division, Shunsui Kairaku stood with his dual blades at the ready, his expression grim as he stared down a figure not far off, an exact copy of himself. His breathing grew heavier, tension winding through his chest. The doppelganger exuded a pressure that couldn't be ignored. Shunsui knew exactly how dangerous someone like himself could be. What a pain in the ass. He muttered, tightening his grip on his blades. He was all too familiar with his own abilities, and he knew this fight was going to be a nightmare. Masatsuki Aozaki and the others had warned him how powerful the Reigai were. But actually facing one, it was another matter entirely. As his opponent vanished again, Shunsui groaned. Why is Kaiten Kayakatsu's ability so damn complicated? Is my heart really that twisted? Even as he complained inwardly, he launched into Shuinpa, flashing several dozen meters away in an instant. After all, Zanpakutō were the reflection of a Shinigami's inner world. He wasn't about to pin everything on Kaiten Kayakatsu. Especially when her abilities depended entirely on her mood. Even a stray thought could earn him punishment, and when he got home, he might just end up kneeling on a washing board. From the shadows, the Reigai Shunsui emerged, blade swinging, and missed. Seeing his real counterpart dodge so swiftly, the Reigai adjusted his straw hat and chuckled. Oi, don't run so fast. I almost got you there. Shunsui rolled his eyes. Yeah. That's exactly why I had to move faster. Hearing the exact same lazy, irritating tone he was known for coming from someone else made Shuensue's mood take a turn. Was I always this punchable? Maybe that's why the old man's fists always found their way to me. Makes sense now. Well, I guess there's one thing I've got over Masatsuki. The thought gave him a strange sense of superiority. But the other captains didn't have time to indulge in nostalgic self-reflection. They were busy, fighting for their lives. Chapter 463, Diversified Abilities. After trading a few blows with the Reigai, the captains found themselves overwhelmed, their moods growing increasingly grim. Aside from a handful aligned with the Aozaki faction, such as Retsu Unohana, the rest of the captains wore heavy, solemn expressions. They couldn't afford even a second of carelessness against these enemies. These Reigai were absurdly strong. Created by a mad scientist for the sole purpose of war, Kaguraza Inaba had clearly focused on enhancing them for combat during the cloning process. What forms the foundation of a Shinigami's combat strength? Ryatsu. And in that regard, these clones had been specially augmented, far surpassing the originals. It was giving the captains a massive headache. The very thing they prided themselves on, the combat prowess that placed them above ordinary Shinigami, had suddenly become their greatest weakness. Even the Zanpakutō abilities that usually dazzled and disoriented their enemies were now evenly matched. When both sides wield the same powers, but one has the advantage in Ryatsu, winning becomes an uphill battle. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jin Ichimaru had come face to face with his own duplicate. He frowned slightly as he stared at the men before him, who exuded a cold, venomous aura like a serpent. You were supposed to be killed by Masatsuki. So that's it. That guy, Kaguraza Inaba, he moved faster than I thought, already whipped up another one. Not that fast, actually. I was part of the pre-made batch. The Reigai Jin smiled faintly. Can't be helped. Captain-class units are strategic assets. Naturally, the more the better. Jin sighed inwardly. These Reigai were truly a pain. Not only did they possess overwhelming Ryatsu, but they also had the captain's techniques, tactics, and even mirrored their personalities and habits. Fighting someone like that, there didn't seem to be a clear path to victory. But something felt off. Why did this copy's Ryatsu feel about the same as his own? No. Actually, it was even slightly weaker. Jin Ichimaru asked with a suspicious look. If that's the case, then why not make more and stronger captains? Like Captain Kairaku of the 8th Division, or Captain Zaraki of the 11th Division. If a dozen monsters like Kenpachi Zaraki attacked together, wiping out Seireitei would be a breeze, wouldn't it? There's no need to copy every single captain. What's the point of replicating the weak? Reigai Jin Ichimaru shook his head and replied helplessly. Replicating captains isn't as easy as you think. Our strength is limited by the materials used to make our bodies. Overly powerful Ryatsu can't sustain prolonged combat. Some people can't even be replicated at all. As he spoke, Reigai Jin Ichimaru looked down at a bracelet-like object on the ground. Take my Ryatsu, for example, without a device to suppress it, I'd be a one-time use disposable weapon. But once we wear these devices, our power becomes comparable to that of an average captain, about on par with Maguruma Kensei, who's over there attacking Captain Unohana. In that case, since we can't pursue overwhelming individual strength, we naturally have to seek more possibilities in battle, aiming for a variety of abilities instead. Reigai Jin Ichimaru shrugged, as if to say this was all beyond his control. If creating Reigai without limitations were truly possible, Inaba Kaguraza could have just made a Yamamoto. There'd be no need for many, just one would be enough to destroy the world. Jin Ichimaru didn't respond, but furrowed his brow. He was already used to the mistreatment of his senior, Maguruma Kensei. Under Masatsuki Aozaki's lead, the others had come to casually treat him as nothing more than a combat unit, without the slightest sense of guilt. But even so, Jin Ichimaru couldn't help but frown at this moment and asked doubtfully. You're telling me something this important so casually, is that really okay? Reigai Jin Ichimaru smiled slightly and explained. Our master never said we couldn't answer the questions you ask. He paused, then added firmly. I haven't done anything that goes against our master's orders. As he spoke, Reigai Jin Ichimaru's narrowed eyes opened just a crack, revealing a deep, shadowy gleam. Our master. So you found your own son too? Jin Ichimaru froze for a moment, falling into deep thought. Reigai Jin Ichimaru sneered with disdain, and said slowly in a mocking tone. Son. Someone like that could never be a son. I'm just following his orders for now. With that, he suddenly dropped the sneer, his face turning serious as he shouted. Alright, enough chit-chat. Time to fight. I really want to know, between the two of us, who's truly worthy of standing beneath the sun. The moment the words left his mouth, Jin Ichimaru straightened up, his eyes, usually shut, slightly opened, his gaze turning icy cold. In that instant, the two locked eyes. The next moment, they each gripped their shinso tightly, the sharp tips of their blades pointed directly at each other. No words were needed. The blades instantly extended in a flash. At the same time, just like Jin Ichimaru, the other Reigai captains of the Gotei 13, once dead but now revived, also reappeared on the battlefield one by one. For a moment, intense Ryatsu clashed violently, bursting into dazzling light and unleashing a terrifying shockwave capable of obliterating everything. Not far away, at the crossroads of a main street, Aizen stood silently. The reason he had set aside his affairs and come here wasn't idle curiosity, he was acting as insurance. He calmly watched the intense battle unfold, as if waiting for something. Unless a situation arose that the captains couldn't handle, he wouldn't intervene lightly. In his mind, the chance of that happening was extremely low. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Retsu Unohana, who was being surrounded by a total of 30 kensei. It was clear Unohana wasn't taking the battle seriously, she seemed to be enjoying herself. Ordinarily, with her strength, she could slice through 5 Bankai using Maguruma kensei-level opponents with ease, 1 strike each. Yet right now, they were locked in a drawn-out skirmish. Aizen knew all too well, Unohana had been influenced by Masatsuki Aozaki and Kenpachi Zaraki, and had learned to suppress her own Ryatsu in battle. For those who lived for the fight, the thrill didn't come from effortlessly crushing opponents. It came from the exhilaration of clashing with an evenly matched foe. If you can't expect your opponent to get stronger, the only choice is to weaken yourself. And this woman, the wife of the captain commander, was without a doubt the one whose Ryatsu came closest to his on this entire battlefield. Even if she found herself in danger, the curved blade in her hand would be enough to cut through any obstacle. Suddenly, Aizen frowned slightly, as if realizing something important. He quickly turned to look behind him. After a few seconds of quiet thought, he turned back again, standing motionless, like a monk lost in meditation. Chapter 464, Worlds Apart. Masatsuki Aozaki's figure darted swiftly between buildings, as elusive as a spirit flitting through a field of flowers, appearing out of nowhere, and vanishing just as suddenly. His pristine white haori billowed in the wind, his entire presence radiating an air of otherworldly grace. His elegant movement felt less like a human's and more like a divine being descending into the mortal realm. But just as he moved between the tall walls, his body suddenly halted. As if sensing something, he came to an abrupt stop and looked up. From behind a wall as pale as paper, 2 figures slowly emerged. Leading the way was a man in a black Shihakushō draped with a white haori. His hair was loosely tousled in soft brown curls, and a wooden badge symbolizing a lieutenant hung from his sleeve. It was Sosuke Aizen. Following behind him was Chojiro Sasakaibe, the former 1st Division lieutenant, wearing a short-style haori and a neatly kept black mustache. Watching the 2 men walk slowly forward and stop before him, Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. What was this? A lieutenant-led rebellion. Sosuke Aizen wore a faint smile as he met Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze. As I thought, you really can see through our true identities. There was a hint of surprise and admiration in his tone. You're not carrying any 12th Division detection equipment, and I don't see any other captains nearby, yet you could so easily tell whether we were real or not. This has made me quite curious. I truly want to know, how did you manage it? Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes, coldly staring at Sosuke Aizen. The chill in his gaze was completely undisguised. His voice was cold enough to freeze the air. If I want to do it, that's all that matters. Facing Masatsuki Aozaki's openly hostile stare, Sosuke Aizen gave a small smile, waving a hand casually as he replied in a light tone. Don't look at me like you're ready to devour me. It's not like I became this way by choice. Besides, my existence is temporary. This body is ultimately too weak. And this encounter of ours will be like a shooting star in the night sky, just a fleeting moment in your long life. In his understanding, Masatsuki Aozaki had never looked at Sosuke Aizen with such eyes before. Yet Reigai Aizen could clearly feel the revulsion in that gaze. If the world is destroyed, there won't be any long life to speak of. So, you're certain that Kagerosa Inaba will fail? Masatsuki Aozaki's voice was calm and detached, as if speaking to a corpse. Of course. I'm no different from the Aizen you remember, including his sharp mind. Under Masatsuki Aozaki's piercing gaze, Aizen spread his hands and smiled with confidence. Intelligence gleamed in his eyes. Kagerosa Inaba is far too inferior. His failure is inevitable, just as your victory is assured. You really are as smart as Aizen. But no matter how smart you are, you're still a pawn. That's just pathetic. Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. His gaze was sharp as a blade, as though he wanted to pierce through Aizen's eyes and into the very depths of his soul. Reigai Aizen Sosuke gently shook his head, a trace of subtle helplessness flashing through his eyes as he spoke with a light smile. You really are Masatsuki Aozaki. But I'm not like the others. I've already managed to shake off part of Kaguraza Inaba's influence. There was pride in his tone, but also an undercurrent of resignation, an acknowledgement of the shackles he still couldn't break. Knowing you're going to fail, why come here at all? Don't you find your actions ridiculous? What is this, some kind of tragic heroism, charging in despite knowing you'll lose? You don't seem like that kind of person. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a cold laugh. His eyes brimmed with contempt and disdain, as if he were looking at an overconfident clown. Yet Aizen wasn't provoked. Instead, he smiled faintly and replied softly. Because I have my own reasons. His voice was low, magnetic. I just wanted to see for myself what kind of person this so-called Masatsuki Aozaki really is, in the little time I have. Then Aizen's eyes turned slightly cold, as if a trace of disappointment had crept into his gaze. To be honest, I'm a little let down. As expected, I surpassed the original, but someone like me can only exist for a fleeting moment. There was a hint of frustration and regret in his voice. It's unfair, isn't it? Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer. He simply sneered. Ha ha ha. You really aren't Sosuke Aizen. You're far beneath him. He looked at the impostor, a condescending smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'm beneath him. Reigai Aizen Sosuke frowned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Do you know where you fall short? Masatsuki Aozaki's voice was thick with mockery. Where? Reigai Aizen pressed. Masatsuki gave a laugh, bold and scornful. For starters, if the real Sosuke Aizen were standing here, he wouldn't be calling me Masatsuki Aozaki. The moment he said it, Masatsuki burst into laughter, mocking, unrestrained, and brimming with derision. Reigai Aizen frowned again, completely unable to grasp what Masatsuki meant. Just as he opened his mouth to ask, Masatsuki's figure vanished on the spot. In the next instant, Reigai Aizen felt a surge of overwhelming pressure slam toward him. He looked up sharply. Masatsuki Aozaki had appeared right in front of him, almost as if he teleported. Masatsuki's right hand was clenched into a fist, his arm drawn taut like a fully strung bow. As he moved, a crushing force gathered in his fist, whipping the air into a violent roar. Then, with explosive momentum, Masatsuki drove his fist forward, slamming it toward Reigai Aizen. That punch carried devastating power, as though it could obliterate everything in its path. Reigai Aizen's eyes widened. Inwardly, he marveled at Masatsuki's speed and strength. Faced with such a sudden, ferocious assault, he didn't even have time to react properly. He could only raise his arms in a rush, trying to block the fatal blow. But, he couldn't. His arms were instantly crushed. The violent shockwave from the collision of Ryatsu erupted outward. Inside the 1st Division barracks, Masatsuki Aozaki, guided by righteousness, held a girl protectively with one arm, shielding her at close range. A soft breeze brushed his face. He looked up, gazing out the window at the rustling leaves being swept by the wind. So the battle with Enreikyoten has already begun. But to be able to replicate Aizen. His Ryatsu is probably a bit weaker than it was before he fused with the Hogyoku. I didn't expect them to pull this off. Looks like the materials used were different from the other Reigai. But compared to Aizen's soul, his body is still too fragile, it won't hold out for long. With just a slight expansion of his senses, he grasped the Reigai's true condition. Its Ryatsu was vastly inferior to the real Aizen's. From the moment of creation to the moment of death, it could last at most half an hour, no more than that. But even the real Aizen wouldn't pose much of a threat against Enreikyoten. After all, even without accounting for her other abilities, her Ryatsu was still synchronized with Masatsuki Aozaki's. With such overwhelming force, even without tapping into her Zanpakutō, she could overpower the majority of enemies below Yawatch. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, won't take too long. What should we do now? Sensing the distant impact of Ryatsu, Nozomi Kujo lifted her small head, asking with concern. She already knew that the woman who had left earlier had taken on the form of the man beside her. It looked like she had gone out to act as bait. Bait was usually meant to be sacrificed, but the man next to her clearly didn't seem like someone who would pull something like that. You guys. Just wait for victory to arrive. Masatsuki Aozaki responded calmly, his tone radiating a quiet confidence. As he spoke, he rose slowly from his relaxed position on the tatami mat. His movements were smooth, graceful, effortless. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he were truly looking forward to the coming battle. Taking on the Gotei 13 alone, it's something I've thought about for a long time. Now that it's finally happening, hey, it really gets the blood pumping. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face like that of a demon from hell. The white haori on his back began to ripple without wind, flaring up like a dancing white flame. His Ryoryoku surged outward like a tide, and the sheer pressure made the very air around him feel heavy. In the next instant, Masatsuki Aozaki vanished from the room in a flash, only to reappear high in the sky outside. His black and white ryatsu twisted and coiled like twin dragons, piercing through the sky and soaring upward at breakneck speed. The oppressive force of it was immense, like a mountain no one could climb, bearing down with overwhelming intensity. That terrifying pressure swept across all of Seireitei in an instant, plunging it into a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Those who felt the surge of power turned pale, a shock they couldn't even describe welling up in their hearts. The Shinigami, still locked in fierce combat, looked up. They knew. This was the ryatsu of the Captain Commander himself. The suffocating terror from the battle in hell still lingered in their memories. That immense, radiant force, they could feel it even from a world away. As expected, whenever the world stood on the edge of calamity, the Captain Commander would appear like a blazing sun, casting his boundless light across the land. But when Masatsuki Aozaki's figure suddenly appeared before their eyes. Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki. The 20-some figures who had just stepped out from the spatial corridor froze in shock. Just moments ago, they were sure, this man had already left the 1st Division barracks and was on his way to the front lines, blocked by Reigai Aizen. So why was he here now? Could it be a trap? They'd walked right into it. A flicker of doubt passed through Ryodoji Ganryu's mind, but the truth dawned on him almost instantly. They had just confirmed, this man had already left the 1st Division barracks, heading toward the front lines, intercepted by Reigai Aizen. And yet, here he was. From the captain melee in the Shino district, to Reigai Aizen's ambush on the only route forward, to Masatsuki Aozaki himself. It was all a setup. A carefully crafted lure. Their enemy had been leading them by the nose the entire time, drawing them out into the open and straight into the trap. Ganryu Ryodoji and Inaba Kagarosa exchanged a glance, then made their decision immediately. Run. They both knew that the men before them was not someone they could fight. If they didn't flee right now, the consequences would be unimaginable. They could very well die here. Without hesitation, the two turned and bolted, leading their retainers and the Reigai captains away from Masatsuki Aozaki at full speed. But they had only taken a few steps when they saw a sword slash appear across the spatial rift that had brought them here. Slowly, it began to close. What's going on? One of the Ryodoji retainers cried out. A chill ran through her, and the next instant, her body was sliced clean in two from the waist. As her consciousness faded, she looked around, only to see that the others had met the same end. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at the now sealed spatial rift, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Looks like none of you are leaving today. Just then, Reigai Kensei Maguruma suddenly shouted. Bankai, Tekken Tachikaze. The name of the technique rang in everyone's ears. Under Masatsuki Aozaki's mildly curious gaze, Reigai Kensei's eyes widened, locking fiercely onto him. After releasing Bankai, he wielded a toothed blade in each hand. Caterpillar-like treads coiled around his arms and connected across his back, which was also covered in armor. He looked incredibly cool, though unfortunately, his power didn't quite match. A clear break from how things usually worked in Bleach. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly, thinking to himself. Looks like this Reigai is based on Kensei Maguruma before the Battle of Hell. Not a bad replication technique. The other Reigai captains didn't fall behind. One after another, they began releasing their Zanpakutō. As the chants echoed, more than a dozen immense ryatsu surged into the sky. All that force, tangled and clashing chaotically, formed a colossal, oppressive curtain over all of Seireitei. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned wide, showing no intention of stopping them. He already knew that while these Reigai captains were strong, none of them were truly a match for him. So he waited, calmly anticipating the battle to come. Don't rush. Take your time. Show me everything you've got. Give me a little fun, will you? A faint smile played across his lips, as if he were settling in to enjoy a well-staged performance. As his words fell, the surrounding Reigai captains began to move, slowly closing in to form a tight encirclement. They clearly weren't interested in fair play, it was going to be all of them against one. Their eyes were wary, locked onto the young men at the center like a band of warriors preparing to challenge a demon king. Every face was solemn, tense. They stayed alert, their expressions serious, focused entirely on the one standing in the middle of their formation. But Masatsuki Aozaki showed no fear or panic. He remained still, his gaze sweeping coldly over his enemies, like a sovereign demon king overlooking the pitiful mortals foolish enough to oppose him. There was not the slightest crack in his composure, it was as if everything was unfolding just as he had planned. To play his villain role even better, Masatsuki deliberately chose not to move. He stood his ground, waiting for his enemies to make the first move. And as he watched their tense faces, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. Who was really surrounding who? Maybe the answer would only be clear once the battle was over. At that moment, Kensei Maguruma stepped forward. He frowned, eyes locked on Masatsuki Aozaki, and spoke with a touch of disdain. "You little punk, you've got some skill, I'll give you that. But don't forget, you're up against a whole group of captains. You think you can take us all on by yourself?" As he spoke, he gathered Ryatsu into his dual blades, his aura flaring. But hearing those words, Masatsuki suddenly remembered something, and his smile grew even brighter. Looking at Kensei, he responded casually. "Relax. I won't waste too much of your time." That line made the surrounding Reigai glance at each other in confusion. Feeling their strange looks, Kensei Maguruma froze for a moment. Wait, why did that sound so familiar? Wasn't that something he always said? So that's my line. Damn it, why does this suddenly feel so embarrassing? Chapter 466, blades still sheathed, thunder strikes. Perhaps to mask his own embarrassment, Reigai Kensei Maguruma crouched slightly, legs coiling as he built up momentum. Then, in an instant, he launched himself toward Masatsuki Aozaki. The bladed fists in his hands came crashing down, aiming straight for Masatsuki with overwhelming force. He moved like an unstoppable avalanche, fierce, fast, and deadly. Stylish, he really is stylish. Masatsuki Aozaki raised a brow with a teasing expression. His Ryatsu may have been lacking, and that meant his raw strength wasn't anything impressive. Masatsuki could stand still and take the hit without even a scratch, but against ordinary Shinigami, this kind of force was more than enough. If someone got hit by that punch, the explosive force would pour endlessly into their body, causing devastating internal damage and sending them flying. Most Shinigami were built for offense, not defense. With comparable power levels, taking a hit like that usually meant the fight was already over. Unfortunately for Kensei Maguruma, his opponent this time wasn't a typical Shinigami. With a furious roar, Kensei swung his fist, charging right up to Masatsuki Aozaki. But at that exact moment, Masatsuki moved. With an effortless motion, he raised his right hand and casually reached out, catching Kensei's punch midair. His fingers closed around the blade, barehanded. The razor-sharp edge failed to leave even the smallest mark. Instead, the weapon quickly cracked under the pressure, fractures spreading like spiderwebs across its surface. What? Kensei's expression twisted in shock. He hadn't expected Masatsuki Aozaki to stop his attack so easily. Too weak. Masatsuki spoke flatly. Then, without warning, he jerked his arm and flung Kensei through the air. Kensei's body spun uncontrollably, crashing through over a dozen walls before finally hitting the ground with a brutal thud. He groaned and tried to push himself up, face full of disbelief. How? How could this be? I'm Kensei Maguruma. He muttered. Are you even worthy of that name? Masatsuki's eyes narrowed with disdain. He began walking slowly toward Kensei. Each step felt heavier than the last, crushing, suffocating. You really thought that was enough to beat me? Masatsuki said coldly. You've got a long way to go. Without waiting for a response, he vanished in a blur, appearing directly in front of Kensei, and drove a palm strike straight into his chest. Kensei didn't even have time to react. The force came crashing down before he could move. Gah! Blood sprayed violently. Kensei Maguruma's body erupted as the blow tore through him, chunks of flesh and blood slamming into the wall before sliding down like a collapsed mass. Masatsuki Aozaki stood over him, not a trace of sympathy in his eyes. But the battle didn't pause, not even for a second. In the very next instant, four figures closed in like a raging storm. Shunsui Kairaku. Joshiro Yukitake. Kenpachi Zaraki. Retsu Unohana. All except Unohana had already released their Zanpakutō, standing ready in full battle posture. Boom. A surge of Ryatsu collided with a deafening crash. Blades met in a violent clash, metal ringing sharp and clear. But then, something unexpected. As everyone's eyes locked on the point of contact between the blades, they realized Masatsuki Aozaki was no longer there. The four captains froze, puzzled and uncertain. Without thinking, their gazes followed a flicker of light, trailing to the space behind Reigai Retsu Unohana. There, brilliant white particles of light gathered in the air, slowly converging into a familiar figure. Masatsuki Aozaki. My Retsu would never be that weak. You're still far from worthy. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a faint smile, a glint of provocation flickering in his eyes. Reigai Retsu Unohana's pupils trembled slightly at those words, clearly stirred by Masatsuki's remark. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes, raising one hand to lightly pat her on the shoulder. In truth, this Reigai copy of Retsu Unohana was quite strong, roughly comparable to her level before undergoing hollowification. The same could be said for the Reigai Sosuke Aizen that had been deployed to intercept Enreikyoten. It was proof enough that Kagerosa Inaba's research into Shinigami ran deep, his understanding of both their spiritual forms and souls was thorough. However, when it came to powers beyond the scope of Shinigami alone, Inaba clearly fell short. He couldn't fully replicate them into a Reigai. Before anyone could even process Masatsuki Aozaki's strange, fluid movements, Reigai Unohana was reduced to pulp by what appeared to be a casual slap. Despite the resemblance in appearance, this Reigai was nothing like the original. The real Unohana, having fused with a mass-produced Hogyoku, possessed a strength leagues beyond what this copy could ever reach. Masatsuki knew that, even if the face was the same, she wasn't her. And that meant there was no reason to hold back. Heido number 4, Byakurai. With a cold snort, Masatsuki raised his other hand mid-strike, pointing a single finger toward the remaining 3. Crack! A blinding flash of silver lightning tore through the air, slicing forward like an aurora streaking across the sky. The 3 Reigai tried to evade, tried to defend, but it was useless. That lightning. Too close. Too fast. Too overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. They didn't even have time to react, only stare helplessly as it surged in. Jushiro Yukitake panicked, desperate to raise Sogio no Kotowari and absorb the incoming Kido. But reality was cruel, there simply wasn't enough time. The blade hadn't even risen before the lightning struck. Faced with such speed, their only option was to hastily channel their Ryatsu in defense. A massive bolt of lightning, meters thick, crashed down over their upper bodies. In an instant, their minds went blank, swallowed by darkness. Their broken bodies collapsed to the ground, limp and lifeless. As expected, nothing remained but dust. Nozomi Kujo and Senna peeked their heads out from the window of the 1st Division captain's office, wide-eyed and watching through the reinforced spiritual barrier surrounding them. They were dumbfounded. As Shinigami, they both recognized Byakurai, a low-level Heido. But the power of that blast. They'd believe you if you said it was above Heido number 90. They had to admit, like one particular lieutenant once said, when it came to Shinigami, battles were battles of Ryatsu. And this one had been even more one-sided than before, 5 captains eliminated in an instant, clean and decisive. They stared at the men standing calmly in the center of the battlefield, composed even with enemies all around, and it felt surreal, like a dream. They had spent so long living in fear. Fear of the Ryodoji family. Fear of Kagerosa Inaba. Fear of the crushing responsibility to protect the 3 worlds. Fear of what the future might hold. But now, watching this man so effortlessly crush their enemies, they felt something they hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. This man's presence brought with it a sense of security they had never known. Whether it was the Ryodoji family seizing the Shinenju, or Kagerosa Inaba and Nozomi Kujo merging into Oko Yushima. Both futures had been painted in despair. No one, except those driven by revenge, could accept such endings. But right now, they were no longer afraid. With this man by their side, they believed he could stop both the Ryodoji family and Kagerosa Inaba. That pitch-black future might never arrive. As they watched him, they finally felt it, confidence. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Defense Descends. The Reigai of Retsu Unohana, Shunsui Kairaku, Jushiro Yukitake, and Kenpachi Zaraki were undeniably powerful, top-tier even among all the replicas. Yet before Masatsuki Aozaki's terrifying strength, they were cut down like nothing. The rest of the captains clearly wouldn't last much longer either. With another punch, Masatsuki Aozaki effortlessly smashed the head of Reigai Shihoin Yashiro, watching as his body slowly crumbled to sand. Just as he was about to strike a pose, radiating invincibility and pride, an abrupt voice rang out. "Humph, useless trash, all of you. Of course a bunch of fakes can't be relied on." Hearing that, Masatsuki Aozaki turned his head. Not far off, a man with half-yellow, half-green hair, gaunt cheeks, and a grim expression was shouting in frustration. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked, then let out a derisive laugh. "If you're that bold, why didn't you come fight me yourself?" He didn't say it aloud. Instead, he simply locked eyes with Kagerosa Inaba and began walking toward him, one step at a time. Kagerosa Inaba snapped out of his rage and instinctively shut his mouth. Each of Masatsuki's steps felt like a weight pressing down on his heart, echoing like drumbeats, thump, thump, thump. As he stared into Masatsuki's mocking gaze, a chill ran through him. He couldn't help but step back. He had acted fearless back in the lab, spouting arrogance like it meant something. But now, standing face to face with Masatsuki Aozaki's overwhelming presence, the fear hit hard. His instincts screamed at him to retreat. Suddenly, Byakuya Kuchiki and Isshin Shiba appeared between them, blocking Masatsuki's path. They raised their Zanpakutō, ready to fight. Among the Reigai captains Kagerosa had brought, only these 2 remained. But before they could strike, Masatsuki Aozaki was already on them. He surged forward, grabbed both of them by the face. and lifted them high into the air before slamming their heads into the ground with brutal force. What looked like a simple move became a deadly technique under the weight of his Ryatsu and raw physical power. Even captain-level Reigai couldn't dodge it, much less endure it. Boom. The earth shook violently as massive cracks split the ground, as though the world itself were tearing apart. Byakuya Kuchiki and Isshin Shiba's upper bodies were driven deep into the earth, their forms battered, bloody, and unrecognizable. Witnessing this devastating scene, the Gotei 13 members who had rushed to the barrier but were unable to enter began to cheer in awe and excitement. These impostors had caused them so much grief, requiring entire teams to pin down and suppress. Yet before Masatsuki Aozaki, they crumbled like paper. Helpless. Defeated. Captain Commander, you are truly formidable. Captain Kuchiki and Captain Shiba are no match for you. You truly are our Captain Commander. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Masatsuki Aozaki bore the gaze of everyone, expression indifferent, showing no hint of arrogance or pride. He continued walking toward Kagarosa Inaba with steady steps. No, don't come any closer. Just moments ago, Kagarosa Inaba had been furiously berating the Reigai captains, full of energy and presence. Now, he was slumped on the ground in panic, his face twisted in fear and despair. Ganryu Ryodoji, standing nearby, gave his disgraced collaborator a contemptuous glance and muttered to himself. This guy's got some serious nerve, doesn't he? He had seen Masatsuki Aozaki's overwhelming strength firsthand, but it hadn't frightened him. Instead, he decisively unsheathed the long sword at his waist, forged from blanks. With the pride of a high noble, Ganryu Ryodoji stared at the approaching Masatsuki Aozaki, seemingly ready to stake everything in a final battle. Masatsuki Aozaki's step seemed slow, yet in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. His palms, sharp and unyielding like blades, came slashing down toward the two. Kagarosa Inaba instinctively backed away, hastily raising his hands in front of him to shield himself. Ganryu Ryodoji, face filled with unwillingness, stared at the blade, glowing with reishi. A deafening, earth-shattering wave of sword pressure exploded. A flash of blinding light sent both men flying thousands of meters, smoke blanketing the battlefield. Yet, to their surprise, they didn't feel the pain of death they had expected. Kagarosa Inaba slowly opened his eyes. Looking down at his body, he couldn't help but run his hands over himself. His clothes were shredded and soaked with blood, but they were only surface wounds, his life was intact. More importantly, the barrier that had trapped them was now broken. Kagarosa Inaba froze as he stared at the shattered transparent barrier. His eyes widened, his expression twisting in disbelief. After a moment, his lips curled into a sinister grin. So, my body has become this strong. I actually withstood Masatsuki Aozaki's sword pressure. How is that possible? His thoughts were a mess, but more than anything, joy surged within him. He had never imagined reaching this level, let alone defending against Masatsuki Aozaki's attack with such ease. At that moment, he saw himself in a new light. Ha 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 ha. Kagarosa Inaba suddenly burst into laughter, a manic edge creeping into his voice. If I can block his sword pressure now, what kind of power will I have once I merge into Oko Yoshima? His eyes gleamed with greed and ambition, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of the world. Masatsuki Aozaki. He'd be nothing. Even the Soul King would have to kneel at my feet. Unlike the delusional Kagarosa Inaba, Ganryu Ryodoji remained calm and focused. The moment he saw the barrier had shattered, he acted swiftly, raising his long sword and slashing it through the air. He didn't know whether the closure of the Dangai earlier had anything to do with this barrier. But his vengeance wasn't yet fulfilled, and he wanted to live. He had to try something. Then, a miracle happened. A passage actually opened in the space before him. It was like a beam of hope illuminating Ganryu Ryodoji's path. He turned his head, about to call out to Kagarosa Inaba to come with him. The guy wasn't reliable, but he was still somewhat useful. Ganryu Ryodoji's vassals had been annihilated in this battle, he needed the other man's Reigai to rise again. But before he could say a word, a brilliant flash shot toward him. Another blast of sword pressure. This time, he felt the looming threat of death. A spatial rift was right behind him. On instinct, he planned to use his partner's shield technique to buy time to escape. But to his surprise, his partner moved faster than he did. Ganryu Ryodoji felt someone yank his collar. In the next moment, his entire body was flung forward, directly into the oncoming blade of light. His body shattered on impact. Chapter 468, Go Mad, Raikou. Kagarosa Inaba completely ignored the fact that the head of the Ryodoji family behind him had already been shattered into pieces. He knew that if he didn't escape quickly, he would be next. His steps quickened, using Shuinpa, he rapidly advanced several times in a row. Rushing through the spatial passage, he felt a fierce wind howl from behind. He turned and quickly waved his hand, sealing the passage shut. He didn't follow me. Kagerosa Inaba let out a sigh of relief. Glancing around, he found himself in a long, pitch-black realm and couldn't help exhaling softly. The air was thick with miasma, and through the haze, he could make out a faintly glowing black sphere in the distance, slowly approaching. Behind it, a massive space bubble hovered in midair, almost as if it were about to pierce the fabric of this world. As expected, I'm stronger than those losers. I actually managed to escape from a monster like that. Kagerosa Inaba spat out a mouthful of blood, then casually tore off his tattered clothes and tossed them aside. Though his body was riddled with ghastly wounds, none were fatal. To him, they were insignificant. After all, he was a Reigai. If this body stopped working, he could just replace it. Fixing his gaze on the distant space bubble, he began gathering his Ryatsu. A green glow shimmered in his palm as he pushed his speed to the limit and dashed toward the Valley of Screams. While healing his injuries, he began to plan his next move. About 3 minutes later, Kagerosa Inaba successfully entered the spatial bubble. The sight that greeted him was unsettling. Aside from the occasional blank drifting about aimlessly, not a single soul could be seen. The eerie silence, strangely enough, filled him with delight. After all, the Ryodoji family, from the head to the lowest vassal, was gone. Which meant the Ryodoji legacy now belonged entirely to him. If luck was on his side, he might even find a way to control the blanks. That thought made Kagerosa Inaba quietly thankful to still be alive. He didn't mourn the loss of the Ryodoji family as a partner. On the contrary, his heart burned with hatred and resentment toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki, just you wait. Once I create an even more powerful Reigai, I'll make you pay. Kagerosa Inaba growled through clenched teeth. And so, he passed through the desolate forest and wasteland of blanks, finally leaving the bloody battlefield behind. When he returned to that familiar laboratory, he finally began to calm down. It was the only place that still gave him even a shred of security. Letting out a long breath, Kagerosa Inaba made his way toward the chair. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Oh. So this is your lab for studying Reigai. Not as hidden as I expected. I thought it'd be underground. The moment he heard that familiar voice, Kagerosa Inaba froze. Cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Who? Though he already knew the answer, he still turned around in terror. And there stood Masatsuki Aozaki, somehow behind him, casually inspecting the surrounding lab equipment with great interest. Masatsuki Aozaki. Kagerosa Inaba's face turned deathly pale, his eyes widened to the brink of bursting, and he let out a sharp, panicked scream. Why are you here? His voice was shrill and trembling, as if he'd just seen a ghost. What are you talking about? I don't know my way around this place, of course I followed you. Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged with a helpless smile. Kagerosa Inaba opened his mouth, but not a single sound came out. His mind went blank, completely unable to grasp what was happening. You were able to follow me. Only after a long pause did Kagerosa Inaba finally manage to squeeze those words out through clenched teeth. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at his stunned expression and chuckled. He lightly patted Kagerosa Inaba's shoulder and teased. No need to be so shocked. I was just wandering around and happened to run into someone I know, so I figured I'd say hi. Didn't expect to end up here, though. Kagerosa Inaba. Who's your acquaintance? I'd rather I'd never met you. That slightly mocking look made him feel insulted to his core. Too much. He was someone strong enough to endure Masatsuki's attacks, how could he be lumped in with those weaklings who got one-shot so easily? Rage surged up, clouding Kagerosa Inaba's thoughts once more. Go mad, Raikou. With his roar, the long staff in his hands transformed in an instant into a sharp, double-edged naginata. You wanna fight? Masatsuki Aozaki asked, but his feet didn't pause for even a second as he charged straight at Kagerosa Inaba. The distance of just over 10 meters was closed in the blink of an eye. That young figure rushed toward him like a living nightmare. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't hesitate, he pulled back his arm, clenched his fist, eyes devoid of emotion. Seeing him charge in like a demon from hell, Kagerosa Inaba couldn't help but sneer. Hey, let's see how you handle your own strike. As soon as he finished, he spun sharply to the left, slashing with his weapon. The light of the sword pressure grew increasingly dazzling. To Kagerosa Inaba, no defense could possibly stop this. No one could block his full-strength attack barehanded. That was the truth he understood about Shinigami. But just as he anticipated Masatsuki Aozaki being torn apart by his attack, reality slapped him hard. The scene he expected never came. Masatsuki Aozaki's body remained perfectly intact. His sword pressure shot straight at Masatsuki. But that seemingly overwhelming strike crumpled like paper, completely shattered by Masatsuki's unshielded body. Before Kaguraza Inaba could even process what was happening, a powerful arm flashed forward and gripped his spinning Zanpakutō in an instant. At the same time, an immense wave of Ryatsu surged through the blade. Crack! With a sharp snap, Kaguraza Inaba's Zanpakutō shattered in the blink of an eye, splintering into wood chips and iron fragments that scattered across the floor. He stood frozen, stunned beyond belief. That same sword pressure that had easily overwhelmed him and Ganryu Ryodoji was destroyed just like that. And the Zanpakutō he was so proud of, something he'd struggled endlessly to master, was also crushed without effort. In that moment, he finally understood. Back in the Seireitei, Masatsuki Aozaki had just been toying with him. That earth-shattering slash hadn't even been his full strength. Realizing this, Kaguraza Inaba stared at Masatsuki Aozaki with a twisted, conflicted look, rage and fear tangled in his eyes. Chapter 469, In the Name of the Soul King. Masatsuki Aozaki, meanwhile, gave a hearty smile. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence and a hint of mockery. What's wrong? Scared? Want to live? If you do, then it just so happens, I've got a deal to offer you. His voice carried an undeniable authority, as if everything was already in his hands. What kind of deal? Kaguraza Inaba snapped back to his senses, eyes wide with panic as he asked urgently. His voice trembled with fear, but beneath it burned a stronger desire to survive. He knew that if he didn't accept, this might be his only chance gone forever. Hand over the Reigai technology, and I might consider sparing your life. How about it? Masatsuki Aozaki said. His tone was unnervingly flat, as if he were discussing something completely mundane, but it was that very calmness that sent chills down the spine. Masatsuki Aozaki carried himself like some ordinary street vendor haggling over goods. But for Kaguraza Inaba, this was a deadly wager that could cost him everything. Still, hearing that he might survive brought a flicker of surprise to his face, and a spark of hope lit in his chest. Yet moments later, his brow furrowed. He asked cautiously, and why should I believe you? His eyes were wary. Trusting this man wouldn't come easy, especially after barely surviving their brutal fight. There was no way he could let his guard down. Masatsuki Aozaki raised one hand, pointed to the sky, and held up 4 fingers. His voice turned solemn. I can swear in the name of the Soul King. The weight of those words struck Kaguraza Inaba hard. For a Shinigami, an oath in the name of the Soul King was as sacred as it got. Hearing that, Kaguraza Inaba was nearly convinced. No Shinigami would dare joke about the Soul King. And truthfully, he didn't have the luxury of doubt, his life was in the other man's hands. If he had the strength, he wouldn't even be in this position. In that moment, Kaguraza Inaba felt like he'd reverted to the cowardly Oko Yushima of the old 9th Division. Once again, he was painfully reminded of one thing. Powerless people are powerless in everything they do. He had no choice. The deal Masatsuki Aozaki offered, he had to accept it. Masatsuki Aozaki got exactly what he wanted. But the moment he confirmed the research data was authentic, a hand pierced through Kaguraza Inaba's heart. He stared at Masatsuki Aozaki in disbelief, his body trembling. You said, you wouldn't kill me. I said I'd consider it. Do you even understand what consider means? Masatsuki Aozaki looked at him and shook his head. So after thinking it over, I've decided, you're better off dead. His gaze was cold and indifferent, as if he were commenting on something utterly trivial. Kaguraza Inaba's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His voice cracked with despair and fury. Why? I want a reason. Masatsuki Aozaki gave a slight smile, laced with cruelty. Because a world without you is important to that girl. His voice was chilling and merciless, sending shivers down the spine. Kaguraza Inaba's face went pale. He knew his fate was sealed. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at him with disinterest, his eyes void of any emotion. The man's techniques were already in hand, he had no further value, and therefore, no reason to live. Kaguraza Inaba tried to resist, but his strength was completely drained. In the end, he collapsed to the ground, his breath fading away. Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at the corpse, feeling no pity or regret. Oko Yushima's success in developing the Reigai was undeniable proof of his remarkable talent and skill. But unfortunately, Masatsuki Aozaki had never lacked people of exceptional ability at his side. After all, the top 3 intellectuals in the entire Soul Society were all under his command. His gaze slowly swept across the lifeless, dust-filled air. He bent down, picked up the jikin lying on the ground, and casually crushed it in his hand. Then he turned and walked away. All that remained was a field of devastation and a deathly silence. A formless barrier rose from outside, sealing the area off from any external interference. Time passed quietly, half a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. By now, nearly all of the Shinigami had heard the news. A major incident had taken place today in the Shino district. The Reigai launched a massive invasion, and Captain Commander Aozaki personally led the captains in a heroic defense. The immense Reiatsu released by the Captain Commander was like a towering sky, firmly shielding Seireitei. At the same time, multiple spiritual pressures appeared, each one nearly identical to the captains of the Gotei 13. At first, those Reiatsu were fierce and overwhelming, powerful enough to rival the actual captains. Some even began to suppress them. But the moment the Captain Commander's Reiatsu was unleashed, the Reiatsu of ordinary squad members, lieutenants, and even captains instantly became as faint and insignificant as fireflies beneath the full moon. Within less than 3 minutes, those overwhelming spiritual pressures began to weaken one by one, until they vanished completely from perception. Though most hadn't seen the Captain Commander in action with their own eyes, hadn't witnessed him saving Seireitei in its darkest hour. The sheer number of Captain-class Reiatsu present, even discounting the dozen or so real Gotei 13 captains, meant the enemy's scale was still massive. It was easy to imagine how intense the battle must have been. Even if it couldn't quite match the hellish battle of legend, it was sure to become a saga passed down for generations. Compared to the squad members whispering behind the scenes, the captains who had been there in person were far more shaken. Their battle had, in fact, ended slightly after Masatsuki Aozaki's. But because his Reiatsu had completely suppressed the Reigai captains, relocating during the fight became effortless for them. The moment they sensed his presence, they rushed toward his location without hesitation. What they saw left them stunned. Masatsuki Aozaki crushed a Reigai captain with a single slap. Watching a face identical to their own get destroyed so easily, it was a feeling too complex for words. Each strike was a reminder, these Reigai captains weren't really them. And yet, the uncanny resemblance was impossible to ignore. That inner conflict stirred something deep within them. They had always known Masatsuki Aozaki was powerful. But today, they finally understood it. Until now, their impression of him had been limited to things like his Reiatsu suppressing captains, slicing through Kurashiki Kenpachi, fresh from the gates of hell, with a single strike, or sealing the Gagaku Kairo. But today, against Reigai captains whose Reiatsu surpassed their originals, whose abilities were no different from the real thing. This man didn't rely on any flashy or clever techniques, he simply crushed everything with overwhelming force.